Lin Tian, after graduating from college, decided to travel across the country. But who would have thought that an accident would leave him stuck in a tree? After calling for help for a long time without any rescue team arriving, he was instead met by a group of armed People's Liberation Army soldiers. Help! I'm about to freeze into a popsicle. We can save you, but how about considering joining the army? I am willing to dedicate myself to the motherland. However, once he entered the military, he realized that the waters here ran deep. I am strong, and others are not lacking either. From being scolded by others to scolding others, from a junior soldier to a senior officer, Lin Tian's military career was full of ups and downs. Chapter 1 Tianer, once you get to the army, don't bully others. That if you really can't help it, look in the mirror and see how handsome your face is. It won't have any expression left. Sure, if you need anything, look for your uncle. He's in logistics, so you won't go hungry. The man speaking was dressed in a suit during the hot summer, trying hard to maintain a domineering persona. The woman looked delicate, her eyes filled with worry. Standing in front of them was the new recruit ready to enlist, Lin Tian. Okay, when it comes time to distribute soldiers, I'll ask to raise pigs. We have connections above. As soon as the words fell, he got a smack on the head and looked at his dad in confusion. Another hit. The current military food supply is all sourced from local businesses. Where would you find so many pigs to raise? What good things are you thinking of? Now it's all about cooperating with others. Raising pigs, dream on. It's okay, son, although we can't raise pigs, we can eat like pigs. Once you get to the army, listen to your mom and don't starve yourself. Su Xiaohui offered the most comforting words she could think of. Got it. You too should know your son's strength. Even as a grassroots, I can manage. The train station for new recruits always brings a sense of sorrow. With countless young people in green uniforms and red flowers bidding farewell to their parents one by one. Chapter 2 Attention everyone. We are arriving at our destination. We're here, wake up, wash your face and get off the train looking refreshed. Don't say I didn't remind you, first impressions are very important. The person in charge on the train held a loudspeaker, his voice penetrating the entire carriage, waking even the soundest sleepers. Tianer, wake up. Lin Tian still had his eyes closed, sitting with the most upright posture among everyone, his body swayed slightly with the rocking of the carriage. If it weren't for his eyes being closed, one might really think he was awake. There's still time, wake me when we arrive. His voice was a bit lazy, and he fell back asleep. Upon arrival, Wang Ersheng stood up, looking down at the still drowsy Lin Tian, who showed no signs of waking up. Wang Ersheng squinted, smiled, and stretched out his sinful hands. He quickly pinched Lin Tian's eyelids between his thumb and index finger. Lin Tian only felt a sharp tug on his eyelids, forcibly opening them to see Wang Ersheng's big face filling his vision. Oh my! You're up, let's go, time's up. Ersheng helped Lin Tian up, and they walked forward with the crowd. Once off the train, Lin Tian shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Chapter 3. This batch of new recruits is quite lively. The old squad leader sitting at the front of the carriage listened to the bursts of laughter from behind and smiled broadly. Hee, cherish the smiles while you can. The driver paused slightly, turned his head to glance back, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Once we arrive, you won't even be able to cry. The old squad leader raised an eyebrow. Let's give them something thrilling. The driver agreed, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and suddenly turned sharply. With one foot on the gas pedal, a big turn was upon them. Clang! The entire carriage shook violently, even the doors let out a wail. Ouch! What the hell? How are you driving like this? It feels intentional. Wang Ersheng was thrown onto the aisle by inertia, and he didn't bother to get up. He looked up towards the driver and shouted, Hey, can you drive a bit steadier? Hold on tight to the people next to you. If you fly out, no one will save you. This time, Lin Tian didn't need to rely on Fu Monde because everyone in the car was airborne. He didn't feel uncomfortable, instead, he found it exhilarating. This was just the beginning, it was only a fraction of a roller coaster ride. His eyes sparkled with excitement, bringing on the storm more fiercely.
Chapter 4. Let me introduce myself. My name is Guo Yuanpeng, and I am your new squad leader. After saying this, Guo Yuanpeng looked over everyone. For the next 3 months, we will eat, live, and endure hardships together. I hope that within these 3 months, our squad will be the top performers. Now, Let's start the roll call. When your name is called, respond. After that, Guo Yuanpeng took out a folder from under his arm and began the roll call. This round of roll call was mainly to match names with faces. After all, as soon as we got off the bus, everyone was chatting and laughing. And the relationships at least seemed fine. Wang Ershing. Here. Wang Ershing stood straight with tension, his voice hurried and his hands trembling. Guo Yuanpeng nodded at him. A hint of a smile in his eyes. No need to be so nervous, sit down and get to know each other. He grinned and quickly sat down. He. Squad leader, now that you say that, I feel relieved. When I first saw your dark face, it reminded me of my school's discipline director, who used to catch me all the time. Once he got carried away, he just wouldn't stop talking. Lin Tian, sitting next to him, couldn't help but tug at his pants. Tian, why are you pulling me? I haven't even finished telling the story. Chapter 5, Don't worry, if we all knew everything, we wouldn't be here. Let us not talk about that for now, let's deal with this pile first. Spicy strips. Hard currency. I heard the food in the army is bland, and at first, I thought about bringing a woman over, but that goal was too ambitious. A woman? Lao Gan Ma, a brand of chili sauce. The dormitory erupted in laughter. Stop laughing, where do I hide this? I don't want to hand it over. Lin Tian held a bag of spicy strips reluctantly. This was his companion on many adventures. On the mountain, 1 bite would refresh him. 2 bites and he would be full of energy. 3 bites, and all worries would be cast aside. How about hiding it under the quilt? No. It has to be folded military style. In the cabinet. No, there will be an inspection soon. Just as Lin Tian was speaking, Wang Ershing had a bright idea. And his eyes lit up, you eat it. In a flash, Lin Tian distributed the spicy strips to the 9 others in the squad. Don't just stand there. Take it, he said, kindly tearing open the packaging and handing it to everyone. Here you go, Bao Ji. Kong Baoe took the spicy strips and sniffed. This is the spicy and numbing flavor, great. Chapter 6, Dumplings on the bus, noodles when getting off. Most new recruits have noodles for their first meal in the camp, symbolizing a steady flow. Mainly because the arrival times of new recruits are inconsistent, the noodles are prepared and tossed into the pot as they arrive. The cook thoughtfully prepared several kinds, tomato and egg, meat sauce, vegetarian sauce, and even hot oil noodles if you ask the squad leader. Each person's bowl had a fried egg, along with shredded pickled vegetables and spicy radish. Red chopped peppers, vinegar, adjust to your taste. Comrades, once again, welcome to the 168 Border Defense Regiment. Jiang Tingfei stood in the center of the cafeteria, his voice deep. The military camp is a great melting pot. No matter where you come from or whether you know each other, as long as you step through this door, you are brothers, comrades, family. Enough talk, let us eat. Finish quickly and rest up. After that, Jiang Tingfei and Yu Huijin started eating, and then the squad leader ordered everyone to sit down. Ziwei was shoveling rice while looking at Lin Tian across the table, hesitating for a while. He finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Tian, where are you from? Meanwhile, other new recruits were stuffing their mouths. Some from the south were eating plain noodles with sesame oil as a base, getting vegetable soup from the front. Chapter 7, New Recruit Company Meeting Room. Now reporting the situation of each squad. As the reports were nearing completion, Instructor Yu Huijin frowned slightly, keeping a close eye on a few squad leaders who had been loud on the way to the camp. I know some squad leaders are anxious. Everyone's situation is pretty much the same this time. The performance of the new recruits will determine whether there is a next phase. But I still want to reiterate the probabilities, pay attention to methods and approaches. He paused, his tone becoming more serious, suddenly looking up. Last year, in a certain military district, a new recruit stabbed a squad leader in a serious incident. I don't want that to happen again in our company. Hitting or insulting new recruits is absolutely not allowed. If you want to improve performance, think of other methods. Jiang Tingfei added sternly, "That's right, to be honest. I know that some necessary measures are permissible, but if a serious incident occurs, don't blame me for being unkind." The entire meeting room fell silent. And even the sound of a falling needle could be clearly heard. "Old Guo, are you rushing to wash the new recruit's feet? Mind your own business." Guo Yuanpeng didn't he look back, his footsteps hurried, his leather shoes making crisp sounds on the stairs. Chapter 8, You're all pigs. It's already 5:30 and you're still sleeping. Get up. Can't even wake you up with all this noise. I'll say it one last time. If anyone is still not up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Guo Yuanpeng really has a talent for acting. He started as a cool squad leader. Turned into a warm-hearted guy yesterday, and now he was like someone who had eaten explosives, kindly calling everyone to wake up. Get up and run drills. Hurry. Those who could get up did, but those who couldn't were impossible to wake. For example, Fu Mande, that strong man. Guo Yuanpeng couldn't pull him out of bed no matter how hard he tried, which made him laugh in frustration. That warrior not only didn't get up, but rolled over, wrapping himself like a dumpling, and started snoring lightly. You're something. Guo Yuanpeng sneered, slapping his chest. And that woke him up. Squad leader, please, let me snooze a bit longer, just 5 minutes, is that okay? Snooze my foot. Guo Yuanpeng gritted his teeth and cursed. Then didn't he wait for Fu Mande to react, picking up a cup of cold water from the side and splashing it on his face. Splash! That completely woke him up, and he sat up suddenly, bewilderedly wiping the water off his face. Squad leader. Chapter 9, Good internal affairs are one of the manifestations of a soldier's combat effectiveness. Now, I will explain the standards for internal affairs organization. Lin Tian's only understanding of internal affairs was the famous tofu block. Before going to college, he had never lived in a dorm. Once in college, he learned that in some provinces, you even had to fold tofu blocks for school and could lose points for it. The standards in the army are clearly stricter. The floor, bed sheets, duvet covers, desk and chair placements, and toiletries all have strict requirements. He had previously heard that there could be no trash in the trash can, which was already quite bizarre, but now, even toothbrushes had to be facing the same direction. Well, since I'm here, I'll just adapt. Now, let me teach you how to fold a quilt. Lin Tian had hardly ever folded a quilt in his life. A few times. It was just the university checking the dormitories, randomly messing around. So, as soon as Guo Yuanpeng said this, he quickly stood next to Guo Yuanpeng, studying earnestly. Guo Yuanpeng directly took the quilt to the middle of the dormitory and began to demonstrate. While demonstrating, he explained step by step. First, he shook the quilt open and laid it flat. He shook it vigorously twice, and the entire quilt lay flat on the bed like a sheet of paper. Next, he folded both sides and pressed it down firmly. Chapter 10, Squad Leader, what is our task today? The project you all love, standing at attention. Huh? What the hell, you all came over like this, and after a whole morning of folding quilts and tidying up, if you still can't do it well. Don't blame me for being rude. Oh, squad leader, my quilt doesn't listen to me, as soon as I pinch it, it runs away. Fu Mande helplessly faced the quilt. A normal quilt appeared particularly small against his physique. When he pinched it, one side was fine, but the other side flew away. A dignified chain store iron pot stew second son couldn't tolerate such humiliation, and immediately called the squad leader to fold it for him. Bang! A slight pain hit the back of his head. Let me help you fold it. Do you want me to help you eat or pull your pants down? Fu Mande immediately shrank his neck. Really, my quilt just runs away when I touch it. I truly have no way to handle it. No choice. Look at what Lin Tian is doing. If you can't learn his technique, can you at least learn his method? Fu Mande looked towards the door, and saw Lin Tian folding the quilt in half. He repeatedly pressed it down with a small stool, repeating the process over and over. Using his body weight, he pressed the quilt down firmly. Chapter 11, Squad Leader, how about it? My teaching results are pretty good, right? As soon as Lin Tian saw Guo Yuanpeng coming, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked up, puffing his chest out higher than a mountain. Humble. Yielding. Not at all. If there's praise, it must be accepted on the spot. He waved his hand vigorously, as if commanding thousands of troops. Attention. The whole class obediently followed Lin Tian's command, their movements slightly stiff, but full of seriousness, all giving a crooked salute to the battle quilt on the bed. Each person had bright eyes, obviously feeling pretty good about themselves. Guo Yuanpeng initially wanted to praise them a bit, but upon seeing Lin Tian's almost floating demeanor, and then looking at this group who did whatever they were told, he thought, what are you showing off for? Look at your quilts. They are puffed up like big loaves of bread. Fu Mande tugged at Guo Yuanpeng's sleeve, performing a series of small moves. Pinching the sleeve, swaying, a little grievance. Then making some unclear sounds, Guo Yuanpeng nearly spat it out at that moment. He brushed off Fu Mande's hand in disdain, turned his head, and begrudgingly admitted there was a little progress. Lin Tian poked his head out from behind Guo Yuanpeng, saying, the squad leader is too shy to say it. But he is quite satisfied with us. He says we are the best batch of recruits he has ever trained. Chapter 12, at noon. No one dared to touch the precious quilts. They didn't even dare to approach the beds. A few of them took small stools, leaned against the wall, and closed their eyes lightly. In the afternoon, the entire company gathered on the playground, and the soldiers stood at attention in unison. They had to maintain a standard posture. Completely still. But there were subtleties to standing this way. Guo Yuanpeng stood at the front of the line, his voice booming, his eyes fixed on one spot, unmovable, yet full of spirit. Just imagine there's something in front of you, and keep your gaze fixed. Your neck should be straight, neither leaning forward nor backward. Stretching upward along the bones, as if your head is being suspended from the ceiling. Relax, tuck your stomach in, and let your arms hang naturally. Your knees must not bend. He spoke while demonstrating, executing each movement flawlessly. Every action was explained in his own way, without using dry officialese. Even Wang Ershing understood it thoroughly. However, understanding was one thing, doing it was another. Fu Mande, why are you sticking out your big belly? Pregnant? Squad leader. I really am tucking it in, there's nothing I can do. Guo Yuanpeng walked in front of him and gave a firm slap. Sure enough, the belly was solid. He sighed, admitting defeat to his innate condition, and said, then stand straight, don't slouch anymore. Chapter 13, still standing at attention, completely still. Jiang Tingfei brought a good thing. And the recruits were all curious. Lin Tian's peripheral vision swept over a square box. What the heck? To prevent the recruits from getting low blood sugar from standing too long, he prepared some sugar cubes. But soon, he started complaining. This is a deck of cards. Jiang Tingfei stood at the front of the line, his expression gentle with a hint of playful sarcasm. I know you're bored standing here. So let us play a little game. The name of the game is, who can keep the cards from falling. Since it's a game, there has to be a punishment. If one falls, run a lap. Jiang Tingfei smiled and said, if any class is unfortunate enough to drop half of them, then sorry. It's 5 kilometers. 1 hour, I'll check the results in an hour. After saying this, he pulled out a soldier from the ranks, turned his hat upside down, and demonstrated, you have to balance it. If the hat falls on the ground, that's 5 points. The soldier demonstrating had a face like a bitter melon. Balancing the hat upside down is easy, the contact area is large, and as long as the movements aren't too big, it can be managed. But adding cards in between the legs is a different story. You have to multitask, keeping an eye on your head while squeezing your legs tight. Chapter 14, a line to the right. Look forward, Right, forward. As soon as the recruits' heads turned with the command, they immediately heard a new order. Especially Zi Wei-kong, trembling. His head drenched in sweat, couldn't he keep up? Wang Ershing. Not concentrating, did I say to look forward? 10 push-ups. Ershing's face turned bitter. He didn't dare to say much and quickly dropped down. Once they got used to it, they began practicing turning. To the right, to the front, to the left. Guo Yuanpeng kept increasing the difficulty and speed, leaving the recruits feeling dizzy. Stand straight, ancestors. What are you waiting for? Zi Wei-kong didn't quite understand. And his foot stumbled, resulting in a direct collision with Lu Ao. Their noses almost touched, and they could feel each other's breath. Guo Yuanpeng shouted. What are you two doing, kissing? This drew a burst of laughter, and Lin Tian also smirked. Lu Ao frowned, quickly stepping back, disdainfully wiping his nose, and muttered. Keep your distance from me. Laugh, 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 I can't even smile standing in the middle of the line. Look at you. Even the simplest command you can get wrong. Guo Yuanpeng suddenly turned serious, to the right turn. Chapter 15, as soon as Guo Yuanpeng entered. He smelled a refreshing scent of soap. As soon as they saw his wet hair, a few people froze like mice seeing a cat. What are you doing? Am I that scary? No one answered, and Guo Yuanpeng put away his smile. 4 sets of 100, ready. What? Start training. But training is already over. Isn't it? Yes, it has ended, but we are going to add some extra training. Huh? Look at your little arms and legs, and you still have the nerve to complain. Starting today, you must do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every night before going to bed. You can't sleep until you finish. After saying that, Guo Yuanpeng took off his clothes and got down on the floor. The others saw their class leader lying down first and swallowed their complaints. They honestly lay on the ground and did push-ups. They could hear the other dorm rooms also starting to move, with various prompts echoing. Other class leaders were standing and indiscriminately attacking everyone, but only Guo Yuanpeng was lying down doing them together with them. It made a group of big men feel soft-hearted. But no matter how soft-hearted they were, hard strength was still required. Class leader, I beg you, I really can't hold it down. Chapter 16. After finishing the 3 sets of 100, they had no strength left to move. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken a shower. All that effort was in vain. Kong Baoe collapsed on the bed, half opening his eyes, murmuring weakly. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. The little bit of health the new recruits had painstakingly recovered was completely exhausted. Play dead. Wang Ershing also wanted to sleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he couldn't stop thinking about those 2 cigarettes. Once everyone was sound asleep, he quietly got up and quietly slipped out of bed. What are you doing? In the darkness. Guo Yuanpeng's voice suddenly rang out, almost making him sit back down on the bed. I am going to the bathroom. Oh, hurry back. Don't take more than 5 minutes. Guo Yuanpeng turned over and went to sleep. Wang Ershing walked to the door, then hesitated and looked back at Lin Tian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk of the class leader's bed. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he pushed him. Tian Ji. Lin Tian frowned, turned over. Seemingly not awake. What do you want? If you're not going to the bathroom, then don't waste time. He was startled awake. Turning around abruptly to find Guo Yuanpeng propping himself up and looking at him. I am a bit scared to go alone, I wanted you to come with me. Chapter 17. All present, forward march in step. Lin Tian stepped forward, taking Guo Yuanpeng's place. Stop. 1 command, 1 movement, march in step. Only standing at the front of the line, could he deeply feel why he felt he was walking fine in the line, while the class leader had to repeatedly call for stops and starts. As soon as the line started moving, the steps were chaotic, the arm swings were uneven, some people stepped wrong, others had stiff arms. The way they walked was worse than the black suits on TV. Third from the back, your arm swing is too low. Fifth, your steps are misaligned. Second from the front, why is your hand sticking up? The remaining new recruits in the class thought that since the class leader was gone, Lin Tian wouldn't be too harsh on them. Especially Wang Ersheng, who thought he was already walking very standard and even thought, with a bit more practice, he could rival a military parade, his confidence soaring. "Ah!" he suddenly yelled, quickly covering his mouth, looking at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian smiled slightly, his expression calm, and he revealed a willow branch that seemed to come from nowhere, tapping it against his palm, making a crisp sound. "Your arm swing is too high," Lin Tian said lightly, his tone unhurried. Chapter 18. A cigarette after a meal is better than a living god. So good to smoke, I miss it so much. Tian Ji, you really don't smoke. There's still one left. Lin Tian watched as Wang Ersheng's arm came over, his hand tightly clenched, his mouth twitching. "No need. I'm afraid if I smoke I'll get athlete's foot." "Hey, I can't talk to you non-smokers, even if I get athlete's foot, I still want this." I didn't realize how enjoyable it was to smoke before joining the army, and the more they prohibit it, the more I crave it. Wang Ersheng took a big puff. His expression now was like Mr. Yu, longing for the sky. "Hurry up, smoking is a big taboo for new recruits. This is the first and last time I'll accompany you." Lin Tian squatted in the bathroom, feeling nauseous from the mixed odors. "It's fine. There are so many people in the new recruit company, and so many smokers in Longguo, one less doesn't matter. Just be a bit careful. I heard especially in the first week, they are strict." Pulling his collar up to his nose, Lin Tian emphasized his warning. In fact, he could smoke. It was his dad who personally lit a cigarette for him and taught him how to inhale. His father's exact words were, "Sometimes for a man, a cigarette is an opportunity, light one before doing something, bow your head, and asking for directions will go smoothly." Chapter 19. Deng 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 deng. Hello. Welcome to today's news broadcast. It is now capital time. The new recruits took small stools and started watching the only leisure activity of the day, the news broadcast. After a day of tedious training, just glancing at the electronic screen made the news seem so newsworthy. They focused intently, ready for anything. They were not allowed to communicate with the people next to them. But in the end, a few people were still picked to be critiqued. Fortunately, Class 1 had Lin Tian, this exemplary student. He could say a few words that wouldn't embarrass the class leader, while also saving face for the others in the class. Mainly because Lin Tian looked like a top student, sitting straight with a glint of intelligence in his eyes, in stark contrast to Wang Ersheng, who sat there like a wooden chicken. Guo Yuanpeng felt it would be a waste not to call on him. Good. We are not completely disconnected from society in the army. I know many comrades who don't pay attention when watching the news, thinking it has little to do with them, but in reality, wearing this uniform comes with this responsibility. As an old soldier and the first-class leader to lead new recruits, Guo Yuanpeng explained everything to the class in detail. He didn't want the people in his class to come in clean 2 years ago, and leave clean 2 years later. Chapter 20. After they left, the two figures were smiling widely. Does the Spring Festival Gala still need people this year? Sign these two up, they are real talents. If the Spring Festival Gala doesn't need people, our regiment will hold a party, there's always a chance, haha. Yu Huijin stomped out his cigarette on the ground and wrapped it in paper. At least the heart is in the right place. Jiang Tingfei couldn't even hold his cigarette straight. Oh right, we really made that guy squeeze water out of it, haha. Alright, let us go. At least Lin Tian's kind-heartedness hasn't changed. What's so good about it? Just putting on an act. Jiang Tingfei pinched his thumb and index finger together, extinguishing the cigarette and leaving. If it weren't for you Huijin knowing the character of the company commander, he might have really been fooled by the cold face. What a classic case of saying one thing and meaning another. In the medical room, Lin Tian nervously watched the doctor operate, not daring to say a word. Brother Lin, please, I'm scared, let me go. Ziwei suddenly grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve, her eyes filled with terror. It's okay, the doctor will definitely say something. But Lin Tian didn't dare to continue, because he saw the doctor take an entire bottle of alcohol and a row of silver needles. The largest longer than his hand, emitting a terrifying aura under the light. Chapter 21, Everyone, don't wash your socks today, someone has taken care of them. The entire dorm fell silent for a second, then erupted into a burst of gloating laughter. You talk too much. Wang Ershing glared angrily at the talking comrade. His mouth puffed up like a bun. Lin Tian suddenly realized and turned to Wang Ershing. Wait, was that basin of socks yesterday yours? Wang Ershing fell silent, his expression clearly saying he didn't want to discuss it. Kong Baoruei added with a grin, loudly exclaiming, originally, the squad leader wanted him to eat the socks. But he knelt down begging, saying, Squad leader, I was wrong, I'll wash. I'll wash for a week. That's how he smoothed things over. Ershing, embarrassed and angry, retorted. You're talking nonsense, there was no kneeling. Lin Tian stroked his chin, oh, so you did beg. Well done, Ershing, sacrificing yourself for everyone. Remember, when you wash, do it hard, don't think you can slack off. Shut up. He glared at Kong Baoruei through gritted teeth. Kong Baoruei, if you talk more, I'll eat your socks first. Kong Baoruei laughed so hard he couldn't stand up. You eat, if that's not enough, I still have more, ha ha ha. Only then did he realize he accidentally said eat instead of throw, making him even angrier. Chapter 22. After cleaning the bathroom, the group dragged themselves back to the dorm. I've never done such a brutal job in my life. Kong Baoruei collapsed on the bed, his eyes vacant, feeling like his soul had been taken away. If this happens a few more times, I think my nose will evolve a filtering function. This is still good, we didn't encounter a dry toilet. But if we had to dig feces, that feeling, tsk. Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean, you've dug before? Wang Ershing sighed, sigh. We rural folks can't compare to you city people. When I was young, we used dry toilets. A dry toilet is just a few bricks piled up. The most primitive toilet, it's okay in winter, but in summer, just go ahead, and a maggot will come out, if you're lucky. There might be little animals to keep you company. What kind of animals? Dung beetles. Wang Ershing described it vividly, his honest face accompanied by top-notch Henan dialect. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Lin Tian was impressed. Ershing was quite interesting, switching between Mandarin and dialect so freely. Li Qiong felt the same way. You suffer in summer, for us. Using the toilet in winter is like punishment, if you're not careful, you'll freeze. Chapter 23, 1-3. 2 threes. Like one. Lu Ao calmly placed his cards on the ground, another one. All right, I'll go with 3 threes. Wang Ershing frowned, nervously looking at the cards in his hand. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Stop talking, show it. Wang Ershing's heart sank, feigning calmness. I have a king, be cautious. I have 2 cards, where did you get 3 threes from? Show. Too shallow, how can there be someone as shallow as you? Forced to pick up the cards below, Wang Ershing angrily complained, can we even play this? A deck of cards, 2/3 are down, and not a single 3. Ershing broke down, his hands trembling. He tried to find a flaw in Lin Tian and Lu Ao's faces. One was as cold as a board, without any extra expression. The other was smiling like a sunflower, with a face full of unnecessary expressions. 1K, show. Congratulations to classmate Ershing, another big card. One card for the boss. Wang Ershing silently took it and stuffed it into his cards. Chapter 24, Squad Leader, you're back. We're all focused on memorizing the materials. Guo Yuanpeng put away his smile, his face serious. All right, the performance is acceptable. If anyone drags behind, they'll be my focus next week. Just wait. Before he finished, the class had already imagined the miserable scene of sweating profusely on the playground, not being fed in the cafeteria, and having to wash clothes for the whole class upon returning to the dorm. Everyone hugged themselves tightly. The volume of memorization increased. Ahem, first, look up at me. Guo Yuanpeng held a row of mobile phones. The new recruit's expressions changed instantly, shining with anticipation, gathering into rays that almost made the squad leader unable to open his eyes. The general rules should be similar. Each person comes in front of me and recites 2 lines, then takes it away. Lin Tian was the first, standing firmly in front of him as soon as he finished speaking. Ignoring the murderous glares from behind, he confidently opened his mouth. According to the people of Longguo, Guo Yuanpeng didn't make it difficult and handed him his phone. Lin Tian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pointed out flaws behind Guo Yuanpeng. Hey. Don't get stuck, this is only the first line. You're shaking your head and swaying, reciting so slowly, you must not read books usually, right? Chapter 25, After reporting safety to his family, he finally opened QQ. As soon as he logged in, Lin Tian was stunned. What's going on? Can't there be a single message? He ultimately chose the most representative and popular method among the people of Longguo. He exited and re-entered. The icon lagged for a moment, then messages flooded in like a market. He lowered his head and replied to each message one by one. Being in the army, he couldn't lose contact with people. Besides a few close friends, he hadn't told anyone about being a soldier. After graduating from university, several roommates returned to their hometowns. Those who took exams did, those who looked for jobs did. And the promise of getting together, when they had time, gradually became a luxury. Tian, why did it take you so long to log in? When will you come back? Asked his university roommate Xu Shuhang. Fate will bring us together again. Everyone doing well? Xu, how is the entrepreneurship going? Xu Shuhuan was from the adjacent mechanical automation department. The two got along well, often discussing problems and sharing outlandish ideas, almost becoming friends who talked about everything. It's okay, finally on the right track. The current policy is great for college students starting businesses back home. We were received by the mayor personally back then. If you had joined me back then, now, TSK. Chapter 26. The Armor's convenience store isn't called a supermarket, it's called a service station. Actually, the things inside are similar to those outside, with all kinds of food and necessities available. Common instant noodles, drinks, fruits, and even some rare cigarettes are available. Moreover, they are carefully selected by the military, so you can buy with confidence and indulge. Kong Baoruei was originally fighting with the regulations. But as soon as he heard about going to the service center, he eagerly followed. Look, there's even a bottle of cola. Do you want it? Please. It's just one bottle, you keep it for yourself. Kong Baoruei hurriedly stuffed the only bottle into his pocket and paid together. He muttered while walking. These bastards left only this little bit, my teeth can't even fit it. The service center's target audience is the entire regiment headquarters. And this group of new recruits can't grasp the situation, so by the time they arrived, many items were already gone from the shelves. Even so, there was still some left. The two met at the entrance, and Kong Baoruei was quite amazed. He saw Lin Tian had already checked out, holding 2 bags full to the brim. Are you trying to empty the service center? No wonder the shelves are so empty, it's all because of you. The bags were full of food, with one bag stuffed with various kinds of biscuits. Especially the Snickers, which filled an entire layer, leaving no chance for others. Chapter 27 Received it, babe. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Finally able to video chat with you. Look, you can finally chat with me. You were so busy training before that you had no time for me. I was almost bored to death. How could that be, babe? You know how exhausting training is. I really had no time to accompany you. Now I can finally do it, I'm so happy. When Lin Tian and the others arrived at the dormitory and dropped off their things, they saw Fu Manda's face overflowing with a smile. The flesh on his face piled up on his cheeks, and his voice sounded like it was pinched, which was quite creepy. The two rubbed their goosebumps. Is this what they call love? It must be, since they all call each other babe. Oh, the sour smell of love. They tidied up their things. Although it looked like they had a lot, they had to arrange them neatly in the cabinet. In the military, personal items are subject to random inspections. If it's messy, especially if discovered by higher-ups, the squad leader definitely won't give a good face. Meanwhile, Fu Mande was being sweet with his girlfriend. You've become more handsome since joining the army, can you show me your comrades? I can hardly imagine your life. Chapter 28 When we get there, don't look around. Don't talk loudly, keep up with the person in front of you, and line up. There are hospital guides, if you have any questions, ask me. Guo Yuanpeng was in front of the car, constantly reminding them of the precautions. Okay, got it. Every new recruit nodded eagerly in their hearts. After being in the camp for several days, this was their first time going out. Although it was just for a physical examination, it was still contact with the outside world. The new recruits were all very excited, and the squad leader said something, and they nodded. Also, if I'm not around, find the platoon leader, or the company commander, don't leave the line casually. Ham, okay, got it. The new recruits replied to the squad leader casually, their minds already flying outside. Guo Yuanpeng was decisive in his actions, speaking quickly and concisely. However, the thought of taking them out always gave him a sinking feeling. Like a new teacher taking kids on a field trip for the first time. He worried that something might happen to his subordinates when he couldn't see them. Squad leader. We know, we'll follow you. A very simple sentence, but looking at Lin Tian's serious eyes, inexplicably, his heart calmed down. He stopped reminding them, and got on the bus with the new recruits. Chapter 29 What's going on? Is everyone's stomach so bad these days? When Lin Tian arrived at the restroom, he saw it was already filled with people. The number of people for the physical examination was so large that it had spilled into the hallway. Squad leader, the line for the restroom is too long. I am going to the restroom upstairs. Guo Yuanpeng saw that he had started taking small steps and laughed. Don't let your little brother get constipated, hurry up. With the green light, Lin Tian rushed upstairs. This feels good. After resolving his personal matters, Lin Tian sighed in relief. He didn't dawdle and walked out of the restroom. Leaving the team without permission is a big taboo in the military, even though he had greeted the squad leader. But they were only on the first and second floors for the physical examination, while the upper floors were regular hospitals. It would be bad if it delayed others. As he turned to the stairwell, suddenly, a man walked by. Lin Tian felt something was off and turned to look at the man's back. He saw the man in a grey coat walking briskly. What's wrong with you? Don't you know to speak when you bump into someone? The man ignored him and continued walking straight ahead. What's wrong with that guy? Lin Tian's heart stirred, and he immediately became alert, feeling something was off. The man's demeanor was strange. His limbs were stiff as he walked, his arms not even bending, like a zombie from an old Hong Kong movie. Chapter 30 The Border Defense Regiment's soldiers were still undergoing physical examinations, nearing the end. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the hall. A person got out of a vehicle, dressed in plain clothes, seemingly unremarkable, but with exceptionally sharp eyes. Following closely behind him were several fully armed police officers. Their faces serious with almost no expression. They hurriedly passed by the new recruits. What's going on? Why are there police? I don't know, maybe a side story is triggered. What? What story? How come I don't know? Wang Ershing had just finished putting on his pants, and was about to put on his trousers when he heard this. Instantly looking confused, Kong Bao'er leaned over seriously and whispered, "It's the protagonist group. In the novels I read, whenever the protagonists go out, something always happens." He spoke with conviction, claiming that they were not new recruits here for a physical examination, but rather top-destined children from some novel. As soon as he said this, the new recruits around them suddenly became interested, their eyes shining with excitement. "Hey! I better take a good look, who knows, I might be the legendary protagonist." Wang Ershing's eyes were glued to the entrance, eagerly rubbing his hands. Chapter 31. Hello, comrade, can you show your identification? Jiang Tingfei was momentarily stunned. It had been a long time since he wore a military uniform, and was asked for identification. Okay. The nurse carefully checked and found no issues. Her attitude doing a complete turnaround. "You must be here to find the hero from earlier, right? I'll take you there." Jiang Tingfei raised an eyebrow, a bit curious. "Hero?" The nurse nodded, smiling kindly. "It's that young man who stood up in the hospital, he's a big hero. Just captured that criminal at a critical moment and saved several people. Everyone is talking about him." The two hazily followed the nurse into the elevator, discovering a crowd surrounding someone. Two people quickly squeezed to the front row due to their physical advantage. Lin Tian saw them, and his eyes instantly brightened when he saw Jiang Tingfei and Guo Yuanpeng appear in front of him. Finally, he saw his family. "Squad leader. Company commander, you're here." Their clothes were already stained with blood, the cuffs were torn, and there were large patches of dust and blood on their chests. Their once fair faces had several scratches, with blood marks crisscrossing. Just a moment ago, he was a big bun. How did he turn into a dirty mess in the blink of an eye? Chapter 32. Jiang Tingfei squinted and saw that it was the man who was in plain clothes earlier. The director of the investigation department, Zhao Wenxiang. "What are you doing? You have no sense of propriety at all. Do you know who is standing in front of you? Who gave you the guts?" His tone began to carry a hint of intimidation, trying to stabilize the situation. Jiang Tingfei looked at the scene before him with a half-smile. No matter what identity he had, this attitude was not appropriate. Zhao Wenxiang's expression stiffened, then he smiled. "Sorry, Company Commander Jiang, these are all new police officers this year. Still interns, they don't know the situation." Jiang Tingfei remained unmoved. HMPH, such arrogant interns. Zhao Wenxiang saw the bad expressions of the people behind him and cursed in his heart. "I asked you to invite all the witnesses. Is this how you do it?" Zhao Wenxiang forced a smile, stepped forward to take Jiang Tingfei's arm, trying to pull him aside. "Let us talk here, why the pulling and tugging?" Zhao Wenxiang's face flashed a hint of difficulty, but he still pulled forward. "Let us talk privately." Jiang Tingfei felt it was inexplicable, but still took a couple of steps with him. What if there really was something? Chapter 33. Company Commander, I'm hungry. "What do you mean?" "I want to eat." Jiang Tingfei couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, you're really not polite, are you?" "I don't care. You pushed the food away earlier, now you have to take responsibility for my stomach." Lin Tian directly squatted on the ground, refusing to eat or leave. Jiang Tingfei looked at Lin Tian, who was rolling on the ground, no, with a serious face, and couldn't help but shake his head. "You really adapt to the situation, huh?" Lin Tian looked up, blinking his eyes, "Of course. Following you guys out, I can't even get a meal. How embarrassing would that be if it got out?" "You really know how to find someone." Jiang Tingfei glanced at Guo Yuanpeng beside him, "not looking for your squad leader, but instead relying on me." Lin Tian replied seriously, "The salaries are different, the treatment must be different too. so I have to find the most suitable investor. Jiang Tingfei was amused by his reasoning and turned to look at Guo Yuanpeng. Look at the soldier you brought out. Guo Yuanpeng sighed helplessly. But couldn't he suppress his smile? Young people, they are clear-minded. Guo Yuanpeng looked at Lin Tian with a sense of admiration. Chapter 34, Inside the Border Police Station. Smoke filled the air, and the blue light from the computer screen reflected on everyone's serious faces. Still can't find anything. Zhao Wenxiang frowned, staring at the database search results on the computer screen. Yes, Director Zhao. The technician tapped on the keyboard, pulling up a few blurry surveillance screenshots. We compared it with databases from various places using the facial recognition system, even checked the blacklist system, but this person's identity information simply does not exist. How is that possible? A criminal police officer frowned. No household registration record. No fingerprint match. This guy seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The technician shook his head helplessly. Not just household registration, social security, immigration records, even mobile card registration information, all are blank. This is nearly impossible nowadays unless he used a fake identity, or someone deliberately erased his traces. Zhao Wenxiang pondered for a moment, his gaze cold. If it's the latter, then the person behind him must not be simple. There's one more thing. Another officer flipped through the case files, his tone low. We retrieved the surveillance from around the scene and found that before he entered, he seemed to already know the blind spots of the cameras and acted very cautiously. This isn't the behavior of an ordinary person. Chapter 35, Back at the unit, the afternoon exercises had already ended. You guys say, it's already night. Why hasn't he come back yet? What's going on? Not just Lin Tian, but the company commander and squad leader were also absent all afternoon, which felt quite unusual and mysterious. Lin Tian was on the 3rd floor, while the medical examination was on the 1st and 2nd floors. After the incident, he hadn't gone downstairs, and by the time he did, they had already returned. Plus, the criminal had many suspicious points and was dead. So, only the company commander and instructor knew the situation. Even the squad leader only knew that something had happened, but didn't know the specifics. Could it be that Lin Tian didn't pass the medical examination and had to retake it? Impossible. With the energy he has every morning during drills, he is as fit as a bull. Special training. I heard some training is particularly strict and the tasks are very demanding, making it feel like a special training base. Knock knock knock. Lin Tian leaned against the door frame and knocked. Are you talking bad about me? Everyone in the dormitory surrounded Lin Tian. Surprise. Did you really go for special training? I missed you so much after not seeing you for an afternoon. Wang Ershing rushed over to Lin Tian for a big hug, causing Lin Tian to grimace in pain. It really hurt. Chapter 36, Get up, hurry up. Every day when the wake-up call rang, they had to quickly get up, put on their clothes, wash their faces, and start morning exercises. After a week of adjustment, even Lian Fumande, who had trouble getting up, could open his eyes on time. 3 kilometers was no longer so unattainable, regardless of speed or time. He could finally run it. Lin Tian consciously gave the lead position to Lu Ao, not wanting to slow down the whole squad's progress because of his injury. Lin Tian, you don't need to train for these 2 days, just watch from the side. Squad leader, I only injured my arm, my body isn't hurt. Running shouldn't be a problem. The company commander said, if there is something, go find the company commander. After saying that, he led everyone to charge forward. And in an instant, the track came alive with the sounds of 1, 2, 1, and the whistle was incessant. Not needing to train was undoubtedly great news for the other recruits. This kind of happiness was equivalent to during military training when others were suffering under the sun. And you were holding an ice cream under an umbrella, even complaining that the weather wasn't cool enough. But for Lin Tian, it felt like wanting to go all out, only to be suddenly intercepted midway. Just yesterday, he had decided to work hard over the next 2 years to live up to the military uniform on his body. Chapter 37. Are you sure this method can help him quickly recover from his killing emotions? Don't talk nonsense. He didn't kill anyone, he saved people. At most he just injured the suspect. A company commander and an instructor hadn't slept all night. Whether the situation was good or bad, it had a direct relationship with them. Yesterday was complicated, the police, hospitals, and military. 3 unrelated parallel lines suddenly had a point of intersection. It's good that the suspect is alive, but it's clearly a hostage situation that has been sanctioned. The main issue is that he died, and the key is that his death is unclear. If he were alive, everything would be manageable, but if he is dead, that's a big problem. However, this has little to do with Lin Tian. As a new recruit, just having the courage to step forward in that situation has already fulfilled his mission. But for his direct leader, there is still a need to write materials. And it's essential to highlight Lin Tian's strengths, emphasizing his bravery in taking action. As for the details about going to the bathroom, just mention that briefly. Even when reporting to higher-ups, one can't completely relax. There is still a need to keep an eye on the developments. This relates to whether he can receive a third-class merit or a second-class merit. There are very few cases in the new recruit company that can earn merits. Such opportunities are rare. Which soldier hasn't thought about the scenario of someone suddenly rushing the post while standing guard? Chapter 38, 50, 51, 52. The new recruits on the training ground were sweating profusely. The sounds of their training echoed back and forth. Every night. The training of 4 sets of 100 was unwavering: push-ups, squats, sit-ups, frog jumps, not a single one could be missed. Kong Baoruei, while doing push-ups, muttered weakly, "I really envy Lin Tian right now, look at him, he doesn't have to suffer this." Wu Chen sneered beside him, someone actually envies Lin Tian. Look at what time it is, he is still in the office. Kong Baoruei paused, curiously turned to look at the brightly lit office building not far away, and swallowed. But isn't he just sorting files and writing reports? That is definitely better than us suffering here, right? If you don't believe it, would you want to switch places? Wu Chen gritted his teeth and persisted, squeezing out a sentence, facing the squad leader's black face every day. I can't even enjoy my meals. Kong Baoruei was persuaded, ever since the physical examination, for some reason, the squad leader had also become less friendly. And the instructor had become less lovable. It was as if they had caught the black face disease, constantly looking for faults. Today checking internal affairs, tomorrow checking formations. It wasn't long before the whole class was punished together. Chapter 39. After the news broadcast, a class meeting was to be held. 10 people sat neatly on small stools. Today's class meeting was relatively brief. Guo Yuanpeng cleared his throat, his expression serious, and had 2 matters to report to everyone. First, he had good news to share. Lin Tian, you take it from here. Yes? Lin Tian stood up, a confident smile on his face. He held the paper in his hands, raised his head, looked at every comrade present, and spoke in a powerful tone. The results are out. Our class achieved first place among the 10 classes in the new recruit company. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole class erupted in excitement. The eyes of the 10 people lit up, their smiles particularly radiant, and soon, applause filled the entire room. Class 1, first place. That is amazing. Our class has gained so much face. Class 1 is awesome. This small test wasn't much, but it was the first official exam for the entire new recruit company. Soldiers must compete, and a soldier's understanding of competition isn't about being reckless, but it's about striving to be the best and daring to be first. The first time being first is worth celebrating. Is there any benefit to this first place? Like not having to do extra practice or something? Chapter 40, Your Gun. Why is the trajectory to the left? Report. Because I don't want the enemy to get it. The protagonist on the television spoke firmly, responding to the superior's question with unwavering eyes, as if this were the highest belief of a soldier. Outside the television, Wang Ershing was so excited he could barely stay on his small stool, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So cool. My gun can't be taken by the enemy. He waved his fist, his voice filled with enthusiasm. When I get a gun, I'll also adjust the trajectory to the left. But if you were captured by the enemy and I took your gun, wouldn't I miss? Wang Ershing opened his mouth, suddenly stunned, his excitement frozen on his face. Ah! He scratched his head, the light in his eyes dimmed a bit, as if he finally realized something was off. Lin Tian was pulled by Wang Ershing to watch a military drama. It was fine at first, but the more they watched, the more flaws they found. It seems military dramas can't be fully trusted. Some things need to be judged for oneself. I wonder when we'll get our guns. Tomorrow? Really? Really? We'll be issued guns tomorrow, the squad leader told me last time. Lin Tian writing so many materials for the squad leader has its benefits. At least the squad leader can share some insider information with him. Chapter 41, Little Gun. From today on, you are my precious darling, Mua. You are my girlfriend. Don't worry, from now on I will take good care of you, oil you up, feed you bullets. Tonight, I will hold you while I sleep. After returning to the dormitory, the new recruits couldn't put their guns down, filled with excitement. What about Lin Tian? In the washroom, you know how it is. When there's a new toy, you need matching gear, being vain. As Kong Baoe said, Lin Tian returned to the dormitory and hung everything he could. Tactical slings, handguards, sights. After a careful check, he slowly raised the gun, striking a shooting pose in front of the mirror. The person in the mirror stood tall, with sharp eyes. The cold steel gripped tightly in his hand ignited an unprecedented surge of blood. Wow, no wonder everyone loves guns, it's just too cool. He kept changing poses, side position, front position, ambush, dodge. If it weren't for the water on the ground, he would have wanted to lie down right now and experience the prone position. Suddenly, a male voice came from behind. The stock is too far out. It's not tight enough against your shoulder. If you actually fire, the recoil will numb your shoulder. Deputy squad leader, when did you arrive? Lu Ao ignored him. Stepped forward, grabbed Lin Tian's arm, pulled it back to make the stock snug against his shoulder, and pointed with his right index finger. And don't pull the trigger too early. Lu Ao had been observing at the door for quite a while. This guy was acting like a fool in front of the mirror, doing everything wrong. He really couldn't hold back. Wow, look at this person. How can he be so perfect? After Lu Ao's guidance, the person in the mirror suddenly had a kind of cold aura that Lin Tian had never seen before. In fact, it was true. Xiao Baiyang put on his military uniform, tightened his belt, and had a piercing gaze, but once he opened his mouth, it ruined the atmosphere. Deputy squad leader, can you teach me how to hold the gun at once? I've tried several times, and it hurts my shoulder blades. It's not easy being a person, the deputy squad leader sighed. Why are you still climbing the pole? Lu Ao glanced at him, his tone still cold. This needs training, I'll teach you in a couple of days. Quickly go back to the dormitory, the squad leader has something to assign, stop looking. You already look good. As soon as Guo Yuanpeng entered the dormitory, and saw everyone looking cheerful, he couldn't help but smile. This posture with the gun. Back then I couldn't even eat without it. As a result, during the first shooting, let's not mention it. He clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather around. Don't be shy, there will be time to be shy later, come over now, and I'll teach you how to use it. After saying that, he had everyone sit on the small stools. He laid a cloth on the ground and casually took Lin Tian's gun. To his surprise, it didn't move. Guo Yuanpeng looked up. The next second, he could pick it up. Wait, I'm coming. Lin Tian was quick, snatching the cloth and quickly lying down on the ground. carefully and forcefully smoothing it out. Please proceed. Guo Yuanpeng twitched his mouth, too lazy to respond to him. The gun we have in hand is the Type 03 automatic rifle, independently developed by our country, designed and finalized in 2003. From the outside, it looks somewhat similar to the Type 81, but many improvements have been made, incorporating the advantages of the Western AK and M16. The operating rail is set on the upper receiver, making it easier to operate. At this point, Guo Yuanpeng paused, looked at everyone, and continued, the entire gun weighs 35 kilograms, the magazine capacity is 30 rounds, and the effective range is 400 meters. You all must remember this gun's performance well. After finishing the basic parameters, Guo Yuanpeng officially began to disassemble and introduce the gun. Chapter 42, here is the magazine. After removing it, press the latch and take the magazine out from the bottom of the gun, then press the latch at the back of the receiver and pull back the cover. At this point, you can see the internal structure of the gun. He spoke while disassembling, providing detailed descriptions for each part he removed. Everyone listened intently. Many unfamiliar terms popping out of the squad leader's mouth, and everyone was carefully watching his operations. It was no small matter. On a smaller scale, this was learning. On a larger scale, this was a means of survival. After the explanation, Guo Yuanpeng's hands didn't stop. His fingers moved quickly, as if performing magic, swiftly reassembling the firearm. Click, clack. With the last part in place, he gently pushed the charging handle, and a complete gun lay steadily in his hand, as if the disassembly had never happened. Lin Tian's eyes widened, dazzled by the sight. The parts that were just scattered now magically transformed back into a complete weapon. Is this the skill of a veteran? Squad leader, that's cool, I want to learn too. Everyone began to disassemble and maintain their guns according to his steps. Just a reminder, gun oil is corrosive. So be careful when using it, don't get it in your eyes or on sensitive areas. Clearly, Guo Yuanpeng's reminder came a bit late. I thought my eyes were burning because of this thing. Everyone suddenly froze and turned to look. They saw Wang Ersheng with wide eyes, his face scrunched up, rubbing the corners of his eyes frantically, tears streaming down his face, looking as if he had been sprayed with chilly water. Wow, those tears could weigh 2 pounds. Poor Ersheng. Guo Yuanpeng reacted quickly, not waiting for Wang Ersheng to continue messing around. He rushed to grab some dry laundry powder, and rubbed it directly on the corner of his eye. How is it? Open your eyes and feel it. It seems a bit better, it doesn't hurt as much now. Guo Yuanpeng chuckled, everyone is watching, this is the effect when gun oil gets on your hands. If it accidentally gets on your hands or skin, there will be a burning sensation. At this time, using dry laundry powder can neutralize it. Everyone nodded repeatedly. If it got in the eyes, what would happen if someone went to the bathroom? Saying this, he took out a piece of white cloth, slightly dampened it with gun oil, and began to wipe. You must ensure that every part is cleaned properly, water stains and dust must be cleared away, especially around the barrel. Not only should it be wiped, but you must also check for burrs. Be meticulous, the gun accompanies your military career. A few minutes later, the originally disassembled Type 03 transformed back into a complete rifle. After returning Lin Tian's gun to him, Guo Yuanpeng delivered an important speech. His tone became more serious. Cleaning the gun is not just a simple task, but a way to familiarize yourself with your weapon, to understand every part of it, so that on the battlefield, you can quickly identify problems and achieve unity with the gun. Did everyone remember that? Looking at Guo Yuanpeng's series of actions just now, it was indeed very cool, disassembling, cleaning, assembling, like flowing water. In reality, most people were still in a daze. Prior to this, their knowledge of guns was limited to pictures or videos. Some people, determined to enlist, even check some information, but it was just surface-level data. This was their first encounter with firearms, and they were all captivated. Chapter 43, At the Command. The new recruits began to explore the guns. This gun is too heavy. Why does every part feel like a block of iron? Kong Baoruei tried to press the latch, but ended up pushing it in the wrong direction, jamming the gun instead. The magazine got stuck. Guo Yuanpeng leaned down, pointing out to Kong Baoruei, "Your force is wrong, push it in a bit, don't exert force outward." Kong Baoruei quickly followed Guo Yuanpeng's instructions and successfully removed the magazine, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Hey, I finally get it. Squad leader. What if we can't put it back together after disassembling it?" Comrade Wang Ershing demonstrated a worrying spirit, asking about reassembly before they had even disassembled anything. "Can't put it back together? Which part is missing? I'll just find a piece from you to attach. If the barrel is gone, I'll take off an arm. If the firing mechanism is missing, I'll take a leg. If the gas tube is lost, well, I'll just take your head in exchange." Guo Yuanping's words became increasingly bizarre, scaring Wang Ershing to retract his neck, obediently assembling the gun, with the squad leader circling around reminding them, and the deputy squad leader assisting. Everyone managed to disassemble their guns. After receiving the order, Lin Tian did not rush to make a move. Instead, he closed his eyes and began replaying every detail of Guo Yuanping's disassembly in his mind. Chapter 44. A gentle breeze stirred, and the mood was beautiful, indeed. It was a great day for target practice. These 3 sentences have nothing to do with target practice at all. The battle-hardened new recruits dared not move, standing obediently on the grass. The new recruits lined up, feet apart, assuming a standing shooting posture. The muzzle was aimed at the target center, holding their breath, eyes following the mechanical sights to find the most precise target point. This is how it has been for the past few days, aiming, shooting. The buttstock pressed tightly against the shoulder, firmly gripping the sight and magazine, ensuring the rear sight, front sight, and target are all aligned in a straight line, known as the 3 points in a line. The recruit company primarily practiced shooting at stationary targets, with approximately 20 shots fired, and during assessments, 5 live rounds were used. Guo Yuanpeng pulled several hollow shells from his pocket, placing them one by one on everyone's gun muzzles. The timer started for half an hour. Every time a shell fell, an additional 5 minutes would be added. Everyone widened their eyes, watching the wobbling hollow shells on their gun muzzles, not daring to breathe. Call. Just as Wang Ershing was about to sigh, a gust of air blew, and he watched helplessly as the shell on his gun's muzzle wobbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Guo Yuanpeng shot him a cold glance. 5 minutes added. Chapter 45. Just let me see it, just one glance. Ziwei Kong was almost pressed against the wall, nervously covering his sleeve, shaking his head like a rattle drum. "No. I'm really fine." Lin Tian didn't believe him. "Are you allergic?" "I'm fine, thank you, Lin Tian, I'm really okay." Unfortunately, who is Lin Tian? He's as stubborn as chewing gum. The more he saw Ziwei Kong trying to hide, the more he felt something was off. "Let me see. I thought I saw something red on you earlier." Lin Tian stared at him, his hands itching to take action. The comrades nearby were already enjoying the spectacle. Several of them gathered around the dormitory beds, munching on sunflower seeds while cheering. "Wow, such an intense battle of defense. Ziwei Kong, why is your face so red? Could it be that Lin Tian touched you and you turned red? What are you shy about? We are all comrades, take it off, let's see what's going on." As soon as Ziwei Kong heard this, his ears turned as red as burning coals, and he almost shrank into his clothes. Lin Tian didn't give him a chance to refuse. He was about to lift his shirt. The comrades beside them were already laughing uncontrollably. "Lin Tian, you're so aggressive. Be careful that Ziwei Kong misunderstands what you're trying to do." Chapter 46. Squad leader, I'm not going. I suddenly have a bit of social anxiety. We all came for you, don't be a coward. Guo Yuanpeng didn't coddle him, kicking him into the office. Report. Squad leader, you called for me. Called to the squad leader, Guo Yuanpeng had him tidy up his appearance. Clean military training uniform, a fair face, and if you sniffed closely, you could still smell a hint of fragrant soap. Before the greeting was over, someone grabbed his hand. Director Liu, with a face full of approval, said, "I heard you acted decisively that day and saved a doctor from our hospital. Otherwise, we would have lost an excellent surgeon." Lin Tian stepped forward at the right moment. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to stand here today. It was a coincidence. And I was there at the time. If he suddenly came at me, wouldn't we all be in trouble?" Lin Tian didn't want to claim credit, more importantly. In that situation, even without a military uniform, he would have stepped in. Plus, he didn't care for any benefits just because he stopped a robber. He found it beneath him. It was a flag presentation event, enthusiastic yet not overly formal, perfectly balanced. Guo Yuanpeng watched Lin Tian getting along with the interns from the back. Chapter 47, Friends. Have you ever had this experience? You know it won't hurt you, but that inner fear just weighs you down, making you want to escape, to hide, but the more you hide, the more scared you become. Some people's allergies don't originate from their bodies, but from a profound psychological fear that manifests physically. In other words, as long as Wei Kong overcomes his psychological fear, he won't be allergic. Lin Tian passed on the information he had inquired from Dr. Lin to the class. And that night he prepared a little surprise for Wei Kong. In the dormitory at night, the light was dim, and the new recruits were either cleaning their guns or reading, the atmosphere calm and peaceful. However, the next second, a mysterious voice broke the tranquility. "Hurry, hurry. Good stuff. I took 2 hours to find it, come and see." Kong Baoe barged into the dormitory, his mouth unable to contain his excitement. Tightly holding a small box the size of a palm, his eyes sparkling like a street magician. His movements were cautious, as if afraid the contents of the box would escape, and he deliberately lowered his voice to keep everyone guessing. Li Qiong, sitting with his legs crossed while polishing his military boots, looked up and scoffed, "What the hell? You managed to run outside?" Chapter 48, What the hell is going on? If you can eat, then get lost. A roar echoed like thunder, shaking the entire cafeteria's dishes. "Squad leader," he Honglu shouted, and he Fei Dao put down his fists. "What's going on? Haven't you finished burning off your anger in training?" Squad leader he strode in, casting a cold glance at the two. The head of the cooking team is not to be trifled with. Don't think the cooking team just cooks. In reality, those who can be team leaders there are definitely tough characters. Not only are they skilled cooks who can handle frying, boiling, and stewing, but they also include people like squad leader he, who can shoot guns and carry artillery, and can still take down a bunch when they flip a pot. New recruits are always reminded to respect the cooking team leader. Not just because they cook, but because they are all veterans. Especially squad leader he. A level 4 sergeant with 16 years of service history, even Jiang Tingfei, has to call him squad leader respectfully. He Fei Dao gritted his teeth, the anger on his face still simmering, but under squad leader he's gaze, he slowly lowered his fists, his knuckles slightly white, obviously holding back a belly full of anger. Lin Tian stood straight, his back upright, his eyes calm yet filled with mockery. Chapter 49, 121, 121. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Every day, morning exercises are arranged by each class, running, pull-ups, doing exercises, but today was a bit different. Class 1 and Class 2 were at odds. During the run, both classes at the front refused to give way, competing fiercely. "You push my shoulder, I grab your leg. Haha, thought you were something special, but it's just like this," he Fei Dao provocatively said. "Well then, you chase me," Lin Tian whispered, accelerating with all his might. His muscles tensed, and his legs propelled him forward like a bowstring released. The new recruits of Class 1 quickly adjusted their breathing, closely following behind. As Lin Tian's speed increased, their pace quickened as well, each pushing themselves to the limit. Soon, they reached the top level of the entire company. What is going on? Why did they suddenly speed up? Ara's face changed, his heart racing. He thought he had caught up with Lin Tian. But as he watched Class 1's formation grow further away, his speed gradually slowed. Damn, speed up a bit, we've fallen behind by half a lap. Class 2 was struggling to muster all their strength to keep up with the squad leader's pace. Chapter 50, Inside the New Recruits Company. Suddenly, an officer arrived. Wearing a white helmet. The inspection officer. Having been out for many years, seeing the white hat again made my heart race, as if I recognized you first. As part of the logistics support team, the inspection officer holds significant power. Military appearance and discipline are important scoring factors for the new recruits company. But it's only mid-month, it's too early. Jiang Tingfei was somewhat confused. Old Liu, is it so late and still time for inspections? Liu Zixin smiled, no. What can be inspected in the new recruits company? They haven't been trained well yet. I came today to ask you both for a favor. A favor? Jiang Tingfei and Yu Huijin exchanged a glance. This was a good opportunity to build connections. Strengthening ties with the guard company had obvious benefits, as some matters could be overlooked if handled lightly. Take the issue of being disheveled, for instance. Some could leave after a quick tidy-up if they had good relations with the inspectors, while others would have to face formal reprimands. Squad Leader Liu. Please feel free to speak if there's anything you need, Liu Licheng said politely. Liu Zixin nodded and smiled, saying, that's right. I want to select a soldier from our company. I've already identified a candidate and consulted the regiment commander. He told me to come discuss it with you. Chapter 51 I'm sorry, Squad Leader Liu, but I have already decided which company I want to join. Liu Zixin's smile froze, but he didn't rush to interrupt. Gesturing for him to continue. I still want to develop in a company after the recruit company. Since our regiment is a border defense regiment, now that I'm here, I want to do something at the border. Lin Tian spoke directly, expressing his thoughts openly. To be honest, he could have come up with a dozen high-IQ responses. But it would have been meaningless. A company commander in a police adjustment company faces leaders with stars on their shoulders. Someone could easily come to find him after just a brief encounter. Deliberately making excuses to refuse wasn't his style. It was better to be honest. After listening, Liu Zixin looked puzzled. I understand that you recruits have great ideals when joining the army. To be honest, I had them in my recruit company too. Moreover, once you join the company, I'll still be your comrade, Commander Jiang. Really? Lin Tian was surprised. The difference in style between the two company commanders was quite stark. Jiang Tingfei was the kind of person whose emotions were written all over his face, while Liu Zixin maintained a skeptical attitude toward everything Lin Tian said. This was human instinct. He didn't believe he had the kind of influence that made him indispensable. Chapter 52 On this stage without flowers or applause, I stood with a heavy heart, filled with guilt, to offer a profound self-critique. I deeply regretted the incident involving guns and roughhousing. The two took turns reading their self-critique, with every word dripping with regret. The bruises on their faces had yet to fade, and their swollen features were particularly conspicuous. The recruits below kept their heads down, stifling laughter but afraid to burst out, lest they draw fire. It was simply because Guo Yuanpeng, upon hearing about the incident, had them do physical training all afternoon. For the entire afternoon, the two had not stopped moving, running, doing push-ups, and finally being dragged to the combat training ground. They experienced a thorough lesson in practical training. The attitude in admitting mistakes is good. I don't want to emphasize this kind of thing again, Guo Yuanpeng added after letting them down. This week, you two will clean the toilets. Hearing this, the two didn't dare to say a word. The scars on their bodies reminded them of their squad leader's strength, and they felt like crying. Almost all boys, before experiencing the harsh realities, had an inexplicable confidence in their shooting skills. Each one considered themselves a sharpshooter, believing they would hit their target every time they aimed. Chapter 53. As the sun set behind the mountains, red clouds flew by. The soldiers returned from target practice with joy, their red flowers reflecting the colorful clouds, and cheerful songs filled the air. On the way to the shooting range, a song titled "Returning from Target Practice" was sung. The recruits, thinking about the shooting, sang especially loudly. They occasionally glanced at their Type 03 rifles, their lips curling into smiles. Although it would have been more appropriate to sing this song on the way back, who cared about such trivial matters? When they encountered other companies on the way, seeing the recruits eager to try their hand and hearing the familiar song, the veterans smiled knowingly, recalling how they felt during their first target practice. Youthful exuberance. Attention. At ease. They stopped in an open area beside the shooting range, lined up briefly, and the squad leader stepped forward to collect the ammunition. Shooting was conducted one squad at a time. Lin Tian and their squad were in the second platoon, first squad, and they could only take their turn after the first platoon completed their turn. Hearing the gunfire ahead startled the recruits. Standing in line, Lin Tian observed their shooting postures, hoping to learn something from them. But when the recruits actually took the field, they realized it was futile. Some soldiers had solid foundations. The sound of a gunshot indicated that this recruit was shooting one round at a time, and the safety was correctly set to position 1. Chapter 54. Comrades. Was shooting live ammunition today enjoyable? Yes. If it was enjoyable, why do you all look so glum? Come on, let me hear it again. Was shooting live ammunition today enjoyable? Yes. Ha, that's more like it. Jiang Tingfei stood in front of the troops, looking at the downcast recruits. It's okay, this is your first time. The main thing is to let you feel what it's like to shoot bullets. We don't want you to finish your 2 years of service, and when someone asks if you've shot a gun, you say no. That would be an embarrassment for our border defense regiment. Jiang Tingfei's playful expressions amused many recruits. This was their company commander. The recruits, who had been sulking, lifted their heads. A single failure was not the end. When I return after completing my training, I will definitely amaze you. Many recruits secretly resolved to make a name for themselves next time. Of course, we also have good news. This year, our recruit company produced 2 sharpshooters. With 5 rounds fired, one scored 50 points, and the other scored 48 points. Come on, come forward and let everyone get to know you. Guo Yuanpeng called out. Lu Ao, Lin Tian, step forward. Yes. The two ran out from the formation along the designated path. Chapter 55. 5 kilometers a day. If you don't run a day, you'll want to die. The recruits were huffing and puffing as they ran laps on the playground. Once the recruits adapted, the original 3 kilometers was increased, and 5 kilometers became the norm. Considering that they had crawled a lap yesterday, and had minor injuries, Guo Yuanpeng didn't let them carry weights. The group thought it was pretty good that the squad leader was showing some concern. After finishing the run and gathering with several other squads, they stood still for several minutes without any action. Normally, this time would be when the platoon leader, or squad leader, would inform them of today's training schedule. However, oddly, apart from the soldiers from 3 squads, not a single veteran was in sight. What kind of trick was this? Waiting was the only option in situations like this. It was either a great joy or a great sorrow. It was strange that the heavens weren't raining down. They didn't want to train. The recruits, like students during military training, attempted to persuade the heavens to show some mercy. At least that way, they wouldn't have to train. Unfortunately, the sun was shining brightly. As they pondered, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind them. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to see a group of soldiers in short sleeves appearing behind them. The military yellow short sleeves couldn't hide the robust muscles of the veterans. Each one had skin that was dark and shiny, with well-defined muscle lines. Chapter 56. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. His legs were as soft as overcooked noodles, wobbling with every step. He didn't know if he had exerted too much strength, or what was going on. His legs, not just his legs, felt numb in a way that wasn't right. No. He needed to check. He dragged his stiff legs toward the bathroom. Along the way, he could clearly hear the screams of the new recruits still being punished behind him. Each one crying for their parents. "Squad leader, please stop, I'll pay you, just spare me. Ha, I can give you the supreme treatment without any money." The veteran sneered and pressed down hard again. Ah! Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and quickened his pace, supporting himself against the wall as he entered the bathroom. Once there, he took a deep breath and carefully looked down to check. Then, his face changed instantly. What the hell? Baby, don't do this, fight for it, you haven't even used it yet. Come on, I'll count to 3, fight for it, 1, 2, 3. Lin Tian opened his eyes and found Xiao Qian still motionless in place. This situation was like being frozen in winter, curled up in a safety mode, still feeling a dull pain and numbness. His mindset exploded in an instant. No way. No way. I can't have really damaged it, right? Chapter 57. The mighty wind has returned. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he saw Kong Bao'er with a sly grin on his face, unable to hide his bad smile. Get lost, I've never been down. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, whistling, shaking his head, and staggering off with his toiletries. Lo 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 lo. Shish shish shish. Humming a little tune, he took small steps toward the washroom, looking particularly smug. The others exchanged glances. Understanding that his confidence meant there wasn't a major problem, at least his vital parts were still intact. Hey! Why were those two veterans so ruthless when they were pulling Qianji's ligaments, like they were slaughtering pigs? Jealousy. Kong Bao'er said mysteriously in a low voice, looking gossipy. The veterans see the newcomers feeling a sense of crisis, tsk. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Ao spoke up, hurry up and wash up, the lights will go out soon. In fact, there was a reason for the veterans to pull ligaments. The veterans knew their strength, no matter how fierce they were. They would only make the new recruits feel pain, but wouldn't actually injure them. If the new recruits were left to operate on each other and got carried away, it was uncertain whether they could walk out of the training ground alive. Chapter 58. The new recruits were thoroughly worn out by Guo Yuanpeng all morning. After doing push-ups, they practiced squats, and after squats, they ran, then started hanging on the bar. Hanging on the bar meant doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Fu Mande was hanging on the bar, his face turning red, sweat dripping down his chin, soaking his uniform. Guo Yuanpeng had tied his hands tightly with straps, making it impossible for him to move. To make matters worse, he had dug a pit under his feet, so his toes couldn't touch the ground, leaving him hanging on the bar. Fu Mande, today because of you, the whole class of 10 people, you have to do 20 pull-ups for me. The requirement is not high, you can come down whenever you finish. 1 2 22 222. Guo Yuanpeng was so exhausted he was gasping for breath. Squad leader. 2 should be followed by 3. Hearing this, Guo Yuanpeng asked the people next to him, did I count wrong? Lin Tian shook his head vigorously, I don't know. I can't count. Really? Then it might be wrong. Guo Yuanpeng said in a tone of sudden realization, how about we start over? 111. Chapter 59. Since that day, Fu Mande changed. He no longer kept mentioning his little girlfriend, and even developed a stress response. Now, when they talked to girls on the phone, they had to go outside to avoid triggering him. However, it was also good. They were not distracted by outside affairs and focused on forging a military spirit. After all, there weren't so many love-hate relationships in the barracks. The new recruits didn't believe in tears, except in certain situations. Come on. Hit me. Squad leader, I can't bring myself to hit you. TSK. Lin Tian's performance in all training subjects was at the top, but unfortunately, when it came to combat, his punches were always soft. His body was very agile. He could dodge others' punches. But when it came to throwing punches himself, he always held back. After Guo Yuanpeng noticed this problem, he directly changed his practice partner to Lin Tian. Taking advantage of Lin Tian's moment of distraction, he suddenly moved, closing in and striking toward his shoulder. Lin Tian instinctively tried to retreat, but before he could react, Guo Yuanpeng had swept his leg, causing his center of gravity to become unstable, and he fell backward. Hey! Hey, hey! Bang! Lin Tian fell hard to the ground. Watching the sudden turn of events, he felt relieved. Chapter 60. Those who often get beaten know that after being hit, it doesn't hurt much. This is because the brain releases endorphins, natural painkillers that reduce the sensation of pain. But once the body calms down, bruises seep out, and joints swell. Every cell in his body was screaming in pain. Lin Tian was in this state now. What the hell? The new recruits all surrounded him. Lin Tian's entire upper body was bruised all over. Especially on his shoulders and back, it was all swollen, stretching his uniform. Wang Ershing said in surprise, "I thought you had broad shoulders. I didn't expect it to be swollen." Lin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. Yes, if you want broad shoulders. I can fulfill that for you next time." Lu Ao, with a cold face, but warm heart, saw this and brought over the little remaining bottle of medicinal oil. "Sit still, I'll apply medicine for you." Lin Tian felt a warm current surge in his heart when he saw the red flower oil in the deputy squad leader's hand. Suddenly, he remembered something. There's a package of mine at the company, can someone help me pick it up? Seeing that no one moved, he immediately extended a finger. A pack of cigarettes. Kong Baoruei immediately smiled and squatted down. Who are we to each other? Even without cigarettes, I'll help you get your package. Don't worry, I promise to bring it back in perfect condition. Chapter 61. In an instant, a huge wave exploded in the sand pit. The moment it hit the ground, the yellow sand was lifted by the shock wave. Then, a black flower exploded upwards. The deafening sound echoed throughout the training ground. Even the new recruits were dozens of meters away, but felt the wave as if it were hot. Damn! Awesome! Damn, this is the real deal. The new recruits were all stunned. They didn't know until they saw it with their own eyes just how shocking it was. It wasn't like in the movies, where smoke comes out after the alarm is pulled, and there's a few seconds of waiting time. The black smoke rose, and the flames were visible to the naked eye. Exploding. The enthusiasm of the new recruits was completely ignited. If playing with firecrackers during the new year is a 1, then the shock brought by throwing grenades is a 99. Not to mention the new recruits, anyone who sees this scene cannot remain indifferent. Everyone looked eagerly at the squad leader, thinking, "This is amazing, I want to learn too." All right, since you are so enthusiastic, each class can start preparing for training. With a command from the second squad leader, the 3 classes separated, with the first class occupying an open space. Wait! Shouldn't we just go straight into it? Why are we standing at attention now? Kong Baoruei had already rolled up his sleeves and was ready to step up, but unexpectedly was held back by a distance of 2 meters. Chapter 62. No company dares to let new recruits handle real weapons on their first day. Even the company commander can't agree to that. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they gathered together to practice singing. As the saying goes, training and culture should go hand in hand. Today, the whole squad learned to sing "Charge Forward." Show some spirit. After saying that, the second squad leader cleared his throat, took a deep breath, waved his hands, and led the singing. I am a young soldier, my figure is inscribed on the vast land as I move forward. I am a young soldier, the sound of marching echoes under the blue sky. The second squad leader's face turned red, singing with great enthusiasm. Below, the soldier's eyes were dazed. Were we really listening to a song? But rank has its privileges, and the second squad leader sang as if reciting poetry. What could they say? Some desperately tried to follow the tune, falling into the abyss of pitch along with the second squad leader. Some completely gave up. Singing more tragically than a village pig being slaughtered, others didn't make a sound at all, unable to produce such strange notes. The scene was so bizarre that it was hard to look at. However, there was a reason for this. The army emphasizes efficiency. They had been notified yesterday about the competition, only one day to practice, and they were to perform tomorrow. Chapter 63, So. The good class deputy is going to show some spirit, here. Lin Tian had an apple in his mouth and was carrying a basket of fruit. Just in time to hand him two. Liu Ao took them, rubbed his fingers on the surface of the apple, raised his head, and looked at Lin Tian with unspoken words. What's wrong? Let's go. Liu Ao frowned, as if pondering his words. Hurry up, speak quickly. The class leader said that if we perform well today, we'll get our phones. Lin Tian had just seen a big movie. And even though he couldn't go to the cinema, watching it on his phone would suffice. Liu Ao simply grabbed Lin Tian's arm and pulled him to a stop. Speaking quickly, he said, how about I tell the class leader to give you the deputy position instead? Lin Tian stopped chewing the apple, confused. What? Liu Ao stood straight. Seriously stating, I thought about it, your performance in the recent assessments has been on par with mine, and during the last shooting, you hit all the targets. Plus, the others in the class are very friendly to you. I think you are more suited to be the deputy than I am. This was the first time Lin Tian heard Liu Ao say such a long sentence, blinking in surprise. Deputy. To be honest, he had no interest at all. Although it was a rank, the deputy in the new recruit company had no real power. Chapter 64, Hey, hey. Do you think we will see the legendary female soldiers today? The new recruits were a bit restless, all they saw were big men. Not to mention female soldiers. There weren't even any female mosquitoes. Today's training subject was battlefield first aid. Even if there were no female doctors, a female nurse would do. Of course, they didn't necessarily want to see female soldiers. It was just that staring at rough men every day was somewhat tiring for the eyes. A change would be nice. Female soldiers. Dream on. It's not an exaggeration from Lin Tian, there really were none. Since the Border Defense Regiment was stationed at the border, very few female soldiers might be at the regiment headquarters. But such combat units rarely had them, they were new recruits, so it was out of the question. Everyone, get your spirits up. A loud shout brought the new recruits back to reality. Today, our training subject is battlefield first aid. You've been here for a while now. You should know what kind of regiment we are. In a sense, our regiment faces more challenges than others. On the battlefield, doctors won't be with you at all times. At that time, the only people you can trust are you and your comrades. The new recruits immediately quieted down, their expressions turning serious. Chapter 65, Lin Tian. Here. Take off your clothes. Huh? Take them off. Lin Tian didn't hesitate, quickly removing his jacket. Keep going, take everything off, what are you standing there for? It wasn't that Lin Tian didn't want to take off his clothes, he felt no need to be shy. However, it was a bit cold today, it was overcast. And as soon as he took off his inner lining, goosebumps appeared. His muscles tightened in the cold wind, and his well-built body was fully exposed in front of everyone. Wow! With the class leader present, the new recruits didn't dare to make a fuss. But the expressions in their eyes couldn't hide their mischievousness. Lin Tian already had a good physique, and after joining the army, he was further sculpted. Every inch of muscle was well defined. It wasn't apparent when he was dressed. But once he took off his clothes, it was clear he was fit. First, check if the patient is conscious. 001002003004005. 3 characters equal 1 second. Yang Guo opened Lin Tian's eyelids, checking if the pupils were dilated, feeling for the pulse, and checking for any autonomous breathing. As he spoke, he reached for Lin Tian's belt, then removed the patient's clothing and belt to avoid affecting the effectiveness of CPR. Chapter 66, Sure. Lin Tian was awakened from his dream by the sound of a whistle. Sitting up with bleary eyes to realize it was indeed a whistle. 5 long and short signals, emergency assembly. Everyone up. Emergency assembly. Lin Tian jumped out of bed, quickly putting on his pants and shouting. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning, and everyone was in a deep sleep, suddenly being woken up, feeling a bit dazed. It was still dark. Why were they assembling? Damn, doing this in the middle of the night. Are we trying to die? Where are my shoes? Has anyone seen my shoes? Lin Tian quickly packed his backpack, following what Guo Yuanpeng had taught him, securing his water bottle and shoulder bag, then hurriedly urged, hurry up. Just wear whatever shoes you have. After saying that, he opened the door and quickly walked out. The biting cold air rushed into the dormitory, instantly waking everyone up. They didn't care whose clothes they wore, they just grabbed whatever. Lin Tian was grateful they were in the same class, and that their dormitory was on the first floor. When he quickly walked to the door, he found only Jiang Tingfei and a few squad leaders in front of him. Lin Tian stood at the front of the line, looking at the new recruits in front of him, each one more comical than the last, and the more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. Some people's blankets are like love without substance. Take a few more steps, and it disperses. Chapter 67, Get up. Get up, emergency assembly. The third time. The new recruits clearly have become aware. No one complains, no one grumbles. Even if they are asleep, they place their clothes within reach, packing their bags, hanging their canteens. It's still hurried, but already has order. Lin Tian quickly organizes his backpack and returns, using his extraordinary eyesight and the faint light in the corridor to help the classmates get ready. Oh my god, your backpack strap is on the wrong side. Lin Tian dashed over to help Wang Ershing fix it, slapping his palm. Hurry up, put it on. Don't mess around anymore. Turning around, he saw Kong Baoruei still rummaging for socks. Shoes, put them on. Socks aren't important, just put them on. Tie your shoelaces quickly. Don't let them come undone halfway through and fall flat on your face. Once everyone was ready, Lin Tian had to check them before they could go out. He led the way, with the deputy class leader bringing up the rear. This time, Class 1 of the second squad was truly the first to reach the playground, waiting 2 minutes before the other classes arrived. The arriving classes headed straight for the playground, 5 kilometers. Upon reaching the playground, Jiang Tingfei wasted no time and gave direct orders. In fact, new recruits are like this, they have psychological expectations. And seeing the chaos still stirs up an unnamed anger within them. Chapter 68, a mere 20 kilometers, easy peasy. Early in the morning, when the wake-up call rang, all the new recruits set off in full gear. The change of seasons was evident in their clothing. They arrived in summer training uniforms, and now each one was bundled up. The legendary Lei Feng hats were worn by everyone, and they were loaded with gear. Training rifles, new training shoes, toiletries, dry rations, and more. The Red Bull at the shop was sold out yesterday, making it seem like Red Bull was sponsoring them. A military canteen requires 5 cans of Red Bull to fill it up, totaling over 10 pounds, but this did not affect the new recruits' moods at all. They walked, drank, sang, and jumped with joy. We are out, the outside air is so fresh. Come on, it's all the same place, how can it taste different? You don't understand. This is a yearning for freedom. I want to sing Blue Lotus. This was the new recruits' first armed march. And both the squad leader, and platoon leader were very lenient with them. No phones, purely on the move, and whispering with the person next to them was allowed. Bleeding and sweating but not shedding tears, losing skin and flesh but not falling behind. Chapter 69. Have you seen the sunset in the desert? The sunset pierced through the clouds, sinking at the end of the sea of sand. The entire world seemed to be ignited, golden light spreading across the dunes. The sun was orange-red, the desert was orange-red, and the light shining on them was also red. Everyone instinctively looked up. On this vast land, narrow love cannot grow. Looking ahead, marveling at the greatness of nature, burying their eyes at their feet, walking their own path. However, such sentiments could only last for an hour. Squad leader. What do you mean by immediately? When exactly do you mean? By afternoon, Jiang Tingfei had to make a turn every 2 kilometers. After another half hour. We'll be halfway there. Just hold on a bit longer, we are almost at the camp. Come on, can't even walk this little bit. What kind of soldier are you? The new recruits were like the ancient people, who looked at plums to quench their thirst, believing over and over again. Trusting again and again. They walked from dark to light and then from light back to dark. The desert night is very despairing. There are no lights, no goals. And even the sound of the wind seems particularly terrifying. The soldiers turned on their portable lights. They lined up, closely following the footsteps of the person in front. They had to report occasionally, stepping on the shadow of the person before them to take the next step. Chapter 70. The sharp whistle pierced the morning fog. And the new recruits gathered for morning exercises as usual. Their routine would not change because of the march. They had to leave as they arrived, looking the same. As dawn broke, they had to set off again, and before leaving, everyone filled their canteens with hot water. They stepped onto the journey. Oh no. We have to hurry so early. Where are you going? Have you eaten? The auntie has food at home, she's made some for you on your way. Lin Tian was pulled by the auntie, looking for help from the squad leader. As for why it was Lin Tian, after a day of outstanding performance. Jiang Tingfei specifically placed him in the middle to lighten the mood. Of course, there was also a bit of a looks factor, in any case. The auntie held onto his hand tightly, and Lin Tian didn't dare to pull away. Jiang Tingfei quickly ran over, wearing a smile on his face. Thank you. We've already eaten, we have a task now, we won't delay you. Oh, then let me buy you something to take on your journey. After saying that, she tried to drag Lin Tian toward the shop. Hello, really can't do it. Lin Tian stood at attention, saluted. Thank you, we have regulations. We will definitely come to see you when we have time. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took off running, and soon after. The other recruits also realized the situation, and turned to join the running group. Chapter 71. You must be gentle, gently, with the least amount of force, slowly, hey. Not bad, just gently pry it open from the side. Kong Baoruei stared closely at the person in front of him. Not daring to relax his vigilance for a moment. Kong Baoruei, be content, these hands will be signing contracts in the future. They can serve you by prying water blisters. You should be secretly delighted. Exactly, we would envy this treatment. Hearing this, Kong Baoruei couldn't help but laugh, proudly saying, he. My bond with Brother Tian can't be the same as yours, right? After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Tian, even deliberately lifting his chin. Lin Tian flashed him a brilliant smile, his eyes squinting. Then, the silver needle tip unhesitatingly plunged into the water blister. Ah? You're going all out. He struggled with his foot, his body reflexively recoiling backward, trying to escape with all his might. However, Lin Tian was already prepared, firmly holding down his foot. Giving him no chance to run away, calmly and firmly saying, don't move, there's one more, hold on. Lin Tian's serious expression was reminiscent of someone focusing and calm while applying a film under the bridge. Chapter 72. 3 months later. The new recruits completed the preliminary training of common subjects for the entire army. The rest of the training would depend on which company the new recruits were assigned to for their specialized training. The assessment includes many contents: physical fitness, formation, basic actions, marksmanship, grenade throwing, regulations and rules assessments, and first aid, etc. And now, the new recruits were standing on a 3-kilometer track. After suffering for so long, they had to give it their all in the final stretch and run with all their strength. Before the run, Guo Yuanpeng reminded the class. He is now like the parents waiting at the entrance before the college entrance examination, hoping that everyone in the class will do well in this final assessment. As the class monitor, he won't participate in the assessment at all, acting merely as a mascot on the sidelines. With the sound of a whistle, Lu Ao dashed to the front in an instant, taking the lead. The two of them were almost neck and neck. But Lin Tian always had a slight edge over Lu Ao. In the 3 kilometers, Lu Ao had a strong burst of speed in the early stages, while Lin Tian was more patient. Suddenly, another figure overtook Lin Tian from his left. Lin Tian focused and saw that it was He Feidao from Class 2. A burly figure trying to surpass Lu Ao to become first. The score gap in the other events wasn't significant, but the 3 kilometers were counted in seconds. Chapter 73, Comb, Comb. Has anyone seen a comb? Kong Baoruei rummaged through his things, shouting anxiously. With that 2 inches of hair on your head, a quick swipe would do. You have less hair than a comb. Fumenda couldn't help but tease. What is it to you? Today is very important. Kong Baoruei shot him a glare, and finally found the comb beside his bed. He took out a small mirror, and meticulously arranged his hairstyle. Hey, Kong Ge. You're really going for that delicate boy look. Wang Ershing couldn't help but laugh. The new recruits just started, don't be so particular. What do you know? On the first day, image is important. I need to be remembered by the class monitor at first glance. All right, just wait to be remembered. You might end up being pulled out to perform on the first day. Li Qiong patted his shoulder, relishing in his misfortune. In the entire dormitory, the new recruits had all changed into brand new winter uniforms, and their bedding was neatly packed. In the corner, a classic little yellow basin held the few washing supplies. Excitement was written on everyone's faces, and they couldn't settle down. Lin Tian, who was originally tidying himself in front of the big mirror in the washroom, was suddenly drafted. Chapter 74, TCH, they LL take any trash. Before he even reached the car, a voice full of malice mocked him. He Feidao was sitting in the passenger seat, his eyes disdainfully sweeping over the 3 of them. What do you mean? He Feidao pushed the door open and stood up. What do you mean? It's obvious. Reconnaissance company, results speak for themselves. His words pointed directly at Fumenda. Some people, barely passing, can still make it into the reconnaissance company. I really don't understand. Is the reconnaissance company so desperate for people? Fumenda's face turned red with anger, immediately retorting, the division ISNT something I can decide. It was the company commander who wanted me to go over. If you have the ability, go tell the company commander. TCH, He Feidao scoffed. Who knows if you gave some benefits? You have quite a strong connection, huh? The company commander can be persuaded by you. He Feidao felt it was very unfair. He trained secretly every day, got up in the middle of the night to practice, and barely passed each assessment, finally shining in the final assessment. Being in the reconnaissance company along with the first and second from the new recruits, though he lost, he still had honor. But Fumenda, who had an average score, why did he get to ride in the same car with them? Fumenda's fists clenched tightly, not knowing how to retort. Chapter 75, Hello, sorry. The class monitor assigned the task of cleaning guns today, so I didn't have time to pick you up. The speaker was a soldier with a simple appearance, standing closest to the door. Seeing Lin Tian carrying his luggage, he hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. The others seemed to realize it afterward and came over to take Lin Tian's basin and quilt. The atmosphere was a bit subtle, not cold, but not warm either. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. To be fair, the dormitory was much better than the new recruits' barracks. It was large. At least twice the size of the new recruits' barracks, enough to play badminton in the middle. The beds were still bunk beds, 4 in total, with 1 empty. As soon as he walked in, most of the people in the dormitory stood up. The class monitor isn't here, your bed is this one. A few people tacitly placed the quilt on the bed, their movements swift. Lin Tian glanced around, understanding a bit more. No need, I can do it myself. As he spoke, Lin Tian took the quilt and stuffed the inside with his belongings. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Lin Tian broke the silence first. Let me introduce myself, I'm Lin Tian, 18 this year, turning 19 after the new year. I'm very happy to join class 6. Chapter 76, You're quite arrogant, daring to make me fetch water. Do you know who I am? Ma Qinchen's eyes widened, looking incredulous. Lin Tian pointed to the duty roster. Today it's your turn to fetch water, right? Moreover, Lin Tian sneered, you're neither the class monitor, nor the vice class monitor, nor an officer. What gives you the right to order me? Generally, soldiers automatically become sergeants in their second year. It's something that comes with time. Lin Tian didn't understand where he got his confidence from. You're just a sergeant. Come talk to me when you become a star. After saying that, Lin Tian turned around and left, acting like some seasoned soldier. Longguo isn't like some pickled cabbage country, where class divisions are severe. Everyone is equal, especially in the army, wanting to play the seniority card. Dream on. The surrounding veterans seemed to be busy with their own things, but their ears were perked up, all paying attention to this side. Most people wouldn't come up and embarrass the newcomers like a fool. Between new recruits and veterans, only those of the same year are closest. After a year of getting along, suddenly a new face joins. They definitely need to get to know each other. And Lin Tian, before he even got to the company, was already a familiar name. Saving someone led to such a big fuss. At the very least, he would earn a third-class merit. Chapter 77, She hasn't replied to my message for 2 hours. Did she not see it? Should I send another message to remind her? No. What if she's really busy? It shouldn't be, she just said she had breakfast. What if she hasn't eaten? Should I order her a meal and send it over? But that wouldn't be good. Jiang Tingfei leaned against the infirmary, anxiously pacing back and forth. His face was filled with entanglement, regret, and a bit of anticipation. Lin Tian was almost driven crazy by him. It was hard to find such a reason to sleep soundly, yet there was a fly buzzing around. Buzzing, like a chant. It was bad enough that he was calling out, he even had to occasionally whine. Jiang Tingfei frowned, ruffling his hair, not knowing what Jing'e was doing right now. She hadn't messaged him all day. Has their relationship cooled? Lin Tian couldn't help but cough. Cool? Lin Tian had seen his chat records. Every day at the same time, 3 messages, good morning, have you eaten? Have you eaten lunch? Have you rested? Have you gotten off work? Pay attention to safety on the way home. It was like clocking in for work with his chatting, with that emotional intelligence. It's no wonder he hasn't found a partner at 30. Hey, I know you're awake. Chapter 78, Each project, when taken separately, doesn't seem very difficult. It's different when you add it all up. Even Guo Yuanpeng was gasping for breath after finishing, having expended a tremendous amount of energy. The veterans came in like a flood. After the first 3 events, the others followed in. Everyone's results were under 2 minutes. What does 2 minutes mean? An ordinary person would take about that long to run 400 meters on the track, right? After the veterans finished, they were still catching their breath. Jiang Tingfei had already stepped forward, clapping his hands and loudly saying, "Where are the new recruits? Anyone want to give it a try? Don't be shy." Even though we don't have many new recruits, I believe none of you are cowards, right? Jiang Tingfei noticed a few new recruits hanging their heads, scanning the crowd, and caught a glimpse of Lin Tian. Report. A crisp voice broke the silence, and everyone turned to look at Lin Tian. Good, you go first. He Fei Dao looked at Lin Tian with resentment. He had just been about to step forward when Lin Tian jumped ahead. Damn, such a good opportunity to show off. What a pity. Lin Tian wasn't one for hesitation. Starting is always the hardest part. Even if he fell into a pit, it wouldn't he be embarrassing? Besides, he had watched it dozens of times already. It would be bad not to step up now. Chapter 79, by the end of the morning. The entire reconnaissance company of the 588th Regiment had remembered the name of this new recruit, Lin Tian. It was well known that the training in the reconnaissance company was tough, with high intensity and numerous tasks. Every reconnaissance soldier was carefully selected. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care for their lives. Lin Tian belonged to the last category. He charged to the front without hesitation for any training subject. He dared to take on anything and wanted to be first. Although he often doubted life due to being criticized by veterans, he wasn't afraid. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. No matter how strong the veteran reconnaissance soldiers were, he wasn't lacking either. The other new recruits entering the reconnaissance company with him were also not cowards. For the first time in a long time, the veterans in the reconnaissance company felt a sense of crisis. The stagnant results had suddenly risen. Jiang Tingfei stood at the edge of the training ground, unable to stop glancing at the timer. He thought the company had hit a bottleneck. While being a reconnaissance soldier sounded impressive, in reality, they were all just ordinary people. The first hurdle upon entering the company was that some new recruits couldn't keep up at first, and once their energy was exhausted, that was it. After adapting, if they didn't strive to improve and instead settled for their existing results, that was another hurdle. Chapter 80, Guo Yuanpeng said, "Today we have new recruits. And I will emphasize the requirements again. 30 seconds, 30 rounds of ammunition, no misses allowed. As reconnaissance soldiers, if you can't hit the target, don't say I'm your squad leader." Guo Yuanpeng wasn't targeting Lin Tian specifically, but was addressing certain veterans in the squad. He had been training new recruits for 3 months, and his squad had been slacking off for 3 months. From the morning's physical training, it was clear that other squads were striving to excel while theirs was lagging behind. Their goals were different, yet they still wanted to compete for first place. What a joke. Everyone, load your ammunition, one by one, let me see if you've regressed. Yes. The firearms were loaded, lined up, everyone took their most practiced prone position. The barrels were slightly raised, aiming at the distant target center. Lin Tian also lay down. It was his first time switching the shooting mode to semi-automatic. He took a deep breath and gripped the rifle with both hands, holding his breath and focusing. Tap 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 tap. At the command, the other veterans glanced around, almost skipping the aiming step, and began firing immediately. Lin Tian couldn't do that. He still needed to align his sights. After the others had fired 5 rounds, he finally adjusted his position and fired his first shot. Bang! Chapter 81, it was clear he still needed more practice. Lin Tian had a bit of a scholarly, introspective attitude, thinking too much and trying to predict outcomes before things even began. But unlike others, he was willing to use his own efforts to shorten the process as much as possible. After entering the company, shooting was no longer just a command from the squad leader. The veterans practiced at their own pace. Guo Yuanpeng was next to Lin Tian, correcting him. You still need to be faster. Clearing the magazine in 30 seconds while ensuring no misses is just the basic requirement. Maintain accuracy while trying to improve speed. Firing 5 rounds one by one is completely different from firing 30 rounds in one go. Change the magazine, shoot, and speed up. It's unstable, very unstable. Adjust your stance, raise your gun, aim, pull the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets tore through the air, the gun barrel jumped, and the shells were continuously ejected, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Squad leader, I've controlled it as much as possible, but the results are not what I imagined. Lin Tian looked through the scope, feeling a bit disheartened. He had aimed correctly, the trajectory was right, the process was correct, but the results were wrong. Chapter 82. Are you done yet? You're a grown man, it's been half an hour, if you take any longer, you can go by yourself, don't drag me along. Lin Tian, dressed in casual clothes, kept checking the time in front of the jeep. The last time he waited for someone like this was with his mom. He didn't expect Jiang Tingfei to be more fussy than her. Come on, look at how I'm dressed, is it a bit too formal? Lin Tian looked up. Seeing Jiang Tingfei wearing a suit from who knows when, with a bow tie on his chest. Oh my gosh, are you going to a fashion show? He didn't have many formal outfits, just these two, and one was for winter. What do you think, is it okay? Lin Tian walked over and pulled off Jiang Tingfei's bow tie. What are you doing? This cost 1 or 200 yuan. Lin Tian then opened all the buttons of his suit, finally making it look less like a real estate agent. You're just messing around, is this okay? Let us go. Lin Tian walked around him to the back seat, only to be grabbed by a pair of big hands on his collar. You're the squad leader. I'm the squad leader, I'll drive. After several times, he used to think Lin Tian didn't have a driver's license. And it was reasonable for the squad leader to drive, but unexpectedly, this kid had just turned 18 and got his license, yet here they were. Chapter 83, Little Jiang. You're not trying to fool me with the veterans, are you? Every month end, Zhu Guoqiang would visit various companies. Not so much for inspections, but to check on the soldiers in the regiment. At this time, each company would put their best soldiers forward. And Zhu Guoqiang was already familiar with this routine. Regimental commander, you know me, when have I ever done anything dishonest? Ha, I doubt you would dare. As the flagship of the 588th Regiment, the reconnaissance company had always been the spearhead unit, whether in exercises or patrols. They had been featured multiple times in both the regiment's and military's reports, making them a recognized elite unit in the army. Zhu Guoqiang scanned the soldiers on the field, his gaze lingering on Lin Tian for a few seconds before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, really not bad. He nodded, his eyes carrying a scrutinizing look. Especially on the private on the left, who had the demeanor of the little party from back in the day. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer standing beside him, Dang Rui, smiled lightly, his eyes filled with approval. The young man's shooting was better than mine back in the day. Dang Rui, a lieutenant, was once a legendary sniper of the 588th Regiment, a soldier promoted out of turn. He was injured in the leg during a battle and initially insisted on retiring. But the regiment commander forcibly kept him, assigning him to the logistics department, occasionally accompanying the commander to the front lines to observe. Chapter 84, Let us go. I'll show you something good today. Dang Rui walked ahead, with Lin Tian closely following, all the way to the Arms Management Office. The Arms Management Office was an independent room, heavily guarded, with strict checks for entry and exit, and no procedures could be overlooked. But Dang Rui was an exception. The commander had already instructed that he could take the regiment's firearms for practice, just needing to make a record. Master, is it appropriate for me to go in? Lin Tian hesitated a bit. He had never been inside before and had heard that it was particularly strict inside, especially with that notorious arms officer known for being fierce. Without explicit permission, even just looking around could lead to a lengthy interrogation. Just go. The arms officer had a face like someone owed him money, tensing up whenever someone approached. When he saw someone coming in, his eyes narrowed, but when he realized it was Dang Rui, he returned to his usual demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Inside the army, Firearms and ammunition were neatly arranged, with replacement parts all aligned perfectly. No matter whether it was on the shelves or in the boxes, everything was spotless. You should be familiar with these guns: the Type 81, Type 03, Type 95. These are what you've been practicing with these days. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the gun rack, stopping at a wooden-stocked rifle in the corner. Master. That is the Type 56, right? 7.62mm caliber, semi-automatic rifle. Chapter 85. These past few days have been foggy, with occasional light rain. After breakfast, each squad began their training exercises. Lin Tian listened carefully to Guo Yuanpeng's explanations of the movements, not daring to slack off. Today, they started practicing falling techniques: forward falls, backward falls, side falls, forward rolls, backward rolls, side rolls, and so on. In simple terms, it was about throwing oneself to the ground and then minimizing the impact. These movements were dangerous, and the techniques had to be executed correctly, otherwise one could easily injure themselves. Generally, only the armed police and reconnaissance units practiced these techniques. But Lin Tian was in the reconnaissance unit. And since the border defense had previously been under the armed police, he had to pass this hurdle. Lin Tian liked challenges and excitement. But that didn't mean he didn't value his life. He had to learn well. Guo Yuanpeng, forward fall, prepare, flowing work, begin. Fortunately, they were in a sandpit. If it were on concrete, he might as well forget about his arms. Thud, 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 the sound of soldiers hitting the sandpit. The veterans were already very skilled. One after another. It was Lin Tian's turn. Phew. The biggest issue for beginners practicing falling techniques wasn't the movements themselves, but psychological. When the body was falling, the brain would trigger a protective mechanism. Chapter 86. Intercept him, cut him off, he is going to shoot. Block the way up. Don't panic. Watch the passing route, switch positions, switch positions. Life in the reconnaissance unit wasn't all training, they had a rich leisure life. Basketball, volleyball, soccer, table tennis, go, chess. Military chess. They didn't like computer rooms or gyms. They were all young and full of vigor. And the higher-ups tried every means to let this group of 20-somethings release their energy. Now, the 5th and 6th squads were in a fierce competition on the basketball court. Suddenly, a player from the 5th squad broke through the defense, preparing to attack. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he quickly ran to the basket, ready to cut off this attack. Steal. He reached out his hand, just managing to block the passing route, and successfully intercepted the ball. Lin Tian quickly turned around and charged toward the opponent's basket. Pass to me. Pass to me. Lin Tian shouted. He made a quick pass. And Lin Tian moved swiftly. He widened his eyes, seeing the basket right in front of him, with defenders almost surrounding him. I can't be stopped. Lin Tian secretly accelerated, suddenly coming to a sharp stop, jumping cleanly and forcefully dunking the ball into the basket. Bam! The ball accurately slammed into the basket. The net shaking, and the entire court erupted in cheers. Chapter 87. Master, if I had known it was you coming, I would have brought you some beef jerky to show my respect. No need, I'm fine with a bit of chocolate. Dang Rui didn't greet anyone. Directly pulling out a few pieces of dark chocolate from Lin Tian's pocket, and popping them into his mouth. Others might not understand him, but Lin Tian did. This guy never had empty pockets, charmingly calling it combat rations. The first squad was split into two, each person carrying a large backpack filled with supplies for the veterans, serving both as resupply and patrol. Every year, this planned patrol was organized methodically. This year, it just so happened to coincide, and their defense area was large. So even a regular patrol wouldn't be completed in just a day or two. Originally, Guo Yuanpeng was the team leader, but Dang Rui was worried and came along. Guo Yuanpeng naturally went with the other group. The training in the reconnaissance unit was closely tied to real combat. They ran around the mountains every day. Lin Tian had been in the unit for 2 months and could keep up while weaving through the mountains and forests. Patrolling was not like training, which had fixed distances. Especially in these past few days of heavy rain, the paths they had previously made were already blurred, landslides occurred, and the streams rose rapidly, making climbing and wading through water the norm. Deng Rui, a veteran of over 10 years, could navigate the area with his eyes closed, knowing exactly where the pits were and where to step safely. Chapter 88. After walking for a while, the wind in the mountains gradually turned cold. The sunset sliced into fragments by tree shadows, and the sky darkened. Let us rest here, we won't go any further. Traveling at night is too dangerous. Visibility is poor, and it's easy to miss your step. Lin Tian and the others found a flat area, simply laid some grass down, and arranged for those who needed to find water to do so and those who needed to find food to go find it. After eating and drinking, it was already quite late. Each person found a tree to hug while sleeping. Lin Tian hugged the tree and put his backpack around his neck as a pillow. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt 2 pokes in his waist. Get up. We've arrived at a new place. Wouldn't it be a waste not to explore? Let us go take a look. Okay. Lin Tian, seeing it was Deng Rui, quickly opened his eyes and followed him forward. Deng Rui, you should have learned quite a bit of knowledge these past few days. Find the best sniper point you can. Me find. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. Deng Rui was like this, he had his own teaching methods. And it was common for him to come up with spontaneous ideas for Lin Tian to do something. In the deep mountains, vigilance is a must. Throughout the journey, he was in the middle, and it can be said that Deng Rui and the veteran took on this responsibility. The road would eventually be walked by oneself. Chapter 89. You performed well today, make sure to get some sleep, we have a long way to go tomorrow. Lin Tian leaned the 88 sniper rifle against himself, moved his shoulders a bit, and shook his head, saying, no need, I will guard the first shift. Deng Rui raised an eyebrow and looked at him, are you sure? Lin Tian, I'm not tired. Deng Rui didn't persuade him further, just casually pulled out a piece of canvas and laid it on the ground, half lying down. All right, remember. Don't stare at one spot at night, don't let the darkness deceive you. Lin Tian walked in the dark, the sound of branches being stepped on was in his ears. It was very quiet, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Surrounding them was nothing but darkness, the only light came from the flashlight. The beam swept through the forest, illuminating a small patch briefly, making the unlit areas appear even deeper. Boring. Lying in the grass, faced with absolute solitude. No one to talk to, yet he had to maintain absolute focus. At first, he was full of energy, using all his senses to observe everything around him. After getting used to it, his eyelids couldn't help but want to close. No, this won't do. Lin Tian slapped his face, trying to entertain himself. He thought about how he would attack as an assailant and how the defenders would defend. The trees on the east side provided good cover, but it was easy to leave footprints. Chapter 90. Speeding up, the group transitioned from a normal pace to a rapid march. Once the speed increased, the physical energy consumed was not comparable to before, with no moments to rest. Lin Tian followed behind Deng Rui, daring not to stop for a moment. He didn't know if they would encounter enemies, nor did he know the location of the watchtower, but he trusted the judgment of the veteran. On the opposite side, the situation was unclear, yet it was evident that a team had crossed the border. No one could ensure what the desperate fugitives might do. Following Deng Rui all the way, he didn't dare to say a word, fearing that if he showed any sign of weakness, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Marching rapidly in the mountains, the speed was not constant. The pace kept accelerating, with only the difficult paths slowing them down. But with the constant change of speed, Combined with the difficult mountain paths, it consumed even more physical strength. Carrying supplies on his back, the energy expenditure was immense. 50 meters ahead. Adjust the route to avoid the rocky area. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing the burning pain in his chest, quickening his pace to catch up. The people in the team were all silent, no one complained, and no one stopped, only the sounds of heavy breathing and muted footsteps intertwined in the night. Climbing mountains and crossing waters was not just a phrase, it was a true depiction. Chapter 91, Silence. An extraordinary silence. Everyone moved forward with the lightest steps. And once they crossed the last mountain, they would reach their destination. But the closer they got to the end, the less anyone dared to act rashly. Because now, they were in the valley between two mountains, and the low terrain left them no place to hide. They could only find cover, as much as possible, and minimize noise to the greatest extent. The sky gradually darkened, the wind gently blew, and the leaves rustled. But amidst the sound of the leaves, Lin Tian sensed a different sound. Someone. There really was someone. The opposite side was equally well trained. Using the sound of the wind to cover their tracks. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and looked at the frontmost Dang Rui. Dang Rui raised his right hand. Fingers clenched into a fist, signaling everyone to stop. His gaze swept over Lin Tian and Ma Chen, and he whispered, one in front and one behind. Ma Chen goes ahead to find a sniping position, Lin Tian withdraws to cover the team's passage. Discovering the enemy did not mean they should open fire. They had no conditions, even if they had real ammunition, they could not act recklessly without knowing the enemy's strength. Dang Rui had to be responsible for the six-man team. There were only 6 of them. Ma Chen went first, he had to be at the front of the team, being a veteran, he could not let Lin Tian, a rookie, take the lead. Chapter 92, New soldiers usually face 2 situations during their first combat. One is fear, unable to fire a gun, or even exaggeratedly, unable to move at all. The other is unusual excitement, even showing an exuberant emotion when facing the enemy. And Lin Tian was clearly the latter, his enthusiasm ignited. His adrenaline surged, and his heart beat like a drum. He even imagined having a machine gun right now, spraying bullets at the group. But rationality forcefully suppressed this impulse. He fired a few shots at several potential hiding spots, and then quickly descended the mountain to meet up with Ma Chen. We need to find a way to escape. Lin Tian said softly, unsure of how the team was doing, but we can't stay here too long. Neither of them had been here before, but fortunately, they knew the location of the watchtower. Lin Tian stood behind Ma Chen, the two of them back to back. Ma Chen was panting. Not expecting to be stuck with you at this moment. He never thought that one day he would be partnered with the rookie he spoke of in life and death. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, be grateful, being with me, we will definitely see the sun tomorrow. Retreat to the east, using the terrain to create distance. We don't have enough ammunition and cannot afford to get entangled. Chapter 93, in that moment, time and space slowed down 800 times. Lin Tian clearly saw the bullet burst from the chamber, slicing through the air, heading straight for him. Is it a pity? A little bit. There were still many places he hadn't been to, many things he hadn't done. Looking back, he had lived carefree for the first 18 years, materially abundant, emotionally fulfilled. Family, friends, comrades, each one left a mark in his heart. He hadn't even written a will, and he didn't know if anyone would water the flowers he planted. Unfortunately, he wouldn't see Xiaolan grow up. Regret? No regret. The path he chose led to this day, dying in the right place. The gunfire exploded in his ears, and a strong survival instinct made him instinctively dodge to the side. But the next second, more bullets shot out like raindrops, sealing all escape routes. Bang bang bang. It hurt, but not that much. The bullet struck directly on his chest, he could feel the impact penetrating his clothes, a dull pain against his muscles. But strangely, The tearing sensation he imagined did not occur. Looking down, the bullets had directly ricocheted off, falling to the ground with a crisp metallic clink, pulling Lin Tian out of his thoughts. Looking up, a line of people put down their guns, seemingly smiling. When Dang Rui appeared in front, he immediately understood. Chapter 94. The squad leader at the watchtower was very welcoming, setting up stools, cooking, and even preparing warm water thoughtfully. Although it was called a watchtower, it was actually also a home. There are several houses behind, and even bedding has been prepared for them. A group of people sat down. With 6 classes and a squad from the outpost, 2 classes together set up 2 large tables. Tea was used instead of wine on the table, creating a lively atmosphere. It was still a bit cold at night, and having a uniquely flavored military hot pot dinner was both heartwarming and stomach-filling. However, amid this lively scene, the organizer quietly left. "Where are you going?" After Guo Yuanpeng finished cleaning up, he wanted to look for him, but heard a cold voice. Turning around, he saw Dang Rui sitting steadily. "I'm looking for someone, one of our class members is missing, and I want to find him to talk." He was worried. As the squad leader of Lin Tian's new recruits, he had lived in the upper and lower bunk for 5 whole months. To be honest, his feelings for Lin Tian were even better than those of the original class members. He had genuinely put in effort. And seeing him force a smile made the old squad leader feel uneasy. No need to look for him, he is at the top of the mountain. Let him be alone for a while. Chapter 95. The air instantly thickened. Everyone tensed up, glancing around with vigilant eyes. There were hardly any people in this area. The nearest town was over 100 kilometers away, but they were only 30 kilometers from the neighboring country. Lin Tian, squad leader, could it be an animal? Squad leader Wu furrowed his brow, carefully examining the cable and reaching out to touch the loose part. It doesn't look like it, in the mountains. Only goats can travel that far, but given the current weather, the grass on the mountain hasn't grown well, so it doesn't make sense. As he spoke, he planted a red flag next to the cable and then made a note. Don't underestimate this steep mountain road. If someone really comes from that direction, we might not notice. Compared to other entrances, this steepness actually becomes a channel for them to enter long country. Dang Rui was taken aback, frowning tightly. Is there any way to prevent it? There is only one outpost nearby, but our regiment is over 100 kilometers away. There is no way. Such incidents were more common in previous years, but in recent years, I've been at this outpost for 10 years and have only encountered it 3 times, mostly smuggling. We're not like the southern provinces, where drug trafficking is rare. In fact, the issue of defense lines is difficult to solve. Long country invests a lot of money and equipment every year, but this territory is just too vast. Chapter 96. Livestock are plentiful every year. But this year there are especially many. I can't take it anymore, my lungs are aching from running. On the training ground, the members of Class 6 were carrying logs, running around the playground. Lin Tian stood at the side with a loudspeaker. Faster, faster. Ma Chencheng, what are you saying? If you keep dragging your feet, you'll have to run another lap. Ma Chencheng desperately grabbed Guo Yuanpeng's clothes, pleading, Squad leader, I beg you. Let us train with you instead. I really can't take it anymore. Guo Yuanpeng dodged and said firmly, this week is Lin Tian's training. I want to intervene. Hurry up. What are you doing? Pulling and tugging in the ranks, do you think you're still a baby? Ma Chencheng instantly shivered, catching up to the team, cursing as he ran. Damn it, he is targeting me, he has gotten arrogant since becoming the vice squad leader, and he doesn't value brotherhood at all. After finally finishing the run, they dropped the logs on the ground and saw the last person they wanted to see. Lin Tian was smiling kindly. I heard you have a very high opinion of me in the ranks. No, yes. I said you're good, responsible, and very capable. Lin Tian revealed his signature smile, I'm not deaf, pick it up and run another lap. I don't want to say it twice. Chapter 97, Beep, Beep, Beep. Emergency Assembly. The entire camp became lively, with no noise or delay, only the hurried sound of footsteps and the clattering of equipment. They rushed to the open space as quickly as possible. 7.5 minutes. The entire night raid reconnaissance company was fully armed and lined up. A line to the right, look forward. At ease, stand at attention. Second platoon leader Luo Yunshi stood at the front of the line, chest out, loudly reporting. Comrades of the company, the entire night raid reconnaissance company is assembled, please give instructions. In the night, a tall figure stepped forward. Jiang Tingfei had a serious expression. Holding an order tightly in hand, scanning the lineup before him. At ease. Comrades. According to the urgent order from the headquarters, the annual confrontation exercise has begun. Our division is the Red Army unit. Our regiment has always been the ace unit. Jiang Tingfei's eyes shone with intensity, his voice firm. And our night raid reconnaissance company is the vanguard of the regiment, the eyes, the dagger. I want to say much, each class has prepared in these days. And I think there's no need for a pre-war mobilization. We are all reconnaissance soldiers, and the combat awareness is ingrained in every training session. His tone suddenly shifted to a more serious note. For this exercise, I have only one requirement. Chapter 98. The young master of the Lin family has probably endured all his hardships in the army, right? In summary, it is not yet the time for the exercise. They arrived at the designated location, built fortifications, and set up tents. Lin Tian thought, upon reaching the location, he picked up his gun and dashed into the forest. Charging ahead. Unexpectedly, after getting off the vehicle, each person took a shovel and started digging trenches. The first 6 classes set up tents, while the last 6 classes dug trenches with clear divisions of labor. Ignoring the small frustration in his heart, he picked up the shovel and started digging. It must be finished today, and there must be cat ear holes. With time tight and tasks heavy, he grabbed the shovel and got to work. You should have a conscience, take the shovel and dig with me. Hey, that is not right, the division of labor in the company must listen to the squad leader. Lu Ao was now also the vice squad leader of Class 3. After just reporting to the leader, he passed by and saw Lin Tian awkwardly swinging the shovel. While others were digging dirt, this young master was fighting with the dirt, pouring all his strength into the trench. Vice squad leader, if you're a brother, come help me. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he shoved the shovel into Lu Ao's hands and sat down to take out his water bottle for a break. Lu Ao looked at the shovel in his hand, both amused and exasperated. All right, as the vice squad leader, I can't complain. Ma Chen Cheng. You've already rested for 3 minutes, do you want to raise pigs? If there are no spots in logistics, I'll pay for piglets myself to help you fulfill your wish. Chapter 99. The night in the jungle was very dark, with no lighting equipment in the forest. The mountains and forests were dense, and in this pitch-black night, a small team moved forward, closely following the terrain for cover, heading towards their expected target. Meng Wei Feng. Confirm the location again, we are now offline and disconnected. One misstep can lead to lasting regret, so we must not go off course. Meng Wei Feng was very confident. Don't worry, based on experience, the ammunition supply is in the middle position, and the 369th Regiment is distributed here. We have already entered the Blue Army's range. Lin Tian crouched low, walking while whispering, our task is very clear. Find the ammunition storage location of the 369th Regiment. At 8 o'clock. Report the coordinates to the artillery and blow them up. Understood. He way lowered his voice. Their regiment used to be our subordinates. This time we strive for normal performance. Let us try to make them the first to be eliminated. All right, enough talking, let's go. It's 2 o'clock now, we need to arrive before 5. And we have to hide, it won't be easy to move once it gets light. Lin Tian put away his joking tone and took the lead, stepping into the grass. At the 369th Regiment Command, Commander Peng Weiye frowned, looking seriously at the map. Chapter 100, Crossing the Hill. Lin Tian slung his gun on his back and ran for his life. The gunfire couldn't be masked. Since there were personnel out, there were at least a platoon. Or at most a company. Over 100 people were chasing after him, and if he didn't run faster, he would be caught on the first day of the exercise. Which would be embarrassing to go back to. Infantry are good at running, and scouts are infantry, who are especially good at running. Lin Tian finally understood why so many projects are designed around two legs. In the woods, it all depended on them. He gasped for breath and quickly reached halfway up the hill. Habitually observing the terrain, he found an excellent sniping position. There was a protruding high ground on the mountain. Unobstructed, and easy to retreat from. There were no obvious cover from all directions. The field of vision was wide open, completely suitable for a sniper's ambush. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he pulled a dagger from his waist. He crouched down and quickly climbed up from the back. Sure enough. Before he reached the spot, he heard a faint breathing sound. Inside was a blue-side sniper, tightly gripping a sniper rifle, eyes fixed on the distant woods. Completely unaware of Lin Tian quietly approaching. Lin Tian held the dagger, silently crept up behind the man, held his breath, made almost no sound, and decisively reached out. Instantly pressing down on the sniper's neck. Chapter 101, Exercise Director's Office. The electronic screen continuously refreshed the red and blue side situation map, with the cursor blinking the latest status. In the communication channel, the commander's orders mixed with reports from various troops came through. Report. An officer suddenly stood up. Report, sir. Just received the latest update from the Blue Army. The 9th Armored Regiment of the Blue Army is pressing against the defense line of the 4th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of the Red Army. And both sides have already engaged in fierce firefights at the forward positions. The Chief Director, Colonel Shi Chi, quickly scanned the electronic SAN table. On the screen, the markers were interlocked, and the situation seemed to have fallen into a stalemate. The Deputy Director stood aside, carefully analyzing the situation. Frowning, the Blue Army's advance speed is very fast. They've already broken through the first line of defense and are advancing deep, But what? But looking at the Red Army, they don't seem to plan to hold their ground. They intend to draw the Blue Army into complex terrain. If the Blue Army advances too quickly, they may fall into the preset ambush zone. Upon hearing this, the Chief Director, Shi Chi, suddenly slapped the armrest and laughed heartily. Ban Xiaohua and Wang Huiyao, those two old foxes, you won't let me. I won't let you, one fully utilizing mobility, the other leveraging equipment advantages. It's a fair match. Chapter 102, Overnight, the situation turned dramatically. The stalemate was indeed broken. The Blue Army's command system was shattered by the Red Army, and multiple units were disconnected. The main force fell into the ambush circle meticulously arranged by the Red Army. The Red Army quickly closed the encirclement. An artillery fire continuously surged towards the Blue Army's positions. The Blue Army's defense line kept retreating, and if they fell back any further, it would signal the end of the exercise. Unlike the anxious soldiers on the front line, next to the Blue Army's command post, in a tent, a radio played a melodious violin piece, the melody soft and flowing. The folding chairs were casually arranged, and several old books were scattered across the table. A steaming enamel cup nearby released hot vapor, and the fragrance of tea mingled with the cool morning breeze. A colonel, around 40 years old, lazily leaned back in a folding chair, engrossed in a book on the art of war. Suddenly, the tent was flung open. Colonel Wang Yaohui strode in angrily, switching off the radio. What the hell time is it? It's about to turn into a mess outside, and you're just here listening to music and drinking tea. The man moved the book aside, calmly crossing his legs. Why are you so angry? You're getting on in years, yet still so restless. That's not good, not good. Chapter 103, Oh, who is this? A good scout not doing his job. hiding in a hole like a hamster. Lin Tian pushed aside the camouflaged bushes and took off his helmet. In the light, he saw 3 people buried in the trench and immediately laughed. So, the old buddies from Squad 6 are all huddled up here. Ma Chencheng in the pit looked up, a frustrated expression on his face as he extended his hand, urgently saying, "Stop with the sarcastic remarks, pull me up." Ma Chencheng's clothes were in tatters, having tried to climb several times without success. Lin Tian frowned, looking him up and down, suspiciously asking, "Did a dog bite you?" He felt a bit disgusted. It was just too dirty, with something clawed at his pants. And he was covered in mud. Even the zipper of his camouflage uniform had disappeared, held together with grass. It was terrifying. Ma Chencheng's mouth twitched. "You're the dog." Guo Yuanpeng laughed and said, "You guessed it right. I was really chased by a dog, to be precise, a military dog, haha." The military dog seemed to have tracked a scent and wouldn't let go of Ma Chencheng. As a sniper, he was squatting well on the high ground, but unfortunately, he was sniffed out by the military dog. Anyone who has raised a dog knows that once a dog has locked onto a target, it's nearly impossible to shake it off. Generally, a dog's olfactory cells are around 1.5 billion, while military dogs have as many as 200 million olfactory cells. Chapter 104, Bullets poured down like a rainstorm, illuminating half the sky. The artillery fire and landmine explosion effects during the exercise were exceptionally well done, with flames shooting high into the sky and explosive smoke rising 4 to 5 meters. The sounds of explosions and roars mixed together on the battlefield, shaking the eardrums. Lin Tian lay on the ground, finding a 270-degree angle for himself, observing about 4 platoons surrounding them through the tactical scope. "Company commander, we need to break out." Jiang Tingfei's face was serious, gritting his teeth. "Which shameless company is firing recklessly at us? Damn it, let's fight." Jiang Tingfei suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp. "Guo Yuanpeng, take a team to feign an attack on the west side to draw fire. Lin Tian, follow me and prepare to break out." "Yes. Cover." Guo Yuanpeng waved his hand, first jumping out of cover, leading several soldiers toward the west side. Da. The Blue Army's firepower instantly shifted to the west side, with smoke detectors being triggered continuously, dense gunfire raising clouds of dust. "Go." Jiang Tingfei grabbed Lin Tian and led the group toward the east side to break out. Lin Tian crouched low, following behind Jiang Tingfei, with the sounds of grenades exploding around him, creating waves of scorching air. Chapter 105, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, not paying attention. He didn't have a good plan for the thunderstorm. At worst, it would be a mutual destruction. He quickly changed the magazine and continued aiming at the people emerging from the smoke. Bang! 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 1 shot for each that came out, not letting the ones with smoke on their heads go either. Until all the bullets were fired, until someone emerged through the heavy smoke looking for him. That soldier! That soldier! What are you doing?" A second lieutenant walked over briskly, looking very young, with piercing eyes, but his face was as dark as water. "Firing flares in broad daylight. Do you know who's inside?" Lin Tian blinked and thought, "Of course, it's the Blue Army. What the hell? Do you know where you just bombed? You can't possibly have bombed the Blue Army headquarters." The second lieutenant's face instantly darkened, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his anger visibly surged. Lin Tian was initially half sure and half unsure, but seeing the second lieutenant's expression confirmed it. It really is the headquarters. No effort needed, talk about luck. Lin Tian couldn't contain his excitement, but reason told him not to add salt to the wound. With one corner of his mouth lifting up while the other drooped, he managed a forced smile. "Which unit are you from?" The second lieutenant glared at him fiercely, his fists cracking with tension. "Do you know you need to salute when you see a superior?" Chapter 106. On the other end of the phone came an angry roar, shaking the man's eardrums. "How dare you talk to me like that, what kind of father are you? The woman shrank her shoulders in fear. And the man instinctively straightened his back. Lin Jiahui didn't understand what was happening and didn't dare to counter loudly, so he could only cautiously apologize. Dad. Could you be more explicit? Xiao Hui is still here. The elder closed his eyes, took a deep breath for a few seconds, and left a sentence, come back as fast as you can. Beep beep beep. The couple exchanged glances for a second and decisively got up. As the only two family members living off others, Lin Jiahui and Shushui Hui had almost no status in the family. Not in terms of power, but in terms of speaking rights. One is the youngest son of the Lin family, and the other is a well-known money burner from the Shu family. It was supposed to be a family marriage, yet it was a mismatch, but they hit it off. They enjoyed their time together. Both were clear that someone above was taking on the burden of making a living for the family. They were obedient, providing emotional value to the elders, and were sweet-tongued. Caring for them was second nature. They had no grand ambitions, especially since they had a smart son, making them even more indulgent. The elders rarely took the initiative to seek them out, nor did they dare to delay. Chapter 107 Lin Family Old Residence. As the couple stepped into the yard, everything around was extremely quiet, their hearts were anxious as they supported each other. You go first, this is your home. I can't, let's go together. They stepped cautiously in the yard, their hearts racing, and with no one around, the large old residence felt like a slumbering temple. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the earthy smell after the rain. Just as they wondered why it was so silent during the day. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the main hall. Kneel. Lin Jiahui jolted, without saying a word, he immediately knelt down. Not forgetting to signal Shushui Hui with his eyes, hurry and call for help. Oh, you two still have the face to come back. Lin Wanshan snorted coldly. His grandson went to the army, yet there was no movement at home. Am I not worthy to know? Lin Jiahui scratched his head awkwardly and quickly explained, Dad. We didn't mean to hide it from you, mainly because we were afraid you'd worry. Afraid I'd worry. Lin Wanshan was so angry his beard stood on end. When I was 17, I went to the battlefield and never frowned amidst gunfire, yet here you are, worrying I can't handle my grandson being a soldier. Chapter 108 Y City, Su Province, a high-end community. Today is bustling. The trees are lush, the buildings are orderly, and the sunlight casts a serene glow over everything. However, this tranquility was suddenly shattered by bursts of cheers, as a group set out from the district government building, marching in formation down the wide street. In the front were several soldiers in uniform marching steadily, followed closely by staff holding red ribbons, carrying two shining plaques, second-class merit, third-class merit. The two gleaming plaques, adorned with large red ribbons, were carefully held, while others raised congratulatory notices, with the large golden characters on the red paper shimmering in the sunlight. Drumming and gongs added to the excitement. This scene immediately caught the attention of many residents, with many drawn to the sound. Whose family is so impressive? They received 2 merit plaques at once. This is a second-class merit. Not simple, look at the people carrying them, they all have stars on their shoulders, so impressive. There is also a third-class merit plaque, did they get 2? Incredible. Oh, this is great, with this achievement, it sounds good to say. I live next to a second-class merit recipient. Yes, I wonder whose child it is, so accomplished, will our property values go up next year? Chapter 109 Today. Everyone is in regular uniforms. All squad leaders, officers, and participants in the commendation ceremony of the 588th Regiment have changed into their regular uniforms for the UN Assessment Award ceremony. That's right, it's the annual awards. This time in April just happens to be after the annual exercises, and all assessments have concluded. The veterans are still in the army, and it's a good time to recognize them while allowing room for further development later. The results of this assessment will be based on daily training performance and annual assessment results, with outstanding contributions during the exercises also being recognized here. It is reported that this assessment will award 8 individual third-class merits, 5 collective third-class merits, and several excellent soldiers. This is a regiment-level recognition that doesn't require application to a higher level, with fixed quotas, and the requirements are relatively easier to meet. Especially for excellent soldiers. There is no limit on the number as long as their performance is among the top and meets various standards. Awards for military achievements from rescue missions, or being the top of the recruit company are not included. The auditorium is similar to those in major universities, but larger and more imposing. All announcements or policies within the regiment are held here. Regular studies organized by the regiment also take place here, and they aren't idle. Chapter 110 Raising the National Flag and Singing the National Anthem. Award ceremonies in the army are straightforward, especially since they are all brothers from the regiment. After a simple opening, the formal proceedings began. Lin Tian sat in the front row, nervously swallowing. It wasn't because he was nervous about receiving an award. It was because he was sitting next to the division commander. First, the collective awards were presented. The 588th Regiment has 14 companies, but only 5 awards to give. Collective third-class merit is not awarded based solely on ranking, as the evaluation standards differ between companies. You can't apply infantry standards to artillery units. Thus, the evaluation is based on the class level. These companies combined have 1 to 200 classes. And only if the current company's overall quality is above the regiment's average can they receive the collective third-class merit. First of all, I would like to express my warm congratulations to the soldiers who performed excellently in the UN assessment. Now, let us invite the third class of the artillery company, the second class of the regiment's direct security company, the first class of the mechanized infantry company, and now. The host pauses for a moment and then announces with a louder voice, the Night Raid Reconnaissance Company. The whole place erupted with intense applause. They were all soldiers. And whoever received the credit would be given the most sincere applause. Chapter 111. Are you saying that when you saw the lives and property of the people threatened, you rushed in without hesitation? That's right. As soldiers, even if we've only been in the army for a few weeks, once we put on this uniform, we can't bring shame to the organization. And then? Lin Tian waved his hand, his gaze sharpening, his tone filled with determination. Then I snatched the knife away. The thug wanted to struggle, but the quality of the Dragon Kingdom people is high, and they came to help when they saw the thug. The country is good. The people are good. As soldiers of the people, we cannot be ambiguous. Wu Bowen laughed while continuing to furiously take notes. This interview is so rich in content. He has done news reporting for many years and has interviewed many soldiers who have been awarded for their achievements. Usually, when they interview typical figures, most of them are quite shy and reserved. The nature of reconnaissance soldiers makes them resistant to recording devices and cameras, and the interview process can be quite dry. It's better not to say too much than to say something wrong. Either they recite their scripts more officially than the news broadcast, filled with cliched phrases. Lin Tian is different. There are topics he hasn't even asked about, and the other person is already talking away. Moreover, he speaks in an accessible manner, delving into sensitive topics, emphasizing the brilliance of humanity without looking down on himself. Chapter 112, Commander. Where are my soldiers? How could my soldiers disappear in just a few days? After the commendation meeting, Jiang Tingfei encountered a problem and unexpectedly found that his beloved soldiers were gone upon his return. Without a second thought, he grabbed his keys and rushed to the regiment headquarters, ignoring the communication officer's attempts to stop him, bursting through the door. What's going on? Zhu Guoqiang glanced at Jiang Tingfei, signaling the people in the office to leave first. Do you know where you are? You are a company commander this year. How can you still be so impulsive? Jiang Tingfei charged directly in front of the regiment commander, hands on the desk. Questioning, I just want to know what qualifications a damn colonel has to take my soldiers away without my consent. Duke Wuqiang was also angry. Damn it. Did you get my consent? Why are you yelling at me? If you have the guts, go shout at the division commander. Fine, just go, are there no laws left? Saying this, he quickly walked outside, and seeing Jiang Tingfei's determined demeanor, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Come back. Saying this, he tossed a document to Jiang Tingfei. Jiang Tingfei opened the header of the document and felt a chill in his heart. General Staff and General Political Department. Looking at the content, transfer in. This is not even concealed. So arrogant. I have never seen such a unit in all my years of service. Chapter 113. No matter how difficult the usual road is. At least it is a dirt road with traces of life. In this broken place, let alone a road, it's lucky there are no pythons. Dense forests, unknown plants, and animals that occasionally make strange sounds. Lin Tian frowned as he looked at the item in his hand. Is this map really authentic? There are no obvious directions on the map, and the only clue is the ridge line, vaguely marking a few streams. Forget about not having a marked direction. There's not even a compass. Fortunately, he has experience, looking at trees, grass, and the sun to confirm north and south. He picked up a dry leaf, took out a sewing needle from his tactical bag, rubbed the needle's tip against the ground facing north repeatedly to magnetize it. It's not very precise, but it's usable enough. He didn't follow the map to save time. In fact, he would have liked to naively follow a direction. But reality does not allow it. Just a moment ago, when he threw his luggage, it was done ruthlessly, tossing the luggage right at his head and running off. What happened to the saying that meeting brings a bit of affection, especially from that lieutenant, who even threw leftover sunflower seed shells at him, showing no quality at all? Something is wrong, absolutely wrong. Lin Tian himself doesn't believe the map given with such an attitude. Because if he were the designer, he certainly wouldn't make it easy for the selected candidates to pass. Chapter 114. Shuttling, continuously shuttling. It started at a normal training speed. But then it got faster and faster. Mainly, Lin Tian didn't want to stay in this broken place for even a second. The mosquitoes seemed to have eyes, specifically targeting him. He let them lift his sleeves to bite, but they didn't. Those arrogant mosquitoes insisted on playing music in his ears, demanding Lin Tian appreciate their horrible buzzing. Moreover, it was different from being stationed. There was only him around, especially after night fell. The surroundings were pitch black, especially in the woods, where a timid person could easily back out. Fortunately, it wasn't Lin Tian's first time spending the night outside. After resting, he continued on his way under the moonlight. If he had to find a positive aspect, it was this: a completely natural and unpolluted forest, with good weather, allowing him to see some outlines under the moonlight. Lin Tian felt his way forward, moving from day to night and then from night to day. Finally, he arrived at a base. There was only one main road whose destination was unknown. A few buildings were lined up together, and he could vaguely see a big gate. At the entrance stood a guard post, along with hidden surveillance, and the further he walked, the more he could feel the gazes upon him. Lin Tian didn't have the mood to care about how many sentries were visible or hidden. He just wanted to get in quickly and clean himself up. Chapter 115. During the training period. You have no names, no ranks, only a code, rookie. Here, you are not allowed to go out, not allowed to contact the outside world, and not allowed to use any communication devices. In short, all actions are controlled by me. Taking action on your own is equivalent to giving up. You are Rookie 1, don't think you are so capable. It only shows how stupid you are to choose to run so fast without weighing the consequences. Lu Chen walked at the front, his mouth never stopping, loudly reprimanding. Lin Tian felt like he was currently a telephone pole, and Lu Chen was the loudspeaker on the pole, blaring endlessly. He could understand that any new training would start with a show of authority. It's reasonable for instructors to set rules for new recruits. However, The captain in front of him was just too verbose, he hadn't slept for 2 days, and the reprimands had turned into a lullaby. He unconsciously blinked, only to be caught by Lin Tian right on the spot. What the hell is that expression? Are you dissatisfied with me? Lin Tian stepped forward suddenly, roaring like thunder, making Lin Tian's ears buzz. Lin Tian jolted awake, immediately waving his hands to explain, with a genuinely innocent smile on his face. Chapter 116, Lin Tian, suddenly interrupted, was very displeased. What nonsense, speak. Are you gathering us here just to scold us? I don't know what your rules are, but I know we are all soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and should not be subjected to such humiliation from you. The captain's words resonated with many people's feelings. They were all the pride of heaven, the elite among the regiment commanders and division commanders in the army. Proud and arrogant. They had come here to participate in the selection, not to be scolded. Lin Tian sneered, so you mean, I am not qualified to scold you? The captain gritted his teeth, at least there should be basic respect. Respect? Lin Tian scanned the entire area. Don't think that just because you're a captain. Even if you were a colonel, here, you only have one identity, a rookie. It's only natural for veterans to train rookies, if you have the ability, then get out. The captain's face turned ashen, his fists clenched, you. What do you mean, you? Say that again, put down your damn officer's airs, there are no soldiers here, at worst. They are all lieutenants. If you want to be pampered, you might as well get lost, the divine sword doesn't need cowards. The captain took a deep breath. His steps faltering for a moment, but in the end, he still backed down. Chapter 117, collect your uniforms and toiletries, 1 set each, no more, no less. Then go to the dining hall for a meal. They thought there would be some nonsense, but instead, they were dismissed. Just like that, dismissed? A group of people holding their bowls looked at each other, feeling something was off. Lin Tian picked up some vegetables and chewed slowly. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. At least here, they were treated like humans and provided food. Moreover, they weren't mistreated, there was a good mix of meat and vegetables. And even the soup was made from pure bones. The veterans in the base also came here to eat, mostly just glancing over curiously. Then they would reveal a meaningful smile and leave. After finishing his meal, he shamelessly asked the cook for another portion. Come on. If they had such good food during training, Lin Tian didn't believe it. Scientific training was something they said to the grassroots level, and in this selective training. If you didn't shed some skin, it would be considered a waste of practice. He ate his meal with a clear conscience, and soon noticed someone following behind. Smart people. Indeed, weren't just one or two. The baby-faced lieutenant followed closely, placing his bowl in front of the cook. Cook, I want a bowl too. Lin Tian turned to look at his roommate and smiled. Great minds think alike. Chapter 118, at 11:59 in the morning. Captain, isn't it a bit early now? Why not wait another 2 hours to blow the whistle? Mingzhi paused with the cup in his hand, looking at Lin Tian suspiciously. What's wrong, are you softening? Softening my ass. Even if a living bodhisattva were lying inside, I wouldn't soften. Lin Tian curled his lips and continued, what I mean is, wait until they are sound asleep before blowing the whistle, wouldn't the effect be better? Mingzhi frowned, but wouldn't that reduce training time? The troops from the division and regiment are sent here to make progress, not to sleep here. How does that saying go? Why sleep long in life, when death will bring eternal rest? Blow it? Lin Tian took a deep breath, silently mourning for this batch of rookies for a minute, then suddenly blew the assembly whistle. Everyone who hears this, get down here. More than 5 minutes late, automatic elimination. Lin Tian's hoarse voice could be heard throughout the entire base. Not to mention that there were hardly any rookies who were actually asleep. Oh, except for Lin Tian, who was exceptionally gifted, closing his eyes and falling asleep instantly. Waking up as soon as the whistle blew. As soon as the whistle sounded, the dormitory building exploded into chaos. Zhuang Kaifeng was the first to rush out of the dormitory, and the first to reach the assembly point downstairs. Chapter 119, however. Some of the officers coming here were different. They were not just here to be soldiers. Objectively speaking, having a record with the divine sword and achieving a few more merits almost guarantees a transfer to a teaching officer. Special forces do not serve for a lifetime. Human physical capabilities are limited. Evaluations occur every year to determine whether one can stay, all depending on their condition. If they can't remain in management, they'll either be assigned to grassroots units or simply discharged. Mingzhi surveyed the group. Anyone who made eye contact with him, without exception, lowered their heads. What kind of gaze was that? Sharp, aggressive, laced with killing intent. Other special operations brigades might just be enhanced versions of reconnaissance troops with stronger physical abilities and harsher training. But Mingzhi's gaze made it clear that he had definitely shed blood. Ordinary soldiers, no matter how strong their training, could never exude such an aura. At least all present were seasoned veterans with 3 or more years of service, yet even they subconsciously avoided his sharpness. Except for Lin Tian. He didn't lower his head, but instead met Mingzhi's gaze straight on. Lu Chen next to him couldn't help but smile. This little second lieutenant had guts. Daring to stare down the captain. If Lin Tian knew what he was thinking, he would probably shout in protest. Chapter 120, Lin Tian panted heavily, barely helping Xu Yang up. Dude, aren't you from the aviation regiment? I remember the aviation regiment is said to be light infantry. How come your stamina is so poor? He had no idea how long he had been running. Just as suspected, he had just fallen asleep when he was pulled up. Lin Tian didn't know how they managed to blow the whistle so precisely at the moment he entered deep sleep. When they came down, there were a total of 58 weighted backpacks lined up neatly in front. Mingzhi, to be honest, I sincerely envy you. Everything is handled by the veterans. Unlike us back then, we had to pack all of this ourselves. But speaking of which, running with 50 kilograms of weight must seem like a warm-up to you elite soldiers, right? The requirements aren't high, 10 kilometers, how should I put it? The base's budget is limited, the playground is too crowded, and the veterans have to train there. So we can only make do with you and run 2 laps around the hill. But don't worry, our hills are carefully selected. They will definitely not let you feel bored. However, just running isn't interesting. Let's set a standard. Those who finish within 2 hours will pass, no points deducted. After 2 hours, each person will lose 10 points. Chapter 121, hurry up. If you can't even handle this bit of hardship, how do you expect to get in here? I said, why are you here? It should be time to sound the wake-up call. In the company and the squad, each of you was a big shot, coming here. You still have to be trained by us. How uncomfortable is that? Pulling and tugging during training, do you think this is a rookie company? Deduct 5 points. Change your thinking. Back in the troops, you were the instructors who shouted commands. How impressive. The soldiers under you had to listen to you. If you don't follow the instructor's commands during training and start on your own, everyone will lose 2 points. Lu Chen took out a points deduction sheet, treating everyone equally. Look at him, deduct points. Don't look at him, deduct points. Didn't follow his commands properly, deduct points. Couldn't keep up with the formation, deduct points. All morning, the entire training ground was filled with the words deduct points, making it hard to breathe. Mingzhi didn't seem like a chief training instructor. He was more like a death knell, walking in front of everyone, saying things that made people want to die. He didn't hit, curse, or mock, but instead used the gentlest tone to help you recall the warmth of your original unit, with emotions so rich they were comparable to poetry recitation. Nothing to do. Drink some tea, listen to some music, when tired, spontaneously recite a poem. Didn't work. Keep lying on the chair, looking like I told you so. But you just wouldn't listen. Chapter 122, later, perhaps fearing that some soldiers would imitate, or perhaps simply because there were too many people, they didn't have enough points. I don't know where they got the blower, blowing at the barbecue. The smell of grilled meat wafted above, while below, it was a muddy pit connected to the heart. From time to time, he also had to endure the water pipes that came rushing down from above. Others complained that the water was both cold and chilly. Lin Tian opened his mouth wide and drank. After all, it was hard to come by water, so wasting it would be a luxury. He gulped it down, not believing that they would use raw water here. Since they had a water pipe, they might as well take advantage of it. Missing a few meals could be tolerated. But without water, it was truly unbearable. Feng Yongwu looked at his appearance, as if he had come to some realization, and also opened his mouth. Xu Yang didn't even need to open his mouth, the water pipe pried it open for him. The others either followed suit or continued doing push-ups, as they didn't believe that the divine sword would be so cruel as to deny them food and water. In fact, they really could. Mingzhi said, originally, I prepared a feast for you, with braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, big chicken legs, and beef shank, definitely enough to fill you up. Unfortunately, this little second lieutenant didn't follow the rules and stole my food. I'm quite stingy, so I immediately decided not to give it to you. Chapter 123, Saying no food means no food. The leftover rice from that midday joke was the only supply. After that, it was just a mechanical response to follow orders and perform actions, to the point where they didn't even want to move their eyeballs. Training or not training didn't matter, their physical capabilities had reached their limits. The sun moved from east to west, the moon rose and hung high. They spent the whole day on the training ground, exhausting every muscle. Finally, when everyone was lying down, Mingzhi stood up from his precious stool. Mingzhi, all right. That's enough for today. Lu Chen, dismiss the team. After speaking, Mingzhi led the guards on the sidelines and left first, leaving only Lu Chen behind. Yes? All stand up, target the cafeteria. Huh? The sudden happiness left the rookies stunned. What was this? After being slapped, they were given sweet dates. What are you dawdling for? Duck walk. Ha ha, sure enough, a butcher is a butcher, rotten to the core. They crawled to the cafeteria with all their might, and the food was ready. After eating, they supported each other back to the dormitory, silent the whole way. In the dormitory, the four of them took turns massaging each other's bodies. The lactic acid had built up, and if they didn't stretch it out, it would be really painful the next day. Don't think that veterans don't have this problem. After fixed training routines, suddenly having intensive training can be tough. Chapter 124, here. You don't need a wake-up call. The instructors have all sorts of strange ways to get you to open your eyes. Every day there are emergency assemblies, with high frequency and various methods. Either they throw a flashbang when you're sleeping the deepest, or they blow a whistle continuously. Occasionally, the instructor wants to listen to some DJ and play some Gangnam style, making you open your eyes and surrender your soul. The training is diverse and highly comprehensive. They assume that everyone knows the projects, and they often throw rookies into the pool. Every project is a warm-up exercise, and every assembly is a test of strength. Weighted cross-country goes without saying. They never remove the burdens on their bodies. Pull-ups, squats, and push-ups are just breakfast and lunch. Climbing walls without hands is a given. There isn't even a safety rope. Lin Tian couldn't help but curse inside. How could they not be afraid? Below was the ground, a 10-meter drop. Was he the only one taught by teachers to cherish life since childhood? Number 1, can you do it? If not, get lost early. Damn it. That son of a bitch Lu Chen has his eyes on me again. A man cannot fail. Lin Tian bit down hard on his lip, the pain igniting his fighting spirit. He executed a stylish wrist flip, putting all his strength between his hands. Chapter 125, Everyday people are eliminated. And every day someone leaves with their luggage. Except for the first to leave, number 25, no one else has voluntarily given up. Those who come here are all the cream of the crop, capable of being selected. But the scores are limited, even if the instructors don't deliberately deduct points later. The progress bar gradually approaches zero. Those who remain experience oppression, pain, and numbness every day. They can't see any energy, and as the saying goes, their eyes have lost their light. Those who drop out later even feel it's a relief. Because in such an environment, everyone has a scale in their hearts to measure whether they can stay. They also have classes. Endless military materials await their study, including military equipment from various countries. Tactical theories, terrain, survival, and essential political and foreign language courses. Except for Lin Tian, the rest are veterans who have been through military school. Lin Tian studied hard. Relying on his abnormal memory and understanding, he consistently ranked at the top in these theoretical exams, almost always being the first in every subject. For subjects like foreign language and political science that could be passed by reading, he finished them in advance. Then in class, he boldly took naps, sleeping soundly to the point where even the teacher was too lazy to care. The divine sword was strict in the first few weeks. A devilish week and a devilish month, a must-have. Chapter 126. The reconnaissance company's 6th squad happened to be on a Sunday, with no training tasks. And they were given their phones. Everyone in the dormitory took their phones to do their own things. Ma Chen frowned. Hey, strange, I say. Has Lin Banfu replied to you? Why is it that my messages on QQ just sink into the sea? He Wei, no, forget about messages. I can't even get through on the phone. It's been 2 months, right? Exactly, what mission takes 2 months to complete? No updates on Qian's moments. So lonely. Suji Wei, lonely. Lonely. You can't see that lazy sheep is itching to see something hilarious. Ha ha ha. Exactly, us men love to look at some study materials. Only kids like to watch cartoons, ha ha. Keep it down, be careful he hears you and makes you do the devilish 5 kilometers. The devilish 5 kilometers. Lin Tian's original gameplay sounds like running, but in fact, it's a triple pack of physical, respiratory, and mental challenges. The entire 5 kilometers are weighted. Carrying a simulated wounded person, crawling every 200 meters, wading through water, jumping over ditches, and the last kilometer must be run backward. What is even more outrageous is that he requires no one to keep their mouth shut throughout the entire process. They have to shout slogans while running. And if they don't shout loud enough, they have to do an extra set of push-ups on the spot. Chapter 127, Looking down from the plane. There is a large base surrounded by lush jungles. The sunlight shines on every inch of land, you can't see people from above, only feel the freedom. This freedom is breaking free from the constraints of gravity. What training, what divine sword, just keep going far away. Lin Tian hadn't even laughed out loud when he was backstabbed. A huge force came rushing at his backside. Damn! Lu Chen, I curse your grandfather. Wait until you land safely before talking. Lin Tian tightly gripped the control rings on both sides, curling up as much as possible to avoid getting his limbs tangled. He was the last one out, seeing that the parachute of the person below had already opened. Fortunately, his parachute opened normally too. Parachuting is truly a dangerous training. Once a danger arises, one can only hope for the reserve parachute. If you're lucky, you can open it from 300 meters away. If you're unlucky, others will parachute while you're in free fall. I've heard that in some countries, paratroopers only jump after their parachute opens to avoid such dangers. Nowadays, parachutes open automatically. And after they open, there's not much for them to do. They just need to pay attention to the wind direction, adjust their posture to the left side 3. Flatten their bodies and not sway. Chapter 128. The helicopter descended from a distance, the wind blowing across the grass, making it hard for the soldiers to open their eyes. HMPH, each of you wearing big sunglasses. Have you considered those without sunglasses? Selfish. Lin Tian admitted that the instructors have biases. No matter how calm a person is. After being taunted by these tough instructors for 2 months, they would explode. Especially those 2 main training instructors, who can't go a day without finding fault. His butt still hurts from it. Mingzhi jumped out of the helicopter without saying a word. With his hands behind his back. He walked step by step to the training queue. With a cold face, his gaze swept from left to right like a blade pressing against steel. No one dared to make eye contact with him. Mingzhi, look at how you all look. Those who know would think you're here for selection training. And those who don't would think you've gone to dig dirt in a coal mine. It's just a simple parachute training. Listen to what the recordings say. You are officers. Soldiers, even if you take off your military uniforms, you can barely be considered intellectuals, right? I remember some of you are from 985 universities. Where's your quality? Have you all lost it in parachuting? His tone was calm yet heavy with every word. For these unbearable remarks, everyone loses 2 points. Yes? Chapter 129, he turned around, shouldered his bag, and walked out of the dormitory, making his way through the crowd of people seeing him off. No one stopped him, or tried to persuade him. He stopped in front of the queue, glanced back at the familiar camp, then stood straight and saluted. Mingzhi didn't look at the departing figure of number 17. He sat at the table, repeatedly flipping through that file. He was married, so he understood number 17's entanglement. Afraid of accidents, afraid of losing contact. Afraid that when no calls could be made from home, the person on the other end was waiting for you to eat. In fact, most people serving here are either single, or have long buried such thoughts in a corner. It's not that they don't want to, but that stability is even out of reach. It's not that they don't want to marry, or have children, they just don't dare. After entering Shenzhen, every year, professional doctors assess their psychological state, and there are designated personnel responsible for these emotions. When the time comes, the team also has specialized departments to address this issue. They are not the past landlords, but soldiers with flesh and blood. But this shouldn't exist during selection. Just when their spirits were lifted, they suddenly fell silent. Chapter 130, Where are the instructors? Why are the instructors missing? Suddenly, without the black-faced whistle, it felt like something was missing in life. I see you've become addicted to being scolded. Is today a holiday? The whistle that usually doesn't go off on time has yet to appear. And the angry roar of the alarm is nowhere to be found. A few rookies peeked out, bleary-eyed, their expressions filled with vigilance. The instructors who torment them every day have disappeared. The main instructor Mingzhi is gone, and Lu Chen, the stern-faced one, is also absent. Those who usually bared their teeth and glared are all gone. No training, no whistle, no life-threatening scolding. Only silence, an unusual silence. The 14 of them felt as if they had been forgotten in this building, unable to find any information. Even the kitchen brigade that supplies their meals has vanished without a trace. Really spooky, Xu Yang mumbled as he put on a coat and walked to the kitchen. When he pushed the door open, he froze. It was empty, and the pots were cold. No way, they've completely given up on us, not even leaving a radish. Not only was all the food cleared out, but rice, flour, and oil were also packed and taken away. Number 5, now it's great, let alone passing the training. Survival is a problem. Chapter 131, On the Road, Xu Yang, damn, Brother Tian, you're amazing. I didn't even dare to speak just now. You not only spoke, but also stunned those officers. Did you see number 4's face? Red in one spot, purple in another, it's so satisfying, ha ha ha. Lin Tian lowered his head to adjust his hat, looking at the reflection in the roadside windows. Confirming his appearance was neat, he continued to step forward with satisfaction. What is there to be afraid of? He spoke lightly, everyone has a head on their shoulders, who can talk more than the other. If there is a problem, just argue. After arguing, don't we still have to get the work done? He waved his hand, adjusted his hat, and immediately stood straight. The soldier's aura came out at once. Shu Yang watched in admiration, his eyes almost sparkling. You're really something. You're the only one in this room who dares to stand up to them, even Wu Ji didn't say a word. And you directly challenged a group of veterans. So cool. Lin Tian, I was prepared for a hard confrontation, if it really doesn't work. I'll drag them out for a match. Are you serious? Shu Yang's eyes widened. Of course, have I practiced for nothing these past 2 months? Before the selection started, Lin Tian really didn't dare to say such things, but after more than 2 months of intensive training, plus the special care from various veterans, practicing hard really can make up for shortcomings. Chapter 132, This place is ridiculously big, the sofa occupies half a wall. Across from the coffee table is a large tea table, and you can even see a little frog on it. The office desk is very tidy, with no maps or various documents as expected, just 2 thin notebooks. The walls are, as usual, filled with maps, and there are 2 telephones on the desk. 1 black and 1 red. Lin Tian sat right in the middle of the sofa, not daring to move his head, his eyes darting around. The reason? He felt pressured as soon as he walked in. Iron Xing, the head of the Iron Brigade, didn't he even raise his head and pointed to the sofa, telling him to wait. Wait? Outside, you have to stand at attention and call the commander. Inside, you have to stand at attention and call the captain. This isn't easy. Iron Xing, I know why you're here, and I know what you want to do, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know. Lin Tian sat up straight and shook his head. Captain, I didn't intend to ask where the instructors went. Iron Xing looked up in surprise. Then why are you here? Isn't it great that no one is scolding you? The procedure for you coming in is so fortunate. Lin Tian's eyes widened. You mean, we've already joined Shenzhen? Iron Xing didn't say it explicitly, slowly, that's what it means. But the specifics should be analyzed in detail, for this participant. Chapter 133, At a certain squad training ground, the sun was blazing. Soldiers were rolling, crawling, blasting, shouting on the field, sweat and dust flying together, muscles dancing with slogans. In the southeast corner of the training ground, 2 figures were sneaking, crouched behind a patch of wild grass. Is it really okay for us to be quietly hiding here? 21. While worrying, I kept an eye on the veterans. 28. I do want to be above board, but I don't have their mental fortitude. Just look at today. Back then, I was also a formidable squad leader. And now look at what we're doing here. 21. Who isn't? After all the fuss, a rookie gets trained into a daze, and no one dares to rebut. Stop complaining, focus on memorizing, we'll have to analyze when we get back. The base of the 2nd Squadron isn't open to all of them. These rookies can only move around in the building they came into and the training ground. That only takes up a third of the whole base. Some buildings aren't even open, and no one is stupid enough to go in and take a look. Getting to this point is all about being the best of the best, and if you can't hold it together at the end, it's really not worth it. Hurry up. 35. Is that running? Are you surrendering? Look at the others, even in kindergarten competitions, they struggle. Chapter 134. I found a penny by the roadside and handed it to the police uncle. The uncle nodded at me, and I happily said goodbye to him. Lin Tian sang while rubbing, picking up sulfur soap to wash himself all over. After training every day, if you don't wash, it gets itchy. Crawling in the mud every day, rolling on the ground. Plus, the dense jungle around has little bugs that pop up from time to time. Taking a bath is a way to disinfect. Hot water poured down from above for 3 minutes, completing the whole process. He picked up a small yellow basin and walked to the dormitory. While walking, he shook his hair. Having short hair is good for this. Just a casual shake and it's dry. Oh, they are all waiting for me. We're all comrades, no need to be so formal, just sit down. No one even stands up. He put his things under the bed, and Lin Tian moved a stool to join the group. With few people, the dormitory felt spacious. Those with conditions sat on chairs, while those without sat on the ground. 24 hours a day, can't spend 20 of them training, right? Entertainment activities are really scarce. So let us just have a meeting to deepen our bonds. Upon closer inspection of the papers on the table, Lin Tian picked one up. He looked left and right. Squinted at it under the light. He even felt that his 53 vision wasn't clear enough, wishing he had a magnifying glass. Chapter 135. Just say who messed with you, who said what to you, or what happened. Xu Yang sat down on the ground and said frankly, I'm really fed up with the cafeteria attitude of the first squad, and I saved some rations a couple of days ago, enough for the next 2 days. Before he could finish, Lin Tian suddenly stepped over, grabbed Xu Yang's ear, and lifted him off the ground without a word. You're useless, he scolded. If others look at you a bit more, do you lose a chunk of meat or a piece of bone? You must eat well today. The base is money isn't personal. I'm giving you orders, eat all the meat today and make those veterans mad. Xu Yang rubbed his ear and grinned. The suppressed emotions were like shadows lurking in the corners, vaguely entangling everyone. The heavy atmosphere is contagious. Isolation is a very uncomfortable feeling. It's like you don't exist. This atmosphere is worse than being treated like garbage. But the good thing is, they are not alone. In this environment, they became very fragmented. Outside, they were insignificant rookies. Back in the second squadron, they were a cozy group for warmth. But as the days passed, emotions slowly sank like stones in deep water, increasingly hard to suppress. Chapter 136. On the helicopter, Lin Tian looked in the mirror, applying camouflage oil to his face, striving to leave no trace untouched. The atmosphere in the cabin was extremely oppressive. The veterans across from them seemed to have long been accustomed to such an atmosphere. And they rookies didn't miss a chance to expose their shortcomings. Not only did they cover their faces in camouflage oil, but they also carefully applied it around their necks and jaws. After finishing, Lin Tian handed the mirror to Xu Yang, only to see him staring at himself intently. What is up? Camouflage gave me camouflage eyes, but what am I supposed to do with them? I said, handsome guy, why are you so scared? Your hands are all covered. Lin Tian chuckled, hey, if you're not nervous, why are your legs shaking? It's not shameful to be nervous. A rookie going to battle for the first time will inevitably have psychological fluctuations. A soldier without any emotions isn't worth having. Being nervous shows you're human and have reverence. They have goals and beliefs, those with nothing are killers, entirely different paths. Lin Tian stole a glance at the veterans opposite him, each with calm expressions, casually leaning back in the cabin catching some sleep, their guns casually cradled in their arms. This state made him feel even more anxious. Are they really going to participate in actual combat? But the bullets in the magazine were real, he had checked them carefully. Chapter 137. According to intelligence from undercover agents, they attempted to transport a full 500 kilograms of drugs to country Y, which would then flow into our mainland through black market channels. Good heavens, 500 kilograms of drugs, Lin Tian gasped, once it enters the market. How many people will it harm? These individuals were originally a disguised criminal gang hiding behind legitimate businesses, all exposed in the latest operation. We reported directly to the military and requested support. They had already controlled the transport personnel, executing those who posed a threat on the spot. One could say that this mission was already 90% complete. Everyone looked serious and silent, staring at the incongruous red house in the image. If it weren't for this location, this villa would even be called art. The exterior, resembling a mushroom house, would definitely draw admiration, without disguise. It was just an obvious poisonous mushroom. One can only imagine how arrogant these drug dealers and manufacturers are. Less than a kilometer from the Dragon Country border, they boldly built a brokerage house. What an absurd thing. The problem is that this occurred so blatantly. Lin Tian quietly complained, "Are these people out of their minds?" Xu Yang frowned and said, "They built it right on the border so openly. Where do they get the courage?" Chapter 138, Time is tight. So I want to give you time to name yourselves. Let us start from the beginning, C1, C2, C3, and so on. There are 15 of us and 14 rookies. The requirements aren't high, just don't hold us back. Wei Yuan came to the front of the squad. "I'm not sure about your specific situations. So I'm grouping you based on previous assessment results. I'm not confident about your specific combat abilities, so I'm grouping you based on previous assessment data first. Small group actions, divided into 4 groups. I've already sent 2 small teams as vanguards. You'll follow these 2 teams. With the goal being a certain point near the border, trying to rendezvous with Mingzhe and the others. If you can't rendezvous, you must still complete the extermination." Wei Yuan pointed emphatically at the red circle on the map, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "We need to be quick. Time waits for no one. We currently have no way to contact them, so we must be cautious. If you encounter criminals, show no mercy. Do you all understand?" "Understood." The 2 groups responded. "Good. Calibrate your time. During the mission, you can only use code names." Lin Tian took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, hiding himself within the codename C1. At this moment, Wei Yuan's expression grew particularly serious. "Remember, the enemy may have been hiding for a long time. Do not harbor any sympathy for anyone. They are our current enemies and cannot be forgiven." Chapter 139. I saw him. Oh, he reacted pretty quickly. Behind the sniper scope, a sharp gaze locked onto the target. The figure of the rookie flashed and disappeared from the screen. The person behind the scope did not feel anger, but instead smiled. Chen Xiaolong. The ace sniper of the Divine Sword, codename 0. "Are you confident of a one-shot kill?" Mingzhe asked. "The 88 sniper in my hand definitely won't do it. You switch me to the 40 fire. Don't say the rookie, even the big birds would be caught in one net." "Fine. I'll apply for you when we get back. You can take whatever you want from the warehouse." The speaker was Mingzhe, flanked by an entire team from the second squad, who had been lying in wait for 2 days. The Divine Sword has never had a failure on a mission. And it could even be said that they have 0 casualties. Only call for support if the intelligence is confirmed. The work involving gun barrels should still be cautious. The mission is very important, but they never take unnecessary risks. The lives of their brothers depend on the commander's decisions. A moment of carelessness could result in unbearable casualties. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained motionless behind a thick tree. "Captain, there's a sniper keeping an eye on us. Should we deploy smoke grenades to withdraw?" Chapter 140. Lin Tian observed the red house through binoculars. It was very quiet, and no one was coming in or out. He knew they were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the signal from the special agent inside. This mission must succeed, because just a few hundred meters behind them was the border line. There was a consensus that once they crossed the border, they could not advance any further, or it would be considered an invasion of another country's territory. Lin Tian took a deep breath through the lens. They were about to engage in battle, yet he felt no sense of urgency at all. Urgency is only something you rookies feel. Saying this, he handed Lin Tian a piece of gum to refresh him. No one would sleep tonight. Lin Tian accepted it, and the mint flavor spread in his mouth. But strangely, the orders were delayed. They waited from day to night and then from night to another morning. There were no orders, no gunfire, and no signals. The only company was the occasional chirping of insects and the intermittent conversations of comrades in their earpieces. Are such missions common? Chen Xiaolong twisted his wrist, adjusting his aim. Quite common, he said. This is only the second day, it's relatively short. Sometimes, they would watch a target without moving for half a month, resolving all bodily needs in this half square meter. Chapter 141. He used to think this statement was quite empty, but now he realized it was true. The battlefield is cold, bullets are cold, and human hearts can also be chilled, but not now. A voice came through the earpiece, "There's one more person." For some reason, Lin Tian suddenly thought of that little girl. Is it her? A question came through the earpiece, "Captain, she's only 16. Should we just take her back to prison instead? People from country Y don't belong in our prisons." Mingzhi said sternly. "Our mission is to catch them all. Which means that apart from our own people, no one else can be taken back." Suddenly, he paused. "I've received word from the police. The special agent has already contacted the domestic side, so there's no need to worry about this." This good news didn't bring a smile to the soldiers' faces. The special age of this criminal made these veteran soldiers, who had blood on their hands, a bit hesitant. Normally, whether dealing with bandits or riots, they could discard such concerns. Soldiers are meant to obey orders, and they face adult men lying on the ground like today. As long as they get past their mental block and say something cruel, they wouldn't feel much after that. Chapter 142. On the helicopter. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than when they arrived. All the new soldiers participating in battle for the first time gripped their guns tightly. And no one could touch them. After landing, doctors conducted professional evaluations, and veterans didn't dare sit on the same plane as the rookies. They were still on edge. Any slight movement could set off the nerves of these newcomers. You can't judge these people's psychology with common sense. This isn't about butchering sheep or chickens. This is about killing living people. Even if they hadn't personally killed anyone, they had been in close contact with corpses. Some people need a few days to recover after watching a zombie movie, let alone experiencing something like this firsthand. Since Lin Tian fired his gun, he hadn't said a word. He felt like a balloon that was being inflated continuously, gradually reaching a point where it couldn't be contained anymore. One spark could cause an explosion, and the rookies sensed the danger in this environment, instinctively keeping their distance from him. After getting off the plane, Lin Tian, with a cold expression, led his rookie subordinates back to the second squad, rushing out without even changing clothes. He randomly grabbed someone and asked, "Where is Mingzhi's office?" Luo Jipeng, who was dazed while chewing on milk, was suddenly attacked by a green rat, and instinctively pointed. Lin Tian got the direction he wanted and went over without a word. Luo Jipeng felt that this person looked familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. Chapter 143. Mingzhi lay there, but his tone was unusually calm. "You're so smart, you know why I'm doing this, don't you?" Lin Tian gritted his teeth and didn't respond. "If I don't give you an order, and you're the commander, would you kill that girl?" "You would. Maybe you wouldn't choose direct contact. You might use explosives or grenades, but what's the difference? Don't be foolish, kid, we are the same, aren't we?" Mingzhi said earnestly to Lin Tian, knowing that Lin Tian had never placed himself in the position of a team member. It could be said that Lin Tian thought about problems from the perspective of a commander. Lin Tian certainly understood Mingzhi's implied meaning. He didn't have that capability yet, or he could think of it, but he was unwilling to admit it. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, "How can you be so sure to hand her over to me? What if I fail? Why do you have so many plans? Are your words really true, or should I trust you?" These many questions seemed somewhat incoherent, and they also reflected Lin Tian's current psychological state. He didn't know if his performance satisfied them. He didn't dare to use his inner speculations to predict everything here. Chapter 144. Captain Ming, what's going on? Why are you wearing sunglasses in broad daylight? Third team leader Left Yongzi asked in surprise. Maybe the sun is too glaring, but I see it's cloudy today, Wei Yuan said, pretending to look at the sky outside. No, you haven't heard of another possibility. The captain of the airborne squadron walked over, holding a thermos. Gao Yufei, who used to fly fighter jets and had several stars, was also sent to support the divine sword by the higher-ups. He hadn't returned since he arrived and had managed to become the captain of the airborne squadron. He leaned down and said mysteriously, "And there's also a possibility that he was hit by a little brat." Ha ha ha. For a moment, the entire conference room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Mingja maintained his composure, not because he was aloof, but because his jaw was aching terribly from clenching it. "Just wait. I'll give you all a taste of a good life these next few days." He mentally noted everyone in the second squad, thinking to himself, "One person makes a mistake, the whole team suffers." Taishing walked over with some documents, noticing Mingja's expression and twitching his lips, but saying nothing. He had heard some gossip, and it seemed Mingja had already internally acknowledged the people he had chosen. Chapter 145 Xu Yang, where is Brother Feng? Why is he taking so long? This veteran should be fine, after all, he has shot down criminals. Lin Tian became interested and leaned over to ask, "Can you tell me what happened in detail? I only heard him shoot. I don't know the situation." Shen Junfei leaned in. "I know about this. I was right behind him, and I saw it clearly." The people writing reports around them stopped and gathered to listen. Shen Junfei started, "At that time, we were in the assault phase, and the strike team had just entered when several bandits started running out. You all know how to scale walls, right? It's just climbing high." Lin Tian was anxious and urged, "Get to the point." Shen Junfei recalled, there was a hidden lookout on the other side, not placed outside the house, but had drilled out from a nearby well. By the time we noticed, the gun barrel was already extended out. He shook his head in regret. "I had just raised my gun when I fumbled, and then boom. Brother Feng had already taken him out with one shot." After a pause, he added quietly, "To be honest, Brother Feng is quite brave." Afterward, he even specifically went to check on the bandit he shot, personally tending to the wounds on him. Chapter 146 In the conference room. 13 newcomers from different units and branches of the military sat neatly in formal attire, sitting up straight on either side. At this moment, no one dared to move, almost pressing their backs against the chairs to show their loyalty. After finishing their discussions, they were given half an hour to tidy up their attire, saying they were to meet someone. When they arrived, they realized that the so-called meeting was with Taishing, the commander of the Divine Sword Brigade, in person. Although they had seen him before, it had been in private, one-on-one meetings. This was their first formal encounter. The welcome ceremony was not grand, even a bit cold. It could hardly be called a welcome ceremony without flowers or applause. The 4 squad leaders were not qualified to attend the meeting and stood obediently at the door. Taishing sat in the center, scanning the 13 newcomers who had just been selected for the Divine Sword, suddenly smiled and asked, "What do you think a Special Forces unit is?" As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere below became lively. "It's the kind that can fight tough battles and win. I think they should be able to handle a whole squad by themselves, skilled in stealth, demolition, and infiltration. They are just amazing. It sounds special, and Special Forces must be special soldiers who can do everything." Chapter 147 Goodbye, will we meet again, Tian? When we say goodbye, you must be happy. Is that okay? Even if the world has no me anymore, it's okay, you must be happy. Xu Yang's voice trembled as he rushed to hug Lin Tian's shoulders. With his eyes closed, he nestled directly into Lin Tian's arms. Jin Haoyang rushed over, wiping non-existent tears with a sorrowful expression. "How can I live without you, Tian? Lin Tian was almost petrified, leaning back so far that he was nearly against the wall. His lips twitched uncontrollably, his teeth clenched tightly, forcing himself not to laugh out loud. The surrounding veterans were also helpless, with waves of teasing rising. "Oh dear, is the Divine Sword splitting up, or just putting on a show? Enough already." Gao Yufei came over disdainfully and grabbed Xu Yang by the collar like a little chick. Xu Yang was dragged away by the aviation squad leader. Just after being assigned to a new squad, they were already doing dramatic farewells. "You're here to train, not to film a melodrama." He struggled to look back. Still making a heart gesture to Lin Tian, "Lin Tian. You must be happy. Promise me. Get lost." Lin Tian was so ruthless. Heartbroken, Xu Yang hung his head and followed his squad leader away. Chapter 148. After the old veteran took the stage, he started using some underhanded tactics that shouldn't be aired publicly. He blurted out something about the livelihoods of so many people below without a care. Earlier, he spoke about providing livelihoods for the Eagle Source people. What a joke. Even an old man like me knows about economic globalization. And that businessman only thinks about those trivial matters. Old Master Lin watched the news, becoming angrier with each passing moment. Wishing he could rush into the television and shake some sense into the president of a certain country. Lin Jihui, holding a cloth, said cautiously, "Dad. You've been retired for so long, don't worry about these things. We have a professional team managing it, it won't affect us." He shouldn't have said anything. As soon as he did, the old man became even angrier. He struck his cane down. "If you had any pride, could our company be handed over to someone else? I sent you abroad for your studies, look at what you've done." Hey! Lin Jihui, over 40 years old, was helpless against his father's scolding. "Dad, if you're feeling bored at home, why not go to the park and play chess with the old folks? Or sing and travel with Mom? It would be nice to enjoy your old age together." Chapter 149. ISNT. Just one second-class merit, and one third-class merit. Why are there 3 boxes? You don't know about your grandson. Back in school, I wanted awards, and I swept all the awards in my grade. Multiple military medals. It's just a drop in the bucket. Lin Tian peeled an orange and stuffed it into his mouth, and to be honest, the food at home is better than outside. They weren't fools, military medals aren't that easy to earn. If they were, the organization department wouldn't make such a fuss, with the district chief personally delivering them. Why is it that so many soldiers have children? Yet only mine received 3 medals. In just 6 months, his body had slimmed down, and his eyes had gained a sharpness. The old man had seen enough in his lifetime to understand what was happening. This time he returned, it was clear his spirit was different. He had suddenly transformed from a lazy sheep into a little white wolf. However, he didn't point it out, a man has to grow, without experiencing storms. How can he see a rainbow? Lin Jihui didn't understand much about this, but he could tell his son had endured a lot of hardships. Even if they didn't spend much time together, he was still his own son. Lin Jihui, why didn't you inherit your dad's genes and avoid things you shouldn't do? You must listen to your superiors in the military. Just pick up what you can learn. Chapter 150. Mr. Xu, there is a gentleman at the front desk who wants to see you. No appointment. Don't bother me. I'm very busy right now. But the front desk, Xiao Zhong, looked troubled as she glanced at the man sitting on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. As if he owned the place. She hesitated for a moment and softly said, "You might want to take a look." Xu Huan glanced at the phone with dissatisfaction. The front desk staff, Xiao Zhong, was becoming increasingly outrageous. Did everyone really have time to meet him, the boss, while also handling other matters? After thinking for a moment, he decided to get up. It wouldn't be good if a big shot visited incognito and ended up offended. He walked out of the office and took the elevator down to the front desk. At a glance, he saw a man sitting there, wearing a white shirt with the top 2 buttons casually undone, vaguely revealing a clear collarbone line. The shirt was untucked, but he looked anything but disheveled. Instead, he exuded a casual, youthful vibe. The man was flipping through a company magazine on the desk, obscuring half of his face, and Xu Huan felt he looked somewhat familiar. With a swift motion, the man closed the magazine and looked up at Xu Huan, raising an eyebrow and glancing at him. The short hair on his head was not at all out of place, rather, it added a touch of flamboyance. Chapter 151. Click, click. The sound of metal hitting the ground resonated, each impact producing an unusual noise. Click. A man dressed in black slowly approached the security checkpoint. He wore sunglasses. His skin dark, with sharp, chiseled features that immediately revealed he was from an ethnic minority. Leaning on a cane, he made his way toward the airport entrance. Walking with a limp. His pace was slow, and his gaze was fixed straight ahead, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Just as he was about to collide with an oncoming sign, a hand reached out in time. "Hey buddy, there's a wall ahead, let me help you." Lin Tian grabbed his arm, being very friendly. "Do you have family with you? If not, I can help you with the check-in and hand it over to the crew." As a good Samaritan, how could Lin Tian not step up when he saw someone in need? Not to mention, he had been the kind of elementary school student who helped old ladies cross the street. Without hesitation, he had the man intrigued. The man in black spoke in a deep voice, "Thank you, I can see a bit of light. Someone is here to pick me up, thank you. Do you want me to help you check in? We have a special channel here." Yes, it's to my right." Chapter 152. Brother Fang. "Do you think we have a chance to fly the plane?" "Yes." Just as Lin Tian was about to tease a bit more, he suddenly spotted an acquaintance. At the entrance, the blind man he had helped at the airport was moving forward with that familiar metal cane. Beside him was a kind flight attendant, gently and softly assisting him. Other passengers were considerate enough to give way when they saw a disabled person. The quality of people from Longguo was quite high. Even if they weren't doing well themselves, they would help those with disabilities. What a small world. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his seat to rest his eyes. But just a few seconds into the calm, a commotion arose from the front cabin. "Sir, please sit back down." "What are you doing?" The flight attendant's voice was tense, trying to keep her tone down. Lin Tian frowned, his body instinctively tensing up. He opened his eyes. The disabled individual was slowly taking off his sunglasses. His sharp eyes coldly scanned the surroundings, showing no trace of a blind person at all. He struck the cane against the ground, and with a sharp sound, it disassembled, revealing a hidden metal rod and a sharp blade. This was a weapon. More critically, the disassembled part at the bottom was a detonator. Lin Tian hurriedly shook Fang Yongwu awake. "There's a situation." Chapter 153. Brother Fang, Lin Tian called softly. "I know." At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire cabin was like a taut bowstring. Lin Tian understood they only had one chance. The assailants had no way out left. But they had to save the hostages. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Tian felt his heartbeat echoing in his eardrums, yet he remained calm. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and took a step closer. "I'll exchange myself for the hostage," Lin Tian said in a deep voice, locking his gaze on the assailant. "Let her go. And I'll come." The assailant looked uncertain, his eyes flustered, the blade trembling against the girl's neck. He hadn't expected anyone to dare to step forward for an exchange. "Don't come closer. I'll really kill her," the assailant shouted, his hand shaking. "If you don't want to die, don't force me to act. The plane has already returned to base. If you act now, you'll get the death penalty." This statement was not a threat, but a fact. Fang Yongwu quietly circled from the other side, stealthily approaching. "Let me tell you honestly. I'm not afraid of death at all. If it weren't for thump." Lin Tian suddenly raised his hand. The flight attendant seized the opportunity and slammed a tray against the assailant's forehead. At the same time, Fang Yongwu rushed forward, kicking the dagger from the assailant's hand, and took the chance to pin him down tightly. Chapter 154. The interrogation room was brightly lit. After receiving the situation report, the investigation team arrived at the scene immediately. Such a significant event couldn't be covered up. The media had already swarmed, and the news was out. All staff at the N City airport were under investigation. As the person in charge of the investigation, Xiang Cheng looked at the case files in his hands, puzzled. Hijacking usually had motives of greed or hostage negotiation. He muttered to himself, but this time the criminal actually used a disabled person as a cover. Hiding weapons in a cane, which was extremely heinous. However, according to the passengers on the plane, there was no direct motive. They only mentioned wanting to fly to another country without any specific instructions. The suspect was still being treated in the hospital. Where should they start investigating? The screen repeatedly showed footage of several people entering the airport, boarding, and then committing the crime. The scene was perilous if the assailants acted impulsively and detonated the explosives. The entire plane would go down in flames, leaving them no chance to save anyone. A young officer spoke up. There were 2 soldiers among the passengers. According to passenger descriptions, they turned the tide and subsequently subdued the criminals together with everyone else. Chapter 155. The situation was like this. I was waiting at Gate D for my comrade and saw this person needed help, Lin Tian continued. He was leaning on a cane and walking strangely. So I stepped forward to help. The cane. Xiang Cheng noted the key point, signaling him to continue. Yes, shortly after the plane took off. A few of them started moving. Someone kept trying to talk to the flight attendants to distract them, while others opened the overhead compartments to create chaos. Just when everyone was startled, they suddenly pulled out the weapons hidden in the cane, threatening the crew and taking control of the front cabin. Lin Tian looked at Xiang Cheng, recounting everything he saw on the plane and the entire process of taking action. He could sense the seriousness of the person in front of him. Such matters had to be taken seriously. He was not only a citizen of Longguo, but also a soldier. Therefore, he was very cooperative. Xiang Cheng frowned. When did you first notice the unusual behavior of those assailants? They made quite a noise, waking up all the passengers in the cabin. Just the 2 of you? Yes. It was just the 2 of us at first. Then the crew and all the passengers took action. Are there any strange communication gestures? Or do they have a special language when they talk among themselves? Chapter 156. Today is Monday, and everyone is sweating it out on the training ground. The sound of heavy breathing hasn't stopped. Lin Tian hasn't noticed anything particularly special about the divine sword yet, because he isn't training today at all. This is a day off specially approved by the captain, and since he just arrived and was noted by the inspection team, Lin Tian feels he needs to adjust a bit. Besides, the wandering of Special Forces members isn't aimless wandering, it's strategic reconnaissance. The treatment now is many times better than when he was a rookie. At least when he sees someone coming from the opposite side, he won't just turn around and leave. Occasionally, if their eyes meet, they can nod and greet each other. That soldier over there, what's going on? Who is your leader? Which squad are you from, running around shirtless in the middle of summer? Is there no female personnel at the base? Xu Yang was instantly petrified. Standing there not even daring to wipe his sweat. He slowly hugged his shirt to his chest for tactical cover, trying to argue, "Respected sir. I'm just a rookie who just started today." Cough. Lin Tian couldn't hold back anymore. It was adorably naive. Xu Yang turned around. Damn. You're really not learning anything good. He saw Lin Tian's eyes light up and pulled him over. You don't know how I've been these past few days. If I had known, I would have gone back. Chapter 157. The daily training of the Divine Sword is not much different from that of the reconnaissance company. It just has more projects, tighter schedules, and stricter requirements. After the force training during the rookie phase, Lin Tian is already familiar with the physical demands. There was no adaptation period, he jumped right in. Other units might have group training with all newcomers starting over together, training and progressing together to develop better teamwork. But Lin Tian and his team are not like that. The Divine Sword uses the simplest method to integrate the 2 newcomers quickly with the veterans. More than 20 veterans mentoring 2 newcomers is not a problem. If they can't do that, then that's the real issue. If you have questions, feel free to ask. If you don't, the veterans will create problems for you. However, the daily training isn't too hard. Feng Yongwu adapted very well. He was already in a special forces unit at a higher level, so adaptation was normal. Lin Tian also integrated quickly. After the grouping, he trained with familiar faces and wasn't shy about asking questions boldly if he didn't understand something. After all, they would be life and death partners in the future. He didn't have much to lose in terms of face. If he was previously confident in his shooting skills, having been told he had talent. He had been shooting for so long that his hands were very steady. Moreover, he was a commander and sniper in the reconnaissance company. Chapter 158. The Divine Sword was built with a structure designed for a regiment, making the entire base absurdly large. Just for the accommodation area. They had an entire independent floor equipped for their 28 people. In addition, there were several training grounds, and even the recreational facilities were well thought out. To alleviate the long-term high-pressure combat state, the base specially set up a decompression zone and relaxation room, accessible at any time for leisure. Now they were heading to the office. For convenience in management, Mingzhe also lived in the same building, with a large meeting room next door, beside his residence. The entire third floor had only him living alone, everyone else shared. If there was something, they could shout up or down and be heard, anyway. Visiting each other was common. In the office, they were all veterans, so they were familiar with each other. Now they would hold a temporary 5-minute meeting to introduce themselves. Quick, from left to right, Chikai, you go first. Lin Tian initially thought Mingzhe was just pretending to be Unsarious while training the newcomers. The main instructor wouldn't be merciful, indifference was a necessary lesson, and a cold heart was a required quality. Mingzhe was not like that, he seemed somewhat indifferent. As if he had never taken this selection process to heart. During the rookie phase, his gaze was the most disliked by newcomers. Chapter 159, Be bold, but be meticulous. And your hands must be steady. Bomb disposal is like doing math problems. If you scored full marks in math during the college entrance exam. I won't go over these formulas, so let's get straight to the real thing. Chikai finished speaking and pulled out a metal shell from under the table and threw it out. Hey. Lin Tian's eyes widened. Is this something you can just throw around? It's filled with explosives, even decades-old ones can't withstand this kind of tossing. You're going to take yourself down with you. Huh? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Lin Tian rushed forward, but it was too late to catch it. He lay down on the ground, and the mine fell directly onto him. It hurt. Chikai smiled at Lin Tian. Good. You just use this posture to disarm the bomb, with a time limit of 5 minutes. It was indeed a real landmine, and it really had explosives inside. Just the amount varied from person to person. Lin Tian lay on the ground and really didn't get up. This was his first time disarming such a large device with a diameter of 30 centimeters, so he placed it on flat ground to observe. Such a big one. If an infantry mine exploded, it would definitely scatter pieces everywhere. Anti-tank mines are about the same. He slowly extended his hand, his fingers sweeping across the shell's edge. Confirming the seams, the nut, and the empty spots. Chapter 160. Once you decide to buy, there's no turning back, it's time for life and death. Wealth and destiny. No need to be polite, each person gets one, and no exchanges if you're not satisfied with your pairs. Whether a brother is reliable depends on this little piece of paper. Lin Tian took a deck of playing cards and distributed them to each of the second squad members. Shouting as he handed them out, his voice so loud that if he weren't a Special Forces member, he could have been a singer. On my command, 3, 2, 1. The squad members flipped their cards in unison and placed their bets. The fighting rules are that pairs face off against each other. And those who draw the same number from the red and black sides automatically pair up. Regardless of offense or defense, if you fall to the ground, you lose. There are no restrictions on strength, moves, or routes. It's all about going all out, no tricks. Just one word, fight. After Lin Tian finished distributing, he looked down and saw a little king. Not bad, a royal showdown. Step forward. Who's so lucky to draw the same card as me? Suddenly, a large hand appeared in his peripheral vision, the Red King face glaring at him, and the one holding the card was Mingzhe. Lin Tian and the squad members collectively gasped in surprise. The big king against the little king, the big devil against the little ghost, the captain against little Lin Tian. With no chance of winning. Chapter 161. Suddenly, Mingzhe made his move, a wrist hook directly sealing Lin Tian's left arm. Then a half-step side slip with his knee pressing against the back of Lin Tian's calf. Lin Tian's vision went dark, and his entire center of gravity collapsed. Bang! After hitting the ground for the third time, he was completely unable to turn over. Lin Tian lay still, even his breathing lost its rhythm. A buzzing filled his ears. Golden stars danced before his eyes, and his limbs felt as if they had been removed, completely devoid of strength. Mingzhe did not add any follow-up moves. Standing beside him and looking down for 2 seconds before quietly asking, "Have you surrendered?" Lin Tian stared at the sky with his eyes wide open, and after a while, his throat moved. "I surrender." His voice was hoarse, but he did not back down. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, indicating that it wasn't that he didn't want to get up, but that he truly couldn't get up anymore. "Captain, you are still as strong as ever." The team members burst into laughter. Not bad, being able to exchange moves with the captain shows promise. This was the first time they heard him admit defeat. It was refreshing, really refreshing. "It's okay, Tiana, I have high hopes for you, just don't get mad when you beat the captain." Lin Tian remained on the ground, waving his arm. "Stop laughing, can you show a little sympathy? Can't you see your dear comrade is still lying on the ground? Come help me up." Chapter 162. The next day, he went to find team leader Tai, but he just happened not to be there, and Lin Tian did not dwell on it. They would see each other sooner or later in the army, it was just a matter of how they would meet. He didn't have time to think about irrelevant things, because he was currently in training room number 13. When he really couldn't hold on any longer, he shouted like this. Lu Chen cupped his hands in a trumpet shape. "Brother Chen, save me and I'll let you out, don't push yourself too hard." Lu Chen was helping Lin Tian put on his clothes while reminding him. This training room was built at great expense, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to -30 degrees, designed to test the soldiers' endurance. The venue was a chaotic mess, resembling a library that had been transformed into a large escape room. Lin Tian's task was to find and eliminate the enemy, who was all the members of the team scheming against him, so they would definitely not make it easy for him to find them. The result was important, but the process was even more important. It could be said to be a dual torment for soldiers, both physically and psychologically. Emerging from it without shedding a layer of skin was not considered the end. For the past few weeks, Lin Tian had watched others go in here. Each one had to stay in the psychological room for a few days, and he had not asked what it was about. He would have to explore the specifics himself. Lin Tian zipped up his jacket and turned to glance at his brothers behind him. Chapter 163. Lin Tian was seen at the finish line, launching himself with all his might, his thighs propelling his calves as he took the last step. He snatched the mission statement hanging at the highest point, and without a moment's pause to catch his breath, he jumped straight down along the safety rope. There was no hesitation, no fear. 20 meters. A slip could mean shattering his bones. His life was tethered to a safety rope with a diameter of 1 centimeter. It was hard to tell if this kid was just bold, reckless, or courting death. Beep. 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 The moment he descended, the venue turned red, and the deafening beeping echoed throughout the first floor. This was a reminder, a warning. In 1 minute, the first floor door would close tightly. If he did not escape in time, it would be see you next time. Lin Tian ran, running for his life. He sprinted with the speed of the last 50 meters of a 400-meter obstacle course. While sprinting, he glanced at the mission statement in his hand. Locate and destroy the hidden criminal hideout, kill at least 5 criminals, and defuse no less than 10 mines. The paper was densely filled with writing. And Lin Tian memorized it as he ran. Because that paper could damn well melt away. All the clever tricks were used on his own teammates. It was fun. Really fun, and he would come back next time. Chapter 164. Suddenly, something green and sinister, resembling a certain turnip, protruded from the wall. Lin Tian stared at it for 2 seconds before cursing loudly. Isn't this design a bit inappropriate? Look me in the eyes and answer me. Cursing aside, he still had to solve it. He peeled back the outer structure, revealing a password lock inside. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. A password? My hands are burning and peeling. The password was no longer important, because Lin Tian directly reached behind and cut off the leaves at the back, tearing apart the green tendrils inside. Those watching the surveillance couldn't help but clench their legs. What brutality! He pushed the door open and stepped outside, only to freeze in place. Because in front of him was a small CQB training ground, decorated in a cement style, shrunk into a mere 80 square meters. He could see the entire layout at a glance, and for a moment, Lin Tian didn't know what to do. Where were the criminals? Where was the enemy? Why weren't they confronting him face to face with guns? There was nothing. His body felt comfortable, but his heart was uneasy. After pulling someone out of hell, they didn't even give him a task. Click! A sound came from under his foot as Lin Tian squatted down to pick up a bullet. To be precise, it was a blank round. This type of blank round differed from real bullets only slightly in the bullet head, thus there was a difference in weight. Chapter 165. Don't be impulsive. They were densely packed, countless masked men in black. The moment Lin Tian stepped out, they turned to stare at him. The first few burly men in black flexed their muscles, holding steel pipes in their hands, and their silence exuded a threatening aura that loomed over him. Big brother. I can handle this myself. Lin Tian closed his eyes, preparing to surrender to them. This was a joke. Struggling against 4 or 5 men in black was one thing. But resisting against 40 or 50 was just asking for trouble. Lin Tian was already sensible enough, and those who were blind. A fierce hand chop came down from his neck. As Lin Tian looked at the faint blue sky, he silently vowed, "Damn it, you better not let me find you." Cough, cough, cough. Everything was blurry, and he couldn't see what was in front of him. Lin Tian only knew he had been stuffed into a large water tank. He was completely unprepared, with water flooding into his ears, nose, and mouth, especially the cold water that rushed straight down his nasal passages to the back of his throat. The pain of choking on water came in waves for several minutes. They didn't even give him time to observe. He only knew he was being hung up. His legs were tightly bound, wrapped almost entirely in thick hemp rope. Chapter 166. In the monitoring room, Zhong Hong let out a deep sigh. He was the commissioner, and he understood the significance of doing this. Although there were many procedural irregularities in this process, he did not voice any objections. He quietly watched this interrogation. This unique review. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he looked at Tai Xing. Was this your arrangement or Mingzhi's idea? He flicked the ash and turned to Tai Xing. This is much harsher than the usual process. Tai Xing exhaled a puff of smoke. I arranged it. What about the drug? Tai Xing replied, it's an improved version of TSL, with the harmful parts that affect brain nerves removed, but it will make the pain extremely intense. This was the first time it had been used on a member of the Divine Sword team. Other units had probably used similar injectables. But TSL was being referenced for the first time. Zhong Hong's brows furrowed tightly. The Divine Sword team had always had their own bottom line. And using such unconventional methods on a young soldier made him feel quite uncomfortable. Tai Xing, you've seen his resume. There's nothing to say about his time before the army. And even after joining, it's too perfect, too smooth. Whether in training or in combat, these obstacles are merely hindrances on his path. Moreover, what else? Taixing smirked slightly. Mingzhe has come up with a lot of ideas. Many of the challenges were designed by their group, so if you want to find fault, you won't find it on me. Chapter 167, Number 0. After playing with a sniper rifle for so long, will the leg muscles degrade? Hedgehog. You ate a lot of Wangzai beef candy yesterday, right? Why are you still so sluggish today? Axe, that name doesn't suit you, change it to Screw. I pull you. You move, it's boring. In front of the training ground, all members of the second squad were grimly completing the harsh tasks assigned by Lin Tian. Who knows how they got up at 3 a.m? Lin Tian burst into the dormitory with a water gun, spraying each person. Whether it was summer or not didn't matter, the key was to spray. Specifically aimed at their noses and mouths, and with added ingredients. The smell of mustard oil, who dares not to get up? Warm-up finished, formal training begins. Lin Tian announced. Lu Chen frowned. Big brother, your warm-up can last 3 hours. Lin Tian ignored the doubt and pulled something out from behind his back. The moment he took it out, Lu Chen tightly shut his mouth and didn't even dare to look at Lin Tian. Bang! Bang! Lin Tian held the whip's end in one hand and the handle in the other. The sound of it cutting through the air resonated throughout the training ground. The villain's exclusive big whip. Everyone here has felt its pain, and Lin Tian was visibly different because it shimmered silver under the sunlight. Chapter 168. When the second squad finally staggered across the finish line marked by a small red flag, Lin Tian had been waiting there for a long time. Behind him was the only big river nearby, where their underwater projects were conducted. It seemed everyone had arrived. Lin Tian kicked the oxygen tank at his feet. Warm-up is over, now we enter underwater combat training. The team members exchanged glances. And Lu Chen couldn't help but wail, here we go again. Lin Tian turned a deaf ear and continued, subject, underwater demolition, each person carries 5 kilograms of weights. Swims 5 kilometers, and installs training explosives at designated locations. The 5 kilometers in the army is definitely not what the squad leader says it is. That's just a rough estimate, about 5 kilometers, how much depends on conscience. As the team members donned their gear, Chikai muttered quietly, this is much worse than land projects. I haven't been in the water for a long time, I forgot we are amphibious soldiers. Luo Jipeng grimaced as he tightened his life jacket, this is going to soak in the water. Lin Tian suddenly appeared behind them, I forgot to mention. I released a few training electronic crocodiles in the river. He shook the remote control in his hand. What happens if we get bitten? Lu Chen asked cautiously. Chapter 169. Who knows the meal on the plate? Every grain is hard-earned. Who dares to spit it out? I'll make you eat what you've spat out. Lin Tian stood in front. Having filled himself up, he wouldn't let others off easy. It looked disgusting, and tasted even worse. Not only was it disgusting, but it also had mustard and chili. Taking a bite was a mix of flavors that brought tears to your eyes. Not eating wasn't an option. There was a supervisor nearby, who not only had to ensure everyone finished, but also had to smile while eating. I can't take it anymore. Lin Tian paced back and forth, hands behind his back, observing their painful, squinting faces. Somehow, his waist didn't hurt, and his legs didn't ache. He could kick a child over. He wore a serious expression, exuding the aura of an instructor, both righteous and wicked. Ignoring the overly young face that gave him an intimidating presence. Even though the squad members got along well, it was still unreasonable to let newcomers, who had just arrived, lead training. They were still soldiers who could be called rookies in the grassroots unit. But he not only trained, but did so with flair. More importantly, aside from the initial warm-up, in other projects, he always took the lead, with Mingzhe closely following behind. He effectively blocked anyone with ulterior motives. Just like now. Crawling forward didn't need teaching, you must have practiced it more than I have every day. Now, show me your usual abilities, and let me see you in a new light. Chapter 170, the next week. The members of the second squad lived a life worse than death. Is this even human training? Lin Tian lay on a log, his gun shaking as if he had Parkinson's. Chikai below was gloating. Instructor Lin said, "If you fall, you'll practice for another half hour." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian fell into the sandpit with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the change of the commander, the training content became bizarre. Even in shooting, they rarely had a chance to shoot steadily on flat ground. Either they had to do 2 hours of push-ups first, then practice aiming with trembling hands, or they had to stand on logs and shoot while pulling a rope. The worst was when 2 people had to shoot in a specified position. When a wall came, they felt like the sky was falling. Dreaming back to the selection and training, it only added to the already painful life. However, on the flip side, the enthusiasm of the second squad increased remarkably. Even Tai Xing, who usually didn't care much about results, smiled during these days. The vigor brought by young team members was truly lively. When Lin Tian stood in the center of the training ground, smilingly announced dismissal, he turned around and ran. He ran faster than when being chased by crocodiles, his tactical boots kicking up dust on the sandy ground, just like someone was trying to kill him. Chapter 171, Reconnaissance Company of the 588th Regiment. Year after year, the assessments were being conducted vigorously. Jiang Tingfei leaned against the wall behind the building, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. The smoke swirled in his lungs before slowly being exhaled. He was waiting for the results of this promotion exam. As the Ace Reconnaissance Company of the 588th Regiment, there were quite a few retention slots each year, transitioning sergeants, continuing 3 terms, etc. He wasn't worried about the assessment of soldier training. The military subjects of the Reconnaissance Company were a piece of cake in the promotion assessment. It was the cultural subjects that were increasingly difficult to pass in recent years to get promoted to military school. The procedures had become more formalized, and now it was very transparent. The competition among these veterans increased year by year. With millions of soldiers, the annual allocation slots were a pitiful 3 digits. Their border defense slots had some consideration, but it was just 2 or 3 more. They still had to achieve results in military district competitions. Jiang Tingfei smoked, his mind lingering on the veterans in the company. The 3rd term was a hurdle, the promotion exam was another hurdle. What are hurdles for? Hurdles are meant to eliminate people. He flicked the ash off the cigarette, silently muttering to himself. After graduating from military school, he was assigned to the company. And it had already been 7 years since he joined. He really couldn't bear to part with this group of old buddies. Chapter 172, Qian. Let us go eat. Studying this broken theory is giving me a headache. How can you enjoy it so much? Chikai glanced at the time, stood up, and picked up his hat. I now admit that there really is a gap between people. This is making my brain cells die. Study, study, and study again. As long as you're alive, you can't escape these 2 words. The world is constantly changing, and they have to keep up with the times. Sometimes, I really envy the ordinary soldiers. Chikai tugged at his collar. All they have to do is follow orders. We, on the other hand, have to be both commanders and soldiers. Lin Tian was chewing on a Wangzai milk drink, his eyes fixed on the documents. You guys go ahead. The summary assigned today must be completed. With the task assigned by the commander, how could we dare to be slack? Whoa! Chikai darted over, sizing Lin Tian up. Wow, the commander's words are more effective than the captain's, even skipping meals, truly a model soldier. Lin Tian shook off Chikai's hand. If you keep dawdling, the braised elbow will be left with just soup. Impossible. Squad leader Zhong said that today the elbow is stewed per head. During training, meals are eaten in teams. When not in training, they are served on time. First come, first served, and although the Divine Sword team has a high standard of food, wasting it is absolutely not allowed. Chapter 173. I love this blue ocean. The sea borders of my motherland are magnificent and vast. I love the peak standing by the coast, looking up at the sea like a sentinel. In the morning, Lin Tian and the others changed into blue training uniforms and were rushed onto the plane by Mingzhe. Mingzhe, this training is located in the East China military region. The time is not fixed, and as I said, once we arrive at their place, we must adapt to the situation. Luo Jipeng, understood, Captain. Wearing their clothes means we are their soldiers. We'll be as obedient as rabbits. Chikai, just standing there with our legs is enough to be soldiers, no need to worry about that. On the helicopter, the 7 members of the second small team, under Mingzhe's lead, each carried a large bag, starting the training. The annual schedule of the Divine Sword team is very tight. They only spend half the year at the base, with a quarter on missions and the remaining quarter in different military regions for training. This time, the second small team is going for marine training, while other small teams are heading to different places. Mingzhe thought for a moment and reminded them, the place we are going this time has female soldiers. Some comrades keep shouting that there are no female soldiers at the base except in the hospital. Some happiness, you have to fight for yourselves, since you are all adults. I want to say more. He said this while glancing in Lin Tian's direction, and for certain new comrades, once you arrive in a new place, keep a sense of proportion, don't go wild. Chapter 174. Squad Leader, our squad has many officers today. Is there an inspection task or an exercise coming up? There are no secrets in the army. The moment you step through the door, while appearing indifferent, in less than an hour, everyone in the squad knows that new people have arrived. The Marine Corps is a large force, and Lin Tian and the others are stationed in the subordinate frogman unit. Frogman units often require long and arduous training, and due to the confidentiality and specialty of their tasks, the number of personnel is relatively small. The person asking is Jiang Hao, a new recruit who just joined the frogmen this year. New recruits often go through layers of selection. Only the best qualify to enter here. This batch of new recruits only arrived last month, and has been filled with high-intensity training every day. Even a bit of gossip can excite these new recruits. After all, with so many people coming, it can't just be a routine check. Could it be a prelude to an exercise? They have learned quite a few skills during this time, which will surely be put to use. Jiang Hao is looking forward to it. The lieutenant called squad leader Ke Zishio also can't explain it clearly. Every year there are always some mysterious people wearing the same uniforms as them, crushing them in many projects, and after a while, they just leave. Chapter 175. Everyone's gaze is on me. Below are the unfriendly eyes of fellow recruits, and beside me are the comrades watching the show. Even Qian Heibo's smiling face reveals curiosity. He does not doubt the authority of the Divine Sword. His previous superior, Zhong Hong, was assigned to that place. And he wants to know just how terrifying the strength of this young man is. The more elite the troops, the more exclusive they are. From the contact yesterday, it is clear that he is a core member. If one day Mingzhe is not around, the leader of this small team will undoubtedly be Lin Tian. After decades of experience, this intuition still holds. Life is not easy, sighs are frequent. Every new unit brings controversy. He walked out slowly, his steps steady, and approached the soldier who had just questioned him. For some reason, as Lin Tian got closer, Wang felt a chill in his heart. Lin Tian walked closer until only 20 centimeters separated them. He slightly lowered his head, looking at the provocative soldier. Wang instinctively dodged, then, as if declaring his sovereignty, he stared back defiantly. Lin Tian stood in front of Wang, looking at him expressionlessly, and calmly said, "Tell me your achievements here. I don't like competing with those who lack challenge." Chapter 176. The seawater rushes into my ears with every descent. Waiting for my senses to be soaked in seawater. Waiting until breathing becomes difficult, waiting until my lungs want to protest. Only then can I poke my head out of the water, take a breath. And then swallow deeply again. Back and forth, breathing is painful, and my strength is fading. The desire to conquer is rising. Lin Tian has sunk countless times. Risen countless times, doing push-ups at the bottom of the sea, unmatched by rivers. The seawater churns wildly, and the 7 of them line up. There are no shouts. No calls, each practices on their own. When they truly can't hold on anymore, someone will poke their head out for air, then dive back into the sea. It's said to be training together, but in reality, they are just hitching a ride. Using someone else's equipment, using someone else's venue, at this point. There's no need for Mingzhe to chase after them for training. They quickly identify their weaknesses and improve themselves. They are supposed to be in class. Others have experience, while Lin Tian does not. Cough cough cough, spit spit spit. Even with my mouth tightly shut, seawater can still rush in through my nose. Salty and choking. Seawater is corrosive. Lin Tian has old injuries, and he is among the few with only a few obvious scars. Even those few scars feel numb and tingly under the seawater. Chapter 177. In a corner, 3 frogmen squat on the ground drawing circles. Jiang Hao looked up at the dormitory, murmuring, "Squad leader, have you found out where these divine beings come from? The atmosphere in the class has been down lately." Jia's expression was complicated as he sighed heavily. "Whenever I speak, the people below don't say anything, but everyone is holding their breath inside. I can feel that gaze that questions why you can say that." He raised his hand to touch his chest. Still recalling the sense of oppression brought by Lin Tian's punch that day, it replays in his sleep, and he can't forget it. He is good at fighting, otherwise he wouldn't have stripped off his clothes right away. This guy can knock someone out with one punch. I have no temper left. Jia mocked himself, thinking that continuing like this would greatly affect the morale of the class. Kei Zishio looked at the 2 dejected squad leaders and felt a headache. He held a grass stick in his hand, poking the ground repeatedly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke, "Just because others are strong doesn't mean we are weak. I will report to the captain. If you can't do it yet, then practice more, hit more, and fight more." He raised his head, his gaze no longer gentle. "If you keep sulking like this, the morale of the whole row will be brought down by the 2 of you." Chapter 178. Never believe that 5 kilometers is 5 kilometers. The 5 kilometers mentioned by other squad leaders is actually 7 or 8 kilometers for me. That damn Mingzhe says 5 kilometers is 15 kilometers. No wonder they let them put all the equipment on the boat, not to lighten their load, but to prevent the seawater from corroding the equipment. It doesn't matter if the corrosion affects our own people. After all, they can swim back, but that equipment costs a lot of money. Swim, swim, swim. Just keep swimming towards the seawater. When they finally see the coastline, they have no other thoughts, using hands and feet to crawl up. Lying on the sand looking at the sky, they didn't even have the strength to raise a hand. 6 people lay in a row. Lin Tian spoke, "I have to say, the stars by the sea are more beautiful than ours. Purely natural, pollution-free, and harmless. On a clear night, the wind that troubled them in the sea has disappeared. The moon hangs high, and the stars are twinkling. Luo Jipeng, look at the stars, 1, 2, 3, 4. Forming a line. Lu Chen, at this moment, I want to recite a poem." Lin Tian interrupted, "Seagulls." Everyone burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the night sky. On the beach, 1 sentence from you, 1 from me, no one planned to move. Starved and exhausted to the point of numbness. Their mental state was clearly ahead of others. Chapter 179. Since it was handed over to Chen Xiaolong, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't be polite. They were comrades. And although they were in the same small team, they had spent much less time together compared to others. Chen Xiaolong didn't participate in their rookie selection and spent more time focused on guns. He had a pure love for firearms. Having touched every gun in the arsenal at Shenzhen, and picking up any gun would show signs of his calibration. He had been at Shenzhen for the longest time in Team 2, except for Mingzhe. He was nearly 10 years older than Lin Tian. But such an old sniper wouldn't change his marksmanship because of age. At 28 or 29, it was the prime age. Why are snipers so loved in film and television? Apart from the passionate thrill of hitting an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, there is also the underlying capability. Physical strength, command, eyesight, intuition, cultural knowledge, strategic deployment, etc., all determine whether you can become a top sniper. Lin Tian had mostly learned sniper tactics from Dang Rui, who indeed taught him a lot of private skills. Which is the most important reason for his marksmanship to stand out among many rookies. However, there were many things that Dang Rui couldn't teach. Chapter 180. The two returned the boat to the sea training ground and then took the Marine Corps transport ship back. It had been like this for the past few days. The atmosphere on the boat was casual. Sometimes Lin Tian would casually find a squad to chat with about everyday matters. Wherever there were people gathered, he would go there. They talked about how good the food was, who fell into the water yesterday, and chatted about everything. The boat was big enough, not crowded. And there were many soldiers coming to the sea training, as well as many going back, so the faces in the unit were mixed. No one particularly inquired about who was who or where they came from. Occasionally, they would run into a few familiar faces, and after sitting together again, they would be old acquaintances. So every day they saw different people, and with an exercise in 2 months, they didn't know if they could last until then. As the boat docked, the two got off, and Lin Tian keenly sensed that the atmosphere had changed. The little soldier, who always smiled at him, didn't smile today. Something was off. Lin Tian turned to Chen Xiaolong. Don't you think the air pressure is a bit low today? Chen Xiaolong didn't take it seriously. Everyone has their sad moments, and just because they usually smile doesn't mean they should be deprived of the right to feel sad occasionally. Lin Tian was convinced by this at first, but as they walked, he felt increasingly uneasy. In the past, these new soldiers would sing while walking, full of energy. And even with their guns, they didn't show fatigue. Chapter 181. Become an instructor. As soon as the words came out, the dormitory fell silent for 3 seconds. Then erupted in chaos, everyone looking at Mingzhe in shock. Are you kidding? We didn't come here for training, did we? How could we take on extra jobs? No way, what could a bunch of rookies possibly train? Besides, they already have old squad leaders from the fleet, what are we? Exactly. It's only been a few days of sea training, and the old squad leader hasn't even warmed his seat yet. Now you want us to lead. What kind of return policy is this? Mingzhe held a file, observing everyone's reaction, and shrugged. Mingzhe, who told you all to be so capable today? After the brigade commander finished the summary meeting, he grabbed my hand and wouldn't let me leave, saying I must support them. As soon as he finished speaking, a few faces turned green. Today, you formulated the strategic plan, decided the tactics, and we are just small soldiers. Is it wrong to be too outstanding? What is wrong with the captain? Does the captain have the right to be an unqualified instructor? Not worried about quantity but inequality. It's frustrating how Mingzhe escaped this disaster. In short, the situation is what it is, and things are as they are. Mingzhe spread his hands. Whether you want to be an instructor or not, you have to do it. Chapter 182. Tomorrow we will have new instructors again, have you heard? At the same time, the female soldier squad had just finished their evening training, and the air still carried the scent of sweat. Sitting neatly by the track, they were enjoying the only free moments left in their busy time. New instructors. Li Shan looked up, confused, at the speaker, Shi Mingqiu. The ones who train us are all female squad leaders sent down from the fleet, why suddenly change? For what reason? Shi Mingqiu shrugged, pulling the towel draped around her neck to fan herself. They must be dissatisfied with our training performance, embarrassed that we let them down. Saying this, she lowered her head. Honestly, I really think we have worked hard enough. Just take me for example, I am breaking through myself every day. But the squad leader still thinks my progress is too slow. That's right. A female soldier echoed, and the squad leader, too, always compares our results with male soldiers. This is one thing, but they even compare us with frogmen. There are physiological differences between genders. Li Tian couldn't stand hearing others say this, so what? We went through so much hardship to come here, didn't we? Why not be a communication soldier? When we're tired, we look at the gun in our hands. In other squads, we wouldn't even get to touch one. Chapter 183, 20 minutes later, Lin Tian and Lu Chen walked in side by side. Dressed in training uniforms. They still didn't wear shoulder patches or arm badges, and they said nothing. When the two stopped, the already unusually quiet space fell into silence even more. Lu Chen leisurely scanned the room, a self-satisfied smile on his face that seemed friendly, but in the eyes of the female soldiers, it was like a grim reaper. Starting today, we are your new instructors. My last name is Lu, and his last name is Lin. He snapped the small notebook in his hand shut and nodded at Lin Tian, and the atmosphere instantly changed. With a dark face, he growled, "Today's training task is assigned. In the morning, basic physical fitness assessment, push-ups, sit-ups, 1,500 meters, and a 5-kilometer load-bearing run. Each item must meet the standard. Complete the tests before noon. In the afternoon, we will conduct firearms shooting and tactical coordination pre-training, with a 3-person rotation system. In the evening, we will start sea training. And the training content will be informed later. Report." A female soldier couldn't help but speak up. Lu Chen suddenly turned around. "I said, without my permission. No one is allowed to speak. Hold it in. You need to be clear about one thing. It's not that we are training you. It's that you are begging us to train you." Chapter 184. He casually picked up the modified Type 95 rifle next to him, and aimed at the female soldier, who was running the fastest in the group. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the training ground, interrupting the entire formation. The muzzle cannot be pointed at comrades. Shooting is not allowed without permission. This is the iron rule told to them by the squad leader, both in words and in practice. This regulation is firmly engraved in the minds of these new recruits. No one dares to break it because their squad leader sets an example. In most cases, the rifle in their hands is a burden, a punishment. A tool for honing willpower. Holding the gun, carrying the gun, sleeping with the gun, being with it at all times, for 2 years of service. They can be together for a year and a half. If transferred to another military district, the gun must be left behind. Yixin's footsteps froze. Her entire leg was immobilized by the sound of the gunshot. She distinctly felt that the bullet grazed her leg. If it had veered just a bit more, it would not have been a scare but a real hit. In fact, the gun was a whole meter off. She didn't know this. She only knew that at that moment, the fear was like cold air pressed out from her lungs, coursing through her limbs, and her imagination deepened this fear. Chapter 185. The original plan was to assess the situation in the morning, officially enter training in the afternoon, and strengthen sea training in the evening. The two initially felt their abilities were insufficient. They weren't afraid of anything on land, but the sea projects were not their strong suit. Being an instructor is not easy. Mingzhe assigned tasks yesterday, and the dormitory of the Divine Sword was brightly lit last night. Leading others is not something that can be done by relying solely on one's own experience. It also needs to take into account the performance of the original troops. They weren't completely unfamiliar with these new recruits, as they all lived in the same camp area. Even if they didn't train together, they had all sweated in the same training ground. These veteran soldiers could tell the quality of the recruits with just a glance. So although it was rushed, it wasn't completely clueless. Except for Lin Tian and Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly handed over both sets of information to Lin Tian. shouting that he was a top university student and could handle these matters with ease. Lin Tian worked on the plan at the computer. He had no prior contact with the female soldiers and gathered the information on the spot. All night. He wore glasses partly because the sun was too bright and also to hide his dark circles. Lin Tian, feeling guilty, took the heavy responsibility of training the recruits upon himself. However, the training results exceeded both of their expectations. Chapter 186. When Yishan complained earlier. No one in the class paid her any attention, not because they didn't want to, but because they deeply empathized with her. What she said were their inner thoughts. And there was no need to refute. However, when it came to Instructor Lin, the atmosphere in the dormitory immediately became lively. Mingqiu, how can you say that? Instructor Lin is obviously much gentler compared to Instructor Lu. He hasn't scolded us much. I think that Instructor Lu looks like someone who hasn't been repaid money owed to him, if it comes down to it. We can pool together some money to pay him back. Just thinking about closing her eyes and then opening them to be with that voice again made me not want to sleep at all. Yishan, no. You haven't experienced it. I used to think the same way. After all, Instructor Lin is so handsome. His name had spread throughout our team. Before he came to the female soldier squad, everyone wanted to see what he looked like. After that gunshot, I turned my head and only saw his cold eyes hidden behind sunglasses. I felt like I was meat on a chopping board, waiting for him to cut me. Mingqiu shook her head. No, you must have seen it wrong. When Instructor Lin is with Instructor Lu, he doesn't even dare to speak. I suspect Instructor Lu bullies Instructor Lin. Chapter 187. From that day on, each female soldier received a tailored plan every day. The plan listed numerous indicators for physical fitness, skills, and psychological limits, making it hard to breathe. The usual 8 hours of collective training continued, with dazzling projects. In the morning, you would be pushing oil barrels in the sand, and in the afternoon you would be practicing underwater swimming in the sea. Underwater swimming was not their responsibility for training. It was provided by instructors from the Marine Corps. Lin Tian maintained his role as the stern-faced instructor. That face seemed to be permanently on him. Every frown and smile made it hard for the female soldiers. And Lin Tian. He rarely stood at the forefront and didn't often give orders. He was like an elegant yet deadly leopard, lazily hiding in some corner. He came and went without a trace, and when he was watching you, you would never notice. The female soldiers' innate sixth sense disappeared around Lin Tian. He always appeared in places they never expected. When you realized you hadn't seen Instructor Lin for a long time, that was when he was about to interact with you properly. He would notice if someone slowed down, had improper posture, or was slacking off. A bullet would go up. Real bullets, live ammunition. To be precise, the exercise rounds used in training were also real bullets, just a matter of how much explosive was involved. Chapter 188. At that time, close to noon, the teams on the training ground were taken away in batches to the cafeteria. They were only undergoing special training, not really trying to kill these recruits. The meals they were supposed to have were still provided, and this aspect was not affected by the training. Lin Tian and the others wouldn't use meals to control the recruits. Different situations required different treatments. People prioritize food. If the team leader got hungry, it would be their problem. However, the female soldiers were still waiting for Lin Tian's whistle, which was delayed today. After such a long time of training, they understood. Lin Tian had a stern face, but was a normal person at heart, while Instructor Lin had a kind face, but a dark heart. If he didn't say to dismiss, no one dared to leave on their own. Shilu, report, Instructor. Today we have completed the plan you set for us. Is there anything we haven't done well? Lin Tian, no, you all did very well. I plan to give you an extra meal. Now, everyone go wash your faces. And I have prepared a big meal for you that will definitely compensate for your hard work over the past few days. I know many of you have trained during your menstrual period. I specifically applied for extra funds from team leader Chen for a group meal. Wow, thank you, instructor. Where will we gather? Chapter 189. Lin Tian pulled out a complete set of slaughtering tools, cleaver, scrapers, ropes, everything was ready, piled next to the pig. Preparing to get started. What? Hands on. Where to? Are we really going to kill a pig? Mingqiu jumped up in place. No. This really won't do. I've never even killed a chicken, let alone a pig. Seriously, I've never slaughtered an animal in my life. Lin Tian raised his eyes and looked into Mingqiu's eyes, suddenly smiling at the corners of his mouth. Instructor Lin loves to smile, outside of training. He often makes the female soldiers laugh. But now, with his mouth covered, the entire upper half of his face exuded a coldness that made Mingqiu shiver. All the female soldiers dared not make a sound, watching Lin Tian's movements. Lin Tian stepped forward, grabbed Mingqiu's arm, and shoved a cleaver into her hand. Don't move. He forced her hand onto the handle of the knife. If you dare throw the knife away, I'll take you all to the slaughterhouse tomorrow. Being a soldier for a long time gets boring. Being an executioner will surely bring some novelty. Mingqiu's hand trembled, the tip of the knife hovering in the air. Unable to come down. She gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening, her body shaking. Chapter 190. Normally, slaughtering a pig starts with bleeding it out, then cleaning and segmenting it. Rather than bleeding out, a more appropriate description for the female soldiers would be to say they violently killed a little fat pig. Blood seeped from their faces, bodies, the ground, and even the sand at the edges. Lin Tian frowned, his mind racing to understand how a pig, with a maximum of 8 liters of blood, could create such a crime scene. Instructor, pure and natural, with hairy roasted pig knuckles, this is my tribute to you. Lu smiled brightly, presenting 2 freshly cut pig knuckles to Lin Tian and Lu Chen like a treasure. To be honest, they did look quite impressive. The plump, fatty knuckles, crafted by the female soldier's skilled hands, were covered in knife marks, which instead enhanced the absorption of the seasonings. Drizzled with oil, the sizzling sound filled the air, and the aroma of chopped green onions mixed with cumin wafted all around. It smelled really good. Lin Tian originally planned to give each female soldier a piece of raw meat to kick off wilderness survival training. But upon seeing the roasted knuckles, he changed his mind. Who said wilderness training had to include food? Going a day and a night without eating won't kill anyone, right? Once he thought it through, it became much easier. He smiled as he took the plate from Lu's hands. I didn't expect you all to have this skill, so I can rest assured now. At least the soldiers I train won't starve when they go out, ha ha. Chapter 191. Mingqiu, report. But we don't have equipment, nor transportation, how do we get there? Other female soldiers echoed, at least let us go back to change clothes, we can't move in this stench. No equipment means you can't leave. He retorted slowly. But his eyes were sharp. What about your legs? Didn't you bring them? As he spoke, he tapped the map, each word pressing down heavily. Just a friendly reminder. A helicopter will be waiting for you at 9 o'clock. If anyone isn't on time, it will take off on schedule. When the time comes, however you go, that's how you'll come back. The female soldiers were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they were all cheerful and content, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a life-and-death escape scene. They all turned to Lin Tian in unison, their eyes filled with accusation. They saw that the gentleman had already put on his hat, lying back in his chair, feet up, the brim of his hat covering his face. Only his chest rising and falling slightly. Is he asleep? The female soldiers twitched at the corners of their mouths. This is so unreliable. Lu organized the squad, dividing them into small groups, quickly briefing them on precautions. Let's go. She was the first to plunge into the seawater. The icy sea water splashed against her calves, and the salty sea breeze rushed towards her. Chapter 192. Other people's code names were chosen on the same day, but Lin Tian said he needed to think carefully. And no one rushed him. Recently, it has indeed been very peaceful, and other special forces haven't sought help from the Sword of God. Most of the Sword of God's missions are directly issued by the General Staff, and every operation is a major affair, with bloodshed guaranteed. Recently, the weather has been fine. Especially along the border, where equipment has been strengthened, and communication response times have become quicker. Additionally, monitoring conditions have been installed along the way. There aren't many foolish people. And international affairs have been eerily calm. Otherwise, how could Lin Tian take so long to think? Whenever there's a mission, Mingzhe would arrange it for him right on the spot, leaving no room for refusal. Ahem. Lin Tian stood up in a well-practiced manner, straightened his clothes, and prepared to share this glorious moment with his comrades. Stop dawdling. Everyone's busy, can you be a bit quicker? Chi Kai urged. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak. Exactly, if you keep dawdling, I'll call you a dawdler. Can you be decisive, like me, the hedgehog? Piercing the enemy. Lu Chen proudly announced his code name, very pleased with himself. My code name is Lin Tian, he was about to continue. It's just a code name. Like mine, the axe, sturdy and practical, the axe gang, sounds quite impressive, Luo Jipeng chimed in, chewing on a piece of meat. Chapter 193, Mingzhe and the others going to the Marine Corps. I wonder if they can bring me any surprises. Taixing was fishing, chatting casually with the nearby Zhong Hong. The river for the Sword of God has borne too many missions. During training, it's a training ground, and during internal competitions, it's the battlefield for the Chu King's struggle for supremacy. They've put everything in there. During rookie training, they've put in sour and spicy things. And occasionally even electronic sharks. It's surprising that fish could still be caught in such an environment. It must be tough for the fish. Zhong Hong rolled up his sleeves. The Marine Corps has developed rapidly in recent years, with batches of military academy students going over one after another, attracting a lot of attention. From the top brass down to the soldiers, a lot of army personnel have been sent in. The General Staff's intention is for us to conduct training there regularly in the future, and recently, there have been fish in the sea again. Hee. Taixing's fishing hook moved slightly, his eyebrows raised. If they moved a bit more, it would be even better, providing a reason for deployment. Those who steal chickens and dogs are disgusting. If they really get annoying, we should teach them a lesson, so others don't think we're easy to bully. Zhong Hong, that's right, now the 2nd and 3rd squads are training in the South China Sea. We'll know immediately if there's any movement, saving us some trouble. Chapter 194, the frigate glided slowly through the night, its hull cutting through the waves, white foam splashing against the ship's side. The Marine Corps had finished their adaptive training, but they still had to continue practicing the skills they were not proficient in. Just like now. Lin Tian sat in a folding chair on the rear deck, with frog shoes beside him. He checked the respirator, oxygen tank, and communication line, casually splashing some water on the surface to feel the temperature difference. Below the deck, the buoys and training lines had already been deployed by the divers on board. Nervous? Mingzhe asked with a smile, wearing a diving mask. Nervous my ass. Lin Tian replied, putting on his gear. Remember, don't show off, underwater is not the place to act cool. The chief diver walked over to check Lin Tian's equipment, patted him on the shoulder, and said, you can take a hit, but the water pressure won't take care who you are. Lin Tian replied, okay, squad leader. If I need help, you have to save me, you're the person I trust the most here. The veteran in navy blue smiled and reassured him, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take my men down. Chi Kai said, don't worry, Chiana, I've checked everything for you. We have very professional salvage equipment here, capable of reaching as deep as 200 meters underwater. Chapter 195 Woo Woo Woo. The piercing first-level alarm rang out, tearing through the relatively peaceful atmosphere. No one asked much. They quickly placed their cards on the table, gathered their equipment, and assembled. Everyone on the ship got busy, regardless of their assigned area, jogging to different groups. After Lin Tian and the others got ready, they followed Mingzhe and walked up to the captain. The captain, a colonel surnamed Zhu, looked at them and allowed them to enter the command room. The fleet had a high level of secrecy, with slogans on the ship warning that leaking information could lead to execution. They had been training in the lower levels for the past few days, with designated areas. The meals were uniformly provided and lacked flavor. The fish caught while fishing had to be released because getting a stomachache would lead to punishment. The first level alarm was a top-level alert rarely heard even on the Divine Sword. Lin Tian's gun was already loaded, waiting for orders. Strangely, after they came up, the officers and soldiers were hurried, but their expressions didn't seem as tense as theirs. They frowned, their eyes filled with irritation. Mingzhe asked, "Sir, what exactly happened? If you need anything, just let us know. We are part of the fighting force on this ship." Chapter 196. 6 hours later, dawn arrived, and they returned. Lin Tian should have caught up on sleep, but he wasn't sleepy at all. He sat on the bed, leaning against the cabin wall, staring blankly at the metal ceiling above. The Divine Sword's structure could barely be considered a commando unit, but after several missions, at least an entire squad was deployed each time. More people meant more confidence. He had never felt this kind of emotion before. His mind was highly tense. This was the first time he truly felt what it meant to be on the brink of battle. Past missions were mostly anti-terrorism, drug busts, and arrests. The enemies had outdated weapons, detailed plans were made before actions, and there were often local armed police or law enforcement to cooperate. They just had to go in, relying on their own abilities, with a success rate close to 100%. But this time was different. It wasn't a small group of militants or black market arms, it was a legitimate opponent. Facing off against another country in such close proximity was a completely different concept. Mingzhe said, "Why are you frowning at such a young age? When soldiers come, they block water, and when water comes, they cover it with soil. I'm not sighing, so why are you making a fuss?" Mingzhe didn't take it to heart at all and went back to his room, stripped off his clothes, and lay down. "Don't you think today's situation is not simple?" Lin Tian looked at him. "If we go a few more nautical miles ahead, we'll cross the line." Chapter 197. It's unfair, it's unfair. Everyone is undergoing the same training in the same place, but why haven't you changed at all? Lu Chen looked at Lin Tian. On the return flight, if it weren't for the seatbelt, he would have fought to the death with the heavens. Lin Tian said, "Big brother, can you observe some basic rules? Everyone got a tan after coming off the warship, so why haven't you changed at all? Is your soy sauce skin welded to your face?" Lu Chen looked at the others and found that it was indeed the case. During the month he spent with the Marine Corps, everyone was affected by the ultraviolet rays. In fact, there were several soldiers in the Marine Corps who were darker than him, which helped him regain some self-esteem. After arriving at the fleet, they barely saw any sunlight. He had only seen it a few times during training when they docked. Everyone else had turned back, but he hadn't changed at all. Chikai said, "Chen Ji. To be honest, if it doesn't improve, you should go back to our base hospital for a checkup. I'm really worried about you." Chen Xiaolong added, "If I remember correctly, our hospital doesn't have a dermatology department, you'll have to go to the military hospital." Luo Jipeng said, "You should beg the captain and see if your sister-in-law can pull some strings. This will affect our entire team's appearance in the future." Mingzhe turned on his phone as soon as he got on the plane. It had been almost 2 months since he last saw these kids. He was different from them, he was a man with a family. He secretly reported his whereabouts to Hui Lan in a small corner, his face showing an expression that was hard to look at. Lu Chen was so angry that he wanted to wash the plane in blood. Lin Tian pulled Lu Chen back. According to scientific research, the skin's metabolism usually takes 28 days. The melanin on your body hasn't been metabolized yet. But don't worry, when we get back to the team, I'll lend you my hat. I guarantee you'll recover perfectly. Lin Tian's expression improved a bit. Don't say that men don't care about their appearance, he really didn't care before. But now that a new situation has arisen, Chikai couldn't hold it in anymore, and burst out laughing. What kind of hat? It only shows your eyes. If you put it on, you could rob a bank. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian was very unhappy with the interruption. What do you mean by robbing a bank? It's clearly this year's new model, a face kini, quite expensive. I haven't even dared to use it. Lin Tian said, thanks, when we get back. I'll find you for it. He didn't care about robbing a bank, taking care of himself was the most important thing. Lin Tian finally opened his phone. As expected, the moment he opened it, it froze again. Habitually, he restarted it. He was no longer that silly new recruit waiting around. Before he left, he informed his family that he was going on a mission, but couldn't disclose specific details or destinations. However, he could say that he was going on a mission. Plus, since there was already someone missing in the military, Lin Tian was simply the obedient child. The messages restored sequentially from top to bottom. And suddenly a message popped up from someone he hadn't heard from in a while. Uncle, I heard you joined the army, why didn't you tell me? The message was dated around the time Lin Tian just boarded the fleet, about a month ago. Lin Tian thought to himself, telling you wouldn't help. You might be playing in some mountain somewhere. After replying to the message, the helicopter finally landed at the Divine Sword's airport. The moment he stepped out, Lin Tian was moved. Finally home. Comrades, fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, happy Labor Day. Finally wrote to this point. If possible, give the author a free little gift. Love you all. Chapter 198. At this time of year, the streets at noon were almost empty. The temperature difference between day and night was extreme, with the highest temperature even approaching 50 degrees Celsius. In a small room of a police station, the air conditioning ran 24 hours a day. Because here, they worked around the clock. The walls were densely packed with clues accumulated over the years, big and small. Some suspects had already been detained, some were on bail, and some had become black and white photographs. Not a single clue was overlooked. As a seasoned criminal investigator with decades of experience, Xiang Cheng's mission did not allow him to miss even the slightest lead. Zhao Wenxiang, Officer Xiang. My former colleagues at the police station used to call me Desperate Three Wolves, but now I want to pass that title to you. At first, Zhao Wenxiang didn't take this interprovincial case to heart. As the head of the investigation department, he never thought that the hijacking incident that had caused a nationwide stir a while ago would be related to their province. When the team sent by the central government arrived at the small border police station, everyone was tense. What kind of major case could warrant these people traveling thousands of miles to specifically come here? 2 months passed in a flash, and the investigation department had been following Officer Xiang's lead for 2 months. Xiang Cheng buried himself in the files, and his intuition was correct. These two seemingly unrelated cases indeed had commonalities. Chapter 199, Can we speed things up? Those who know think you went for sea training, and those who don't know think you went to the sea. Hurry up. With such a big frame, you can't even carry a small piece of wood. Are you still a man? Can you show some of that instructor's momentum? Or have you turned into a soft-footed shrimp from being soaked in seawater? At the Divine Sword training ground, more than 20 people were struggling to carry logs, stumbling forward. Lin Tian completed the task summary, submitted the report, finished the physical examination, and resumed training. The captain of the 3rd squad rushed over as soon as he heard there was a chance to train others, especially Mingzhe. There was no need for anyone to invite him, he came over non-stop. Under what circumstances can you openly train someone, especially when that person is your equal colleague? Moreover, The second squad often suppressed their first and third squads. He not only couldn't hold a grudge, but also had to thank himself. Just like now. Zui Yongza pushed Mingja hard, making him stumble. The eyes of the second squad members seemed to gather here. Mingja was completely caught off guard. Look. What are you looking at? As the squad leader, you actually came in last, and you still have the nerve to look at others. Zui Yongza mercilessly mocked. Zui Yongza wasn't afraid of Mingja. He not only took the loudspeaker from the second squad, but also brought his own from the third squad. Chapter 200, TSK. I thought special forces were such a rare species, look at your state. Jiang Tingfei looked at the special forces standing there with disdain. His tone was provocative, as he leaned slightly forward. You're not convinced? Are you not convinced? Jiang Tingfei suddenly widened his eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Staring at me so fiercely, do you want to fight me? He quickly turned his head to Xu Jingchen, exaggerating his tone. I really feel heartbroken. The so-called first upgraded Special Operations Brigade actually has new recruits with such an attitude. After saying this, Jiang Tingfei clutched his chest, looking worried about the future of the army. Xu Jingchen looked at his pretentious expression, pressed his tongue against his gums, and raised his head to look at the out-of-breath soldiers lined up. He saw the top 5 non-commissioned officers before this charge. They were the second phase non-commissioned officers from the reconnaissance company and the third phase non-commissioned officers. Veterans who had been through thick and thin in the army for several years. Although they were panting heavily, there was still tenacity in their eyes. And a hint of respect flashed in Xu Jingchen's heart. Xu Jingchen stood quietly in place, hands behind his back, without saying a word, letting Jiang Tingfei chatter beside him. Chapter 201. But Xu Jingchen saw this familiar name and the unfamiliar story. He was stunned, feeling a moment of confusion in his heart. Before coming here, they had many options to choose from, and the Chief of Staff had given him several locations. These were all border regiments, and he ultimately chose the 588th Regiment, which had the strongest overall strength. Then, he found out about Lin Tian's service period and learned that he was serving here. Initially wanting to give him a surprise, he couldn't find the person no matter what. Asking others yielded no results either. As a squad leader of the Special Operations Brigade, Xu Jingchen had high authority and could access a wide range of information. The fact that he couldn't find anything was one thing. The key was that when he found it, the person wasn't here. You brat, Xu Jingchen gently rubbed the spot on the newspaper where the photo should have been. His expression complicated. Lin Tian had been very busy lately, pressing the accelerator. In addition to completing training as an ordinary team member, he also had to visit multiple squads. Not as a soldier visiting, but as a human-shaped diplomat. The alternating confrontations began again, team against team, group against group, little cats against tigers. Mingja, as the captain of the second squad, and the team members were not together 24/7. Chapter 202, Jiang Xiaoran had just been promoted to a first-level non-commissioned officer, and the insignia on his shoulder was still fresh. Seeing Wu Hongtao so determined, he also put down his phone and took out a notebook. Jiang Xiaoran, squad leader. You're right, then I'll go with you. Wu Hongtao looked at this young non-commissioned officer, who had just arrived with satisfaction. They were all 3-year rotation non-commissioned officers. And Wu Hongtao had sent off several batches. Some soldiers came to the outpost full of grievances because of the sparse population and inconvenient transportation. And they could only communicate with the soldiers in their class every day. Such soldiers were the hardest to keep. They would find opportunities to transfer away after staying for a year or two. Some people came to the outpost and just slacked off. Compared to the larger units, the rules here weren't as strict, and a bit of disorderliness in internal affairs wouldn't attract too much attention. There weren't many enthusiastic young people like Jiang Xiaoran. Wu Hongtao sighed, that's right, the line we guard is the one on the very edge of the map. Many people don't even have the opportunity to come here. While you're young, it's good to see and learn more, there's no harm in it. Jiang Xiaoran scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Squad leader. I don't have such lofty ideals. I just think that since I'm here, I might as well train with you. Chapter 203, The Other Party's Purpose is Clear. Xi Yangming pointed at the screen, aiming to undermine our country's stability, reputation, and even provoke diplomatic turmoil. Zhao Wenxiang gritted his teeth, and the recent hijacking incident. The arson at the sports meeting, almost every time, it's clear that behind it are not disorganized madmen, but rather purposeful, methodical actions. Xi Yangming nodded, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. The only exception is the hospital kidnapping case. Xi Yangming's voice dropped even lower. That person doesn't seem like a simple terrorist. He was already in rebellion, but unfortunately, before he had a chance to speak, his accomplices infiltrated within made their move. Zhao Wenxiang looked frustrated. His eyes filled with sorrow. It was our fault. That day, the young comrades in the army had already captured the suspect, and the suspect, while being escorted, suddenly died of a heart attack. The doctor didn't have time to save him. Do you believe it? Xi Yangming suddenly spoke coldly, his gaze sharp. Do you really believe he died of illness? Zhao Wenxiang fell silent. He didn't believe it either. Xi Yangming squinted at Zhao Guoqiang. The suspicion in his heart had never been put down. For the past 2 months, they had been working on a sealed case. Everyone worked in isolation, and communication devices were uniformly surrendered. Chapter 204, On the other side of the forest, the sound of rain mingled with faint footsteps. The enemy has appeared. It wasn't sporadic firepower, but 2 well-equipped, skilled teams. They were dressed in dark raincoats, their faces painted with camouflage, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Hey! It's understandable that you don't tell us internal matters, but you can't expect us to keep carrying the burden with these 2 Dragon Kingdom soldiers tied up behind us. The mercenary leader, Holland, stopped and pointed at the 2 bound soldiers. Wu Hongtao was unconscious, and Jiang Xiaoran was weak, covered in injuries, having suffered greatly during the transfer. Both teams had left all the dirty work to these mercenaries. His voice lowered, struggling to suppress his emotions that were about to explode. We are not death warriors. You said before coming here that you would destroy a node, outside the borders, but now you have crossed into the country. Yet you are dragging us along without retreating. And even tying up Dragon Kingdom soldiers, clearly forcing us to confront them head-on. He paused, staring at the guide across from him. His voice turning colder. We don't want to clash head-on with the main force of the Dragon Kingdom. They are a nation, surrounded by several regiments and thousands of soldiers. If we are to die, it shouldn't be in this manner. Chapter 205 The forest was eerily quiet. Xu Jingchen crouched behind a slanted dead pine, observing the terrain. 200 meters ahead was the edge of the outpost's cover area, where one could normally see lights and hear sounds. It was too quiet. He issued a command. Speaking clearly and decisively, target point is at 180, the front has entered a reconnaissance blind spot, all teams activate visual enhancement, infrared scanning to switch autonomously. Everyone switched to mute mode, maintaining a silent radio channel, only accepting directive feedback, and not responding unless necessary. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Pay attention to cross-cover and firepower fan coverage. He scanned his team members, slowly gesturing for a fan-shaped advance. The reconnaissance position moved forward. The firepower team to the left front, and medical support in the middle. The 6-man team quickly adjusted their formation and advanced toward the target at standard intervals. Safe. 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 Xu Jingchen reached the ruined surveillance position of the outpost, his camouflage suit soaked by the rain. Below him was a chaotic mix of footprints in water and mud, mixed with hard-to-clean bloodstains. It was an ambush, not a firefight. He communicated with Jiang Tingfei via headset. The other party's intentions were clear. They didn't want to alert the outside world or cause any deaths. Chapter 2060, It's been a while since I've executed such a task. I'm actually a bit excited. Yes, after so many years watching other teams go to Africa in the summer and fly to the Arctic in the winter. My eyes have turned red. After waiting for so long, I finally got to realize the dream I've had for so long. Inside a dilapidated van on the highway. The foreign military's iconic camouflage, with no insignia on the chest, M16 held steady, foreign soldiers with tactical knives tucked in their side arms, ammunition fully loaded. After masking their faces, no traces of the divine sword could be seen. Chen Xiaolong sat at the edge, responsible for distributing masks, and everyone silently passed them back, keeping the most special one for last. Lin Tian, I say, no way, no way, why do all your masks look like wolves, tigers, and leopards? While I just get this lazy face. He suddenly stood up, his momentum very fitting, but he underestimated his own height. Bang! The roof of the van shook from Lin Tian's hard head. What's going on? The enemy is attacking so early. Lu Chen suddenly woke up. Instinctively reaching for his gun, with sleep tears still in his eyes, looking like he was in a daze. No dropping skin or flesh, no dropping out, bleed and sweat. But don't cry. Lin Tian was already moved by his own strength, he had definitely gained weight. Chapter 207. Dang Rui was half kneeling behind the bushes, locking onto the man with the hat through the scope. It was him, the one who had just punched and kicked Wu Hongtao, as ruthless as stepping on mud. Bang! If he hadn't waited for the shooting order, Dang Rui would have already come out to kill him. Immediately after, bang! Ma Chen firmly controlled the recoil. Shots rang out almost consecutively, the gun aimed at the man in the sheepskin coat trying to break through the edge. To the right front, too. Guo Yuanpeng growled, suddenly darting out from cover. His movements were quick and decisive, rifle shouldered, the gun's muzzle precisely aimed at the two fleeing enemies. Shoot! He commanded. Bang bang. He followed up, bullets grazed the tree trunk and hit the target's calf. The opponent fell to the ground and rolled, just as he tried to turn. He was met with a burst from Suji Wei that sealed his throat, his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. The second enemy had just raised his gun to counterattack when Guo Yuanpeng's 7.62mm round pierced through his chest. Clean and precise, a targeted kill. The two bodies fell. Blood spreading in the muddy water, thunder rumbling overhead in the battlefield. Continue to advance. Guo Yuanpeng shouted. But the next second, dense tongues of fire suddenly erupted from deep within the bushes. Get down! He Wei shouted angrily, and the three quickly rolled into the low ground of the forest. Chapter 208. The rain had stopped. In the rain-soaked jungle, a wave of heat emerged. The wind had also ceased, driving the animals back into their holes. It was even exuding an indescribable eeriness. This area had a harsh climate. The temperature difference was extreme, scorching during the day and freezing at night. With only a short 2 months of normal weather each year. Fewer people than in the Arctic. In this remote area, several wooden cabins stood alone amidst the dense forest. Rarely elevated, with a raised structure. It was very quiet around, and the inside was densely populated. A small team was lurking in the forest, with members spread across several key positions, using night vision goggles to focus on a target point. Soon, another point appeared next to that one. After that, the 2 points moved closer, eventually overlapping. Lin Tian crawled forward, using the vegetation for cover, quietly approaching the target. His movements were light and stable, silent. At the moment of closeness, he suddenly reached out with his left hand and covered the mouth of the dark sentry. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, firmly pressing down on the opponent's jaw. Almost simultaneously, the knife in his right hand precisely pierced the opponent's throat. No unnecessary movements, a direct kill. The blood was sticky and warm, spilling through his fingers. The dark sentry's eyes widened, his whole body tense, blood vessels crawling across the whites of his eyes. Chapter 209. Tonight, the Border Defense Regiment was a sleepless night, with all personnel deployed to flatten the mountains. Real guns and real ammunition, no one was being lenient. Orders were given swiftly. Upon discovering a suspicious target, fire a warning shot first, if they don't listen. Then shoot the legs. Everyone was on high alert because just a few hours earlier, a small-scale war had erupted here. Stretchers covered with white cloth were being brought in one after another, forming an assembly line. When the other companies arrived, all the criminals were dead. Only 2 were still breathing, being carried to the police car, while the rest had been shot dead. At this time, the reconnaissance company finally came down from the mountains. Report. 588th Regiment Reconnaissance Company. All present. Jiang Tingfei stood by the roadside, listening to the report, his head buzzing, palms sweating, and he didn't dare to speak immediately. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. He walked over, touching the soldiers' arms one by one, patting their shoulders, pinching their arms, and nodding at their heads. Afraid that he might miss someone, Su Jiwei stepped forward and stood at attention. Squad leader, Team 6 has successfully completed the mission and successfully pursued the target. Ma Chen added, Squad leader, I killed a man in a leather coat today. He was particularly fierce. Chapter 210, Take another look at me. You're in charge of this week's hygiene. Lin Tian lay in the air-conditioned room, shaking his legs and digging into ice cream, while his other hand was intermittently tapping on the keyboard to write the report. Chi Kai exclaimed, Why is that? Since I started sharing a room with you, I've been responsible for 80% of the hygiene. You're being unreasonable, Lin Tian said slowly, swallowing the ice cream and raising an eyebrow at him. Think about it carefully. Before I came, wasn't all the hygiene your responsibility? After I came, I took on 20% of it. Shouldn't you thank me? Chi Kai felt something was off, but couldn't argue back, deciding not to debate this with him. Then why did they specifically catch me this time? Who told you to have bad luck? Lin Tian shrugged, throwing the ice cream stick on the table and continuing to type on the computer. In card games, you always come in last. In group assignments, you always draw the worst. Even when sneaking snacks, you still get caught by the inspectors. He added nonchalantly, If it weren't for me covering for you, you'd be in trouble this month. Chi Kai, unconvinced, picked up a mop and pointed at him. It was your snacks in the first place. You left them in my cabinet. Why did I only take 2 bites before getting caught? Chapter 211, At the Divine Sword Shooting Range, the second squad was conducting shooting training. Lin Tian led the team in rapid shooting exercises. 1. Everyone in the squad moved in unison, quickly drawing their pistols and standardly completing the draw. 2. Bang! 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 The distant targets were all hit in the bullseye. The number of targets no longer mattered. As a daily practice, this rapid shooting was meant to keep their skills sharp. In the realm of firearms warfare, the Divine Sword unit was at the forefront. Not only were all domestic military factory firearms equipped, but the latest foreign models were also being brought in batches. Experimental firearms came one after another. Many of the unpublicized firearms that most special forces did not have were all available here. If one were to say what Lin Tian missed most after going to military school, it would be these few good companions in his hands. He could take the handguns, and although theoretically, he could also take the submachine guns and sniper rifles, carrying such things on his shoulder could easily cause psychological trauma to grassroots police officers. This time, he only brought a 92 pistol with him. Everyone in the base knew that Lin Tian was going to military school for further studies. It was a common occurrence in the military for people to come and go. Changes in rank and position were strongly correlated. Chapter 212, The medal shone brightly under the lights. As the medal was awarded, warm applause gradually erupted. Before it could stop, the leader spoke again. 2 months ago, there was a sensational case that shocked the nation, the airplane hijacking incident. Foreign hostile forces contacted overseas spy organizations, attempting to hijack one of our civil aviation passenger planes, aiming to create a large-scale panic and smear our country's overseas security image. At that time, the plane was flying at high altitude, with over 300 passengers. All lives hanging by a thread. At this point, the audience held their breath. This incident caused a national uproar. No one dared to believe such a situation could occur in Dragon Country. The airport performed checks according to regulations, and there were no procedural errors. The actions of flight attendant Lin Tian were promoted as a model. Participating passengers were interviewed by major media outlets. The perilous scenes revealed during the interviews moved listeners and made them admire the greatness of soldiers. The brave heroes who fought against the enemy seemed to have evaporated from the earth. No one knew where they had gone. The stories of the two soldiers spread among the public, and major military districts even investigated the two officers who were abroad. They found nothing. Back at the Divine Sword unit, the two didn't take this matter to heart. They did what they had to do. It was only natural for soldiers to save lives, and they had indeed not thought about receiving any honors. Chapter 213, Commander. I feel it's inappropriate for me to hold this second-class merit. Guo Yuanpeng stood at the office door, holding the red box containing the military medal. His voice filled with stubbornness. Upon entering the room, his gaze did not wander, but fixed intently on Zhu Guoqiang, who was sitting behind the desk reviewing documents. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally handed over the medal box. During the mission, I was just following orders. I did whatever the squad leader said. Whatever Captain Shu said, that's how I led the way. As he spoke, his fingers tightly gripped the edges of the box, his knuckles turning white. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke, I still feel I don't deserve it. The 588th Regiment also held an award ceremony. Medals, banners, applause, and slogans were filled with the joy of victory. The soldiers and officers who performed outstandingly in this mission were publicly recognized throughout the regiment. Besides class leader Wu Hongtao, the entire reconnaissance company also received collective second-class merit. Killing so many criminals and catching up in the most dangerous places, with strict discipline and seamless cooperation, was worthy of honor. As the commander, Jiang Tingfei performed outstandingly, and his transfer to another school faced little obstruction. As for Yu Huijin, there was no need to mention. A top student whose published articles were reported in newspapers, everyone in the division wanted to get their hands on them. Chapter 214, Lin Tian pulled Guo Yuanpeng out of the office building. The 588th Regiment was still the same 588th Regiment. The familiar barracks, the familiar watchtower. Even the posture of that crooked tree by the roadside hadn't changed. About the same time last year, he arrived here by bus. In a fit of enthusiasm, he joined the army. A year later, that enthusiasm not only hadn't faded, but had grown even stronger. Little Tian is back. Someone popped their head out of the watchtower window and shouted, "Come check out our readiness room when you have time, the regiment has new equipment." Of course. I'll come by tomorrow. Lin Tian waved, smiling brightly, when I have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Then I'll have to gather everyone in the regiment, let's give this little rascal, who just up and left a good drink. Coming back to the 588th Regiment felt like going home. Lin Tian's smile hadn't left the corners of his mouth since. Most of the people in the regiment were still around. Lin Tian hadn't cut off communication with them even after going to the Divine Sword. He had merely changed his work location, he hadn't disappeared from the world. It was just a matter of how much contact they had. The unfamiliarity from not seeing each other for a long time was a bit there, but after a few sentences, familiarity returned. Lin Tian had that kind of charm. No matter where he went, he could always make people like him. Chapter 215, Bang. The door was kicked open violently, crashing against the wall with a loud sound. And the door frame shifted back and forth. What the hell? What do you call him? Overwhelmed, A southerner accidentally spoke in northeast dialect. Lin Tian stared blankly at the unexpected guest. Uncle? Jiang Tingfei's face turned red with anger, pointing once at Lin Tian and then at Xu Jingchen standing nearby. His eyes filled with emotions hard to accept. How can you be his nephew? How can I not be his nephew? Jiang Tingfei's expression darkened. His breathing quickened, his mouth twitched, and he seemed about to lose control of his emotions. Finally, he pointed at Lin Tian one last time. And anger burst out from his teeth. From now on, no matter where I am, just call me squad leader. After saying that, he turned and strode away. Lin Tian felt very confused, standing there for a while before coming back to his senses, looking puzzled. What is going on? I didn't provoke him. Xu Jingchen watched Jiang Tingfei's departing figure, and then looked at Lin Tian. He adjusted his tactical belt slowly, exuding a full threat. Hiss! Lin Tian gasped at this movement. In the scorching heat of summer, his heart had already started to rain lightly. Why did all the little tricks that worked so well in front of Mingzhi fail here with his uncle? Reluctantly getting up, he looked at the man who temporarily held his fate. What to do? Xu Jingchen, whatever. Lin Tian's mouth twitched. Jiang Tingfei's whatever meant just a couple of shots for show. Mingzhi's whatever meant picking the hardest target at the shooting range. And if the state wasn't good, starting over. Since Lin Tian showed off a bit at the shooting range, a line of people came to consult him. They were all brothers from the reconnaissance company, and Lin Tian certainly taught them everything he knew. He shared everything without reservation. Whether it was training techniques or experiences, he had summarized in real combat. Soldiers surrounded him in a circle, and Lin Tian spoke at length. What was meant to be a consultation turned into a mini-lecture, with Lin Tian sweating profusely while the soldiers listened without blinking. All soldiers have the possibility of going to the battlefield, but the Border Defense Regiment has a higher likelihood of that compared to larger units. Practicing combat skills hard is to increase the chances of survival. However, even Iron Man would break down under such high-intensity training. Tiana, come out, I've already scouted. And the people are gone. Fu Mandu, under the pretense of cleaning, searched inside and outside the cafeteria. Only when he confirmed everything was fine did he dare to call Lin Tian out. Lin Tian, crouched at the kitchen door, asked quietly, is anyone at the supply entrance? Fu Mandu rolled his eyes. That place has logistics trucks coming and going, piled high with radishes and cabbages. Who could squat there to steal people? Just as he was about to catch the squad leader to plead for leniency, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Wang Ershing. Someone is looking for you, they say it's an officer. An officer? He jolted and stood up, and the squad leader hurried him. What are you dawdling for? Go? When he walked downstairs, the sun was so bright it squinted his eyes, and he saw a figure in an officer's uniform standing not far away, backlit. The outline looking somewhat familiar. He stood at attention and saluted. Hello, sir. May I ask who is looking for me? The other party coughed lightly and spoke with a not-so-authentic southern accent. Comrade, I heard you've been working hard lately, keep it up. Wang Ershing initially thought it was yet another sudden inspection by a leader, and was prepared to brush it off. But as he listened, the voice became increasingly familiar. He suddenly looked up, and his gaze met the smiling face of the person. No way. In the next second, he took small standard army steps and charged forward, tackling Lin Tian to the ground, unable to finish his words. You, how did you become a lieutenant? It's only been a few days. Did you change people? Did you go build rockets? Say again, what is your name? I used to do well. So now I can't deceive myself anymore. Otherwise, I won't even be able to be a person, right, Shu Sanjuo? I mainly don't know how to go back. I don't know how to live without this military uniform. Wu Hongtao sat in a wheelchair, his eyes fixed on the old horse in the TV series. Who was saying farewell. Having watched Soldier Assault countless times, he felt a strong resonance now. Before, it was sending off old horse, this time, it was sending off himself. For these years rooted in the sentry post, leaving now in such a manner, was another kind of glorious return. He looked down at the straps on his legs. It had been so long, even if the doctor hadn't said it explicitly, he understood in his heart. He knew his own body. People came from the company. The regiment sent people, and the division also sent someone to pay a visit. This kind of setup had only one meaning. It was time for him to leave. He had packed everything and checked it again. Introduction letters, notices, officer certificates, ID cards, and gun permits were all in his backpack, accessible. When he reached security, he proactively stated his identity. Don't think about playing around or cutting corners. If you really get detained, I want to have the face to bail you out. He took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, and pulled out a red and blue interwoven 5-point star, well preserved, still looking brand new. Wu Ban. Do you still remember this? After hearing about this matter, I held it and prayed to the heavens, otherwise, it would be too dramatic, please don't let anything happen. Others say the troops waste the squad leader. How could such a good soldier waste the squad leader? I was afraid this was the token you left for me. I had it all planned. If that really happens, I want to keep it, so you can see it over there. Oh? Isn't this the 5-point star I personally knitted? What a careless person, not even sparing the relics. As he spoke, he made a surprised face, deliberately opening his mouth wide and acting as if he was clutching his chest. Wu Hongtao wiped away the tears that had come to the corners of his eyes with a smile, saying, at my age, it's nothing, you're still young. So you have to live well. Don't, you have to live well too. How old are you? You're in your youth. Just as he was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Xu Jingchen peeked in and nodded at Wu Hongtao, who had previously come with the group. Looking at Lin Tian, he thought it was about time. If they waited any longer, they would miss the train. Lin Tian stood up and poured a glass of water for Wu Hongtao. Chapter 221. Sir, please show me your valid ID. I will register you here. The front desk had suddenly received information about an owner who had never had anyone stay before and prepared for check-in overnight. Lin Tian handed his ID to the front desk, surveying the community. His mother loved buying houses before the purchase restrictions. She had bought properties in every province for convenience when traveling in the future. They bought them but never lived in or rented them out, simply providing a place for the family to stay. Every month, someone would go over to clean, and Lin Tian spent his university days that way. He would shuttle between the dormitory and the house, but this time, he couldn't be as free as he was in university. Military school, after all, has limited freedom. Lin Tian first left his things there and went out for an inspection. He changed his clothes, washed his face, grabbed his phone, and went out. Since Lin Tian's appearance, the security guard at the entrance had been scanning him up and down. Only after completing the facial recognition did he relax his doubts and watch Lin Tian's back. Did Lin Tian know? The moment the guard first looked over, he had already locked onto his target, after coming out of the Shenzhen. His sensitivity to others' gazes had rapidly increased. For a soldier, this was quite good. Battlefield intuition, after all, exposes one's position before the enemy even picks up their weapon. Chapter 222. How could one come to the capital and not eat hot pot? Lin Tian specifically chose a place with many returning customers. He was lucky, arriving just as there was a vacant seat. When the waiter handed over the menu, he was a bit surprised. Sir, are you sure about these? This is for 4 people, you might. It's fine, just bring it. If I can't finish it, I'll take it to go. Lin Tian replied while looking at the pot, his eyes deeply captivated. Soon, the meat arrived. The table was full, with meat rolls covering the entire surface. And the only vegetable was the chives in the sauce. The pot bubbled and steamed, with hot air hitting his face. The steam was rising. Lin Tian even stopped playing on his phone, eagerly watching the meat rolls change color. Since he was here, this would be his last meal before heading to military school. So he ordered everything he wanted to eat. Living life should have some fun, and discovering delicious food is a joy. Adding some sesame sauce, fermented tofu, and chives. He rolled the fresh meat rolls in the sauce. Putting it in his mouth was just authentic and satisfying. At that moment, Lin Tian felt moved. Oh, great dragon country! Rich in resources. What he was eating wasn't just hot pot, it was a sense of fulfillment in his heart. Chapter 223, this side is the library. And that side is the cafeteria. The captain pointed while walking. Our school has several cafeterias that serve meals all day, so you don't have to worry about food. The classrooms are in the southeast, but the schedule varies by major, and any changes will be notified in advance. He walked briskly, pointing out things while keeping pace with Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked around as he walked, red brick buildings, grey-tiled roofs, and straight rows of pine trees. There didn't seem to be any difference in facilities compared to ordinary universities. It was still a school, but the students here had the identity of soldiers. When he walked in with a small backpack, he came out with several large and small bags. Bedding, toiletries, an internal organization bag, and the famous yellow basin. This was still with the captain helping Lin Tian carry the quilt. Lin Tian began, how should I address you? I feel a bit embarrassed with you helping me all the way. Ah? The captain was taken aback, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. I tend to be disorganized when I speak, sorry about that. He grinned, my name is Ma Xianghua, and I'm your class's teaching assistant. Lin Tian responded calmly, Brother Hua. Have all the students in our class arrived? Are we studying by class this time, or with the department? Chapter 224, he then introduced himself, hello, comrade. My name is Li Wei, from the 3rd Group Army of the Northern Military District. Before coming here, I was the captain of the Red 14 Company. Lin Tian, a heroic company. Me too, I'm from the 588th Regiment Reconnaissance Company of the Western Theatre. As a company commander, it's normal for Li Wei to have pride in his company. There's no company commander who doesn't love their unit. Lin Tian, having only served in that one reconnaissance company, felt very proud. But your company can't compare to ours. This was a shared sentiment between the two. They shook hands, and it was unclear who started it. But they began to exert strength. Li Wei didn't show it on his face, but inside he was already feeling a storm brewing. Damn, what did you eat? Your grip is so strong. He had won the championship in the division's martial arts competition, and he should be able to easily take control. After all, Zhuang Kaifeng had said that just a few months ago, he was still a second lieutenant, and now he's a captain. Ordinary troops could never have such a rapid promotion speed. Based on first impressions, they directly assigned Lin Tian to research, as civilian military ranks are high. And with his education, he wouldn't be lacking. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was not at all familiar, but exuded a calm demeanor. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, is this a show of strength? So strong, so impressive, I'm a bit scared. Chapter 225, in the small auditorium on the east side of the teaching building, all the cadets were dressed in military uniforms, their expressions solemn. It was the first assembly, and the room was so quiet that one could hear the buzzing of the fan. Lin Tian glanced around at his classmates, most of whom were school officers. This batch mostly consisted of individuals like Zhuang Kaifeng, who had been promoted from junior officers to school officers, and most were recommended by their original units for further studies. After military school courses, they would be directly assigned to new positions, starting a new chapter in their careers. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the shiny gold insignias in front of him, raising an eyebrow. The vast majority were majors, exuding a sense of steadiness and maturity even while standing. There were only 2 junior officers. One was in his 30s, standing firmly with few words. Although his rank was captain, he had no sense of incongruity in terms of age or presence. He might become a school officer after this further study. The other was him. The moment he entered, many people secretly assessed him. Thankfully, the school had a uniform dress code. They only needed to wear their ranks and chest insignia. Otherwise, having just one stripe would be a bit awkward. He secretly decided, no matter where he goes in the future, he must wear his military merit badge to be safe. At the podium, a bespectacled colonel stepped forward, cleared his throat, and scanned the group of officers below. Chapter 226, 1, 1, 121, 1234. Ma Qianghua blew his whistle, and the sound was particularly crisp in the morning breeze. At 5:30 in the morning, the wake-up call rang out, and they would start their morning exercises at 6 o'clock sharp. The entire Longfang University came alive in an instant. This was not a new recruit training camp, nor an ordinary military academy, and they needed a few days to adapt. 36 individuals formed a square, following the front line to run drills. 5 kilometers. Neither more nor less, running a few laps around the campus before disbanding. For ordinary soldiers, this was daily routine, and adding an extra 5 kilometers was nothing unusual. But for most of those in advanced training, it felt like a life-and-death struggle. When young, everyone had endless energy, even military academy students. After a few years of training in the unit, physical fitness was hardly an issue. But now, they had all moved into management roles, and their focus had shifted to managing their subordinates. It was hard to maintain their physique, let alone their stamina. Ma Huqiang did not slow down. It was what it was. He was an instructor, and had no reason to be swayed by the students. Those who couldn't keep up fell to the back. And after catching up, the group disbanded. No one complained, and no one questioned. Those in this class were not foolish. Chapter 227. 8 o'clock on the dot. The door opened, and a middle-aged officer walked in. He had a standard scholarly appearance, wearing frameless glasses perched on his nose, lean but, based on Lin Tian's judgment, had considerable explosive power beneath his uniform. He came in empty-handed, shoulders relaxed. The insignia on his chest was enough to indicate his identity, Director of the Strategic Department of the Joint Command Center of the Combat Zone. Everyone stood up instinctively, looking at this colonel. Class is in session. Please sit. He did not introduce himself, he simply stood at the podium and spoke his first sentence. Today's lesson is about the foundational construction of a joint operational system. Joint operations are not unfamiliar. Since the 1990s, we have been working on systemic reforms. Many of you joined the military only after the joint operational concept began to be implemented, at a time when Longguo was in a phase of rapid development. In such an environment, many of you may mistakenly think you know, and even master this concept, especially since you come from practical combat backgrounds. But I can assure you, you do not understand at all. All the students focused intently on the instructor, and Lin Tian's gaze swept over the colonel. Chapter 228. Comrade, could you please repeat my question? Zhao Zilong pressed his forehead, closed his eyes, and then shifted the scribbles on his notebook towards the table. Zhuang Kaifeng, noticing something was off, moved the notes of the top student aside. It could be said that as long as his eyes glanced sideways, he could safely pass. But this man firmly believed that diligence could make up for his shortcomings, convinced that his densely packed notes could not be missed. Question. Question. Where is it? Li Wei stood up, quickly flipping through his notes. Hold on, I just wrote it down, where was it? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, his notes were pristine, with nothing to show. Watching Li Wei's stubbornness rise again, he shook his head, opened his book to the 3rd page, and poked his leg with the pen tip. Li Wei's face and neck turned red, as he became more anxious, and couldn't find it. In such a short time, he had made 6 pages of notes. Where could it be? His gaze shifted to Lin Tian's face, following his eyes to the 3rd page of the book. He sighed with relief and happily lifted the book. Report, the first question, during multi-service firepower coordination and scheduling, who is responsible for determining the strike window, and Chapter 229. 10 minutes until the end. The classroom was very quiet. These advanced students each had a test paper in front of them. Lin Tian sat in his seat, looking at the A4 paper before him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Who said that graduating from university meant no more studying? He had been carefree for 2 months, but after joining the army, there were weekly political studies from the recruit camp. Once he got to the unit, he learned all professional knowledge. At Shenzhen, it was even more so. The indoctrination-style teaching had several instructors who treated Lin Tian like a prized disciple, willing to call on him for any class. Now he was sitting in the classroom again. Theoretical study was ongoing. Being a soldier was fine, but being an officer meant endless learning. He picked up his pen, turned it twice, and casually pointed to the questions while quickly spinning his thoughts. Multi-service coordination, he murmured softly, his eyes swiftly scanning the questions. Air Force air superiority, Army aviation suppression, long-range fire strikes, special operations infiltration, all fill-in-the-blank questions. If he knew it, he would write it. If he didn't, he would just stare blankly. No one was supervising. No one was flipping through books, so he would write as much as he knew. Li Wei frowned, looking at the small A4 paper's questions. He felt a sense of déjà vu. He clearly knew this, having vaguely heard of it before. Coordination, coordination, he wrote down air, land, and sea. But what else was there? Chapter 230. The basketball gym was temporarily set up as a tactical classroom. In the center of the court was a portable battle map screen, with sand tables and simulation models piled on both sides, and a drone lying on the display table. The overhead lights were blinding, and the floor still bore the footprints from afternoon training, carrying a mix of sweat and plastic smells. This lesson did not specify what was being taught, but everyone was dressed in uniforms, so it had to be a good class. At the entrance, all the paper and pens brought in were collected by the teaching assistant. Note-taking was not allowed in this class. Many classes at Longfang were like this, no external sharing, and even writing things down was prohibited. Come in clean. Keep it in your mind. Is everyone here? A low voice came from the door. The instructor had arrived, dressed in dark combat attire, with the jacket open and a name tag hanging in front. His eyes scanned the room like a scanner, sweeping over everyone. Chu Zeng. When Lin Tian saw the sunglasses clipped to his uniform, it suddenly reminded him of the first time he met Tai Xing. His gaze then moved to the man's face, which was quite thin, and when Lin Tian looked over, their eyes met. There was no emotion in his eyes. But Lin Tian felt a sense of familiarity with this instructor. Did he just slightly twitch the corner of his mouth? Chapter 231. Lin Tian glanced at the nameplate by the office door, stopping in his tracks and taking a deep breath. The head of the Combat Command Department, also serving as the deputy director. Although he wasn't wearing military rank today, at this level, it was either a colonel or a major general. He didn't look very old, yet held such a high position, even without having served. Lin Tian instinctively took a breath. Inside the office, the displays and furnishings were nothing special. Seeing Lin Tian's tense jaw, Chu Zeng teasingly said, "Why are you so tense? I'm not going to eat you." Lin Tian replied, "No, I was just thinking, I haven't done anything wrong recently, so why is the dean keeping an eye on me?" Chu Zeng nodded, gesturing for him to sit down, his tone slightly joking. "Do you know why I called you here?" Since kindergarten, Lin Tian has never experienced such questioning. When he entered the office, there were two things he did. One was to listen to the teacher praise him, and the other was to distribute the papers. This kind of interrogation made him subconsciously recall things. The key is that he really hadn't made any noise recently. He wasn't the type to attract disaster, especially after arriving in the capital, which is known for its strong public security. A hero without a place to showcase his skills. Lin Tian honestly replied, I don't know. Chapter 232 Li Ji, hurry, hurry, time is tight and the task is heavy, let's go. After leaving the director's office, Lin Tian felt good. After eating, he returned to the dormitory and pulled Li Wei. After the afternoon's training, many students were exercising in the dormitory at night. Being carried out would be really embarrassing. Li Wei had already realized how terrifying this young man's physical strength was. However, for soldiers, the worst thing is to lose without a fight. Seeing Lin Tian so active, he also felt a long-lost fighting spirit ignite in his heart. Li Wei, all right. Let me finish these 2 lines, it won't take long, just a minute. They didn't have homework, but you had to know what the instructors taught. During class, they would just make you answer questions. He didn't care what method you used. He just wanted the answer. Li Wei believed that hard work could make up for shortcomings. On the playground, there were many people, even more than during the daytime classes. The weather was hot, and after cooling down in the evening, many came to the playground to exercise. Lin Tian, what project do you like? Pick whatever you want. I can handle it. He bounced at the side, stretching his neck, shoulders, and legs, warming up. Listen, he was asking what project Li Wei liked. This was clearly saying that he was confident about winning any project. Chapter 233 What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Tian instinctively touched his face. Did some rice get on him while eating? Or was it the sunflower seed shells he didn't clean up properly? Why was Zhuang Kaifeng looking at him with such eyes? Lin Tian frowned and turned to see Zhao Zilong and Li Wei also staring at him. Especially Li Wei, shaking his head while watching. The previously carefree Lin Tian suddenly started to feel a bit suspicious. What's wrong? Zhuang Kaifeng stroked his chin and asked, Lin Tian, when did you get into college? After 2 rounds of roommates, they hadn't lost contact after leaving Shenzhen, but this was the first time discussing such a topic. Lin Tian blinked and answered decisively, at 14. Zhao Zilong frowned and asked incredulously, your parents let you go to college alone at such a young age? Lin Tian shrugged and replied while heading to the sink, my family bought a house near the school, someone cooks and cleans. And relatives come to see me every few days, so I haven't really left home. Moreover, my parents didn't neglect me, I found them annoying. They were always so lovey-dovey that it was better for me to live on my own. After graduating from college, I traveled the world, saw a lot of things. And then, well, I joined the army and ended up here. He continued brushing his teeth while adding ambiguously, with toothpaste bubbles at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 234 It has been unusually hot these past 2 days. After class at 8 o'clock, the outside temperature was still 38 degrees. Lin Tian used to go to the playground for an hour of physical training after class, then go to the library to review for 2 hours. Others only needed to complete the tasks assigned by the instructors, but he was different. Chu Zeng was not only the department head, but also the deputy dean and their teacher. Most importantly, how could the direct supervisor let the soldiers under him be idle? Not only did he give him a reading list, but he also handed him the textbooks he had taught before. These handwritten notes, which wouldn't circulate outside or in the army, were all given to Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't care, and just studied. These past few days, he had been fighting in the library right after class. Other universities have final exams that surpass the college entrance examination. They are in a constant state of high-stakes testing. A thick stack of books was placed on the 4-person table, and Lin Tian was focused on studying firepower configuration. He bit down on the pen cap. His brow furrowed as if he could crush flies. Those years of not getting along with mathematics. Classmate, is anyone here? A female voice woke Lin Tian from his sea of questions. He raised his head to look at the girl. Shaking his head, he said no. There was no one here. His gaze shifted to the computer bag on his lap. This table was different from others, with the socket underneath. Chapter 235. When did your family buy this house? The housing prices in the capital are so high now, this house must be worth a lot. Even the purest person would shake their head upon seeing the housing prices in the capital. It is a consensus among all people in Longguo that housing prices in the capital are expensive. In recent years, the prices have been changing every day. Especially in such a prime location, where every inch of land is precious, and the greenery is so good, there were even dedicated personnel to receive guests upon entry. Li Wei didn't he dare to calculate the costs for fear his little heart couldn't he take it. Lin Tian, I only found out my family had a house here when I was almost at school, it's under my mom's name. He suddenly stopped, scanning his face. Ding! The unit door opened and he walked in. Back in the early 2000s, during the financial crisis, my mom didn't he understand how to make money. But she knew buying a house was always right, so she treated it as an investment. She didn't he expect that the high point back then could rise like this. Ms. Hui had good investment vision and left a way out for the family. Li Wei followed Lin Tian into the house. And his eyes were immediately attracted to the several red boxes displayed on the entrance cabinet. Lin Tian was changing his shoes. Keeping an eye on Li Wei's actions out of the corner of his eye, trying hard to suppress a smile. Chapter 236. Zhong Lei. I'll say it one last time, there really is work tomorrow afternoon. Can we just take it easy tomorrow? These days, throughout the capital, at all the major attractions. Have I not accompanied you to every place you could name? From palaces to alleys, as long as you give the order, hasn't he Dad done everything he could? Even if time doesn't he allow, I'd stay up all night to accompany you around the capital. As the man spoke, his emotions rose. And his voice couldn't he help but get louder. Seeing the brat with his head down, and not speaking for a long time, Zhong Honghao sighed. Since Zhong Lei was born, he had spent too little time with him. And he hadn't he even been able to rush back in time, when his wife was giving birth. Over the years, he felt guilty towards the mother and son. This summer, the mother and son came to the capital, and even if Zhong Honghao was busy, he had to take leave to spend time with them. But tomorrow, he really had a meeting in the army, and their journey was nearing its end. Zhong Honghao and his wife admitted their mistakes, but their son was unhappy. At this moment, Zhong Lei lay stubbornly at the bedroom door, refusing to budge no matter what. The soles of his sneakers were still stained with mud from today's outing, leaving several marks on the floor. Chapter 237. A few million cars can't compare to these billion-dollar cars in comfort. In the hot summer, there's air conditioning, and a dedicated driver to pick you up. And there's no traffic jam. Comrade, such good things are hard to come by, let us cherish them. Right. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle. The experience of being packed like sardines was indeed hard to endure. There were few subways that could reach the military district. Most of those set up in the city were generally armed police, and like them, most were far from urban areas. Fortunately, at their level, it was better. For instance, Li Wei's regiment had provided him with a car, making travel convenient. As for Lin Tian, he had a car and could even coordinate for a helicopter if needed. After getting off the subway and transferring to a bus, they arrived quickly. The sky was high and the clouds were light, watching the geese flying south. A true hero does not visit the Great Wall, he thought, counting the journey of 20,000 steps. Lin Tian and Li Wei didn't need a cable car at all. They raced each other, their legs moving swiftly. While other travelers were still debating whether to accept the tour guide's pitch. The two had already taken their tickets and started climbing. Seeing the large backpacks, they felt light as a feather compared to the 5-kilogram load. Lin Tian blended perfectly into the first group of college students that morning, needing neither trekking poles nor stretching. Chapter 238. Since we've met, it's fate. Deputy Commander Zhong waved his hand and invited the two comrades to dinner. Lin Tian and Li Wei were not the kind of people to hesitate and agreed on the spot. However, this meal came with conditions. Brother Tian, wait for me. I can't run anymore. The sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves onto the winding mountain path, and from the mountain, 4 figures were running and jumping down the slope. Lin Tian led the way, slowing down at steep spots or stairs. Zhong Lei happily followed behind him, believing that he and Lin Tian had absolute fate. This was their second meeting, and they were about the same height. Most importantly, among the few people, Lin Tian was the one he could talk to the most. His father, the deputy commander, was nearly 40. It was fine when they were alone, but in front of others, he always had to educate him. As for Li Wei, he was just like his father, exuding a veteran's seriousness, too stern. Zhong Lei wanted to get close to Lin Tian because he seemed like a good person. But why was running down the mountain harder than climbing up? Lin Tian turned back to see the big guy panting, while in the distance, Li Wei and Lei's father were strolling behind, slightly slowing their pace. Chapter 239. After opening it, he glanced and decisively shoved his phone into his pocket. He continued discussing the situation with Zhong Honghao. The topics of middle-aged men included history, military affairs, war, and society. Li Wei usually loved to chatter. But today he seemed restrained. So, the whole table was just the two of them discussing, and they eventually mentioned the recent military exercises of 2 major countries. Lin Tian raised his chopsticks, surrounding a teacup, saying, "Let us use this cup as a strategic resource point, like a strait, island chain, or high-tech experimental base. Small as it is, whoever controls it has the upper hand." As he spoke, he arranged the chopsticks into intersecting lines. These chopsticks represent various countries' military deployments, radars, missiles, aircraft carriers. Bases, none are just for show, they are all focusing on the cup. At this point, he deliberately moved 2 chopsticks closer together, almost touching the edge of the cup. "Look. These 2 old faces from our eastern sea are getting closer and closer. They say it's an exercise, but it's actually a test. It's either you push me or I bump into you. Being too close makes even breathing feel excessive. Like tug-of-war." Zhong Lei understood, his eyes wide open. Chapter 240. Lin Tian was buried in the pages of the book, completely isolated from the world. He was not reading hollow theories, but rather a set of practical truths refined in real combat. Especially the books given to him by Zheng, all of which he had previously read, with annotations and comments that were steady and strong. In a way, in this academy, old Zheng Wei understood Lin Tian the best. Zheng had been in the Divine Sword Brigade longer than Mingzhe. He was an early builder. Even when Taixing arrived, he had to call him chief. The battles he participated in were more than Lin Tian knew about. Lin Tian was like a swift wind, completing in 1 year what others took 10 years to achieve. But even the wind needed to pause and accumulate. Calming the mind wasn't a bad thing. "Classmate, is there a seat here?" Just as he was lost in thoughts about tactical concepts, a gentle voice sounded at the table. "Classmate, is there a seat here?" Lin Tian instinctively wanted to shake his head, but hearing that familiar voice, he looked up. Standing across from him was a female comrade, tall and straight, with long hair cascading to her shoulders. Her tone was calm, with a hint of probing in her gaze. Lin Tian discreetly glanced around. There were plenty of empty seats. It was getting close to the lights-out time, and the people in the hall were sparse. Chapter 241. Every time after finishing Old Gong's class, it felt like the world was dark. Li Wei slumped into his chair, staring at the ceiling like a lost salted fish, his gaze empty and scattered. Thinking about how such days would continue for a long time, he sighed, his tone filled with a howl of despair. "I feel like life is hopeless. Classes, doing exercises, exams. A triple whammy." Zhuang Kaifeng pulled him up. "Hurry up, or there won't be any food left. We'll exhaust ourselves again this afternoon." Their time was all planned out. In fact, missing a class wasn't a big deal. It was like in high school physics class. When he bent down to pick up a pen, and when he looked up again, formulas transformed into the universe, the blackboard filled with life's unsolved mysteries. Continuing education meant learning things they had never encountered before. especially since many of their classes did not allow note-taking, making it impossible to review. The two jogged to the cafeteria, where Zhao Zilong had already seized the opportunity and prepared meals for all four. Seeing the two come over, Zhao Zilong placed the chopsticks next to the meal tray. The cafeteria provided meals all day, but by noon, with many students coming out of class, if the dishes ran out, they had to wait for the next batch. Waiting wasn't a problem, the key was that time didn't wait for anyone. And there was only so little time at noon. Except for Lin Tian, who was naturally energetic, the others needed to rest. Chapter 242, in September's capital. At 6 in the afternoon, it was still bright. Heat rose from the asphalt pavement. The whole road was filled with car exhaust and the rare smell of food. And the entire third ring road was congested like a tangled thread. The line of cars moved forward in increments, honking horns intermittently, and tempers flared in the metal shells. Can't you drive? Why aren't you moving on the green light? How can I go with someone walking in front? Why not rush on the yellow light? Damn traffic police, didn't he see that? Pedestrians cursed drivers, drivers cursed e-bikes, e-bikes cursed pedestrians. Anyway, it was the evening rush hour. Regardless of whether it was the capital or not, in such a jam, everyone on the road felt anxious. A car wanted to change lanes, but was blocked by a large SUV ahead. The driver rolled down the window, cursing, "Can't you drive?" Blocking the way. Halfway through his sentence, the person suddenly stopped. The car in front is a dark grey Land Cruiser. There are no flashy decorations, it's very low-key, and not very common. But that cold military plate VF-0XXXX embedded in the front of the car rendered people speechless. The windows are tinted with dark anti-explosion film, making it impossible to see the people inside. Chapter 243, the waiting room is large, carpeted with thick sound-absorbing material, and several sets of sofas surround a coffee table. The service members inside sit down in groups of 2 or 3. Most of them are sergeants, selected from the organization, and Lin Tian is the only captain. Feeling somewhat out of place. It's very quiet, with no one speaking. Lin Tian walks in, scans the room to confirm the layout and the personnel situation, and finally chooses a seat near the door. He casually grabs a bottle of mineral water from a nearby tray. It's not a brand available on the market. Just plain water. Everyone else has documents in hand, busy working, while he sits down and examines the functionality of the sofa. His fingertips lightly tap the edge of the armrest, creating a rhythm absent-mindedly. Occasionally, the sound of leather shoes passes by outside the door, and there are people talking. But it's unclear what they are saying. After 2 hours, when he opens his eyes, he hears the sound of footsteps becoming denser, and a few seconds later, the entrance becomes lively. Their door finally opens, and people start coming in one after another, causing everyone to stand up. Lin Tian glances around and randomly catches someone who is at least a colonel. He is closest to the door, smiling. Although he doesn't recognize most of them, he adjusts to present himself in the best state, trying to get familiar faces. Chapter 244, how is it? It's much harder to lead them than to lead us, right? Lu Ao walks over. He has come for extra training on the field. In the military, talent is one aspect, but constant practice is absolutely necessary. Muscles need to be forged through repetition, and with the evaporation of sweat, some of the shackles on oneself can be loosened. Guo Yuanpeng doesn't notice the sadness in Lu Ao's tone. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He opens his mouth and instantly drinks all the water. The ice water doesn't quench his thirst, but instead makes him more anxious. Guo Yuanpeng furrows his brows, wondering how so many mistakes can be made. Not knowing left from right, up from down, or front from back. When leading the same soldiers, what was said didn't need to be repeated. What about now? After saying that, someone shamelessly asks, "Squad leader, is it like this?" Saying this, Guo Yuanpeng rubs his face, making the wrinkles on his face stand out. It's all squad leader, squad leader, squad leader. I'd rather not be this acting squad leader. Tell me what you were thinking back then. I'm increasingly unable to understand these young people. Lu Ao looks at Guo Yuanpeng's expression, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Back then, we had few people, just a handful in the whole squad, now there are dozens. And you haven't even chosen a deputy squad leader, these are soldiers personally selected by the squad leader. Chapter 245, You don't need to drive today. There are 4 dishes and a soup. Why the long face? At noon, in a van, Xiao Jiao returned to his main job, confirming the afternoon schedule. Lin Tian looked at the set meal in his hand, feeling that you seem quite hard at work. Chu Zeng, I'm still far from retirement age. Don't you try to flatter me. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, I'm sincere. It's really not easy for you to carve out time every week to teach us amidst your busy schedule. You don't mind me taking up your teaching time. Letting this young master be your assistant. Others wish they could have this fortune. Lin Tian is clear that such opportunities are rare. How many people want to know Chu Zeng but can't find a chance? Not to mention others, every year. How many soldiers coming out of the divine sword are noticed by the higher-ups? Setting aside the fact that one must be truly outstanding. It's also about whether they are liked. Chu Zeng looked at Lin Tian, who was quietly eating, his eyes filled with satisfaction. From the moment he met Lin Tian, he knew this kid was sharp. Just his file alone would make any division or regiment commander eager to have him. Young, good physical fitness, and quick-witted. Chapter 246, Lu Ao's skin color now rivals that of Lu Chen. Both have features set against a dark background, absorbing more photons in the sunlight than others. Lu Ao is also quite helpless about his current appearance. 3 months under the sun, our entire National Flag Guard completed tasks in the shining light. He was selected for the Guard as soon as he arrived here. Who cares about such things in the army? Besides, everyone around him has the same skin color. Completely unaware of it. By the time he realized, it was too late. Lu Ao looks at Lin Tian, who hasn't changed much in the past few months, and asks, what about you? How come you have time to come here? To be a little assistant. Little assistant. Yes, carrying bags next to the big shots. Following our department head, thinking about enjoying good food, but today I've spent the whole day doing assistant work. Now that they've gone to a meeting, I can come find you. Lin Tian found a nearby empty classroom, took off his hat and clothes and placed them on a chair. He grabbed 2 newspapers to fan himself. Lu Ao frowned, staring at his actions. Why do you keep staring at me? Guo Yuanpeng went out to buy 2 bottles of iced tea, and Lin Tian sized up the deputy squad leader's face, looking and stroking his chin, quite odd. Chapter 247, At the north gate of the academy, the roads on both sides are spotless. A group of senior officers in military uniforms emerge from the conference room. Chu Zeng stands in the middle, sitting and conversing with a colonel beside him. It's still about the combination of theory and practice. Military schools must not become ivory towers, and they need to focus on students' autonomy. In the short distance of 200 meters, several points were made. Long University is not only the advanced training academy for officers, but also the teaching guidance center and theoretical authority source for military academies across the country. After attending the ceremony, they must also hear about this academic year's teaching plan, task formulation, theoretical sources, and so on. Lin Tian is already standing at the car door, waiting properly. A good sense of time has already been ingrained in his mind. To the outside world, every minute counts. Since he has come out, he carries Chu Zeng's name. Coming out is about image, and he must give old Chu some face. After Chu Zeng gives a final couple of instructions, Lin Tian opens the car door, letting the leaders get in first. He turns to nod at the people seeing them off before finally getting in the car. Only when they can no longer be seen does he relax his posture. Chu Zeng, did you meet an old comrade? Yes. Lin Tian can't stop nodding. It's been 2 months since coming to the military academy. Busy with studies and training every day, and time has just flown by. If there is something, he can just tell the teaching assistant and go out. Lin Tian hasn't gone home in these 2 months. Chapter 248, It's over, it's really over. Not answering the phone. Mingzhe is avoiding it, and Lu Chen is being secretive. Taixing is straightforward. In Lin Tian's mind, he has evolved into a category that isn't human. The words spoken don't need to be verified for truth or falsehood because everything he says is true. It just depends on personal understanding. Lin Tian almost jogged into the ward, and when he saw the scene before him, he was stunned. The surroundings were spotless white walls. And in the middle of the white walls was a special care bed. Beside the bed were 2 machines, with curved lines continuously following a red line. Feng Yongwu lay quietly there, covered with a white blanket, his hands resting beneath it. His face showed no expression. However, he had lost weight. The already thin Feng Yongwu now had sunken cheeks. He looked even smaller and frailer. As Lin Tian got closer, his steps became smaller. He rarely went to the hospital except for vaccinations when he was young. With a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at home, the whole family was healthy. Even the elderly Lin could go fishing in the mountains. He had little experience with patients. The few times he had, it was for psychological assessments at the base hospital. He didn't want to believe it, nor did he want to accept it. Feng Yongwu was really lying here. When he stood in front of him, Lin Tian looked at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face. Chapter 249, It's selection season again. Deep in the forest area, the grass swayed. And the shadows of trees danced on the hillside. When the wind blew, not only did birds and beasts stir, but even the breathing hidden among the crowd changed rhythm. The companions of the fish were not just crabs, but also trainees traveling by water. Occasionally, 2 parachutes descended from the sky. On the asphalt road, an off-road vehicle was cruising leisurely. In the driver's seat, Chikai held the steering wheel with one hand, looking quite cheerful. Are you here to see patients? Or are you on vacation? In the back seat, Lin Tian leaned back lazily, his legs resting on the car door. He opened his eyes, still a bit dazed, and rubbed his neck. Of course, I'm here to see patients. There's only 1 bed in the hospital. Am I really going to push Brother Wu off it to take it for myself? In the front passenger seat, Feng Yongwu was resting with his eyes closed, seemingly not listening. Lin Tian continued to complain, that little sofa only seats 2. I can't even stretch my legs. If I really wanted to be comfortable. Isn't there a 5-star hotel next door? Chikai laughed, then why don't you go there? Lin Tian shrugged, to save money. In the capital, it's easy to empty your wallet. Chikai believed others when they said this, but when Lin Tian said it, he didn't believe a word. Chapter 250, Standing in front of everyone, his gaze swept over each face. Last year there were over 40 trainees, this year, only half of that. Among these people, the ones remaining wouldn't exceed a handful. He didn't linger, walking in front of the group of disheveled selection soldiers. His hair was neat, and his military uniform was crisp. It was hard to tell he had been training. Sometimes arriving early and moving fast was an advantage. But sometimes it was just the way things were. He spoke lightly, as if talking to himself. Some people walked a bit slower, not out of laziness, but simply because their routes were different. Everyone was here to participate. The paths might differ, but they all had similar timing, starting from the same starting line, after all. The selection hadn't officially begun yet. As he spoke, he looked up at Ding Chunla, smiling. Brother Le, you told me it starts at noon. So I'm not late, right? Not late, there is still about an hour left, and the cafeteria has already prepared meals for you. Hurry up, or you'll miss it. Ding Chunla had his back to the trainees, feeling the heat from their gazes. Their looks were almost burning him. You were supposed to say a few words of encouragement, Who told you to go off like this? Chapter 251, Hey Dad, how's your health lately? There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by some rustling sounds, as if someone was cleaning their ears. Lin Jiahui picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, confirming it was his son's number before speaking. Have you been possessed? In the past, when his son called, he never asked such questions, shocking him to stand up and inquire in detail. When did you ever ask about my health? Lin Jiahui stood up and walked around, asking. What's going on with you? If you need anything, just say so. I can't boast about other things, but this family business. Your old man will take care of it. Lin Tian twisted his t-shirt, smiling. Really, it's nothing, I just miss home. Recently, your mom and I plan to return to a rural life, set up a pond, fish, and plant flowers. It's quite leisurely. Every flower planter has a flower soul. The pastoral life is an emotion hidden deep in the heart. Just like Lin Jiahui lived a happy life in the first half of his life, he would continue to do so in the next life. The fish in the pond. Don't tell me they were thrown in by the housekeeper, because he couldn't stand seeing you two slacking off. Get lost. Lin Jiahui laughed. Today I just caught a 3-pound white fish, and your mom almost hugged it to sleep. Chapter 252, In a certain town in the southwest, it was bustling today, with many elderly villagers lining up at the town hospital. The national policy is really quite convenient, you can see a doctor without leaving home. An old man put on his reading glasses, holding a flyer in his hand, flipping through it while muttering, tracing his finger along the data chart. Look at this. Blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, all neatly arranged. After receiving the notice from the village, they came to the town hospital for free checkups. These doctors are all from big hospitals. I see there are even professors and directors among them. Normally, seeing a doctor would cost a lot for appointments. And you might not even get one. A nearby aunt excitedly shared information with those around her, her eyebrows dancing. As she spoke, her tone shifted, and she appeared mysterious. The most important thing is, what about the daughter-in-law of the Dongliang family? Why are you keeping secrets? If you have something to say, just say it. The old man impatiently poked her elbow. The aunt blinked and whispered, Did you see? The doctor sitting in the middle, I've seen her on TV. She's a famous doctor, the kind you have to pay a lot to see. Chapter 253, Training or not, what does it matter to me? Just relying on my soft heart, not only no salary, but also being treated like a horse. I might not even come to Shenzhen. How could there be such a shameless team? While pulling tires and cursing, by the end, the last 2 meters were unhidden, directly spitting at the group eating barbecue. You don't train your people, but want me to be the benchmark. Although I was tempted with an offer I couldn't refuse, that's no excuse. Chu Zeng trusted me without question and gave me leave. How could the gap between people be so big? The few soldiers from the first squad eating barbecue had different expressions. They were just putting on a show. They really dared to eat barbecue in front of this person. The next moment they would dare to expose everything. There was no choice. Who told Lin Tian to be so outstanding? Even in military school, he didn't slack off. Coming here to experience the projects of rookies, he surprisingly made progress compared to before he went for further studies. The army is like this, especially their type of unit. Strength is the hard truth. The instructors could also do these projects, who told the captain to have high standards and want to crush everything. They had previously been defeated under Lin Tian, and now they couldn't stand tall. Below, the rookies could only vaguely hear sounds from above, their eyes filled with envy. Chapter 254, We are still too conservative now. If I were 10 years younger, I would just step on the gas and let the car shoot out. Lin Tian tightly gripped the seatbelt on his shoulder. Even on this road in the base where there are no speed limits, he wouldn't dare drive like that. He knew that some countries have roads without speed limits where one can easily drive at 200 km/h, but this is Dragon Country, where 180 km/h is already speeding. Before coming to the Divine Sword, He thought he was quite brave, having experienced skydiving, paragliding, bungee jumping, and more. But now he realized that compared to dancing on the edge of a knife, those experiences were nothing. Especially fighter jets, now the maximum speed of the J-series can reach 22 Mach, and supersonic aircraft can even reach 5 Mach. Just thinking about the speed and the freedom from a pilot's perspective made Lin Tian's eyes sparkle. Captain Gao, I know you have several stars on your fighter jet. Which country's aircraft did you shoot down? The Bear Country, Leopard Country, Eagle Country, these countries seem calm on the surface, but behind the scenes, Gao Yufei sneered. Small actions have never ceased, and if you stay long enough, you'll find out that the forces behind them run deep. Chapter 255, After getting off the plane. The weather was completely different. It was autumn, and the trees along the road were still lush and green. The weather was hazy, with a coolness mixed with stuffiness. The sun was nowhere to be seen, creating a feeling of pressure in the chest. Y City, being low-lying, rarely sees a few sunny days each year. He didn't think much of it, just lamenting the significant climate differences between the north and south. Lin Tian had never been here before and didn't he want to trouble the hospital staff to pick them up. They were big enough young men, and wouldn't he get into trouble? Besides, he and Feng Yongwu were both soldiers. Why would they need someone to pick them up? If something really happened, it would be someone else's misfortune. Lin Tian was a good person, and after becoming a soldier, his characteristics were magnified. He was a model youth with a good upbringing. He took Fang Yongwu and got into a private car, which would only complete its mission when it sent them to the plane the next day. As soon as the car left the airport, Lin Tian suddenly saw a large flock of birds flying low in the sky ahead. He stared for a few seconds and asked, "Brother, is it going to rain?" "The birds are flying so low, heading south." The driver was a local in his 40s, not very talkative, and drove steadily. He glanced in the direction Lin Tian pointed and looked puzzled. "These birds are a bit strange, they usually fly in small groups. But I've never seen them gather in such large numbers and fly so low." Chapter 256, Boom. A loud noise surged from afar, from underground, and filled the eardrums from all directions. Bang! There was no warning, no time to prepare. The muffled sound was as if a giant beast was turning over underground, erupting with anger. To it, the humans standing on its back were merely ants on the road. Everyone's face changed dramatically, and their minds went blank. Lin Tian was the first to react, shouting loudly, "Crouch down. Protect your head. Stay away from buildings." The 4 people in the yard quickly crawled out from under the tent. Lin Tian tightly hugged Shushuhua, protecting her in his arms. The others reacted quickly, with Feng Yongwu especially calm, having participated in earthquake rescue missions before. He pulled the dazed Dr. Liu down, shielding him. The tent they set up was in the open space of the township hospital yard, away from the buildings, relatively safe. There is no such thing as true empathy in the world, only by experiencing can one know the profound impact. Everyone in Dragon Country carries the shadow of earthquakes in their hearts from childhood earthquake drills and the endless loop of disaster news. In the 3-story small hospital building, Lin Tian watched as cracks appeared in the white walls. The window glass shattered with a bang, and fragments fell down. The ground rolled like giant waves, and the shaking never stopped. At the entrance of the first floor, people rushed out in panic. Chapter 257, Hey! 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 No! This isn't how it should be. Lin Tian shouted while shrinking his neck. The situation was too urgent, and he had no choice but to act this way. The grandmother and grandson locked eyes. And at that moment, there was no warmth, only the grandmother's hand itching to discipline her grandson with a particularly sincere force. Just after the tent was set up, Shushuhua wanted to hand Lin Tian some water, but when she touched his sleeve, it was wet. "What is going on?" She frowned and lifted it to see her palm covered in blood. The color of the jacket was dark, and she hadn't noticed it during the commotion. Without hesitation, She cut open the sleeve, revealing a long bloody gash, flesh rolled back, clearly a fresh injury from when she saved someone. Shuhua had seen a lot of blood in her life. She had studied traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, using whichever was effective. But touching her grandson's blood was rare. Goodness, if I hadn't held on, I wouldn't have noticed. She thought. How come you're hurt like this and didn't say anything? Shuhua's heart sank, but her hands moved quickly to treat the wound. Lin Tian quickly admitted his mistake. I know I was wrong. I'll be careful in the future. I won't hide it again. His ear was still being pinched, and his arm was firmly held by Liu Jiashu. The sound of alcohol being opened echoed. Chapter 258, Heart-wrenching. The extent of the disaster in the village was far worse than Lin Tian had imagined. Almost every few steps, he could see collapsed houses. Most of these were two-story buildings built in recent years, some of which hadn't even been finished with walls or tiles before the earthquake took them away. These houses were improved housing, the new homes that families had hoped for years to have. And yet they had not lived in them for a few years before being robbed by the earthquake. Despair. There was no hope in sight. Lin Tian had never believed he would be associated with such words. The densely packed collapsed buildings and the rubble connected in a mass. There were not many suitable places to build houses, and most houses in the village were built closely together. But it was precisely this that made it even more heart-wrenching. They had all collapsed. It was even hard to distinguish which family was which. The village secretary was arranging the elderly who had run out to go to the open space, counting people. He remembered each person clearly. Knowing which family had someone and which family didn't, at least able to provide some basic information. Lin Tian used a hoe to pry at the debris, tirelessly clearing away the obstructions blocking his view. He heard someone calling for help beneath. He had just heard the cries for help. But he needed to save them. To remove everything on top. He used all his strength to move the debris, pulling with all his might. The voice inside grew weaker, and Lin Tian became increasingly anxious. Chapter 259, in the Y City earthquake disaster area, the preliminary casualty data has been reported. Currently, local troops, firefighters, and emergency forces have all been deployed for rescue. This was the first detailed report received by the command center, and every word weighed heavily on the hearts of those who heard it. Thousands of miles away in a synthetic brigade in the western region, the atmosphere in the conference room was somber. We are a heavy armored synthetic brigade. Not on the emergency list, the orders have not yet arrived, the deputy brigade commander said softly. Before he finished speaking, a communications officer hurried in, brigade commander. The assault battalion, communications company, and engineering platoon of 30 people have jointly submitted a request to fight, and it has been stamped and signed, waiting for your approval. The brigade commander focused his gaze, took the battle request written with a combat pen, and saw red fingerprints layered over one another. The request was to go to the earthquake disaster area in Y City for support. We are not afraid of hardship, nor do we fear aftershocks. Even if it is just moving a brick to save a person, we must go. Almost at the same time, military camps, troops, and garrison areas across the country expressed the same passionate oath. A certain engineering regiment in East China, we have experience in geological collapse and blasting. Requesting to go to Y City to assist in road opening and clearing the lifeline. A certain airborne brigade, we have the capability for complex mountain air drops. Requesting to be air dropped into the epicenter village to seize precious rescue time. Chapter 260. Tonight, the moonlight was unusually bright. Like a silent lamp casting its glow on the quiet concrete road of the mountain village. A group of people slowly moved forward, using the moonlight to find their way. Their footsteps were light, but exceedingly slow. It wasn't that the road was difficult to walk, but they were simply unable to move any faster. From dark until now, they had worked the entire night. As the rescue had not yet arrived, they had to save themselves. Lin Tian was at the forefront, still covered in dust. The village secretary, village officials, everyone who could move was involved. The elderly were also unwilling to remain idle, carrying flashlights, sticks, and shovels, following behind and providing assistance. Finally, before dawn, they had inspected all the roads and debris of the village to ensure nothing was overlooked. Every place had been called out to, and every corner had been turned over. They were not at the epicenter, still over 10 kilometers away, but the aftershocks were still enough to shake this land. They considered themselves lucky. Only one person was seriously injured and was carried away on a makeshift stretcher. The rest mostly had fractures, cracks, and abrasions, with the injured mainly being elderly. These injuries might not be significant at other times, but here and now, if left untreated, they could mean a life hanging by a thread. At this moment, no one dared to think about the situation at the epicenter. Chapter 261. Tu Zhihong looked at the soldier in a black combat jacket before him, his eyes filled with determination. As the company commander, he should have refused. It was against regulations. This joint operation had not been approved by higher-ups, and even the military districts they belonged to were different. The team from Longfang University was also at a different level compared to these field troops. Logically, such a request should not be accepted. However, listening to the latest death reports and seeing the man's eyes, as a soldier, he could not refuse. He could not refuse a soldier's resolve. Tu Zhihong fixed a stern gaze on Lin Tian, then turned and walked away. Lin Tian had not reacted yet when he heard him say, "We will board the vehicle to County G in 2 minutes, you decide whether to get on my truck." After saying that, he turned to count the number of people. Lin Tian was so excited that he felt like he could burst with joy. Sprinting back to the dormitory, with the speed of a rocket, and finding Fang Yongwu already starting to pack his bag for him. "Brother Fang. Brother Yong. Brother Wu. I'm heading to the front lines." He rushed over to share this good news with Fang Yongwu, not daring to pat him on the back. Just slapping his own thigh, unable to contain his excitement. Fang Yongwu was busy with his tasks, glanced at Lin Tian, and was about to speak, when he suddenly couldn't help but cough a few times. Chapter 262. Zhao Zilong continued, "At that time, my mind was blank, completely numb. All I could think about was saving people. I had just become a squad leader then." He paused, his eyes becoming somewhat deep. "Later, when I came to my senses, I was filled with regret. It didn't matter if I died there. I couldn't let anything happen to the soldiers under me. At that time, I hadn't started a family. One person eats well, and the whole family doesn't go hungry. Besides, I had 2 brothers at home. To be honest, I was the second in the family, so if I sacrificed myself, it would be for the country and the people. The soldiers under me were all born in the 90s, many of whom had just reached adulthood, only children. Even if I died, I would have to kneel before their parents and repent." Li Wei nodded silently. After all, they were all leaders of troops, especially at the grassroots level. Almost everyone grew up in such an environment, eating the same food, sleeping in the same beds, and shouting similar slogans. When it comes to the battlefield, they are unambiguous. These people fear most not living up to their soldiers. How can good kids sent to the army come home with only certificates of honor and a box? No leader dares to face this issue, they don't even dare to think about it. Zhuang Kaifeng felt the same way. He initially refused the divine sword because he had concerns. He had a wife and children. Chapter 263. As they ventured further in, the scenes along the road became increasingly tragic. The originally smooth road was now filled with cracks and standing water. The destruction from the earthquake was everywhere. The mountains showed clear signs of landslides, with large masses of soil and rock having fallen. On the slopes, tree branches were exposed, and trees that had been growing for over a decade were powerless against the natural disaster. Not to mention the smaller branches, all lying on the ground, transforming what was once a picturesque environment into a scene of devastation. Lin Tian looked through the window and saw this scene. Frowning, he felt a deep discomfort inside. Natural disasters come without warning. The power of humans is minuscule compared to that of nature. He heard Tu Zhihong speaking into the intercom, but he did not want to. Nor dared to ask. He did not want to know how many people had lost their families in this disaster. He just wanted to reach the most dangerous place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt. The driver said, "Commander, we can't go any further. There are still 5 kilometers to the destination. The road conditions ahead are very poor, and the vehicle can't get through," he added. Upon hearing this, Tu Zhihong remained unfazed, his eyes showing determination. He knew that since they had come this far, there was no reason to stop. "Attention all units," Tu Zhihong's voice was loud. "Now get off the vehicle, bring your gear, and for the last few kilometers, run over as fast as you can." Chapter 264. After finishing a whole bowl of noodles. It was as if nothing had happened. The bowl was clean, as if it had never held anything. Tu Zhihong's mouth twitched as he brought his own meal over to him. Lin Tian had never felt embarrassed about such emotions. Picking up the commander's meal, he ate with great gusto, without any reservations. He let out a satisfied burp. "Lin Tian, thank you, Commander Tu, I'm full now, I'll head out first." He tried to stand up. Hey. He couldn't get up. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Lin Tian looked up at Tu Zhihong in confusion. "Sleep." There was an undeniable calmness in his tone. "Lin Tian, no need, I just slept a little while ago, I'm very energetic now." "Tu Zhihong, when you say just now, do you mean 12 hours ago?" "Sorry, but it's already the second day. Once you enter this door, don't think about going out, I'll be guarding the door. There are over 300 soldiers outside, I can't control you alone. With so many people, I don't believe I can't catch you." But Lin Tian frowned, his eyes showing disagreement. "Missing 1-1T matter, there will be someone to fill in," Tu Zhihong stated frankly. Lin Tian had nothing more to say now that things had come to this point. Chapter 265. This rain has finally arrived. It started as a light drizzle, gently pattering down, providing a comforting release to the tense nerves. However, the rain suddenly intensified, becoming fierce and unexpectedly disrupting all rhythms. The already challenging disaster relief work was ruthlessly exacerbated by this sudden downpour, as if adding insult to injury. Those without umbrellas donned raincoats. But they still needed to move a lot, and in just a few moments, they could get completely soaked. Lin Tian wrapped his arm wound with cling film. His white blood cells were strong, relentlessly attacking the injury. What should have healed in 2 to 3 days was now repeatedly reopening, almost healed, then torn open again. Now, when he removed the bandage, he could still see the blood-red color. He sprinkled medicine on it, wrapped it up with cling film, securing it tightly. Looking down at the deep scar on his left arm, Lin Tian muttered to himself, "Congratulations, you've got a new little buddy." After bandaging the wound, he put on his camouflage uniform, braved the heavy rain, and continued to head to the front lines to participate in the rescue work. The extraordinary difficulty was not just due to the rain, but rather the consequences brought on by it. Chapter 266. He couldn't quite express what he was feeling. It was like the weather. Outside it was pouring rain, while inside, he felt a light rain in his heart, unable to see when it would stop. He needed to piece together their bodies, and he prayed for the little girl to survive. Once everything was ready, he would cover them with a white cloth. Humans are remarkable, capable of creating weapons and standing at the top of the food chain. But when faced with natural disasters, they are powerless. He had thought about the possibility of death, considered that what he saved might just be a corpse. Yet he was fortunate, every time he rescued someone, there was a breath of life. But this time, there was truly nothing left. His heart was being tugged. His hands had killed many enemies. But he had never saved a life with his hands. It was hard not to think, if he had discovered them a little earlier. If he were a bit stronger. If he could see. If he had arrived a little sooner, could he have saved them, even if they were disabled, even if they had lost arms or legs. They would still be a happy family. Very few people at the scene had dry eyes. Sobs and cries broke the silence. He imagined the reunion that family of three should have had, imagined the girl waking up and still being able to call out for her parents. Not far away. A soldier's voice broke the silence softly. Chapter 267, he was truly grateful to Yu Huijin. When he first executed an external mission at the border defense. It was he who first thought of the psychological issues. He tried every means to help him resolve them, although it ended up being somewhat dramatic. Now, Yu Huijin was using all his care and warmth to desperately pull him out of the gloom, fearing he might think too much. What instructor could be so heartfelt towards their soldiers, or perhaps had not spent much time with their soldiers? Lin Tian had not been lacking in courtesy during the holidays. Ultimately, it was not like being in the company, where they saw each other every day. What merit did he have? Yu Huijin sat beside Lin Tian, not continuing to persuade him. This kid lacked nothing, he clearly knew his own emotions. Especially after seeing the interaction between Lin Tian and Xu Jingchen at the Border Defense Regiment, Yu Huijin's evaluation of Lin Tian rose a level. Now, looking at this most outstanding soldier with his head down, as if he had lost his previous brilliance, Yu Huijin felt a heaviness in his heart. To break the oppressive atmosphere, he took the initiative to speak. The Special Reconnaissance Battalion has been extremely busy these past 2 months. Old Jiang and I have been promoted in rank, and our positions have also risen, which means more pressure. Chapter 268, Where's Lin Tian? Where's Lin Tian? Why can't I see him? Kong Bao'er lifted the tent flap, urgently scanning the empty tent, but Lin Tian was nowhere to be found. Not only was Lin Tian missing, but even the instructor had vanished without a trace. Fu Mande whispered beside him, he left with the instructor. Taking the injured to the plane, the injured need urgent treatment, so they left immediately. Kong Bao'er was furious, pointing at Fu Mande. Momentarily unsure where to put his hands, can you do something useful? I just assigned you a task, and now look, the chance is gone. Kong Bao'er had been personally recruited by Jiang Tingfei from the reconnaissance company, and he had developed quickly in the police reconnaissance company, rising to a deputy squad leader. Once he arrived at the reconnaissance battalion, it wasn't long before he became a squad leader. However, this time, he wanted to take the opportunity to meet Lin Tian. They were from the same class, and being able to meet was fate. However, 3 hours had passed since the task began. And before he had the chance to see him, Lin Tian had already disappeared. Fu Mande stood beside him, frowning, his eyes filled with hesitation, his hands gripping his sleeves. Pulling left and right. He had just seen Lin Tian, and wanted to go over to greet him. Chapter 269, Yu Huijin stood at the door, looking at the sky. The ground, the ants, and the concrete. He was anxious. It had been more than 2 hours since he went in. This kind of psychological treatment cannot have outsiders present. He was the liaison, and he couldn't interfere with Professor Ouyang's treatment. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the yard, and Yu Huijin stood up. His gaze shifting to Lin Tian, who was walking ahead. He couldn't see any changes. Back in the recruit company, when he was younger and more open. Everything was evident at a glance. Since being recruited by an unknown unit and returning, he was still as cheerful, but it was harder to see through him now. He had lost much of his innocence and straightforwardness, instead gaining a few hidden edges. Indeed, he had grown up. Yu Huijin shook his head, silently sighing. This was also the reason Yu Huijin impulsively brought Lin Tian here. His emotional downturn was too apparent. Since the main character showed no visible changes. Yu Huijin turned to look at Professor Ouyang. She was still as cheerful as ever, not like a doctor, but more like someone making small talk. You're not here for nothing. Professor Ouyang smiled as she patted Yu Huijin on the shoulder, you little rascal, after 2 years. You come to see me just for someone else, how generous. Chapter 270, The Last Dish, Garlic Shrimp, Lin Tian, go peel the garlic. Yu Huijin's appearance, whether ancient or modern, could be considered that of a dashing young man, especially with his glasses, which made him look like an intellectual. Now, he was sweating profusely, wearing a little floral apron, wrestling with pots and pans in the kitchen. Okay. Lin Tian responded, lining up the garlic from smallest to largest. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the kitchen, startling Yu Huijin so much that he could barely hold his knife. Looking closely, this guy had put all the garlic together and was smashing them down hard with a frying pan. Bang, 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 bang. From standing up to lying down. The garlic skins and cloves were separated, and Lin Tian picked them out one by one. Yu Huijin hesitated a few times, but ultimately didn't speak up. It was better to let them peel as they wished. After all, it would end up in their stomachs anyway. This kind of food was not suitable for the elderly. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was getting more and more into it. By the time he finished a bag of garlic, his eyes were stinging from the fumes. He picked up a large knife. Bang, bang, bang. The human body blender is online. While others use tools, we have strength. Can't you be a bit gentler? Gentler? What I have here is called strength. Look, the garlic can be mashed into such a delicate paste. What is the effect of taking it slow? Chapter 271 Warm Reminder. You successfully paid 888 yuan on XX, 20XX at 10 p.m. Your current available balance is XXXX yuan. Dear user, you successfully recharged 888 yuan on XX, 20XX at 10 p.m. Before the plane had even landed, Lin Tian's phone started vibrating. Messages from Longguo Telecom and Longguo Unicom popped up one after another. At 2 a.m., the plane had just come to a stop. He opened his phone to receive a barrage of messages. His mom was bombarding him with texts, and his dad was sending money. In the message interface, Longxin's messages were coming in rapidly. Looking at the balance, Lin Tian smiled. He stood at the aisle, adjusted his backpack. At the capital airport in the early morning, the lights were as bright as day. Ground staff were busy, passengers were hurrying, but he stood still, quickly typing, Dad, Mom, I've arrived in the capital. Everything is safe. I'll explain more tomorrow. 2 hours earlier, he was carrying a bag, wearing clothes sponsored by his instructor, and had indeed been packed onto the plane. Yu Huijin didn't let him return to Y City, not wanting him to get sentimental. He stayed in the disaster area, continuing to assist the soldiers with the reconstruction. Chapter 272 Just this little distance, and even his 80-year-old mother couldn't recognize him as her son. With your pathetic appearance, you can't even compare to the most ordinary soldiers. What are you doing on the battlefield? Go ahead and die on the battlefield. Chu Zeng held a thermos cup, his gaze coldly sweeping over the dozens of panting trainees in front of him. They really can't compare. These advanced officers are getting worse each generation. Those who are called the backbone outside are nothing in Chu Zeng's eyes. The military academy has a narrow recruitment range. Most of the people here come from other military schools among the 40 to 50 military schools in Longguo. Usually, soldiers must go back to college for further studies to be promoted. But here, the trainees are all mid-level officers with about 10 years of military experience. The only young ones are not here for the next 2 weeks. Chu Zeng knows Lin Tian's whereabouts. Lin Tian informed him as soon as he got online. Behind. Stand up. Who told you to lay down like a stump when you encounter an obstacle instead of figuring out how to get over it? Young and lacking any energy. This round of confrontation is over. Stay back and practice the obstacle course again. The military academy's curriculum doesn't allow for any breathing space. Every day is heavy. Chapter 273 Does it hurt? If it does, shout out loud, so I can go easier on you. Hee, is this all your strength? I seriously doubt it. Ah? That feels good. Bang. The door was kicked open, shaking the frame. Lin Tian walked in with a cold face, his voice low and powerful. Inspection. According to the accommodation management regulations of Longfang Academy, at 23:30 in the evening, if the advanced class does not turn off the lights and go to sleep on time, a decision will be made. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Zilong and Li Wei were already standing straight, more rigid than a military posture. Don't be fooled. One is a battalion commander and the other is a company commander, but back at the military academy, they are students, rank doesn't matter, rules are the most important. They finished their training a bit late tonight, and the dormitory has a strict rule of not sleeping until sweating. They made such a ruckus that it went past the lights out time. In the darkness, Li Wei smiled and stepped forward. Comrade, don't be like this. We're all brothers here, come in for a cup of tea. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Step one more step forward, and I will report you to the academy. When those words were said, the air in the dormitory cooled down significantly. It was a standard inspection kill move, no saving it now. Li Wei wanted to say something, but Zhao Zilong calmly said, Comrade, we were the ones who violated the rules and indeed disturbed the rest time. If we need to be punished, we accept it without complaint and will not do it again. Chapter 274. Let us count how many people in our battalion performed outstandingly in the rescue. Old you. Didn't you bring a camera? Now that we have everyone here, let us take a picture. In Y City, the rescue work has already ended, and the task of helping the suffering people rebuild is a long-term affair. Their task is done here, the relocation of the public has been completed, a brief rest. And tomorrow morning before dawn, they will prepare to set off. Back to the base. Yu Huaiqin fiddled with the letters in his hand. He was holding encouragement letters sent from various places. There were mature calligraphy and also letters with childish handwriting. These were brought down while delivering supplies, but unfortunately, all the people in the disaster area had already been relocated by them. Even the soldiers sent here have retreated to a safer place. Yu Huaiqin picked up these letters one by one, repairing the damaged ones. Almost every letter mentioned the People's Liberation Army. They are not one unit. Some are firefighters and police. But in the hearts of the people, they all have a unified name, people as soldiers. Yu Huaiqin shook his head. You are thinking too far ahead. It's midnight now, the vehicle to pick us up arrives at 5. You want to stir them up at this time. Chapter 275. Report to the battalion commander. There are a total of 247 people in the Special Operations Battalion, all counted. Please give instructions. Get on the vehicle. Yes. At 5 in the morning, before dawn, the cold air was biting, and humidity hit the face. The tents had long been taken down, each person carrying their bedding. Just as they had come, neat and tidy, leaving no trace. They were the first batch to withdraw. Jiang Tingfei stood at the front of the vehicle, looking back at the 7 large trucks hidden in the darkness. The road was pitch black with no light. The villagers had already been relocated, leaving behind a dead silence. Bang! The headlights suddenly lit up, piercing through the night and illuminating the road ahead. Jiang Tingfei and Yu Huaiqin sat in the back seat of the first truck, holding a walkie-talkie, their expressions steady. This return journey was a brief rest at the base, and then they would set off again. Continuing special training, continuing confrontations, constantly refining themselves. The Border Defense Special Operations Battalion cannot fear hardship or difficulty. Since it carries the name Special Operations, it must bear the weight. Jiang Tingfei has endured for years to reach this point, naturally filled with ambition. In the past, the reconnaissance company stood out in the regiment, now expanded. He wants the Special Operations Battalion to be the best among all battalion-level units. Chapter 276. Mission. What mission? Chu Zeng poured himself a cup of hot water, and sat across from Lin Tian. With a questioning tone, but a completely untroubled expression, Lin Tian smiled and said seriously, Of course, as per your instructions, I went to the active duty troops to conduct research and investigations, and to offer heartfelt condolences to the members of the class. As he spoke, he pulled out a document from his bag and handed it over, continuing, during the process, unexpected incidents occurred. And I adhered to the teachings of the military academy, fulfilling my duties and assisting the affected people in the disaster area. His words were calm. Yet he appeared much steadier than before his departure. He briefly recounted his experiences and observations from the past few days. At the same time, I must admit my mistakes. Lin Tian stopped smiling, his expression serious. During this mission, I deeply realized my many shortcomings. Chu Zeng did not respond immediately. He simply held his teacup and focused his gaze on him, as if waiting for Lin Tian to finish speaking. Lin Tian exhaled, finally summarizing, in short. This mission has been a significant growth opportunity for me personally. Chu Zeng did not respond right away. He first picked up Lin Tian's report on the mission. It was very detailed, with precise descriptions of time, place, and people, presented straightforwardly without unnecessary rhetoric. Chapter 277. The more Chu Zeng listened, the more satisfied he became. Yes. Yes. He had seen Lin Tian's psychological evaluation report. The issues troubling Lin Tian seemed, to Chu Zeng, to be a good thing. Realizing this hardship was not in vain. He flipped through the document that Lin Tian had written specifically for him. The front was neatly written in standard script, while the back transitioned from semi-cursive to cursive. One could imagine how eager Lin Tian was to see this old commander before coming. Despite knowing the hope was slim, Lin Tian still attempted to glean something from Chu Zeng's expression. He scrutinized every wrinkle on his face, hoping to extract some emotion from it. Chu Zeng remained unfazed. What was wrong with these people? Had they aged to the point of losing their expressions? Lin Tian still had the leisure to daydream. Chu Zeng, maintaining a poker face, suddenly asked an unrelated question. You were raised by your grandparents, right? It could be said yes or no. My parents are the youngest in the family. So I grew up with whoever was available, mostly with my grandparents. Lin Tian replied, sneaking a glance at Chu Zeng. Chu Zeng merely nodded and continued to read the report. He had a clearer understanding now, making his judgment of Lin Tian more accurate. Chapter 278. It was now 9:50. Normally, Ma Huqiang would already be standing over there at this time. Why hadn't he come today? I don't know, someone replied. You still have the leisure to care about him. If this weather holds for a few more days, it's time to get winter clothes. Sigh. That's how it is in the capital. A little rain and wind means it's winter, just bear with it. In the classroom, everyone was already present except Lin Tian and Ma Huqiang. Li Wei was playing Tetris in his hands, indifferent to the discussions around him, worrying about things that don't concern you. The teaching assistants are here to serve us, even if they hold some rank. We are not just privates, right, Captain Zhao? Zhao Zilong was doing eye exercises with his eyes closed and casually replied, who knows? These teaching assistants in the military academy were not to be trifled with. One never knew who was backing them. Take our teaching assistant, for instance. Despite being just a captain, he's from the National Security Agency, not to be underestimated. Recently, several classes have changed teaching assistants. Ours will probably change soon as well. There might be news in the next few days, Zhuang Kaifeng said, who was well informed. It would be best if we got a nicer one, preferably a girl. It feels good just to listen to her speak, someone joked. Chapter 279. As November drew to a close, summer short sleeves had been replaced with camouflage winter training uniforms. Lin Tian stood in front of the makeshift tactical training ground, holding a tactical diagram. He stood in the position that used to be occupied by Ma Huqiang. The special command operations were entirely dependent on what Chu Zeng taught in this class. After old Chu finished the theory, he dumped the remaining work on Lin Tian and left. Lin Tian watched his back, accustomed to this testing method from the director. Holding the diagram, he walked to the front and said to the students, today, we will practice a new subject, multi-angle concealed advancement. This was a new method promoted by the Special Operations Brigade of the Southwest Theater last year, suitable for complex urban terrains and forests. It was mainly used for assault operations in urban building clusters, forests, and damaged areas, employing multi-node displacement and a 3-person triangular coordinated advance. It sounded complicated, but was actually not difficult. After finishing, he glanced around and said, "I will demonstrate it alone first, everyone take note." Lin Tian put on his goggles and pulled over 2 pre-arranged cooperative students, ready. 3-person team, left front, right rear, control center, standard spacing, prepare to advance. The 3 formed a straight line, and Lin Tian waved his hand to signal, start. Chapter 280. The midnight Longfang was very quiet. The noisy school, during the day, was entirely empty at night. It was a different level of quiet compared to the military, in fact. The nights in the military were not peaceful at all, as every company had guard duty, with busy and tense activities often filling the night sky. Longfang was different. It had a dedicated security team, though it felt somewhat overqualified. Who would dare to commit crimes in front of such a prestigious institution as Longguo Military Academy? In this silence, a large office was neatly divided into 50 or 60 work cubicles. Like many companies, all teaching assistants worked in this large office, which was about the size of 3 classrooms. However, in this dark office building, only one cubicle's light was on. Under that light, Lin Tian was intently focused on his computer screen. To his left were several sheets of paper, and to his right was a cup of water. The minimalist and cold office had all documents locked in cabinets, leaving himself no way out on the surface. Today's tasks must be completed today, Lin Tian reminded himself silently. Tasks he was capable of completing must be done immediately. Indulging himself once would only create countless opportunities for procrastination. Chapter 281. Oh my God. Major student Zhong Jiyuan muttered while bending down to stretch his legs, "I signed up for the advanced class, not for the Special Forces selection. Can't they leave a way out for someone who's 30? Lin Tian was already intense enough, and now there was a Fang Yongwu. What was going on? On the playground. The day's learning had ended, and some classmates were exercising on the field. Just maintaining physical fitness, running a few laps, and if lucky, practicing new tactics. In the Combat Command Department, they were just an advanced class. Above them were senior advanced classes for officers with the rank of colonel and above. At that level, coming to Longfang for further studies genuinely meant discussing national affairs. In their advanced class, several months had passed, and they had learned quite a bit about the command tactics taught in the military academy, which was relatively easy compared to before, and they had some free time. Beside them, Major Zhong Fuxing shook his head. These young people are so competitive, as if we aren't from the military but from a nursing home. Zhong Jiyuan glanced at the training area. Speaking of which, what is Fang Yongwu's background? He's been here for a few days, training harder than anyone else. Hardly speaking a few words, and his facial expression hasn't changed much, almost like a robot. Chapter 282, Young Master, your good comrade is back in the medical room again. Li Wei rushed into the dormitory, kicking the door open, his face showing urgency and anger. You have to think of a way, young master. You two are so close. Are you just going to watch him throw his body down day by day? Who will be responsible if something really happens? Why not lock him in the dormitory? Don't let him go out, just stay in and take medicine every day to recover, so you don't have to send him to the emergency room again. Lin Tian was in the corner, looking down at some documents. With the end of the semester plus the year-end, statistical reports, student assessments, and training summaries were all piled together. It wasn't too difficult, but it was annoying. His fingers flipped through the papers, the pen twisted in his palm. His attention fully on the annual evaluation. I know, Lin Tian said without raising his head, burying himself in the desk, his tone very casual. As if he were discussing something trivial. Li Wei was momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief, questioning if he had heard wrong. What did you say? Lin Tian looked up. His gaze calm, his tone steady. I said, I know. Li Wei completely exploded, but that's your comrade. He's not just anyone. You usually have such a close relationship, and now he's lying in the medical room, and you don't even take a look. Zhao Zilong and Zhuang Kaifeng stood aside without interrupting, exchanging glances, quietly observing the two. Chapter 283, Good morning, good morning, good morning. Morning greetings echoed in the corridor. The voices lazy, some still yawning. At 7 in the morning, all the students had arrived at the function room. There was no morning exercise today. They were going to have a major class, a sand table rehearsal plus combat drill. Their military academy's sand table rehearsal was much more advanced than many troops. All were products directly supplied by major research institutes, and even some active duty units might not be equipped with them. Those high-end equipment not yet circulated on the market had long become standard configurations here. Lin Tian had come early, as an assistant teacher. He had to arrive before the instructor and everyone else, checking the equipment and the sensitivity of the devices. After checking all the equipment, he squatted at the door waiting for food. Before long, footsteps could be heard in the distance, and he looked up. They were finally here. However, this time the person bringing him food was Zhao Zilong. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and looked back, surprisingly not seeing Li Wei's figure. Usually, he would be at the front line for this class. Why was he dragging his feet today? What is up with him? He usually rushes to the front the fastest in this class, Lin Tian asked. Zhao Zilong followed his gaze and understood. He was still dawdling in the dormitory, wrapped in a quilt, and no one was checking on him, insisting on being stubborn today, unable to be persuaded. Chapter 284, Hey, Lin Tian said slowly. Why isn't Li Lianzhang happy that he won? Isn't he fond of challenges? I've selected these carefully. Li Wei turned his head and met Lin Tian's smiling eyes, which were as annoying as a cat's grin. Lin Tian was even happier. He suddenly realized that a person with a good temper could be quite interesting when they suddenly turned cold. Time was pressing, the instructor was summarizing at the podium. And Lin Tian stood behind the instructor, watching the students in the class. Each one sat up straight, backs perfectly aligned, eyes focused. They were all frontline officers from various military districts. Once this group goes out and returns to their respective units, they will quickly become the backbone, the core force of leading troops. The teaching model of the advanced class was fundamentally different from that of ordinary military academy students. People like Guo Yuanpeng were typical of the military academy's direct promotion process, graduating uniformly, receiving ranks uniformly, and then assigned to positions by the military district, continuing to advance step by step. He was different. His rank probably wouldn't change much in the short term. He stood here purely because he had already attended university, with no obstacles in terms of education. This type of class, while called school, was more like an appointed position. Chapter 285, in the corridor on the second floor. People came and went, bustling with activity. The school day had ended, and many had already changed into casual clothes, coming out of the dormitory in groups, ready to go out for some fresh air. The advanced class was no exception. But no one dared to leave first. It wasn't that they weren't allowed to leave, but after going out a few times and suffering losses, just as they stepped out, notifications would come, extra classes. Gather immediately. Over time, everyone learned to be smart. After all, they weren't in their 20s anymore. They knew they couldn't blame the assistant teacher or the instructor. The military could be in the northwest today and notify them to go to the southeast for exercises tomorrow, which was common. So they wouldn't complain about anything. Here he comes. Lin Tian was coming with the decree, so everyone prepared to welcome him. Everyone reflexively stood straight. And a few students who had originally planned to go out shrank back to the door, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zheng Yi directly approached, having packed his luggage, asking how things were going, what progress had been made. Lin Tian walked slowly, his left hand in his pocket, the right holding an A4 paper, his expression serious. His aura full. He stood still, scanned the room, and in a low tone said, "Originally, there was supposed to be an extra class this week." Chapter 286. Li Wei was pressed against the wall, ears tightly pressed, concentrating on listening to the noise from next door. At first, he could hear some vague voices. But then it stopped, as if someone had suddenly pressed mute. He frowned, wanting to listen a bit longer. Click. The door next door opened. Li Wei jumped. Quickly bouncing back, standing in front of the window with a book, pretending to read casually, quick reactions in war, his voice elongated, putting on a diligent act. Fang Yongwu looked at him, then at the figure standing by the window door. Hadn't he seen him study so hard during class? Was he putting an effort in his free time after class? Suddenly stepping forward. Li Wei appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes were observing his every move. He hesitated, wondering whether to greet him. He still remembered Fang Yongwu's calm demeanor a couple of days ago. How he had bumped into Li Lianzhang's enthusiasm, and then acted like this. Especially in the morning, when he had grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the classroom. He had his pride too. Lin Tian's excessive behavior not only failed to recognize his mistake, but also made things difficult for him in class. The death penalty could be avoided, but the living one was hard to escape. An apology was a must, along with making amends and treating him, then he might reluctantly agree. Fang Yongwu was different. He understood. Chapter 287. The crowd dispersed, the door closed, and the air settled down. The brigade commander took off his military hat and sat down. His tone no longer so formal. "From now on, you can just say you are the head of the combat department. Several times others recommended you to me, but I insisted on having you take this position. Now the appointment is finally settled. These past few months have not been in vain." Xu Jingchen smiled slightly, saying that no position is a waste of time. "I have been under your command since my 3rd year in the army, and I am still in the core position of the Lone Wolf Brigade, directly responsible for coordinating the construction of the brigade's operational system and enhancing combat effectiveness. Not only do I need to understand the strengths of each squad, discover and allocate talents, but I also have to formulate plans." Gao Jun continued, saying that the operations department is not just about deploying troops, but also the leader of tactical research and training programs. Your task is to make this special operations brigade a rapid response force that can adapt to various complex battlefield environments. Little Shu, the organization has great expectations for you in this position, and I believe you will not disappoint me. Xu Jingchen stood up and said, "I guarantee to complete the mission." Normally, after saying this, he could leave, but Gao Jun's gaze followed him, gesturing for him to sit down. Chapter 288. Comrades, fellow soldiers, today is a day worth remembering. The rocket force of the People's Liberation Army of Longguo has officially been established, taking on the sacred mission of maintaining national strategic security. This is not only a historic leap in national defense modernization, but also a solemn oath for every soldier defending the dignity of the motherland. In the center of the stage, the speaker paused slightly, raised his head, and slowly scanned the audience. Behind him were the towering party flag and military flag. Below, the slogans of obeying the party's command, being able to win battles, and maintaining good conduct resonated strongly. Lin Tian vaguely felt that the speaker seemed to glance in his direction. It might not have been him, perhaps it was no one. That gaze passed through the crowd, looking at millions of soldiers. In the front row were the core backbones of the rocket force. At the very front, the stars of military leaders shone brightly. Even Chu Zeng could only sit in the second row, with the soldiers behind him. Lin Tian was in the second line, in a separated area from the front hall. The people around him were either familiar or unfamiliar. Some Lin Tian had seen in various meetings and occasional conversations. More were officers from non-capital military districts whom Lin Tian couldn't name. But at this moment, he had no time to identify the people around him. Chapter 289, going out for a couple of hours just to get this thing, then eagerly delivering it to someone. Chu Zeng picked up the newspaper in the car, put on his glasses, and spoke in a calm tone. He was attending this event on behalf of his school, and many graduates from their school would go to this new unit in the future. With thorough preparations in advance, the initial officers are all graduates. Lin Tian could still maintain humility and courtesy in front of outsiders, but he couldn't hide it in front of Chu Zeng. As soon as the car started moving, his mouth didn't stop. Whether it's about manners or not, what's important is that being in such an occasion makes his heart race. He hadn't attended many such occasions since joining the army, and he hadn't seen many big figures in the Border Defense Regiment. This soldier felt like he was on duty. He estimated he wouldn't be able to participate in the parade, but today he could experience the honor guard, so it wasn't a wasted trip. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, pouring out all his enthusiasm. Chu Zeng glanced at him from the corner of his eye, shook his head, and turned his attention back to the newspaper. After so many years as a regular officer, what kind of soldiers has he not seen? Chu Zeng could be considered a professional at understanding his soldiers' emotions and reactions. If this soldier showed a long face today, Chu Zeng would know what he was thinking. Chapter 290, You ask me why I won't approve this. Xu Jingchen slammed the document back onto the desk, his tone icy. If the person isn't even clearly written down, what are you transferring them for? Reporting this kind of thing is just embarrassing. The young aide showed an awkward expression and quickly lowered his head, saying, Yes. We didn't prepare enough. Go back and rewrite it, clarify the task logic and target effects, then come back. Understood. The door clicked shut. This was the last one for today, and the room finally quieted down. Lu Fan stood behind him, not daring to breathe. Xu Jingchen was originally from a special operations team, promoted from a special operations squad leader. He didn't talk much, and after becoming the section chief, his momentum was even stronger. Whether it was the special operations battalions or the brigade staff, they all had to be polite in front of him. Even the high-ranking deputy brigade commander would leave some face when reporting to the brigade commander or chief of staff. But not in the training department, if it doesn't work. Rewrite it. If rewriting doesn't work, they'll call your superior over for a face-to-face discussion. Failing the training also wouldn't work, they'd go directly to criticize you. The training department is recognized for its high pressure, thinning hair, and bad tempers. Xu Jingchen stood up, brushed off the sleeve of his training uniform, and asked, What time is it? Captain Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief and quickly answered, 10:50. Chapter 291, You can't say it like that. Lin Tian rubbed his neck, speaking with a justified tone. Although I'm not afraid of exams, I respect them, especially as a teaching assistant, the burden is heavy. In your year of college entrance exams, didn't you still eat and play as usual, still dominating everyone, and coming out first in the whole grade with a recommendation? Xu Jingchen thought back to that year, his tone involuntarily filled with pride. Who wouldn't be proud of having a genius nephew? Back when he was in the Wild Wolf team, everyone who passed by knew he had a nephew who was good at studying and looked great. Even the old captain praised, This kid will be amazing in the future. At that time, he didn't take it too seriously, but looking back now, the words amazing were still conservative. To all those present, whether old employees or newly transferred newcomers, the adaptation period is now over. Can we tighten up and stay focused? It's the end of the year, and the work is piling up. Since we've upgraded to a special operations brigade, we must show the speed and efficiency that a special operations unit should have. Chapter 292, Lin Tian followed the class leader, going upstairs and around corners. In this small two-story building, why are there so many twists and turns? Where is this place? From the terrain, living conditions seem uncomfortable. But it is an excellent training location. Where is this going? It's getting deeper, and it's getting more spacious. Are we digging tunnels? He wasn't worried. This was a regular unit. A proper special operations brigade, even if other military districts are thinking about forming special operations brigades now. The Southeast Military District was the first to do so. The quality is different, and every time it's mentioned, the attitude is different. As they walked, they turned a corner. Then entered a room. "Come in." Ma Xiao greeted Lin Tian, casually taking off his clothes and using his remaining hand to lift the stove. Lin Tian looked at the food spread out on the dining table, somewhat in disbelief. Xu Jingchen, was called here for a meal, it can't be prepared by you. Right? Ma Xiao rolled his eyes, you think you're so handsome and have such high hopes, this is prepared for the brigade commander. The brigade commander forgot about the meeting today, so you got lucky. While others might decline a whole table of food prepared for the brigade commander, Lin Tian did not. Chapter 293, everyone looked at Xu Jingchen's back, wide-eyed in astonishment. When he was the squad leader before, he never gave us any face. The special operations team he led was dominating the entire lone wolf. We didn't have a good life before, and now it seems we won't have one. The brigade commander still knows to hold a meeting to discuss things, but the training department is above the entire brigade, and there's nothing we can do. Now with such a commander, the future looks bleak. A few battalion commanders gathered together to vent, but it was just venting. Because Xu Jingchen's figure was already 2 miles away from them. I've said long ago that his face has no expression throughout the year. And I thought he just didn't like anyone. It turns out it's not indifference, he was born that way. Ma Xiao laughed heartily, his laughter rough and cheerful, even causing his hand holding the chopsticks to shake a bit, almost knocking over the bowl. He shifted the topic, his gaze gradually retracting. And his mind returned to that chilly spring many years ago. When he first came to the Special Operations team, everyone knew him, a little wolf cub, not many words. Biting whoever he caught. Ma Xiao recalled the scene when Xu Jingchen first arrived. He was already an old hand. Having lived and trained in the Special Operations Brigade for decades, with countless Special Operations soldiers passing through his hands. Chapter 294 Knock Knock. Xu Jingchen knocked twice on the half-open door. Ma Xiao and Lin Tian were on this side clinking glasses. Come in. Lin Tian straightened his collar. Pinched himself to wake up a bit. He wasn't drunk, it was just this old generation's liquor. They always liked to drink strong spirits. And even the white ones were high proof. He had accompanied them for 2 cups, and his stomach was burning. Squad leader Ma, you seem to be living quite well. Gao Jun walked in with a smile. Seeing him like that, Ma Xiao gave him a sidelong glance and said sarcastically, isn't this the brigade commander? Even for a meal. You have to line up. Looks like I don't understand the rules. Gao Jun awkwardly smiled, not at all, it's just that I didn't manage my time well. The two had been comrades for over a decade, neither was stingy, and they could tell what the other was thinking at a glance. I dare not. Ma Xiao took a sip of soup, smacking his lips, you're quite the rare guest today, brigade commander, not giving a heads up before coming in. Lin Tian's eyes shifted between the two, capturing the moment of silence. His expression became serious, and he immediately stood straight, saluting, hello, brigade commander, hello, section chief Xu. His posture was standard, and his expression obedient, looking just like a well-behaved child. Gao Jun's eyes twitched. Chapter 295 Just okay. Then why are you eating so heartily? Didn't you teach me not to waste food? Xu Jingchen laughed and casually pushed the crispy fried chicken wings from his plate to Lin Tian's, here. Your favorite when you were little. Back then, he was a little tyrant in kindergarten, full of clever ideas. His parents were of the laid-back type, believing that as long as he was healthy, it was fine to spoil him. The elders at home were even worse, Lin Tian's sweet little mouth, saying Grandpa. I love you and Grandma, you're my favorite, could make people laugh for half a day, wanting to give him all the candies on the table. Plus, with that delicate little face, when he frowned or smiled, who could bear to be harsh? But this child happened to dislike vegetables. He wouldn't eat greens or roots. The funniest part was that instead of directly saying he wouldn't eat, he would seem serious and point out flaws. This isn't cooked. This has a strange taste. And then generously share with other little friends, seriously warning them, don't tell the teacher. All the kids in class 1 loved little Lin Tian. What he said was even more effective than the teacher's. So, no one told the teacher, and even the family members didn't dare to speak up. Chapter 296 The confrontation training ground was set in the mountain forest expansion area on the west side of the brigade headquarters, with complex terrain. There were natural obstacles and artificial cover, and the wind swept through the trees, carrying the dry, cold scent of pine needles. The 2 companies were already fully equipped. Arranged in a cross formation, with veterans leading the new recruits. Although they were called new recruits, it had been a year and a half. So new was relative to the veterans. After selection, training, and returning from deployment, they had undergone several days of retraining. Lin Tian had high hopes for this team because they had fought side by side before, especially in that battle where the Dragon Kingdom soldiers paid a bloody price. Although the current commander of this team was not Xu Jingchen, but Gao Ming, that's how commanders are, the higher they go, the more obvious it becomes. And it's rare for someone to always be the commander of one team. Injecting new power during the use of personnel is a good thing. Lin Tian and Xu Jingchen stood on the temporary command platform, which was actually just a high ground. There weren't many formalities in internal discussions, just setting up as needed. Gao Ming was beside him, giving a brief explanation. The confrontation is a live drill, with the mission objective set to penetrate and destroy the enemy's communication nodes. The red and blue sides will simulate defense and assault, with the squad composition being a mixed system, veterans leading new recruits, to assess practical combat coordination capabilities. Chapter 297 Many team members were holding back their frustration, feeling dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do since he was the section chief's nephew. Gao Ming cleared his throat, trying to ease the atmosphere, but didn't know where to start. I still have work to do, so I'll leave first. Gao Ming. I will consider your suggestions. After saying that, Xu Jingchen walked in front of Lin Tian, since you analyzed it so thoroughly. Stay these 2 days and help Captain Gao find some problems. After saying that, he turned and left without mercy. Lin Tian. As soon as Xu Jingchen left, the atmosphere on the platform changed immediately. Lin Tian stood in place, scanning the more than 20 soldiers who had just finished the drill below, looking down at their faces filled with suppressed anger. In addition to those participating, there were also quite a few soldiers watching, many with unfriendly expressions, their gazes sharp. Lin Tian was calm and unhurried, leisurely sitting back down. But his voice was icy. Is this the mentality of your company's soldiers? I say, you might as well retire early. The army is a place to train soldiers, not a garbage dump to put everything in. When Xu Jingchen was present, Lin Tian spoke with some restraint, but with him gone, no one could control him anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted, soldiers glaring with reddened faces. Chapter 298 Today, we do nothing but practice coordination here. I don't care if you're from the same class or the same group, mix it up and practice. Where's the problem? None of you want to improve the combat effectiveness of your class, all grown men, and you can't even see your small-mindedness. I'm not leaving today. I'm right here to see if you all really want to turn things upside down. With the order given, all the squad leaders sprang into action. And everyone started moving. Company 1 occupied the confrontation area, while Company 2 seized the obstacle field. The same dialogue unfolded in Company 2. Just a wall apart, who could yield to whom? Over here, Gao Ming took a deep breath, preparing to walk into the company office, feeling that something was off. He saw a figure at the door of his office in the bright, clean corridor. At first glance, the sitting posture looked very proper, but upon closer inspection, the legs were fidgety, changing positions 8 times in a minute. He stepped forward, unable to help, but twitched the corner of his mouth. When he saw the figure clearly, he laughed. Why aren't you looking for your uncle? What are you doing here? As he spoke, he took out his keys, planning to open the door. Lin Tian propped himself up with both hands, and with a click, the folding chair instantly closed and was put away in one smooth motion. He stood up. Suddenly leaned forward, his face coming extremely close, less than 20 centimeters away, almost giving Gao Ming goosebumps. I've helped you with such a big favor. And you don't even have a word of thanks. Chapter 299. He stood up, grabbed the documents he carried, and nodded. Let's start with the third company. It's close to the camp office, you can see them practicing from the window. This time, his tone no longer carried an air of superiority, but was level. In terms of military rank, Lin Tian was lower than Gao Ming, but he was not a soldier from the Special Forces Brigade. Since Xu Jingchen had entrusted him with the task, he had to take responsibility and manage it well. These people could be casual acquaintances, but they must never become enemies. The two walked out of the camp office building, with Lin Tian biting his tongue, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Follow the party's command. And we can win battles. The fiery military camp, the passionate hearts of the soldiers. The barracks housed batches of spirited young people, where they were transformed and tempered into steel. Training was never-ending, and physical fitness never relaxed. The military green uniforms looked appealing. Lin Tian retracted the cold and hard aura from the training ground, standing in the slanting sunlight. His gaze landing on the figures running and jumping over obstacles in the field, his eyes rarely revealing some warmth. Here, the wind was gentle, the sun warm. And time was serene. The brothers of the third company at the obstacle course were feeling desperate. In extremely cold places, training would usually not be scheduled at this time. Chapter 300. The more Gao Ming thought, the more anxious he became, feeling a tightness in his chest. He admitted that he was too hasty, eager for the 3rd Battalion to catch up, rushing to meet the schedule, comparing numbers, and accumulating results. What was the result? The direction was correct, but the rhythm was off. Others had a foundation and conditions, while he still had fundamental shortcomings. If he insisted on comparing speed with the strong, who would lose? After today's 2 sessions, it was likely due to the northwest wind blowing too much, or perhaps Lin Tian's blunt words had jolted him awake. Was it really necessary to compare weaknesses with the strengths of other battalions? The soldiers of the 3rd Company, after completing the drone suppression guidance simulation, began to switch to the practical confrontation phase. The automatic targets were online, and the terminal sensors were activated, raising the training intensity by a whole level. Sweat mixed with the cold fell onto the hard ground of the training field, steaming into a mist. The sunlight slanted, dusk gradually rose, and the entire camp's horizon glowed with a cold golden light. Gao Ming stopped speaking, only watching the soldiers grit their teeth and sprint, fire igniting in his eyes. Lin Tian turned his head, squinting at Gao Ming, lazily saying, "It seems like it's the first time I've seen you with a cold face." Gao Ming suppressed his emotions, returning Lin Tian's gaze with an incomprehensible expression, his tone strange. "Can you stop speaking to me in such an ambiguous tone? We haven't met that many times, okay?" Chapter 301. He instinctively wanted to hand over the gun, but held back. Just a moment, just a moment. He was about to hand over the gun. The earlier situation was indescribable. He only felt that this officer was seriously seeking his opinion. Until Gao Ming nodded, "Lieutenant Lin. Treat this place as your home. Things here don't need to be reported." Lin Tian turned around, no longer speaking, and from behind the person speaking, he took out a Type 95 rifle, his movements fluid and seamless as he pulled the bolt and chambered around, as if it was something that naturally belonged in his hands. "What are you doing?" Gao Ming instinctively asked. Lin Tian did not turn back. "Let's see if I was wrong or if your system really has issues." After saying that, he steadily walked toward the training line. His movements resembling a crouching cheetah, shoulder pressing down, left foot stepping forward, gun held at an angle. The 7th target's bouncing mode was activated, with intervals of less than 300 milliseconds. The sound was not loud, but it commanded the entire field. The technician's face changed, too short. The terminal countdown had already begun. Beep. The first target popped up, not yet in position, and the gunfire rang out, smashing down. Bang! It wasn't a reaction, it was a prediction. The second and third targets popped up in succession, and Lin Tian didn't wait for them to stabilize, adjusting his wrist slightly, his body unmoving. As if the bullets had eyes. Chapter 302 Gao Jun flipped through the materials in his hands. What are you mumbling about? Pack up, it's time to eat. We'll sort these things out tonight. With only 3 days left until the new year, this year marked the first year of our brigade. And all officers and soldiers had to stay in the army. What about you? Do you want to go home? I remember your home is 200 kilometers from here. I can have Xiaoqi drive you back. Ma Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of desolation, his gaze falling on his own arm. Some things didn't seem important while they were present, but once lost, one realizes their value. He lost one arm, thinking it would only affect his training and combat. Adapting. It's not that easy. This was a boundary that pushed him from the battlefield to the backstage, turning him from a passionate soldier charging into battle into someone sitting on the sidelines watching others. Ma Xiao, go home. All the soldiers are here, the officers are here. As a sergeant major, it's not appropriate to go back during such an important year. Moreover, he laughed and said, when I go home, my children won't even let me wash a bowl, and since I live nearby, they can see me whenever they want. I'm not going back. Gao Jun's expression became somewhat complicated, and after a moment of silence, he stopped trying to persuade him. Chapter 303 Good morning, Captain Gao. Captain Gao. Why didn't you say good morning to me? Look up. As long as you look up, I don't believe your eyes are empty. Captain Gao. Captain Gao. Captain Gao. Lin Tian's voice echoed in the office, and Gao Ming rubbed his temples, helplessly looking at this unexpected visitor. Not to mention the hassle from last night. This morning he was called over by the brigade commander, and received a scolding. His soldiers were still warming up on the playground, yet as a battalion commander, he was dragged to the conference room for tea by Gao Jun. For a full hour and a half, he didn't even lift his head. He originally planned to lighten the soldiers' load, and now it was all for nothing, results weren't coming in. Both he and his 3 subordinate battalions faced expulsion from the Special Forces Brigade. Joking aside, Gao Ming was genuinely worried. The brigade originally gave half a year, and now only 2 months were left. The standards for military reviews were just exercises and evaluations, which Gao Ming wasn't worried about. He believed his soldiers could do well, but it was the internal competition within the brigade that concerned him. Always losing wasn't a viable option. While he was fretting, Lin Tian naturally placed his hand under the coffee table, skillfully pulling out a health pot to brew for himself. Chapter 304 He wasn't just focusing on the present, but was also paying attention to the movements 5 steps ahead, and the changes 10 steps away. Throughout the entire morning, he hardly moved a step away from the computer. On the desk, printed training weekly reports, assessment results, and material details were spread out. On the screen, brigade plans, supply requests, and casualty reports kept popping up one after another. He stared at the screen, seamlessly switching between the keyboard and the phone, adjusting the 3 company lesson plans, moving high-intensity training to the afternoon, and changing morning pull-up training. Yes, I've already seen the new plan from the brigade, I'll make adjustments right away. Occasionally, a few phone calls rang, and Gao Ming organized everything methodically. By 11 o'clock, Gao Ming finally had time to allocate some time to Lin Tian. He thought Lin Tian had already left. After all, work is work, what is there to see? Unexpectedly, Lin Tian seriously spread out his work list and started gesturing along. The coffee table was small, but his posture still looked quite upright, probably due to good upbringing. After staring at Lin Tian's profile for about 10 seconds, he finally spoke. How is it? Isn't it quite boring? This is just the daily routine of work. Lin Tian, calculating the casualty ratio, didn't he even lift his head. It's okay, in this era, even special operations battalions don't have that many tasks. Chapter 305, Captain, did you win the lottery? Or did your wife not confiscate your salary this month? Lu Chen walked in and saw Mingzhi staring blankly at the computer screen. The cigarette in his hand burned down to nothing. That expression, how to put it, a smile that rippled. Lu Chen squinted his eyes, suddenly having a clever thought. And exclaimed, damn. You haven't encountered your third spring, have you? I warn you, this is the army, you two are soldiers. Breaking military marriages will lead to a military court. Lu Chen hurriedly shook Mingzhi awake. Thud. That was the sound of a heavy footfall on the ground. Mingzhi suddenly came to his senses, his lips pressed into a straight line, his dark eyes as deep as the night sea, staring fixedly at Lu Chen, making the person behind him feel a chill. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The squad leader was usually very laid back, slacking off on the brigade's work whenever possible. The few squad leaders under him not only had to lead their own squads, but also had to line up to act as temporary secretaries for the squad leader. The second squad was originally led by Mingzhi, but poor Lu Chen, with no position, was like a big fool serving as Mingzhi's assistant. Chapter 306, as he lifted the curtain of the barracks, a sudden cold wind rushed in. The temperature wasn't high, but the wind was quite strong. Hiss! Lin Tian was startled and quietly slowed his steps, retreating about half a step behind Gao Ming, naturally hiding behind him. This made Gao Ming look at him with a strange expression, thinking, you're quite clever, specifically positioning me in the wind. Letting it blow all over me while I shield you. Lin Tian justified himself, you are walking alone on this road, bearing all the wind force. While I stand at your southeast corner, helping to block the cold wind coming from the southeast. Ha! Gao Ming scoffed, do you think I haven't studied geography? Everyone in Longguo knows that the northwest wind blows in winter. Lin Tian waved his hand, it's different. Due to regional differences. The wind distribution also varies. This wind blowing over may not necessarily be standard northwest. If it weren't for the cold wind coming from the front, Gao Ming might have really believed his nonsense. Gao Ming walked in front, blocking the wind for Lin Tian. As the battalion leader, he just focused on his own tasks. And Lin Tian would come to him if he had questions. He finally understood why Xu Jingchen insisted on assigning him. The problems were so numerous that they had worn his ears out. Chapter 307, in this army, conditions have improved now. And there are several hours each week to play with phones. The online world, no matter how exciting, is not as captivating as the real world. Lin Tian seemed better off in the military academy than in the fenced area, able to see the sky outside and breathe fresh air. As long as he wanted. He could stay up late to catch the flag-raising ceremony. Just such a small wish, he had missed out on. Busy to the point of hallucination. He wanted to set up a system for himself. He had it all figured out, if he had a system, he wouldn't need anything else. Just to stretch his time indefinitely. He completely believed in himself. After becoming a teaching assistant, he demanded perfection in everything. If it wasn't good enough, it meant he hadn't done well. After just 2 days of rest, he was pushed back into action by Xu Jingchen. I believe you. Lin Tian smiled and leaned closer to Xu Jingchen, looking eager to please. In the past, when I wanted to attend a concert, you could get me VIP tickets just before it started. Now what is this? Entertainment performance for troops, it's a small matter. Xu Jingchen's lips twitched slightly. A commercial concert and are not the same thing. I don't care, just save me a good seat, don't let me stand on the side. Lin Tian gestured for a middle position in the air. Chapter 308, this year I want to go home for the new year. Is everything settled at home? You've grown up so much and finally found someone, treat her well. Yu Huiqin returned to the office and turned on the small heater. Warm air whooshed out, and he rubbed his fingers together, moving his stiff joints. They had heating. Other places could do without it, but they must have it in such places. In other places, not having heating just means freezing. In their kind of place, not having heating could genuinely be life-threatening. It's not that warm either. It's definitely not as warm as some municipal heating temperatures online where people wear short sleeves and eat watermelons. That is pure nonsense. The regiment had its own stove. Their Special Operations Battalion benefited from being able to use the regiment's resources, while other companies, especially the artillery company, had to rely on their own stoves for heating. Yu Huiqin poured himself a cup from the thermos and then handed one to Jiang Tingfei beside him. Here, warm yourself up. Jiang Tingfei took the cup, blew on the steam, and said, "It's fine, my wife is also busy, she's on the schedule at the hospital." Speaking of which, he frowned and sighed. This hospital is just these young doctors working hard. Every holiday, it's always them on duty. We haven't had a couple's world in a long time. Chapter 309, Xu Jingchen sat next to him, nodding continuously. At this age, sitting in the main position without relying on parents or connections. It was all thanks to the Chief of Staff that he got this rank. However, while nodding, he always felt a chill behind him, as if some gaze was drilling into his spine. Realizing this, he instinctively tilted his head, catching a glimpse of 5 meters behind him, and immediately shot a meaningful glance in that direction. It was restrained and subtle, yet carried an undeniable warning: tone it down, don't cause trouble. He continued to listen to the brigade leader reminiscing. Lin Tian sneered and muttered softly, "You're all talk and laughter. Have you ever thought about what my situation is like? Xu Jingchen, you do get things done, that is true. You found a way to get me in, and yes, you did get me in. The location is quite good, not only in terms of seating, but he even possesses rights that even the brigade commander does not have. He can move around freely. While others are singing on stage, if he wants, he can go up and turn around a couple of times without anyone objecting. This is because his uncle put him in the photography team. This not only means he can pass through without inspection, but also, in a place where discipline is strict and even standing posture is regulated, it creates quite a scene in the venue of the brigade headquarters. Section Chief Xu, without any sense of unfamiliarity towards the new cameraman, grabs the man's ear and drags him out of the venue. Despite both being of similar height, everyone clearly sees the scene of an elder taking a child. Even more surprising is that this training section chief is not only tough with few words, but also familiar with the publicity department, exuding a commanding presence. The crowd watches in astonishment, and their respect for this tough yet reserved training section chief grows a little more. On the other side, Lin Tian is still struggling hard. How old am I? Can you stop pulling my ear at every turn? Can't you update that old trick from childhood? You're big. Xu Jingchen sneers. You look like a steamed bun. Who recognizes you? Everyone has left, and you're still standing there pretending to be a statue. What are you filming, a ghost? Lin Tian rubs his hot ear and glares at him angrily. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. He silently keeps a note in his heart. He still hasn't joined the squad, he has no say. Officers who haven't joined a squad have an incomplete military career. After the Spring Festival, time seems to have hit the fast-forward button. The Dragon Defense courses are tightly scheduled, and the comrades in the advanced class have gotten used to this rhythm. They can endure hardship, dare to endure it, and are willing to put in hard work. After a few weeks, even with the fast pace, everyone has gradually found their own rhythm. Lin Tian is not just here to get a diploma to add some shine, he holds no illusions about education, as knowledge is priceless. The sharpness he brought from the special forces stands out among these officers. Lin Tian is becoming increasingly adept at being a teaching assistant. After returning, Chu Zheng has not taken him out much, focusing entirely on completing his studies. The military school life at Dragon Defense is far less rich than at other military schools. He heard that Guo Yuanpeng and the others have arranged for rotations and competitions, with various contests filling up the summer and winter vacations. Ordinary military schools cannot be compared to advanced classes. After graduating from ordinary military schools, one still has to develop in the squad. And only those who develop well can come to Dragon Defense. Lin Tian's 2 years of military service have been accelerated threefold. Chu Zeng originally wanted to throw Lin Tian into an ordinary military school for training, but upon returning from leave, he found that the kid had become much more composed. His work is organized and clear, making him more like a true leader. Whose shampoo is this? There's a little left, and I'm out. There's still half a bottle of essential balm on the table. Whoever bought it should take it back. Duck neck. Li Wei's eyes lit up at the snack in the plastic bag. You guys are older now, give this to me. Get lost. Zhao Zilong laughed and scolded him, slapping his forehead. Who's older? In the dormitory, several large suitcases are neatly placed against the wall. Today is a big day, it is their graduation day. Everyone in the advanced class is dressed in formal attire, with their epaulets sharp. Those with military merit badges wear them, and those with honor medals wear theirs. Other schools have graduation ceremonies, awarding ceremonies, with applause, flowers, and hugs, and some even give small gifts. Dragon Defense does not have that. They are not new recruits. They are no longer new recruits, and they no longer need someone to shout out their pride, nor do they have the time and ceremony to move themselves. Some of the older ones, like Zhao Zilong, will have children preparing for the high school entrance examination in a few years. For most of them, this might be their last systematic learning experience at Dragon Defense. Today is my discharge day. At the playground of a reconnaissance company in a certain combined brigade of the Central Theatre Command, soldiers are lined up like trees under the scorching sun. Qin Jingyi stands in front of the line, his military posture still straight, the combat uniform fitted to his body. His chest is empty. The epaulets and qualification badges were removed early in the morning. People have joys and sorrows, the moon has phases of fullness and emptiness. I have served for 20 years. And this place is almost half my life. The company is silent. Qin Jingyi is not tall, slightly overweight, and his face is tanned from the sun. The aura of someone who has led troops for years makes him stand there like a flag. But today, the flag will be lowered. Though he is only in his 40s, if you look closely, you can already see a few strands of white hair at his ears. This farewell has long had its signs. Since the beginning of the year, the brigade has begun restructuring and downsizing. The reconnaissance company is a pilot unit, and has directly cut a third of its personnel. Many soldiers understand that the company commander can't hold on for long. When the list is announced, many spend the night sleepless. Everyone look up. Qin Jingyi suddenly barks. We are scouts, we do not bow our heads. He steps forward, his gaze sweeping over familiar faces. From today, old Qin is no longer your company commander. Someone will take over, the company is still here, the flag is still here. And we must charge forward against the wind. Originally wanted to hold back, but couldn't suppress his anger any longer, and slammed his hand on the table. What are you shouting about? Do you know where this is? This is the division headquarters. Not your regiment's headquarters, and certainly not a place for you to throw a tantrum. Is this the attitude you should have towards the division commander? We are all old comrades. Ban Xiaohua knows Zhu Guoqiang's temper well. He is naturally tough, has solid results, and a hard temper. What he promised was indeed to let him train a bit. He underestimated Lin Tian as a soldier, and overestimated the moral bottom line of that dog, Tai Hang. It's really like putting meat buns on a dog. It's a one-way trip. Sending him out was meant to sharpen the knife, now it seems it's just throwing the knife away. As soldiers, a spit is a dime. If you give it, all for the contribution to the country. Until entering military school, it gave Ban Xiaohua hope. Do you think I don't care? Van Xiaohua suppressed his anger, his voice lowered. I call Dragon Defense more frequently than your regiment commander. Every soldier we sent from our division. Which one haven't I been keeping an eye on? The director over there is too lazy to even answer my calls now. Do you not know about the resources I've fought to get back? This year, we allocated 2 top students. 1 PhD stayed at the division. And the other I specifically allocated to your regiment. Why does an annoying autumn wind blow away your feelings and mine, leaving no trace? In the capital. In a luxurious private room of a certain club in the CBD core area, melodious yet off-key singing drifts from the booth. Lin Jiahui was completely absorbed, truly mesmerizing. At the booth, Xu Xuehui was leisurely holding a glass of red wine. She used to pose like this when she was young, but now that she is older, she still sings terribly. Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa, laughingly chiming in, the passion never stops. I heard my dad wanted to be a singer back in the day, why didn't he go for it? HMPH, Xu Xuehui rolled her eyes, with that voice of his. At today's standards, he wouldn't even make it into the industry, at best, he'd get a chance to have his face on camera. Lin Tian smiled with squinted eyes, teasingly saying, wasn't it his face that attracted you back then? Now when my dad goes out, he looks about 30. And his figure isn't bad, right? I didn't have much choice back then, we've been close since childhood, it was just a natural progression. Looking back, I really regret it. Xu Xuehui took a sip of red wine, at your age, you should be enjoying life a bit longer. She looked at her son's face. Now grown, set down her wine glass, and reached out with both hands to gently squeeze his face. Chapter 3:16. Liu Jingya finally loosened the zipper of her bag and quietly tucked the small knife she had just pulled out back inside. She stared at the person who had just acted, stunned for 2 seconds, exhaling a breath, unsure of what to say. It was Lin Tian who raised an eyebrow. What is our little director Liu doing all alone in the club at this late hour? Don't tell me you snuck out to have some fun during the summer break. His tone was playful. Excited at having caught her. I remember your project was in the final stages, right? Come clean, did you sneak out to take a break? I'll tell teacher Wang right now and let him give you a good scolding. You're supposed to record experiment data, but instead, you're out partying. I'll make you copy the variable control relationship 100 times, and you'll be responsible for cleaning the lab for a whole year. Liu Jingya rolled her eyes dramatically, snatching her coat and throwing it on. Are you out of your mind? She tugged at her collar. Her tone explosive. It's a ridiculous party. I hardly saw anyone decent, just a bunch of losers. All of them wrapped in academic pretense. Thinking they are something special with their pathetic positions. Chapter 3:17. Central Theatre, 12th Group Army, 36th Combined Brigade. In mid-August, during the sweltering heat. The temperatures were nearing 40 degrees Celsius. A military green jeep slowly drove through the military district gate. The trees on both sides drooped their heads under such weather. By 11 in the morning, there were hardly any teams still training on the training ground. The jeep stopped at the brigade headquarters building. The door of the driver's cabin was swiftly opened, and a chill from the air conditioning inside briefly escaped before vanishing. The first to emerge was a pair of long legs wrapped in military uniform, neat and sharp, with a clear insignia of 1 star and 3 stripes. He bent down to grab a file bag from the passenger seat, tucking it under his arm. As he passed the steering wheel, his gaze flicked over the rearview mirror. With sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, he unknowingly changed his expression. The place where you will showcase your talents is officially opening, give it your all. Bang! The door slammed shut. The next moment, his hat brim lifted slightly. With long strides, he walked toward the building ahead. Sweat still beaded on his face. And his figure disappeared into the shadows of the entrance. The scorching feeling outside vanished the moment he stepped through the door. The passing cadres around him glanced at him vaguely. Lin Tian remained calm, pretending not to see. Chapter 3:18. He Yonghua, do you know which unit you're going to? Lin Tian, Combined Battalion, Reconnaissance Company. Do you know its significance? The only unit in the entire brigade to retain its battle flag. Hyeonghwa's eyes instantly became deep. No longer indifferent, but filled with intense scrutiny. Lin Tian's gaze fell 2 inches below the brigade commander's eyes, continuing, in the 1990s. During reconnaissance operations along the southern border, when the 36th Brigade was still called the 3rd Regiment, the reconnaissance company infiltrated behind the high ground for 3 days and nights, destroying the command post and retreating unscathed. Later, when the brigade changed its designation and restructured, even though it has now become the Reconnaissance Company of the Combined Battalion, the battle flag still hangs on their honor wall. A brief silence filled the room. Your homework is done well. But being a company commander isn't just about good grades, you have to lead your soldiers well. Hyeonghwa placed the materials he had on the table in front of Lin Tian. If you're here to serve, I would bring the whole brigade to celebrate your arrival. His eyes were sharp. Such an impressive resume. I've served for decades and have rarely seen anything like it. You enlisted at just 18, received a first-class merit once, second-class twice, and third-class 3 times. Achievements like that, not just your cohort, but even going back a decade, I haven't seen before. Chapter 319, Instructor, when is the new company commander arriving? I feel like I'm going to suffer from heat stroke. Shuang Zichen pouted, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his face full of impatience. He stood in the front row, closest to Instructor Deng Bai, and was usually the one called upon the most. You can't even remember to report before speaking. Deng Bai barked. Spittle flew in the scorching sunlight, sprinkling like fine rain on Shuang Zichen's face. Shuang Zichen closed his eyes, expressionless, accepting the shower, feeling the sudden blessing from above. Report. Instructor. He opened his eyes and shouted, I just want to know why we're out here waiting for him under this blazing sun instead of him waiting for us. Deng Bai adjusted his hat, secretly wiping the sweat hidden under it, then relaxed his grip and put the hat back on. Summer uniforms are already much thinner than other military uniforms, but basic discipline still applies. It takes courage to stand under the sun in this weather. Deng Bai looked down, his expression darkening as he saw the soldiers below, all with unfavorable expressions. Each one frowned, especially Wang Xinghao, whose face was the darkest. With a naturally dark complexion, he looked even more unrecognizable with that expression. Chapter 320, Under the blazing sun, the heat waves rolled in. After finishing his speech, Deng Bai, standing right in the middle of the front steps, spotted the newcomer, walking at a leisurely pace, taking strides that were broader than usual. He turned back to see the person already entering the shaded area of the formation. Lin Tian, dressed in a clean summer uniform, with the brim of his hat pulled low. The angular face beneath the brim showed no emotion. The rank of captain on his shoulder glimmered slightly in the sun. Only his gaze remained straight, calm, and since stepping into the formation area, he hadn't avoided anyone's gaze. He stepped forward and stood still, the soldiers instantly focused. The originally droopy soldiers straightened up like puppets with strings pulled, their expressions tightening. Deng Bai immediately stood at attention, saluting, his voice booming, Report, Company Commander. The reconnaissance company of the 3rd Battalion lined up, with 70 expected, but only 68 present, 2 standing guard. Please give instructions. Lin Tian stood firm and returned a standard military salute. Hello, comrades. I am very pleased that we are meeting here at the company headquarters in a military manner. I also want to thank everyone for holding this welcome ceremony for me under the blazing sun. Lin Tian's tone was steady and unhurried. My name is Lin Tian, and starting today, I am your company commander. Chapter 321, To formally introduce myself, I am Lin Tian. When Deng Bai saw this lieutenant, he placed his meal neatly on the table and extended his hand in a somewhat formal manner. In the military camp, such formalities were rare. Many company commanders did not observe these courtesies, the previous company commander often said that they were all tough guys, and did not bother with such things. Lin Tian was clearly a different type, his appearance and demeanor showed it. Unlike the rough and straightforward grassroots officers of the past, he seemed more refined. If Deng Bo was often called a weak scholar behind his back, the company commander in front of him, although taller and a bit leaner, did not seem overwhelmingly stronger. In fact, his overly delicate appearance made him look less formidable. This couldn't be blamed on Lin Tian. Studying at a military academy was never the same as training in the field. He also belonged to the type whose skin could quickly become fair after a few days indoors. Deng Bo, I am Deng Bo, the instructor of the reconnaissance company. From now on, we will be partners. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will definitely help. He was a bit surprised to shake hands with this young commander. The other part his palm was dry, with distinct knuckles and some calluses, making it feel less awkward. Chapter 322. To be honest, once we return to the field, we need to know what the military channel is discussing. Everyone won't always be soldiers, eventually. They will become officers and must understand the principles. He spoke sincerely, but Wang Xinghao was already pinching his thigh to stay awake and still couldn't absorb it. He felt it was a waste of time. With this time, it would be better to practice physical fitness. He stubbornly believed that being a soldier meant being the best soldier. In his mind, he held a simple value system. These concepts were too far from them. What theory? What synthesis? They were soldiers, not commanders. What was the use of knowing more if they had no command authority? These were matters for the officers to worry about. Especially that new young commander, these should be things he learned. The man was neatly dressed and spoke with an air of refinement, clearly not one of their kind. For the conscripts, turning into non-commissioned officers and staying a few more years was the most practical matter. In a class like this, only a few who wanted to attend a military academy could pay attention, the others simply couldn't muster the enthusiasm. Ultimately, modern troops may emphasize culture. But the cultural level at the grassroots is not as high as outsiders imagine. Chapter 323. When a person is hungry, anything tastes good. Scallion oil mixed with cold dishes. Stir-fried dishes with rice, and soup with chicken pieces. The cafeteria's standards were not low. Lin Tian lowered his head and picked at his food. While still chatting, is our company's cooking class separate? Yes, it's separate, Deng Bo replied, chewing on a piece of chicken, speaking unclearly. Purchasing is done uniformly by the battalion. We are 10 kilometers from town, so we usually go to town to replenish supplies. Sometimes when an extra meal is needed, we buy things from the town, but samples are always kept. He paused and smiled, asking, what is wrong? Is the flavor too light? Lin Tian put down his chopsticks, looked up at him, and smiled. No, it's quite good. It really was acceptable. Nowadays, the military emphasized balanced nutrition. They were all young men in their teens and 20s, relying on these 3 meals to get through the day. He had lived a life where he timed his meals. Especially during boot camp, it was tough. The breakfast that could sustain him would make him hungry again in less than 2 hours. Before the sweat had even dried, his stomach would start growling. He consumed more than others and could not accept being weaker than anyone else. After joining the company, he found that the cooks in the Border Defense Regiment were all experienced sergeants, especially the chief cook, who had over a decade of cooking experience. Chapter 324. In the evening, the reconnaissance company returned to normal training routines. The training outline remained, only the order of training had changed. The difficulty and intensity would not vary. After dinner and a brief rest, everyone basically headed to the training ground. The hot weather cooled down significantly after the sun set. Many soldiers would take this time to shower and change clothes. Some could even take this opportunity to chat with their girlfriends or mess around on their phones. These were generally overlooked. It was an unspoken rule in the company. Lin Tian changed into a fresh set of training clothes, short sleeves with camouflage pants. Feeling much more relaxed, He was once again living in a single dormitory, which consisted of a bed, a window, and a desk. It was about 10 square meters. The size of a standard hotel room. A single room, with the instructor's dormitory directly across. The 2 floors below housed the soldiers' dormitories. One could say that a short stroll could give insights into the soldiers' lives. For instance, right now. If I'm not mistaken, I am in the military. Not at a summer barbecue joint for boasting and drinking, right? At the bottom of the dormitory building. Lin Tian held a whistle while 3 to 5 young soldiers gathered at the entrance, wrapped only in towels after showering, with some even shirtless. Blowing cool air and horsing around. Chapter 325. To avoid being criticized for merely talking without action, and being a mere vase relying on academic credentials. He stepped back a little, gently flexing his wrists and neck, and said lightly, on the soft grass, that's enough. A few soldiers from the first squad exchanged glances. Not expecting Lin Tian to actually let them fight. Their anger had not yet dissipated, but they hesitated. Fight for real. After all, the commander was the commander. No matter how much they resented him inside, if something happened, it would be disobedience. Wang Xinghao gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, "Commander. I'll go." Lin Tian nodded, "You go first." The onlookers automatically cleared a space. Wang Xinghao threw his short sleeves on the ground, his muscular build was imposing. He took a stance, his fists clenched, with a standard and steady posture. He believed that his fighting skills were quite good in the entire company. With 5 years of service, his combat training was consistently excellent, and his confidence was not unfounded. Lin Tian had no preparation, he just stood there, somewhat impatiently looking at the clothes thrown on the grass. Why was it so common to go shirtless? Deng Bo stood beside him, looking as if he were about to have a bowel movement. No, this direction is problematic. As the company commander, how could he fight with his subordinates? Chapter 326. Recently. It has been getting light very early. During the hot summer season, it was already bright before 5 o'clock. When the first ray of sunshine fell into the company commander's dormitory, the room was extremely tidy. With not even a single unnecessary item that didn't belong to the military. Due to logistics, it took a day to reach the battalion headquarters. The quilts were folded impeccably, forming standard tofu blocks, and no one could find any faults. Apart from the opened bottled water by the bedside. There were no signs of anyone living there. It resembled a temporarily arranged model room, more like an uninhabited display area. In fact, there was indeed no one in the dormitory at that moment. Because that person was running through the 400-meter obstacle course. Under normal training. A few laps would leave one gasping for breath, but not him. He ran back and forth, exhausting himself dozens of times before finally stopping. After the last jump, he landed steadily and let out a muffled shout, refreshing. Lin Tian's face was covered in sweat, the moisture seeping from his skin evaporating with the intense exercise. He casually grabbed a towel to wipe his face and rehydrate. One more set. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he dashed back into the obstacles. His figure sleek and fierce like a cheetah. After finishing the obstacles, he continued his daily run. The camp was situated among the rolling hills of the Central Plains. Surrounded by forests, not particularly steep. Chapter 327. A company commander and an instructor. One competing with his soldiers, and the other shirking his duties, just watching. Today, when I received the list, I thought I had read it wrong. Look at your company's records for this month. How many times has this happened? With a bang. The instructor slammed the door shut, striding in with a pale face, and immediately unleashed a torrent of anger. He was in his 30s. With a square face and sharp features, speaking in an aggressive manner. Before finishing his words, his sharp gaze swept over the 2 men. Lin Tian had just stood firm when he was bombarded with anger, his ears buzzing. Especially for Deng Bai, he had become the focal point of the instructor's wrath. Who even spat while getting excited. The moment he saw the spit fly out, Deng Bai couldn't help but step back a bit. However, this concern was evidently insufficient. That step back happened to catch the instructor's eye, who immediately noticed his little movement. Your first day here, I know leading troops is difficult. And it requires some extraordinary measures, but you must also pay attention to methods and strategies. The instructor's tone softened slightly. If it were just one squad, that would be one thing, but the whole company is in disarray. They didn't get a good night's sleep, and this morning one even collapsed on the ground. Do you know about this? Chapter 328, Sorry. He quickly tried to remedy the situation, flustered, it's been a bit hot lately. I'll go back and take some ban. Land General Lin Tian, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. As if he were in a political class. He even lowered his head, his expression filled with guilt, and spoke earnestly, report to the instructor. The brigade commander told me yesterday to disregard results and get the reconnaissance company up and running, to make it a sharp blade for our combined brigade. Even for the entire military region, or even the whole group army. He looked at the instructor, his eyes full of a sense of responsibility. I was too anxious. Although the higher-ups said not to consider results, methods, or costs, as the company commander, I still have to consider the soldiers' well-being. Even if in the end I have to say that I didn't complete the task and dishonored the honor of the Red Reconnaissance Company, that is still my fault. Unrelated to the battalion. His heartfelt words were filled with sincerity, portraying an image of a company commander crushed by life's pressures. Deng Bai was taken aback by this speech. He felt his mouth twitch, and seeing Lin Tian's aggrieved expression. He couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. He didn't forget how Lin Tian had acted freely in the company, and just 2 hours ago. He had been using his toiletries without a care. Chapter 329, this week's training for the reconnaissance company was still following the unified training plan set last week. After the new company commander arrived, he glanced at the schedule without saying a word or giving any instructions. No one knew what he was planning. But a few squad leaders couldn't sit still, and based on their own feelings, they started extra training for their squads. Some added weight, while others extended the duration. Each one holding their breath. Not just the squad leaders, even the team leaders were eager to compete, all ready to go. They all understood that just because there were fewer people now didn't mean it would stay that way forever. In 3 months, new soldiers would arrive. This year, the situation for the reconnaissance company was particularly unique. Not a single team leader had joined the new soldier company, let alone the company commander. There was no foundation at all. As the saying goes, it's easy to gain a territory, but hard to keep it. However, the reconnaissance company was currently stuck in the dilemma between gaining and holding the territory. The territory must be held, but it also had to be regained. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on the new company commander. Yesterday's speech had ignited a fire, and logically, today should bring some solid actions. Yet by noon, there was still no sign of him. The squad leaders began to feel uneasy. Everyone was no fool. If the new company commander proved he wasn't a fool, he must have his strengths. Chapter 330. The two of them were exchanging remarks until they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, where they were stunned. The ground was a sea of green, filled with quilts. What the hell? Shuangzichen was startled. Who did this? Why didn't they say anything about checking the dorms in advance? He immediately rushed over, picked out a quilt that looked decent from the pile, shook it a few times, and draped it over himself. Li Zhengyang watched from the side, amused. You're quite self-aware, our class's tidiest comrade. He leaned in closer, listening for any signs of him breaking down. Of course. Shuangzichen was so angry he slapped his thigh when checking the dorms before. My quilt could even be used as a mattress. The last 2 months without my old company commander around, I've been living the most carefree and stable life. Now look, it's all over, I have to start from scratch again. He hugged the quilt and walked back to the dormitory, muttering to himself non-stop. What a gift. So this is it. Just this. I really get it now. The instructor's expression was just like, I want to remind you as you jump into the pit. Great. Waiting for me here. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he angrily spread the quilt on the floor, preparing to start the battle with the dormitory management again. The hallway was bustling at that moment. Those who came quickly had already snatched the clean quilts from the top, while those who arrived later could only resignedly pick the ones at the bottom, some even covered in dust. Chapter 331, Wang Xinghao was an old squad leader, firmly holding onto his own principles about leading soldiers. Deep down, he hadn't fully accepted the new company commander yet. However, one thing at a time. The punishment was reasonable, well-founded, and had guidelines and considerations for the extra training time. There was nothing to say, just train. They were all seasoned soldiers, and no one criticized. Just like yesterday, when the squad leader was the first to confront the company commander, the brothers below followed suit. Shuang Zichen stood at the door, holding the punishment notice, dazed and unsure what he was thinking. Until a rag was shoved over his face, wrapping his entire features tightly, and he inhaled a stinky odor. He hurriedly cleaned up, standing at the door like a door god. Zhuang Zichen ripped off a rag, jumping up in rage. Damn it, Li Zhengyang. Today I will not rest until we are enemies. You brat must be feeling restless lately. It's been 3 days since you were last beaten. And now you think you're tough. Li Zhengyang provoked him. Stop messing around, Wang Xinghao said with a cold face. If the floor doesn't show any shadows at noon today, you too will be responsible for the corridor toilet. In the office, Lin Tian chewed on a white radish, casually doodling on a piece of white paper. Relaxed and at ease. Deng Bai, the radish stamp you carved is quite good. Can you help me carve one too? I also want a special stamp from the instructor. Chapter 332. For the next 3 days, if we don't count the soldiers' howls and cries during extra training, the entire reconnaissance company could be considered calm. The new company commander was very mysterious. He never came to the playground to train with them during morning exercises, even during the evening physical training meals. He was nowhere to be seen. During normal indoor training times, he would sometimes come over, find a quiet place, and watch them train. He didn't call names. Didn't give speeches, didn't provide feedback, and didn't intervene. Like a deity, he looked down from above without arrogance, merciful yet distant. He observed the soldiers as equals, but didn't truly see them. This continued for several days. He did not adjust the training plan, nor did he implement any rest regulations, and not even a single out-of-order command was issued, let alone the soldiers being unsure of what the new company commander wanted. The 2 platoon leaders were equally uncertain. But the 2 platoon leaders could not manage what the company commander was thinking because they were currently united against a common enemy, the acting platoon leader Lin Tian. The young man was full of vigor. Before the new company commander even arrived, he declared, the 2nd platoon must be the spearhead of the reconnaissance company. Words are just words, the key is that he actually did it. Chapter 333. Who isn't part of the reconnaissance company? This doesn't erase their achievements. It erases the entire company. This is a question, and it is a complete denial, fundamentally questioning their results. Wang Xinghao couldn't help but speak up. Report, company commander. We are also a reconnaissance company. Lin Tian glanced at him, raising his eyebrows slightly, but did not directly retort. To say it was hostility might be too much. From his eyes, there was no personal hostility, only dissatisfaction at most. Although he couldn't figure out what he had done to displease this squad leader. Even if there was hostility, he didn't care. He wasn't a Dragon Kingdom coin, he couldn't please everyone, and everyone had the right to dislike something. Lin Tian said lightly, but from my observations over the past few days, I haven't seen any so-called special characteristics of the reconnaissance company. Whether in training results or overall state, there is quite a gap from the impression I had of the company. I don't see this as a heroic company that claims to have grown alongside the new Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room, the air pressure dropped suddenly. Deng Bai's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "You can't say that. Let us not talk about results for now. Everyone can see the attitude. The brothers have been training extra these past few days." Chapter 334. This is my revised training plan, precise to each squad. Lin Tian took out a few sheets of paper and passed them down starting from the first platoon. Deng Bai also received one, and his was the complete version. There were many detailed items, and the office was filled with the sound of pages turning. The requirements for each squad were clearly written down, including not only the soldiers below, but also the squad leaders, assistant squad leaders, and platoon leaders. It was a simple yet complex form. Not only was it extensive, but it was also very comprehensive. Especially for short-legged soldiers, clear requirements were laid out, and the assessment standards were significantly raised. Several squad leaders had their brows furrowed as if they could crush flies, and the two platoon leaders looked as grim as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days. Lin Tian didn't disturb them, and quietly pressed down the corners of his eyes. Rushing this document had already compressed his already limited sleep time. The sooner it was done, the sooner changes could be made, which would put his mind at ease. Deng Bai read quickly, looking at the steaming document. He recalled the office lights from the day before, when he was so sleepy that he forgot to turn them off when he left. Looking at it this way, outside of normal working hours, the company commander was working on these things in places he couldn't see. What an interesting person. Lin Tian felt something was watching him, and turned his head to see the instructor's complicated expression nearly spilling over. Chapter 335. Deng Bai noticed that Lin Tian's hands didn't stop typing on the keyboard. A smart person is smart everywhere. He considered himself not an old-fashioned person, and his typing speed wasn't slow. But compared to this new company commander, he felt completely inadequate. In just 2 minutes, Lin Tian typed out an entire page. Densely packed. He put on his glasses, preparing to study it carefully. Lin Tian openly let him see it, knowing it would have to be printed out soon anyway. Deng Bai frowned. Equipment application list. Individual thermal imaging device, infrared, 4 handheld unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, small drone, 2 laser countermeasure system 20 sets, tactical recording camera system 8 sets. So many, can the battalion provide them? These are all the battalion commander's prized possessions. The entire battalion doesn't have many. Are you sure you want these? Although each item seemed reasonable, a few items exceeding the standard could possibly be approved with some effort from the battalion. But combined, these dozens of items were no joke. Deng Bai didn't dare to say they could be fully approved. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Tian held the freshly printed list, smiling calmly as he slapped the paper against Deng Bai's chest. Whether they can provide them or not reflects the battalion's support for us. And how many we can get depends on your capabilities as the instructor. Chapter 336. Liqing observed Lin Tian's confident demeanor and teased, "If the assessment is not passed, won't you be disbanded? Do you really need these devices now?" "It's precisely because we might be disbanded that we need them." Lin Tian slapped his thigh, sitting beside the battalion commander. "We are the front line, intelligence, reconnaissance, and countermeasures cannot be missing. Otherwise, if the front is unclear, the back is also in vain. The soldiers are highly motivated before the assessment. Let us give them some challenges and let them get familiar with the new equipment in the last days. Even if we take a step back, when they retire, they won't have any regrets." The battalion commander couldn't find the words to refuse in the face of Lin Tian's overly sincere eyes. Deng Bai had already begun to facepalm. Such nonsense could be said, and the key was that one dared to say it while the other actually believed it. Liqing nodded. "Your mouth is as bold as this application. You dare to say and dare to ask. Fine, I'll go back and think about it." Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Your support has already propelled our combined battalion forward quite a bit." Liqing said nothing more, folded the list neatly, put it into a folder, and stood up to leave. Passing by Deng Bai, he gave him a meaningful glance. Instructor. With the company commander being so slick with his words, have you ever been tricked into doing something by him? Chapter 337. At night, at the end of August. A muggy atmosphere enveloped the entire camp. The dormitory area had long since turned off the lights, and the sound of insects was faintly heard. But it couldn't drown out the noise coming from the training ground. The lights on the training ground had been fully turned on for the past few days, as Lin Tian had given them a backdoor. Even if the logistics in the camp had objections, they would have to wait a month to voice them, as it was specifically instructed. In the second platoon training ground, don't you want to slack off? Come on, I'll join you. Ling Yun suddenly ripped off his shirt and threw it on the ground, his veins bulging as he shouted at the soldier at the back of the line, whose steps were unsteady. You can jump 30 centimeters. Do you think we are doing radio calisthenics? A few soldiers turned pale. They had been training non-stop for 10 days, physical training, tactics, combat, night training, and weighted sprints. Even drinking water was timed. One soldier muttered quietly, "We are about to puke from training. If this continues, we really will need to go to the medical station." Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yun, seemingly with ears on the back of his head, turned and yelled angrily, "You want to train your way to the medical station? I'll take you there. If you train your way to the martyr cemetery, I'll set up a tombstone for you. Afraid of dying yet you wear a military uniform." The team fell into a suffocating silence, and no one dared to complain anymore. Ling Yun was panting, his eyes red, and his muscles looked like they were about to burst. Chapter 338. What are you doing? Lin Tian's voice wasn't loud, but it still instilled a sense of fear at night. I'm relaxing and stretching. Shuangzichen grinned, glancing away. Stretching is done standing, not lying down, Lin Tian said flatly. Yes, I'm lying down to feel the earth's energy, Shuangzichen replied. Lin Tian didn't move, just leaned down, staring at him and asked, "Have you felt enough?" "Almost," Shuangzichen replied, raising his head and meeting the nearly expressionless face of the new company commander. Perhaps the moonlight was too bright tonight, illuminating the company commander's features clearly. Even the sweat shining on his nose was distinctly visible. He was momentarily speechless, swallowed hard, and felt guilty, not daring to meet his gaze. After 2 seconds of silence, he decided to come clean. Our class is doing extra practice. He paused, glanced at Lin Tian's expression, and quickly added, I don't know what happened. I just woke up lying here. Shuangzichen was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he forced a smile that showed a bit of survival instinct. Maybe the coolness of the ground made me dizzy. Oh? 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 Such a calm response left him unsure of how to react. Chapter 339. As the first ray of sunlight broke today, colors illuminated the land, marking a beautiful moment. Just 2 more laps and today's weight training will be over. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Outside the camp, the morning light had just pierced through the clouds, and the colorful dawn had yet to fully paint the sky. Shuangzichen, with 30 kilograms of weight on his back and holding a brick picked up by the company commander for added weight, was panting as he ran forward. Hurry up. Lin Tian sat on a bench, lazily leaning against the back, his long fingers peeling open a chocolate wrapper. If you take any longer, everyone else will be up. And by then, I'll be embarrassed for you. He squinted, enjoying Shuangzichen's awkward silhouette, slowly chewing the chocolate. It had been a while since he had trained. And training was enjoyable for a while, but continuously training was even better, especially with soldiers like Shuangzichen, who were extremely dissatisfied internally yet had to endure on the surface. Watching him struggle to stop, but grit his teeth and push through was somewhat relieving. As the company commander, Shuangzichen staggered to a stop in front of the bench, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Can I make it this lap? He gasped for air. Having been up since 3:30 in the morning, he was nearly exhausted. Chapter 340. At 5:20 in the morning, the sun rose. It was another sunny day. The Central Plains and the Border Defense had completely different climates. When he was in the Border Defense Unit, the weather was unpredictable. The daily weather report could only serve as a reference. It was like opening a blind box every day. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were common. But it was different here. The daily forecasts were very accurate. It only got hot for a while, and now the temperature was 35 degrees. It was hot under the sun, but not so hot in the shade. Lin Tian walked around the main building towards the independent brick building of the kitchen. There weren't many people up yet. The wake-up call hadn't sounded, and he hadn't encountered anyone along the way, not even an ant. Only the exhaust fan behind the cafeteria was buzzing, occasionally accompanied by the clattering of pots and pans, creating a lively atmosphere. The cooking team had long since started working. Lin Tian was familiar with the path. As soon as he pushed the door open, a wave of heat hit him, mixed with steam and a savory aroma. The smell of rice and cooking oil blended together, and the fire was just right. The soldiers in the cooking team had already gotten used to his presence. How many company commanders can walk into the kitchen's back room every day at this hour? The cooking team started preparing food at 4. And the new company commander was there by 4:30. Chapter 341. Good, very good, excellent. Today was the assessment day. 10 days ago, the company commander set goals for you. Some laughed, some cursed, but the tasks were completed. Especially the second group, whose tactical coordination time was compressed by 2 minutes and 8 seconds. And the accuracy of movement had improved significantly. That flag placing point was executed beautifully. 70 soldiers stood in 7 columns, standing straight and listening to the instructor speak. Deng Bai held today's assessment scoring sheet and continued, the phase goals have been completed excellently. Next, there are higher and further goals waiting for you to break through. I know you all know what changes have occurred in these 10 days. Did you practice this by yourselves? Of course. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company must have this kind of sharpness. The instructor at the front of the training ground spoke with great momentum. The soldiers below had various expressions. Some were spirited, their faces filled with pride. These past few days could be considered a mini Devil Week. But this Devil Week was tougher than before. Previously, Devil Weeks occurred during spring and autumn, increasing the difficulty of regular training. This time, it was an all-around increase in difficulty. Results were secondary, and the main thing was not to lose to other squads. Chapter 342. At 8 o'clock in the evening. Many units in the headquarters had already turned off their lights, adhering to the schedule. Only the light in the company commander's office was still on. Jin Licheng sat behind his desk, holding a cup of hot tea, occasionally glancing out at the night sky. Opposite him, Instructor Gong Hui leaned against the window, fiddling with his hat, his face full of worry. Aren't you going to say hello? Gong Hui started, his tone pressed with anger. The armed forces over there are real guns and live ammunition. If the soldiers from the reconnaissance company force their way in and there's one accidental shot fired, we both have to pack up and leave. Jin Licheng dismissed it with a smile, saying, what is there to say? You only just found out 2 hours ago. We have 4 hours left until we welcome their first test. I'm not anxious at all about a potential war. I'm actually very excited, instructor. It's been years since I've received such a last-minute notification. When has an exercise not required a week or 2 of preparation? It's meaningless, really meaningless. Gong Hui frowned. That exercise and this internal confrontation are completely different concepts. They cannot be confused. If something goes wrong without following the brigade's process, who will be responsible? I will be responsible. Qian Licheng declared, what is there to discuss? It's all about testing combat effectiveness. If there's no notification, we won fight. If the enemy fires a shell and you aren't prepared, will it not explode? Chapter 343, Squad Leader, is there any meeting in the regiment this week? I want to go out and relax. I haven't heard of any. Where would all these matters come from? Our battalion has been under enough pressure these past few weeks. I just ran into the company commander today. Wang Fuchuan took a deep puff of smoke, extinguished the spark, and quietly tucked the cigarette, but into the soil during the 3-second blind spot of the surveillance. The company commander was in a good mood today, saying we performed well. And there would be extra rations this weekend. That's great. It's been almost 2 months since we had extra rations. A good meal tomorrow. A trip out of the camp the day after, wonderful. The young soldier beamed with joy. Meanwhile, in the northwest corner of the camp, a figure slowly raised its head from the bushes. Its face was painted in black and green camouflage, with branches tangled in its hair, blending almost entirely into the foliage. Only its cold, ice-like eyes remained, fixed intently ahead. Lin Tian had been lying there for 2 hours, breathing minimized. 3 seconds later, a faint noise came from the distance. It was the signal for a change of guard. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The time had come. The vehicle for the alternating shift started. And at this moment, only Wang Fuchuan and a new recruit remained at the post. The surveillance camera in the lookout had a 3-second blind spot, with an interval of exactly 27 seconds. Chapter 344, though it's against regulations, to ensure the success of the mission, let it be against regulations. Following the proper channels is good, but taking shortcuts isn't always bad. The patrol team of the Alert Company began its operation, dividing 4 soldiers into 2 groups, setting off from different directions to inspect every corner of the camp. Every road, every open space, every corner was thoroughly checked to ensure no inch of ground was overlooked. Footsteps echoed in the quiet night, flashlights swayed along the camp road. The signal was good, communications were smooth, and steady voices came through the earpieces. No abnormalities ahead, continue. They had patrolled this route countless times, and could almost proceed with their eyes closed. Each time they reached a blind spot, they halted to confirm the path before continuing. Meanwhile, the company commander of the Alert Company, Ren Yuan, was in the office across from the battalion commander's office. In front of him were 4 surveillance screens displaying the main roads and guard posts of the camp in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The infrared sensors flickered rhythmically, and the night vision images glowed green. The change of guard was proceeding in an orderly manner. Ordinarily, this scene would be quite normal, but today, it felt particularly normal yet abnormal. Chapter 345, Woo Woo. The entire Alert Company's alarm rang out. An alarm. Something happened. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Fully armed, with guns. The alert lights in the dormitory blared, and all soldiers, whether awake or not, quickly dressed and got out of bed. Those on duty and patrolling all simultaneously looked up towards the source of the alarm. Hands instinctively went to their weapons, as they rushed to regroup with the main force. All lights were turned on, and the duty personnel stared wide-eyed. By the time they reacted, the Alert Company had already formed up by squads. The duty squad leader's expression was serious, and his tone heavy. Attention. Someone has intruded into the camp. Right under our noses. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. Unknown identity. Conducting a severe attack on our patrolling soldiers. I now order a carpet search of the entire camp. Capture the intruder at all costs. Be cautious of your safety. We cannot confirm the number of intruders or if there are accomplices. In critical moments, prioritize your own safety. Yes? The response was deafening. The Alert Company immediately sprang into action, the team scattered, and all personnel except those on duty entered the search area according to their formations. Some headed towards the dormitory. Some began checking the fence, while others slipped into warehouses, machine rooms, and behind bunkers. Chapter 346, Lin Tian sat at the table, took off his tactical gloves, and slapped them down beside the box. He dusted off his pants and looked suspiciously at the 2 senior officers, 2 old foxes. He still didn't understand what they were planning, but the familiar language and atmosphere, the same attitude as Taixing, were unmistakable. Of course, these two couldn't compare to Taixing. Taixing would sell you out and still expect gratitude. These two were much more straightforward. Lin Tian smiled, thinking, I don't care about the rewards or not, just don't pull me into this. I just want to be a good company commander, stable, normal, and calm. As soon as he said this, not only the battalion commander, but also the instructor wanted to laugh. What Lin Tian was doing was unknown to others. But these two knew. They were like a hands-off manager, pushing Deng Bo to the battalion command, using their silver tongues to try to persuade him. Especially in the past few days. Even during breakfast and dinner, they could see his annoying face. They were just waiting for a chance to cry, make a scene, or even hang themselves. They had already agreed that if it continued like this tomorrow, both would go on a business trip. Want to find him? Go to the brigade headquarters and make a scene. Suddenly, Lin Tian burst open the office door, leaving everyone in the room puzzled. And even the soldier crouching against the wall and sneaking around in the stairwell was taken aback. Chapter 347, Squad Leader, it seems we've been exposed. What should we do? What to do? Ling Yun turned sharply, and the headset remained eerily silent. He clenched his teeth and shouted softly, Crawl. If you stick your head out, I'll chop it off. Crawl. They didn't have much time left. The alert company wasn't a pushover. In just a few minutes, everyone had mobilized. The other side was no decoration. This night raid had been a dance on the knife's edge from the beginning. They had entered through the back window without carrying any weapons. Climbing unarmed, they had stealthily approached, pressing against the wall. Such dangerous actions at such a tense moment, exciting. But it was only a matter of minutes. They were already on the 4th floor, even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead. Ling Yun was determined to complete the mission. Boom! Flames erupted in the night sky, and the scorching shockwave instantly swept across the entire area. Smoke swirled around the lights, dancing like ghosts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out from different directions, flames flickering in succession. A series of piercing electronic sounds filled the air, sounding just like the real thing. Those who had still been fighting paused, all turning their heads towards the direction of the explosions. Chapter 348, The Privilege of Early Selection for New Recruits. This was the incentive that I and Company Commander Ren Yuan devised together before this operation. He stood straight, began to unbutton his military uniform, and calmly took off his outerwear, revealing the fitted training t-shirt underneath. If the alert company could find the nails planted by the reconnaissance company, the reconnaissance company would not participate in this year's selection battle. And whatever the battalion provided would be all there is. The opposite is also true. Lin Tian frowned and handed the items to Li Yi, the platoon leader. How did a person's feet grow, and there was still a faint smell? There was nothing to hide about the incentive. Seizing soldiers was already an unspoken rule. The battalion headquarters would not interfere much unless there were exceptionally outstanding skills that caught the attention of special forces. Each year, the new recruits who ranked high in performance would basically be contested between the reconnaissance company and the alert company. These two teams are the sharpest blades in the entire battalion. When Lin Tian was looking for Ren Yuan, Commander Ren confidently promised him. He was so confident, radiant, and spirited. For the past few months, Ren Yuan walked with his chest out. The most senior old company commander had left, and during the assessments, their alert company could be said to have completely surpassed the soldiers of the reconnaissance company in certain projects. Chapter 349, Just as dawn was breaking. The coolness of the early morning at 4 o'clock had not yet dissipated. The entrance of the reconnaissance company was brightly lit. Lin Tian stood in the shadow behind the door, his army green short sleeves tightly hugging his muscular lines, arms crossed, standing tall. He said nothing. His gaze like a sharp blade fixed on the figures gradually approaching in the darkness. The two sentries were already tense, standing straighter than usual, not daring to move. The company commander had returned early, with a dark expression and a frighteningly low atmosphere. Something significant had happened in the company today, and they were not unaware. The atmosphere was tense. Deng Bai arrived shortly after, with deep dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot. He stood beside Lin Tian, silent, the air frozen. Soon, Shen Jingyuan was the first to appear, head down, covered in mud, shoulders slumped, arms with bloodstains, and even his breathing was heavy. Behind him were several soldiers from the support team, all battered and looking disheveled. This support mission had ended in a mutual loss. Lin Tian did not move. Only glanced at them, his brow showing no sign of relaxing. Then, Ling Yun arrived breathlessly with the assault team, sweat and dust mixing on his face. Not even bothering to adjust his tactical vest. Chapter 350. Time in the army passes slowly, so slow that every second spent doing planks is torture. After enduring it, it feels like the fast-forward button has been pressed, and looking back at the pain is just a memory. Just like that, it was time for the monthly assessment again. In the brigade headquarters office, Brigade Commander He Yonghua was reviewing the equipment lists sent from various combined battalions, simply checking them. His gaze fell on one report, and he couldn't help but frown. This Chen Licheng, when he was a battalion commander, didn't he have so many demands, but now that he has become a combined battalion. The list of requested items spans 3 pages. He raised his hand to pat the document. Even the doctor had requested a whole class. What does their battalion want to do, fight or run a hospital? In a corner of the office, the adjutant Che Yufan was organizing another stack of documents with his head down. Hearing the brigade commander's mumblings, he looked up briefly before continuing with his work. At the higher levels, one is almost always busy with a myriad of tasks. With thousands of people in a brigade, the brigade commander does not often show up, only appearing on significant occasions. He Yonghua was the same. As the top leader, especially in the past 6 months, he has borne much more burden than those below him. Chapter 351. Deng Bai was left speechless. He had no complaints about this ordinary company. He felt the changes in the company the most. Since taking office, each platoon leader has been working hard, and if they raised the standards, the squad leaders couldn't afford to lose. Naturally, the pressure increased, pushing tasks onto the soldiers, layer upon layer, with no one willing to fall behind. They forced their subordinates to train, setting limits for them. In the first 10 days of training, they almost forcibly pushed the soldiers to their limits. Not to mention the new recruits. Even those veterans who had served for 3 or 4 years began to grit their teeth and fight hard. From the cold data, they had already reached the performance levels of the old company commander before he left. Whenever thoughts of wanting to slack off crossed their minds, the company commander personally stepped in, decisively cutting off any inclination to give up. This was good. Emotions were a mix of despair and excitement, and he, as the instructor, was in sync with his soldiers during those days. Especially those veterans, who could not accept the fact that the company was about to disband. The second and third phase officers had almost spent their entire youth in the reconnaissance company over the years. Red education had penetrated deeply into their hearts during this noisy era. Their faith was implanted in their hearts through the stories of generations of predecessors. Chapter 352. The second group is at the shooting range, the third group is preparing. At one side of the shooting range, the scorekeeper from the brigade headquarters was sitting behind a folding table, engrossed in recording data. This shooting involved both traditional paper targets and electronic targets, with accuracy clearly visible. This was the last part of the overall assessment shooting. The previous items were all common projects, including physical fitness assessments, tactical assessments, reconnaissance skills, and so on. Eternal physical fitness, an unavoidable old topic. If the foundation is not solid, the earth will shake. These things cannot be replaced by anyone, one must practice them themselves. Once familiar, there is nothing to fear. In previous assessments, soldiers felt no pressure, as these were just routine actions. There were countless assessments. And if they prepared rigorously every time, their bodies would not be able to handle it. But this time was different. It was a reckoning for the hard training of the past month. Regardless of the outcome, they had to give their best effort. Shen Jingyuan murmured, "My palms are sweaty. I'm more nervous than during the military competition." Zheng Jun shook his head and smiled wryly. "I was so nervous last night that I almost couldn't sleep. Although we don't have to go on stage, I can't help but want to rush up and replace them." Ling Yun's gaze was firm. "No matter what happens after today, I will go through each project again." Chapter 353, Bang. 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 Gunshots echoed in the air of the shooting range. The soldiers lay prone at their respective shooting positions, firing at the fixed targets in front of them in order. He Yeonghwa put down his binoculars, scanned the results, and raised the observation mirror again. Was he nervous? Lin Tian remained expressionless, his tone calm. "As a company commander, I am not nervous. They came to serve in the army, this is just part of the job. If they can't do it, they will starve. As a soldier, I am even less nervous. These things look like they are under a magnifying glass to me. Therefore, I have no reason to be nervous." He Yeonghwa finally shifted his gaze to Lin Tian, with Yang smirking. "You're quite honest." Lin Tian smiled back. "There's no reason to lie to you." He Yeonghwa stared at the slight upturn of his lips and snorted coldly. "If you don't want to smile, then don't. It's ugly." Lin Tian's face, which had just lifted, immediately fell. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, such a petty person. Putting aside prejudices to smile and report work to the leader. In other places, generals wouldn't even enjoy this treatment. Yet someone really didn't buy it and gave him a good face for nothing. He Yeonghwa watched as his expression changed and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Chapter 354, The assessment in the brigade has come to a close. Are you satisfied with your results? Satisfied? I can't hear you. Satisfied? Very good. Lin Tian stood on the steps, scanning the sunburned, sweat-drenched faces on the playground from above. Shouting satisfied is not enough, it has to be shouted from the throat, resonating in the bones, making the eardrums buzz to count as complete. Satisfaction is not the end, our goal is not limited to just a small reconnaissance company. He paused, his tone softening. Today's task upon returning is for everyone to get a good night's sleep and daydream a bit. Imagine what the future looks like. In short, moving forward. Lin Tian emphasized each word. The Red Hero Reconnaissance Company cannot rest on past laurels. Below, someone pursed their lips, still not having the chance to speak. Shen Jingyuan stepped forward to ask, "Company Commander, did we manage to keep our company flag?" Lin Tian glanced at him, a trace of confusion crossing his eyes before quickly regaining focus. When they couldn't hold on any longer, he had planted the company flag in the center of the training ground, telling them that countless predecessors were watching. If they didn't want to be the last batch, they had to get back up. Chapter 355, Lin Tian listened attentively, his hand unconsciously moving toward the recorder, but after thinking for a moment, he put it down. It was hard to come by a chance to hear the captain's gossip. He'd eat his fill first and share it in the group later, when he had time. Unexpectedly, he was quite alert. After just mentioning it, he shifted the topic. Mingzhi suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about how extremely lucky you are?" "I've always had pretty good luck," Lin Tian replied seriously. Mingzhi said, "I'm not talking about that luck. I'm talking about your luck as a person. You have a strong focus, and an extraordinary physique. Your energy is among the best in the divine sword. This ability allows you to handle various pressures with ease. When pushed to your physical limits, you can even demand more with bloodshot eyes. You enjoyed it, and after the selection period, many old swordsmen went to practice with Shi Chu. You're basically cheating by comparing yourself to ordinary reconnaissance soldiers with your standards." Lin Tian looked a bit confused. "I didn't compare them to the soldiers of the divine sword, I compared them to other teams." Then let me ask you. Mingzhi took a deep drag on a cigarette, burying the butt in a flower pot, and continued speaking. Chapter 356. So refreshing. Soaked for half an hour. My feet are all wrinkled. The bathhouse was filled with steam, with people coming and going. Everyone was naked, and there were queues in some areas. Each bathhouse has its own style, and the military camp is no exception. The northern ones are traditional large bathhouses, emphasizing honesty. Now in the reconnaissance company, fortunately, there are small partitions between each booth, offering a bit of privacy. I really don't want to leave, brothers. Tomorrow, someone find a way to get me a day off. And I'll treat whoever helps me to a massage. Shuangzichen, stop daydreaming, it's my turn to go out this time. Li Zhengyang complained while scrubbing himself. Shuangzichen begged with a frown, please, there are only 2 spots, spare a little for me. With this weak appearance of mine, after reshaping, my muscles have all hardened. I need someone to help me soften up. He clapped his hands and continued, here's the deal. From now on, whenever someone from our class goes out for a massage, I'll cover the whole bill. Let us take care of this wealthy guy first, all right? He glanced at the soldiers, his eyes filled with flattery. The first-class people didn't oppose. Chapter 357. The person who needed to apologize had already spoken up. Lin Tian sat up straight, his tone becoming serious. Comrade Deng Bo, I have deeply reflected on my mistakes and hope you can forgive me. The way he entered was not very reliable, but what he said was quite serious. Deng Bo put down his things, his face also darkening. I don't understand what you mean. Lin Tian pressed his tongue against his jaw. To catch the thief, first catch the king. It seemed the instructor was not going to have it easy here. However, for the person in the wrong, whatever they do is right, even the lowest level of harassment is not acceptable, and he could accept that. Lin Tian continued, over the past month, upon careful reflection, there were some things I did that were quite despicable. From the training plan that I never discussed with you to the fact that I didn't even inform you when the brigade commander was coming yesterday. During this period, I gave you tasks that should have been yours, while picking and choosing what was not yours. I made you go to the battalion several times to get equipment, wearing your mouth raw, and still had to find the battalion commander. Also, I did not complete the tasks you assigned to me, like talking to a soldier every week, failing to delve into the grassroots, and unwilling to open up my own closed heart. For the tedious and meaningless matters, I pushed everything onto you. While I took care of other work in the company, my division of labor was too domineering, and I never consulted your opinion. Chapter 358. Class Leader. Can you tell that person, really, I just can't take it anymore. If I can't handle this little bit, how will I cry for my mother on the battlefield tomorrow? Chase after me. If you can't handle this little bit, how will you go to the battlefield tomorrow? Chase after me. Class Leader, we want to chase, but our hearts are willing, but our strength is insufficient. What a disgrace. The class leader, sweating profusely, rolled his eyes in anger. 4 of them couldn't match one person, and they still had the face to say that. On the small dirt road behind the camp, 4 people were grouped together, shouldering round logs. The ground was uneven with deep pits and shallow hollows, making their steps unsteady. The entire company of 70 people was assembled. Originally, it was arranged for each squad to set off 10 minutes apart. In the end, the fast and the slow all became a mess. And the one in front was not the so-called expert, or the so-called strongest squad. One person shouldered a round log, panting heavily, and directly took off running. A full 3 kilometers. At the beginning, everyone could still keep a bit of rhythm, but later, he ran his way, and others gasped at theirs. The person behind didn't slow down at all, maintaining the same pace. The 4 of them were almost exhausted, but he alone carried it like a whole team. Chapter 359. Outside the equipment room at the battalion headquarters. As soon as Lin Tian entered, the equipment officer came up to him. Is it the reconnaissance company? Today only one company has equipment. Lin Tian nodded. Company Commander Lin Tian. The instructor is also here. Clearly, the officer and Deng Bo are more familiar with each other. Deng Bo raised the notebook in his hand, record. The officer led them into the warehouse. The cement floor was damp, and the iron shelves were neatly stacked with packing equipment, clearly marked with assembly seals and numbered. This batch was the resupply material just approved by the brigade. And these were the items you were assigned. The officer spoke while flipping through the list: 4 sets of individual infrared night vision devices, 2 Beidou positioning terminals, 2 Type 03 individual radios, 3 laser rangefinders, and bulletproof helmets. Lin Tian bent down to inspect, opening the boxes one by one. These devices were all additional applications, and were meant for the next phase, enabling them to go further. The reconnaissance company is considered a special mechanized infantry company, and the equipment is not yet sufficient. Relying solely on physical strength and hard metal to confront challenges is not feasible, especially in this camp, which has not been renovated for long. The equipment, in some respects, is still on its way. There are standards for assembly, and all 4 combined battalions have similar standards. Who let it still be in the experimental stage? Chapter 360. At 8 o'clock, the military report following the National Defense Military Channel ended, and the entire reconnaissance company, consisting of 3 platoons, gathered with small stools at the bottom of the dormitory building. Lin Tian held a stack of forms, hesitating for a long time, took a deep breath, and finally made his way over slowly. He tried several delaying tactics, but could not escape this round. Ideological education. This week, the instructor's work was assigned to Lin Tian. Comrades, there's no need to be so tense, take a seat. Swish. Like they had all been fitted with positioning devices. They all sat down swiftly, as if made of steel. 70 pairs of eyes swept over at once. Lin Tian stood in front of the line. The forms in his hand felt like a hot potato. He flipped through them a couple of times and sighed. All right, I'll start now. He cleared his throat. And according to the instructor, today's matter was a heart-to-heart talk. The soldiers below had expressionless faces, with only a few mosquitoes buzzing around their heads, creating a rhythm. Lin Tian scanned the crowd, paused, and said, "This isn't a meeting, we are not calling names or criticizing anyone, let's just chat about any recent unhappiness." No one spoke. Even the mosquitoes quieted down a bit. Lin Tian stood at the front, looking at the 70 deadpan faces below. Chapter 361. In mid to late October. The sky was high and the clouds were light, watching the southward flying geese. The humidity and temperature were maintained at very suitable levels. For the soldiers in the reconnaissance company, this meant a new week of good life was about to begin. First squad, the soldier squatting down, stand up. Don't pretend. I see you. In the shadow of the trees, a figure paused slightly, quietly retracting his butt. He remained motionless against the tree trunk, camouflaged with a net. Leaves and dead branches covering half of his face. As if he had blended into nature, he was not an intruder, just someone who accidentally got lost. Pretending not to hear the voice in his earpiece, he silently recited, "I am not the target, I am just a tree, I am not lost. I am part of the road. Still not moving. Do you think I'm joking? Young man, if a needle pricks you, don't stand up and shout that I'm bullying you." Under the tree shadows, Zhuangzichen closed his eyes, expressionless. He was a steadfast idealist. As long as he could not see the world did not exist. The company commander's voice was merely an illusion. All of this was just a dream, and he did not have. Bang! A stone suddenly flew by, accurately grazing his forehead. Chapter 362. What are you doing? Deng Bo shouted in a low voice, his eyes wide open, looking at Lin Tian, who had jumped 3 times upon hearing about the competition. Scissors, buckets, and miscellaneous items were all thrown onto him. So naturally, and so unreserved. Did he really take him as an assistant? Ha ha. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, quickly returning to remove the grass and tools from Deng Bo. While tidying up, he said, "Just thinking about our company. From being an inconspicuous small reconnaissance unit to defeating all the preceding squads in the military competition at the military district, the time for grand development has finally arrived." Lin Tian patted his butt, preparing to carefully study the selection plan he had previously obtained from Shen Jian. During the last holiday, that bunch of rascals had occupied his time. Even thieves wouldn't leave empty-handed. During those days of helping him select, so many people were eliminated. Shen Jian wouldn't give any interest, would he? Even if this training plan was merely from previous years, even if many projects the reconnaissance company could not undertake. Even if there were so many pieces of equipment that could not be used. It didn't matter, none of it mattered. Plans from such troops are never leaked and have extremely high confidentiality. He even wrote a guarantee letter for it. Chapter 363. When Lin Tian and Qian Liqing walked into the conference room, someone was already leaning back in their chair with their back to them. Long legs casually crossed. Military boots shining brightly, reflecting the light. Fingers idly tapping the armrest made a clattering sound. The posture was too lazy, looking completely inappropriate for the strict military discipline. When Lin Tian saw that outfit for the first time, he felt no extra reaction, his eyelids automatically rolled back. He knew there were special forces in the brigade. The Special Operations Battalion, standard for the Combined Brigade. It was said that their brigade's Special Operations Battalion was transferred from a Special Forces unit. They had not yet completed a single task, and when he looked at the materials before coming, he thought he would be assigned here, rounding it off as a professional fit. But after arriving, they had already left for high-altitude targeted training. This was the first time they had met. Especially now. They had just arrived, and that person happened to be sitting there, leisurely tapping the armrest. He knew others might not. But he remembered when Lu Chen came to pick him up by helicopter, he had the same posture. He had to show off how special he was. Not wearing regular uniforms even for a meeting in the brigade. Therefore, he wouldn't let it slide. Chapter 364. This time, the exercise named Legion 20XX is the first large-scale annual exercise since our brigade was restructured. Here is the document. I only received the official notification this morning at 8 o'clock. As Yonghua finished speaking, he casually pulled out the red-headed document and waved it in front of everyone. The paper made a light sound as it was moved. And the document contained only a few brief words. You are hereby notified that the brigade will proceed to the XX area to complete. Lin Tian's gaze had been locked on the document in Yonghua's hand from the moment he walked in through the door. Even after he took his seat, his eyes did not waver. As the head of the brigade commander's emotions were extremely outward. Likes and dislikes were clearly defined, never concealed. When he did not favor someone, he simply did not favor them. What did it matter how talented they were? There were plenty of talented individuals in their brigade, many of whom had studied abroad. Gaining his recognition was simple, conquer him with strength. The reconnaissance company had performed better in each assessment than the last. The brigade commander's attitude has also risen with the tide. Sitting at this conference table is an exceptional privilege. Next time, there may not be this opportunity. He squinted slightly, looking at the brief and almost cold document. Chapter 365. He rubbed his temples and noticed that the arguing had not stopped, frowning slightly, clearly a bit impatient. Bang! A loud crash broke the silence, as he slammed his hand on the table, the sound heavy enough already. They keep arguing, talking halfway through before getting into a fight. If they have this much energy, they might as well use it to fight the Blue Army. The meeting room hit the mute button. No one dared to provoke the brigade commander. He snorted coldly and continued, saying that a battalion over there said our combined brigade has special forces. So they also want to have one, and have transferred a battalion over. He paused for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Brigade would not participate, and all equipment would be provided by the directing team, with no excess. At this point, he looked at Jiyu Heng with a hint of challenge. Battalion Commander Jiyu, no problem, right? If I remember correctly, the Lone Wolf has dealt with you before. With each knock on the conference table, the rhythm became increasingly tense. The time for revenge had come, and your Special Operations Battalion must eliminate them first. Jiyu Heng answered without hesitation, no problem. We've been waiting for this day. Station training is about improving performance. And being able to accept the mission early is our Special Operations Battalion's luck. Chapter 366 Squad Leader. Quick, look at this lotus root of mine, it's thick and long. Isn't it great? Nonsense. Look at this one, it's thicker than your calf and as long as my long legs. Tired of bragging? Is that what you call a lotus root? It's clearly the king of lotus residue, and the longest. How short are your legs? Don't you know yourself? The night was dark, and the pond behind the cafeteria was shrouded in a thin mist, the lotus leaves curled up, floating on the water like pieces of broken green cloth. The flashlight beam shone down, revealing murky glimmers in the muddy water. A foul smell, enough to make one frown, slowly wafted up from the bottom. Dozens of soldiers, wearing mid-calf boots, stepped into the muddy water that was over their knees. The mud bubbled as it was stirred. Taking advantage of the fact that both the company commander and the instructor were not around tonight, they quietly planned a big haul, intending to collect all the lotus roots from the pond. When the two leaders return, they would be in for a big surprise. After watching the lotus for several months, any mistakes would not be tolerated. There was a limit on the number of people going down to catch lotus roots. In just a little over 100 square meters of pond, 70 went down. It would be a mess here. Only a few experienced corps members actually went down to dig, while the rest stood on the shore holding lights and shouting. Chapter 367. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Such things are usually considered amusing life. That's treating the military camp as home. Digging is fine, but the whole place was just mud. They played from after dinner until almost lights out, and were caught red-handed by the company commander. What's worse, the instructor who usually protected them was not there now. The company commander could get angry, but now they had thickened their skin, they could bear the company commander's anger. It was mostly the difference between being bedridden for 3 days and 2 days. No problem, they could endure. Lin Tian's voice turned cold. Are you dumb? Speak up. Shen Jingyuan inhaled sharply, almost choking. Inside, he didn't feel it, but coming out to breathe fresh air was overwhelming. Was there some kind of additive in this mud? It was so pungent. The company commander stood cleanly under the moonlight. In front of him was a group of muddy soldiers. He was just angry. Shen Jingyuan braced himself. Report, it's time to harvest because it has matured. The cooking class is short-staffed, so we, upholding the spirit of Lei Feng, selflessly helped. The more he spoke, the more vague it became, and his voice grew quieter. Mainly because the fire was already sparking in the company commander's eyes. He didn't dare to continue. Chapter 368. At 3 in the morning, there were still lights in the city. In the wild, however, it was an endless black. It was like falling into an ink pool, and even the roadbed was out of sight. The intersection of the Red Army's marching route. The wild grass was pressed low by the night wind, rustling. Suddenly, the grass leaves trembled slightly. Several dark shadows slid out like fish breaking water, camouflage uniforms fitting tightly. Tactical vests swallowing the reflection. They moved in a half-crouch. Military boots stepped into the mud, making a slight squelching sound. Dynamite, detonators, timers were taken out in succession. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, their movements became increasingly reckless. Team leader, isn't this against regulations? It's not time for the exercise yet. It's not time yet. The squad leader lowered his voice, his eyes shining, but it would be time soon. They would pass here at 8 o'clock. He sneered. At that time, we'll see who the unlucky one is. Another person interjected. At least we can blow up 2 vehicles and a whole company of men. The squad leader pursed his lips, imagining that scene, unable to help but smile. Even his breathing became lighter, a quarter of the strength of a combined battalion. All accounted for. This time, we have exceeded our mission in the exercise. He chuckled softly. What rabbit-tail wolf, wolf dog? It's still our wolf tail that wins with surprise. Chapter 369. Inside the tent, the air was filled with a damp smell of metal and soil. The sound of equipment beeping echoed throughout the space. On the terminal screen, a bright red exclamation mark flashed. Gao Ming leaned down, quickly confirming the information. His gaze falling on that striking exclamation mark. He slammed the table in frustration, causing the cup to shake. The communications officer was quick-witted, grabbing the cup, his brows furrowed. The battalion commander's hands were fine, but the equipment on this table could not be dropped. Gao Ming's breathing was heavy, as if he was trying to suppress his anger. He raised his hand and pointed at the screen, his voice suddenly rising. Can someone tell me what this is? In just 10 minutes, a nationwide manhunt. Even if the lone wolf is not the jewel of this exercise, it shouldn't be treated like rat droppings. He sneered, his teeth grinding. Good, really good. I underestimated these Red Army scouts. He was so angry that it almost amused him. Originally, he was waiting for reports of victories from each group. Instead, the first thing that arrived was a warning notice. There were also warnings for violations during the exercise, just like red and yellow cards in soccer. It was a yellow card for a violation right from the start, after so many years of being a soldier. Chapter 370. The target has entered the second bend. An armored tank group rolled along the road, unapologetically crushing the small trees on the roadside. Lin Tian crouched behind a rock, his gaze zooming in through the binoculars. 3 blue army tanks were slowly turning, their tracks kicking up gravel, the vibration of the iron armor transmitted through the mountain to his feet. Point 2, point 3, prepare. In his earpiece, his voice reached the front line. The voice was calm, and the task was significant. 3 seconds later, a muffled explosion erupted on the mountain path. The deep, heavy sound was enough to make the tank driver question life. Dust was kicked up, and the camouflage tent was torn open, revealing the damaged road surface. The Blue Army's lead vehicle came to a halt. As it stopped, the entire tank company came to a standstill. The Blue Army captain leaned out, shouting into the intercom, "What's going on? Why did we stop? What happened?" He raised his eyes to assess the situation, instinctively sensing something was wrong. This was the turning point into the main battlefield, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Once they entered here, the surrounding forces had them completely encircled. Such terrain was easy to defend, but hard to attack. Even in their iron contraptions, they felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian let out a breath and raised his hand to signal. Chapter 371, Boom. 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 The first cannon shot tore through the fog. The explosion lit up, illuminating half of the mountainside. Fragments of stone, propelled by the heat wave, struck the armor and steel plates. Boom. 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 The Blue Army's heavy artillery roared. Flames flickered in the mist. With every step forward, the Blue Army was accompanied by the sound of gunfire. They were determined to seize this area at any cost. According to the exercise plan, they pushed the tanks forward. Once they occupied the area, infantry would disembark from the vehicles, continuously advancing. As the second wave of the landing forces, they had already had obstacles cleared for them according to the exercise rules. With no hesitation in their attack, the Blue Army had to act like the Blue Army. The Red Army's defensive zone was not to be underestimated either. The camouflage net on the hillside was simultaneously lifted. Anti-tank missiles whistled out, trailing white tails straight for the valley entrance. Boom! The shockwave kicked up dust, knocking several Blue Army soldiers to the ground. Ahead, missile positions. Machine gun suppression. The Blue Army infantry split into two flanks to advance. They climbed the slope under machine gun fire. Bullets whizzed past their ears, striking the rocks and sparking. The Red Army's mortars began a barrage. Shells arced through the air, landing at the valley entrance. The explosion sent shockwaves that left their eardrums ringing. Chapter 372, let's bypass Area 085 first, and if all goes well, we can meet up with the main forces. In the process, we can do as we did in the past 2 days. As long as we encounter any stragglers, we'll take them down. Their soaked military uniforms clung to their bodies, and water droplets dripped continuously from their hats. The evening chill rapidly spread through the jungle. The deeper they ventured, the more they saw no signs of life, not even a hint of electronic signals. He could only navigate through memory with a dozen men. They talked along the way, their throats dry and sore. Lin Tian showed no signs of exhaustion from 3 days without sleep. His spirits remained high. The only response was Ling Yun's hoarse acknowledgement. Lin Tian suddenly turned around, using the weak sunlight to look at the brothers following him. The camouflage paint on their faces was patchy and peeling. After 3 days, the food and water they had carried were completely depleted. The supplies scavenged from corpses could only last them this far. From yesterday to today, they hadn't encountered any Blue Army forces. Coupled with the weather hindrance, the dampness severely affected their mobility. They had run at least 90 kilometers over these 3 days. Each person burdened with dozens of pounds of gear. Now everyone was exhausted, staring blankly at the captain like soulless puppets. Chapter 373, the weather is really nice today. I haven't seen the sun, but at least the rain has stopped. My clothes are all soaked. Don't mention it, after going through the deep water. I almost threw up this morning. Cai, Xiaoxin, Wang Bing, and Li Xing walked along the road. They were still groggy and hadn't fully woken up, having just washed their faces when they were dispatched. The 3 of them had slept the soundest last night, and were specifically chosen by the captain to go down the mountain to find some biscuits or bread. Communication was still down, so they needed to replenish their energy before discussing anything else. Following the dirt road southward, they didn't see a single vehicle along the way. However, they were lucky. After walking just 2 kilometers, they saw a wisp of smoke rising in the distance, and their eyes lit up in unison. Where there is smoke, there are people. Where there are people, there is a gathering place. This area is close to the seaside, and from the mountains, they couldn't see anyone. They had run for dozens of kilometers without seeing a soul. Suddenly spotting the smoke filled them with excitement. Without a second thought, they dashed over. It felt a bit embarrassing to say. Exercises are like war, and in war, they never take anything from the masses. But special situations warrant special treatment. There wasn't a single strong military vehicle, and at this time of year, there was no quality protein to supplement. Chapter 374, at the 3rd Battalion Command Post. Captain, we still can't get in touch. The communications soldier looked serious, tapping his fingers on the headset. It had been over 24 hours since the signal disappeared. Should we report to the brigade? The pursuing special forces have probably already given up tracking. Another officer spoke in a low voice, cautiously suggesting. Qianqingla instinctively raised his hand to touch his chin, frowning deeply, and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he turned to stare at the communications soldier. Do you think it could be a problem with the equipment? The communications soldier immediately shook his head. The probability is very low. The reconnaissance company uses our battalion's most advanced equipment. Apart from the battalions, theirs is the most advanced. The officer couldn't help but add, have you forgotten? We lacked that set of equipment, because you personally reported the need. As soon as he said it, the sourness in his mouth nearly overflowed. It was too biased, ever since Lin, the captain, arrived. Whatever was needed, they got it. Whatever was available, they got it first. Whatever the battalion had, they sent over immediately. Whatever the battalion didn't have, they found ways to get. At this rate, he suspected that one day if the reconnaissance company wanted a tank, the captain would have to grit his teeth and find a way to get one. Chapter 375. The reddish-brown iron door bore traces of flowing mud. Lin Tian held his breath and quickly scanned for locks through the crack in the door. The captain's instructions echoed in his ears: "Don't dawdle, go in, and take control." Bang! He kicked the door open. The hinges let out a sharp wail, and the door slammed against the wall, bouncing back and scattering dust. The 6 men behind split into 3 small groups, slicing into the courtyard like blades. They held their guns in a charging posture. With their gun muzzles leveled, their bodies leaned slightly forward, maintaining a charging stance. Their combat boots made a short, powerful rhythm on the slippery ground. Their figures flashed through the dim light, like shadows striking swiftly. Control. Control. 2 sounds almost simultaneously hit the ground. 2 groups of people directly executed a grappling maneuver, pinning them down. The grappling, wrist twisting, and suppression were done in one smooth motion. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the man pressed to the ground, followed by a violent struggle. The soldier's arms tightened instantly. He had already made a judgment. There were hesitations when taking action. He hadn't gone for a lethal blow. It would have been better if there was no resistance, but once resistance was shown, it became problematic. The criminals were brazenly problematic. Lin Tian pressed his knee against the opponent's shoulder and felt the man stubbornly reaching for his waist with his right hand. He immediately sensed something was off, separated one hand, and pulled away the waist. Chapter 376. Greed made them eager to cash out. They were reluctant to destroy anything and still wanted to find a way to transport it out. Furthermore, if he guessed correctly, they had accomplices. They were not professional foreign mercenaries, but a group of desperate men who would do anything for money. The interests brought them together this time, and he and his comrades had already been completely taken as hostages. Suddenly, the gun in his hand was yanked away forcefully. Cai Shaoshan gripped it tightly, pretending it was a reflex and refusing to let go. 2 heavily tattooed men pried at his fingers from either side, causing him to break out in cold sweat from the pain. But he gritted his teeth and held onto the gun of the Dragon Country Liberation Army. It absolutely could not fall into the hands of outsiders. The next moment, bam! A foot kicked hard on the back of his hand, and the excruciating pain exploded. Flesh tearing open in an instant. Until the last bit of strength was exhausted, the gun was forcefully taken away. The scar-faced man leaned down, sneering as he whispered, "Soldier, I know you're awake. Whether you can live today depends on whether your unit is worth saving." After saying this, he lifted Cai Shaoshan like a sack and pushed open the door. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a dull thud. Lin Tian's nerves instantly tensed. Raising his gun, the soldiers below all aimed at the door. Chapter 377. Silence, the only sound besides Cai Shaoshan's cough. Nothing else could be heard. The man's corpse lay right at his feet, still wide-eyed. The soldiers blinked, stunned, unable to regain their senses. It happened too quickly, too fast. From Lin Tian's appearance to the criminal falling, it was less than a minute. Lin Tian flicked the dagger against his leg and turned to check the remaining 2 bound soldiers. Confirming they were merely unconscious, he finally felt relieved. He sat down on the ground, pulled out a piece of cloth, and steadily wiped the blade. The knife's edge glided over the fabric, making a subtle sound. This dagger was still issued by the Divine Sword Unit. He had no sentimental attachment. Mainly, this dagger suited his usage habits very well. He had never changed it, keeping it with him all the time. "Where did you come from, company commander?" Lin Tian swallowed, his voice dry. It was too fast. A single strike that landed directly on the neck, truly impressive. There was no fear in his words, only admiration for the strong. Blood spots dotted his face, while the other soldiers pretended to be very busy. There were only 4 survivors, and they wished they could each watch 2. Lin Tian did not answer his question. A slight smirk on his lips, his voice low. Chapter 378, 2 helicopters. 1 military, reporting the location Lin Tian just provided. Such matters must follow proper procedures. Even if nothing went wrong, the paperwork still needed to be completed. Lin Tian had been an assistant instructor at the military academy for so long. He was clear about such things. And the other helicopter? It was blue. Lin Tian squinted. Focusing on the blue helicopter slowly descending in an open area hundreds of meters away. The military helicopter was the first to lower its ropes. Jiyu Heng, fully armed, rapidly slid down, dropping from the sky. His landing was swift and clean, the equipment on him gleaming with metallic luster. From the blue helicopter, figures also emerged. But they were too far away to see clearly. The young soldiers watched the cool, movie-level scenes in front of them, but felt no excitement. Their hands were all sticky with blood. Human blood. Freshly spilled, the stains still warm. A full squad of special forces disembarked from the aircraft, then arranged themselves vertically. They began a thorough search of the yard and surroundings. Control. 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 The yard was quickly surrounded by camouflaged uniforms. Lin Tian approached, raised his hand, and patted Jiyu Heng on the shoulder. Why did you arrive only now? Jiyu Heng looked at the yard full of people, troubled about how to transport these things back, and was startled by Lin Tian's sudden touch. Chapter 379, before discovering them, were there any unusual situations? Why were you at that time and place? Why did the drill deviate from its position? Why not wait in place, but chose to move? Inside the police station, several officers were taking statements from the soldiers. Lin Tian was the first to finish. He had several experiences with this kind of thing, and didn't he need the police to ask? He explained everything himself. Time, place, people, causes, processes, and results were all clear. Plus, there was Xiang Cheng guarding outside, so no one dared to make things difficult for him. After completing his statement, he came out. He didn't leave immediately. Inside the office, he stared at the surveillance footage. The light from the screen reflected in his eyes. And the more he looked, the more his anger surged. Wen Daming, as the person in charge, sat in the middle, his expression one of authority. Lin Tian walked over and got straight to the point. Captain Wen, I want to know, do you treat civilians like this too? Wen Daming was taken aback. His brows raised, still not reacting. Lin Tian didn't beat around the bush, he pulled out a nearby chair and sat down. The legs scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. What I mean is this your usual attitude? Those who understand know you're taking statements, while those who don't might think you're interrogating a criminal. Chapter 380, Xiang Cheng took a sip of tea, his tone gentle yet firm. You can thrive anywhere. He set the cup down, his gaze landing on Lin Tian. I'll be honest with you, after you left, I spoke with old Chu. I asked him about your discharge, and he was very resolute. Young man, if you want to change your sequence in the future, the army won't let you go. Be prepared to deal with the army for a lifetime. What a pity, it's really a pity. It's absolutely not his fault to have such thoughts. Lin Tian was a very perceptive kid. Several times in the capital, he had awakened people from their dreams with just a word. To put it bluntly, he could have become a good police officer too. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian became excited. It had been a long time since he heard any news about Master Chu Zeng. How did he praise me? Did he say I was his best student? Slap. Zhong Cheng gave him a slap on the back of the head, laughing and scolding. You are the most confident person I've ever seen, bar none. Lin Tian grimaced, rubbing the sore spot on his head. His head was already sore from being slapped. Anyone who came along loved to hit it. He thought he might have to start charging for that. When Daming sat in the middle, his expression not very good, feeling inexplicably isolated. Chapter 381, Commander. The front line can't hold out much longer. From yesterday to today, we've already lost 2 positions. It's the 5th day of the exercise, and by the 7th day, we need to push the Blue Army out of the defense line. Given the director team's track record, they'll probably declare us the losers. In the Red Army Command Center, the atmosphere was stifling. He Younghwa paced back and forth, his fingers nervously rubbing his hair. 2 large blisters had formed at the corners of his mouth, and he stared gloomily at the retreat plan presented by the staff. Bang! He slammed the paper hard onto the ground, shouting angrily, "What kind of joke is this? I've been in the army for so many years, and I've never retreated." He pointed at the young staff officer and roared, "After thinking for so long, this is what you come up with? Where's Li Zicheng? Tell him to come here and say it to my face." The young staff officer replied in a low voice. The chief of staff went to the front line an hour ago, and was decapitated by the Blue Army's special forces. Damn! These sons of bitches! He Younghwa slammed his fist on the table, his face turning pale. This battle was tough. It was the first large-scale exercise of the combined brigade. They thought it would be easy to drive the Blue Army out of their positions, but reality had slapped them hard in the face. The exercise rules dictated that the Blue Army, as the second wave invading L country, would have an enhanced motorized regiment coming in. Chapter 382, You're Still Young. Don't always frown. By the time you reach my age, others will think your crying is laughter. Captain Fang teased as he saw Lin Tian looking worried while holding his gun. Lin Tian instinctively bit his lower lip, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The damp mist clung to his face, sliding down his brow. Ling Yun and the others had been sent out to scout the enemy situation and hadn't returned yet. Occasional sporadic gunfire reached his ears, and he was already used to it. On the helicopter, the soldiers from the 2nd platoon following him had barely spoken a few words. There was tension, oppression, and even a hint of unspoken fear. Even the first time seeing blood was like this, and he hadn't even gotten his hands dirty yet. Lin Tian would not indulge their pitiful emotions. After the exercise, he would definitely help these pampered soldiers identify their problems. A man couldn't become a man without going through some hardships. He immediately sought out Captain Fang to assign tasks. Many problems arose from idleness. Doing more and thinking less would help. All the tricks that Yu Huijin hadn't used were all employed by him. Lin Tian changed into clean clothes, stroked his chin, and stared at the person across from him. Captain Fang, it's the 5th day of the exercise. Why did Master He choose to launch a general attack at this time? Chapter 383, Bang. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of machine guns mixed with the rapid firing of rifles, flames flickering amid smoke and gunpowder. Facing the enemy head-on. There was no way to retreat. They had to find cover, behind trees, bushes, or stones. This battle had been going on for too long. It was a war of soldiers against soldiers. Machine guns, rifles, grenades, everything usable was brought into play. They summoned all their skills and capabilities. The confrontation between soldiers was fierce. Enemies met, and they were especially hostile. There was no small talk, only the sound of gunfire answered. Now, no one was behind Lin Tian asking what the company commander should do, or how they would hold up against the overwhelming numbers. Lin Tian led the remaining 8 soldiers from the 2nd platoon, along with a makeshift platoon from the 1st company. They held firm against the fierce attacks from 2 enemy companies. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company, honed over months of training, were several times stronger than ordinary infantry. The soldiers remaining were not pushovers either. Those who stayed were all outstanding. The war had sifted out the brave. The rest were all tough fighters. Even when faced with a large number of scattered small forces, they remained fearless. Fight. When the grenades were used up, they used their guns. When the guns ran out of bullets, they resorted to fists and feet. Some young soldiers even gritted their teeth and pounced on the enemy, tearing at them with their teeth. Chapter 384, Not Seen. Our vehicle is right at the back. The young soldier, who came to deliver the message, froze in place. Such a clear rejection was extremely rare among military officers. At first, he thought the company commander in front of him was just playing hard to get. But when he saw Lin Tian stand up and resolutely head toward the main Red Army forces, he suddenly realized this was no game. He was dead set against cooperating. He hurriedly jogged a couple of steps to catch up, his voice a bit urgent. "Commander Lin, our company commander said we must see you today, no matter what." Lin Tian didn't even blink, keeping his gaze straight ahead. "The company commander can find someone else. Why should I see him just because he says so?" Suddenly stopping, he turned to glance at the young soldier, his tone softening. "I won't make it hard for you, you're just the messenger and can't decide. Just tell the person who sent you to come find me themselves." He was too tired to raise his hands to satisfy some Blue Army Company commander's malicious whim. Dream on. He was already annoyed at the Blue Army. There was no interaction between the two military regions besides the exercises. Even if there was an interaction, at this moment, he wouldn't meet anyone just because they wanted to. It wasn't a superior-subordinate relationship. He wouldn't comply. Even if it truly was a hierarchical relationship, it depended on whether he was willing or not. Chapter 385. Everyone present was stunned. The soldier peeking out from behind the vehicle nearly dropped his jaw to the ground, his mouth gaping wider than an egg. He watched as the usually imposing company commander from the Special Operations Brigade was pressed to the ground like easy prey. What the hell, am I seeing things? Is that really our company commander? No doubt about it. I recognize the glasses on his nose. He is the only officer in the entire brigade who wears glasses. The reconnaissance company soldiers' pupils constricted, their hearts roaring with waves of shock. They knew their company commander was usually extremely domineering and fearless. A few company commanders combined couldn't compare to him. Even the arrival of the company commander didn't matter. No one expected this. The real company commander had come. And he dared to press him down. At the moment when his face was closely pressed against the dirt, every breath carried a heavy scent. Gao Ming was on the brink of collapse. In the Lone Wolf Special Operations Brigade, he was a company commander, not to mention going down to the company. No one had dared to pin him down since he entered military school at 18. Seeing Lin Tian, this young company commander on the screen, in his heart, he felt he and Xu Jingchen were of the same generation. Seeing a junior here, he had to come over and take a look. Chapter 386. The exercise finally came to an end. It arrived with great fanfare, and left just as spectacularly. On the highway, rows of military vehicles thundered past, their metal bodies glinting coldly in the sunset. Tarpaulins flapped in the wind on the trucks. Among the various vehicles, the tanks were easily recognizable. Military enthusiasts passing by wanted to sneak photos, but couldn't share them. Inside the vehicle, Lin Tianyang leaned back in the rear seat, sleeping soundly. Even when the military truck made sharp turns, he remained completely still, not even furrowing his brows. Deng Bo nodded in the passenger seat. The company commander had been away for several days, and he was carrying the reconnaissance company, working day and night without rest. He vaguely heard some rumors, but hadn't asked about the situation yet. After finishing the tasks at hand, he fell asleep immediately. Exercises were never easy. After several days, everyone was on edge, their nerves stretched to the limit. Such intensity was not something ordinary people could withstand. If it continued every day, one would eventually break down. Fortunately, it was just an annual large-scale exercise. If they got through it, they could rest for a while. A few more times, and the soldiers would be able to handle it. But machines couldn't take it either. Not to mention the budget that was like a flowing river. Regardless of everything, the Red Army won. Thinking of this, Deng Bo suddenly felt a surge of unexplainable pride rise in his chest. Chapter 387. In a spacious conference room, cold white light shone down directly. A long table lay horizontally in the center, like a cold dividing line. On the left side, there was only one person sitting. His back straight, maintaining an invisible distance from the chair. Opposite him sat 3 officers side by side. The sound of pens scratching on paper filled the air. And the red light of a recording device blinked. The camera lens was always aimed at the other side of the table. The sounds of paper rustling and light tapping on the keyboard intertwined with a clear male voice. The atmosphere was different from that of a police station. There was no cold confrontation behind glass. Here, it was a face-to-face conversation, with tones even carrying a hint of reassurance and guidance. Like warm water slowly seeping in. It made people unknowingly let down their defenses and willingly share their innermost thoughts. And now, this conversation had come to a close. Lin Wei tapped his fingers on the papers on the table, one tap after another, like a drumbeat falling on his heart. He raised his eyes, narrowing them slightly. With a hint of scrutiny and inquiry, "You have received relevant training before." The captain sitting opposite him maintained a calm demeanor. His shoulders slightly relaxed, back straight. And posture proper. His gaze was steady, unwavering, even exuding an unshakable confidence. Chapter 388. Look at me. I haven't lost my touch. I've been in the army for 5 years now, and this physical fitness, this index level, it's no different from when I was 18. Shen Jingyuan flaunted his health examination report to Zheng Jun. His expression was more joyful than winning the lottery. He wasn't displaying the usual composure of a squad leader. It's something to be proud of. Health is the foundation of revolution. Among the many soldiers in their reconnaissance company, over the years, quite a few had minor ailments, creaky knees, frequent shoulder strains. Truly healthy individuals could be counted on one hand. TSK, Shuangzichen hummed, suddenly showcasing his own report with raised eyebrows. What is that? Look at mine. Check out this vision, 52. Among adults, you know. It's the standard for snipers. Good genes, good health, good abilities. He slapped his thigh, grinning ear to ear. How am I so outstanding? Looking back at the green health indicators behind him, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It was all thanks to him. He hadn't picked up any illnesses during these years in the army. With this physical condition, 5 more hundred years would be a piece of cake. The military hospital was bustling today. A single company's health check had turned into the scale of a battalion. Chapter 389. In the vehicle. Deng Bo sorted through everyone's reports in the company, tapping on the covers. Once the work was done, he turned his head to take a deep look at Lin Tian. I want to say, what you did here was pretty great, thinking of the brothers in the company. The implementation was quick, being both strict and kind to the soldiers. Overall, it's a good thing. I give you a thumbs up. Saying this, he put down the materials, raising both hands in a thumbs-up gesture, shaking them in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian blinked rapidly from the shaking, extending a hand to press down on those 2 thumbs. What does this mean? He looked at Deng Bo in confusion. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I'm a simple person and can't understand your riddles. Deng Bo scoffed. Cut it out, your scheming is more than enough to stump a bee. Stop pretending. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Deng Bo replied. What I mean is, isn't this a bit special? Other companies are doing their health checks according to the rules, but our company is doing it twice. Or? We even went to the military district's general hospital, specifically taking a day off. Other soldiers are still soldiers. Isn't that a bit unfair? Lin Tian leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowing slightly. He hadn't thought of this. After discussing it with Che Yufan, he just went ahead and arranged it, thinking it was the normal procedure. Chapter 390. At the Shenzhen base, in the operations conference room, Taixing was leading several team leaders in sifting through thick personnel files. Although it was usually difficult to find a person, it depended on the situation. Finding someone that a division or brigade commander wanted would definitely be challenging. However, with so many troops in Longguo, with millions of active personnel, theoretically, except for designated special personnel, The rest were within the selection scope of Shenzhen. There was an abundance of talent and high quality. Shenzhen had to pick the most suitable seeds from among them, which naturally required a lot of effort. The selection process was the most difficult. The key was that they were selecting people from various units. No way. All year long, only one soldier, Zhong Yong, truly passed the Shenzhen test. That kid was once unruly, his eyes sharp as blades. Now, however, he had been tempered into a well-mannered, stable individual by the devils here. He had turned into a little lamb, very good-tempered, actively greeting people he met. Shenzhen was the first special operations team established after the founding of the new Longguo. In the same period, from reconnaissance teams to special operations teams, and now to the restructured Special Operations Brigade, the scale continued to grow, and the number of troops increased. But not Shenzhen. They did not pursue quantity. The level and their numbers were greatly mismatched. For this, Taixing was completely unhurried. Chapter 391. All the soldiers of the brigade, one by one, could be contacted by the command center. The only ones who left Deng Bo at the position, setting up smoke bombs, were a reconnaissance company. What is the reconnaissance company for? It is to lure the enemy deep and break through frontline obstacles. But I can't contact you. Do you know what it means during wartime? If it was someone else, I would have reported to the exercise department long ago, declaring sacrifices. Lin Tian silently shifted his gaze away from the company commander. He felt wronged. When he was let out, it was clearly Qian Liqing's sneaky idea. As soon as he heard that the Blue Army had invited the famous Lone Wolf, they directly used their reconnaissance company as special forces. One-way communication. It was clearly because they were afraid of being intercepted by the Blue Army. When it came time for a summary, he would take the blame. He admitted that he had his own part in it, but what about the big guy? The big guy was in the hands of the dear company commander. Thinking of this, Lin Tian straightened his chest. Why should it be like this? He was the distinguished commander of the reconnaissance company, an assistant in the Dragon Defense training class. He had not been scolded in the 2 years of service. Why should he be reprimanded in front of others? Look. Keep looking. Do you think there's something wrong with what I said? Qian Liqing's finger almost poked Lin Tian's eyelid. Lin Tian relaxed his shoulders and said firmly, no. The company commander's criticism is correct. Chapter 392. Bang. 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 At the shooting range, gunshots rang out one after another. The new recruits stood in line after line. One squad after another, undergoing assessments. New recruits. 3 months is long, but also short. And they are very naive. This is not the Border Defense Regiment, which has special attributes. Each new recruit gets 1 live ammunition chance. Whether they shoot well or poorly, there is only this one opportunity. Before this, 951 was just a fire stick. And today's shooting range, besides the new recruits, there are also veteran squad leaders and 2 unexpected guests. It's my turn. It's my turn. Ren Yuan reached out to grab the binoculars, but was skillfully evaded by Lin Tian. Ren Yuan placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. It's just a pair of binoculars. We should take turns, people need to have some self-awareness. Lin Tian smiled. I'll take another look, and I'll give it all to you in a bit. He looked at the new recruits here, his brows slowly furrowing. He didn't care about the new recruits' shooting skills. He could tell which shots were off and which hit someone else's target. What really mattered to him was the opportunity to select soldiers. He needed to study this carefully. Well, these new recruits all feel pretty similar. Dark, silly. The morale of the new recruit company had already been worn down after 3 months. Such soldiers are actually likable after joining a squad, less trouble, naive. Chapter 393. Lin Tian visited the new recruit company. There was a slight gap from what he had imagined. But it didn't matter. He was full of infinite hope for these sons of the motherland. On his first day in the reconnaissance company, the whole company stood at the door to welcome him. Now it was a normal training time, so there was no need to make a big fuss. He, along with Deng Bo and a few squad leaders, made a small welcome at the door. Lin Tian never liked to show off his authority. Once inside, everyone would find that each day here was difficult. The day before, Lin Tian had given special instructions to the leadership team of the company: treat the new recruits with kindness, no frowning faces. Use a spring breeze attitude to warm every guarded heart. Education through love. Dragon Kingdom soldiers must have quality, leading troops must be civilized, making them feel the warmth of home. Once these words were spoken, let alone the squad leaders, even Deng Bo couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Tian was completely unconcerned, continuing to deliver his speech of love for the soldiers. He could say that he was fully prepared to welcome the new recruits. The reconnaissance company that fell into his hands was already seasoned. Infusing new blood was always exciting. This excited emotion lasted until Che Yufan arrived. Chapter 394. Ling Yun and Shen Jingyuan exchanged glances, and with a nod, signaled a squad leader to speak first. Shen Jingyuan stepped forward and said, "Company Commander, we originally agreed to draw lots to assign people, 3 per squad." His brows furrowed, but now the new recruits had become 10. Who should the extra one be assigned to? Lin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth, secretly sighed. He knew it. Good soldiers are all fought over, while bad soldiers no one wants to take. Che Yufan stepped forward with interest, arms crossed. He originally wanted to watch a good show, and now there was an unexpected gain. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Then 1 squad." Shen Jingyuan immediately interrupted, "Company Commander, 1 squad is already overstaffed. There's no room." Lin Tian's gaze shifted to Ling Yun, and he saw the flames in his eyes ready to burst out. Forget it, this impatient character. If this soldier was thrown in, it would cause life-threatening trouble. So he turned his gaze to Zheng Jun, eyes narrowed as if a dispute was about to start. Zheng Jun, the old squad leader, understood Lin Tian's meaning at a glance. However, he couldn't save himself. "Zheng Jun, company commander. You know the situation in the 3rd squad, the last ranking was already at the bottom of the company, if we bring in another one." Chapter 395. Do you want to hear the truth, or do you want to hear lies? Che Yufan asked. Lin Tian retorted, "Do you want to die? Or do you want to live?" If this were said before, Che Yufan would have thought he was just rambling. But now, he really didn't dare to respond casually. Lin Tian's record was too solid, he simply couldn't withstand it. Not resisting anymore, he directly sat next to Lin Tian and began to reminisce about the glorious past. "Our family has been in the military for generations, you must know this. Regardless of gender, anyone in the family of appropriate age must follow the old man's orders to join the army. To be honest, I just don't like being a soldier." Che Yufan sighed, "But look, you don't like being a soldier, yet you went to military school and even got a master's degree. Don't you think it's strange about me?" Lin Tian looked at him in confusion. "What is so strange about that? Your family has 3 generations in the military. And my family has 3 generations in business. The difference between you and me is that I can be my own master, and also the master of my whole family. But you can't." Che Yufan sometimes really wanted to sew Lin Tian's mouth shut. This guy never talked like this in front of the brigade commander. Spewing high IQ quotes that made the brigade commander laugh with joy. Chapter 396. Lin Tian's little life has been particularly carefree lately. As soon as the morning training ended, he sat down in the cafeteria, and steaming hot meals were already served on the table, fragrant and inviting. The office floor was polished to a shine every day, reflecting light. Documents were arranged early according to priority, and when the chair was pulled back, even the pen cap was thoughtfully unscrewed. Life didn't need to be mentioned. On the first day Xiaomi came, she voluntarily washed his clothes clean. Socks were lined up hanging on the windowsill, gently swaying in the wind like little flags. This couldn't he stop Bai Xiaomi's enthusiasm. As she picked up Lin Tian's underwear, and was about to wash it. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Tian was blushing. Since he was 4 years old, he has been washing his own underwear, and even his father hasn't touched them. Now, when Bai Xiaomi grabbed them, he snatched them back in one go. Lin Tian was startled and immediately bought a fully automatic washing machine for the dormitory. This floor only housed him and the instructor, with the office outside and a storage room next to it. There was also a bunk bed for Bai Xiaomi. Other than being overly enthusiastic, there were no other flaws in Bai Xiaomi. In the office, the air conditioning was set to a comfortable 28 degrees. Chapter 397, Deng Bai suddenly sat up from his chair, his eyebrows raised, urgently asking, "What happened? Is there a problem?" Lin Tian blinked lazily, looked up at Cai Shaoshan, who rushed in breathlessly. Even the rag in Bai Xiaomi's hand paused in mid-air. Cai Shaoshan was stammering while panting. They started fighting. Deng Bai anxiously slapped the table. Who is fighting with whom? In contrast, Lin Tian remained calm, slowly replying, "Let them fight, what's the rush?" In his eyes, when the young men in the army fought, it wasn't called fighting, it was called sparring. Young men in their teens and 20s are full of energy, and can spring into action if they find someone displeasing. Fighting leads to punishment. But most officers turn a blind eye. Lin Tian was even more so. He was a fighter himself, often going around the classes to challenge people for martial arts competitions to train the soldiers' combat awareness. Combat is about practical experience in fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a solid slap from Deng Bai that made him grimace in pain. "You don't understand the rules, and you're causing trouble." Deng Bai, his face darkened with anxiety, turned to demand, "Who is fighting? Why? What happened?" Chapter 398, The white walls were clean. Inside was a small bed, without bedding. The only window was nailed shut tightly. At the door, 2 guards stood straight. Even going to the bathroom required supervision, and you couldn't exceed 3 minutes. Meals were delivered by the members of the class in turns, and entertainment. It was just playing by oneself. Shuangzichen leaned against the door frame, chattering incessantly, wishing he could pour out his heart. Xiao Li, we are both soldiers of the same year. Please help me tell the company commander that I know I was wrong." The guard remained unmoved. "Xiao Wang, I'll treat you to a meal another day. How about a 5-star hotel buffet? Just help me pass on a message." Still, there was no response. There was little regret in him. The only thing he regretted was not pinning that kid down in the fighting arena. He had never seen such a stubborn new recruit. After joining their class, they had tried to persuade him, as much as possible according to the squad leader's instructions. Others avoided him like the plague. Insulting the company commander was equivalent to insulting the reconnaissance company, and insulting the reconnaissance company meant crossing paths with each of them. He was acting under orders. But that didn't mean they wouldn't teach him anything. As a master, what was wrong with teaching a disciple a few words? Meanwhile, just a wall away, Mo Ran was doing push-ups with one foot on the edge of the bed, his arms supporting him as he slammed down on the floor with each rep. Chapter 399, Many times in training, I have turned a blind eye, but this time, let us have a good talk. Your individual soldier quality is top-notch. And you are the benchmark for all the soldiers in the company in all projects. You are fierce, the entire company combined cannot compare to you. But what about everything else? Deng Bai moved his chair closer and sat next to Lin Tian. With each word he spoke, 2 knives flashed in front of Lin Tian's eyes. While listening to the instructor's lecture, Lin Tian's mind was also focused on the direction of the knives. Fearing he might get a slice if the instructor lost control, or that they might slip and hit him. However, in the end, Lin Tian pondered this last concern in his mind and didn't understand what he meant. After returning from the exercises, he had never let up. He went down to the company and led the soldiers. All the training was implemented after he had gone through it himself. For the annual competition, he stayed by the soldiers' side for everything they did. He had worn out those little selection guides for the divine sword. He took the essence and discarded the dross, applying everything to his subordinates. Recently, Jiu Heng came here, wanting to select seed players. Upon seeing them, he exclaimed. Aside from the equipment, the soldiers' quality was comparable to their special operations camp. He left in a dejected manner. Chapter 400. I can remember the lesson and must not know. I must remember the lesson and absorb it. In the future, whatever the company commander says, I must have my own judgment, but that won't work either. Bai Xiaomi muttered softly on the stool, curled up, holding a pen. Under the table were crumpled papers, conservatively estimated to be 7 or 8 copies. In front of the computer were the essences left by various predecessors. He was writing a reflection based on them. In the army, reflections aren't just written and done. There's a high chance of having to read them aloud in front of the entire company. As a new recruit, he could only find experience online. The advantage of being a communication soldier was that, aside from Lin Tian, no one constrained him. Helping Lin Tian was straightforward, as long as he used his name. Everything in the company had a green light. Bai Xiaomi, who had been overly cautious, had been living well by Lin Tian's side. Essentially, Lin Tian was an absolutely straightforward person. As long as he showed a bit of hardship, the company commander would find someone to talk about it. Just like on the first day when the logistics officer, Xiao Li, had been tough on him. As a result, Lin Tian made a phone call. And Xiao Li immediately came back apologizing in a low voice. After that, Bai Xiaomi never let the company commander intervene again. Chapter 401. The wind swept across the playground, stirring up dry leaves that slapped against people's faces like a slap. The dirt mixed with sweat, drying and wetting in cycles. Company commander, I'm begging you. Bai Xiaomi's voice was weak, tinged with a cry, his steps swaying. Anyone can be a communication soldier. I voluntarily give up. Before he finished speaking, the whip cracked against his backside, the fiery pain shooting straight to his brain. Bai Xiaomi let out a cry, tears and snot streaming down. It hurts. It hurts so much that I can't say a complete sentence. As soon as he slowed down, Lin Tian swooped in like a ghost, delivering a whip to jolt him awake. Don't want to run? Then just keep getting hit. Crying was useless, snot and tears didn't help. The company commander had already prepared duct tape. The most talkative Shuang Zichen had already been wrapped up twice. His mouth, which was most adept at banter, had been sealed off twice. He could only breathe heavily through his nose, completing the 5-kilometer run. Another 5 kilometers ahead, and then another 5 kilometers. If the company commander didn't say stop, then there was no stopping. On the training ground, cries of pain echoed, chilling to the bone. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company were each busy with their own tasks, occasionally looking up and sighing at the cruelty, then returning to serious training. Chapter 402. The third floor of the dormitory. Bai Xiaomi reluctantly packed his things. Before they arrived, this had been his personal space. After the company commander got off work, he was alone in this place that was comparable to 2 dormitories in size. It was free, quiet, and comfortable. But now, there was an extra bunk beside his bed. From the company commander's attitude, it seemed they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. If he had the ability to help them improve their grades, that would be one thing. Unfortunately, he didn't have that capability. Among the 3 of them, he ranked the lowest. One was a livestock, Mo Ran, and the other was a veteran, Shuang Zichen, leaving him no room to speak. If it was someone else, they might hide under the covers and cry. But Bai Xiaomi refused to do that. He straightened his back, faced the 2 soldiers who were making their beds, and spoke bluntly, "This is just a place for you to stay, so understand your position." The company commanders and instructors' offices are right next door, and their dormitory is across the hall. During non-working hours, you absolutely cannot make noise that disturbs them. As he spoke, he scanned the bunk beds, his not-so-tall stature surprisingly commanding respect. If you don't understand the rules here, ask me. Besides the two leaders, I'm in charge of this floor. Chapter 403, wait, think carefully. You're getting a bargain from me now. Which is better than letting the outside troops benefit? Ji Yuheng stared at Lin Tian, reached out, and quickly grabbed his raised wrist, twisting it forcefully. He turned Lin Tian's wrist 90 degrees, forcefully shifting it to a horizontal position. He glanced around at the platoon leader watching the commotion not far away, leaned in close, and whispered, "You're still young, you don't understand the ins and outs of this. Once that order is given, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. These soldiers are assigned to various companies as needed. You wouldn't want the good seeds you've nurtured to end up in an ordinary company, right?" Lin Tian's eyes flashed with anger, and he instantly shook off Ji Yuheng's grip. Then, with a swift side kick, he struck Ji Yuheng's ankle down to the ground. Almost instantly, Lin Tian flipped over and pinned Ji Yuheng down, looking down at him. The commander of the Special Operations Battalion was easily taken down by Lin Tian. Lin Tian squatted down, looking at him with a tense jaw, and stated firmly, word for word, "I won't let my soldiers go to other companies. I lead my soldiers. If there's no way, I'll find a way. If I can't protect them, then I'll take them away. In short, as long as I'm here, my people are with me." Chapter 404, Shao Qian, have you ever experienced a moment of heartbreak? Ji Yuheng, reeking of alcohol, held half a bottle of beer. Tears and snot running down his face, reaching out to hook Lin Tian's shoulder. Back then, when I knew our battalion was going to be separated, I felt like the whole world turned grey. As he spoke, his voice choked, like an old cow out of breath. Honestly, a man has tears, but doesn't he shed them easily? That night, I cried. In the barbecue room, it was past 8 in the evening, and the whole place was deserted, with the wind outside banging against the metal door. A red tablecloth was covered with a layer of transparent plastic film, and the dishes were in disarray. Greasy lamb skewers and unfinished chicken bones were scattered everywhere. The ashtray was full of squashed cigarette butts, and half the table was occupied by a big green stick. The air was thick with the mixed smell of beer and grilled meat. Ji Yuheng was a mess of tears and snot, holding a damp napkin, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Brother, you don't know how hard it is for me." When he got excited, he pounded the table, then pounded his thigh. The key was that he was hitting Lin Tian's thigh, which had never worn long underwear, making it sore and painful. Chapter 405, Company Commander, it's cold now. I've warmed your clothes with a hot water bag, and they are right here. The toothpaste was squeezed out, and the cup was filled with warm water. He carefully carried the cup, afraid of spilling it, taking small steps to set it on the side table. "Oh, you need to write the record today. This is a reminder from you." At 4:30 in the morning, the dormitory was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Bai Xiaomi quietly pushed the door open, turned on the light. The harsh white light highlighted his dark circles, making him look like a panda. He had only gone to bed at 2 the previous night. As Xiaomi busied himself, he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, "After you left yesterday, I was playing around with them, and the instructor saw us. He scolded all 3 of us and made us copy the discipline manual. There are so many words, they each get to copy it once. But I have to write it twice. The instructor said if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, and made you write it too. But it's okay." Bai Xiaomi poured bottled water into the thermos he brought, adjusted it to the right temperature, and thought, "I, Bai Xiaomi, will handle everything myself." In front of Lin Tian, Bai Xiaomi was different from his usual spiky demeanor with other comrades. Chapter 406, the room fell silent for a second. Then, Zhuangzichen let out a laugh, scoffing, "If you're the commander of the Special Operations Battalion, then I'm the Supreme Commander of Longguo." Ji Heng replied, "I really am the battalion commander. I have my officer's ID in my pants. If you don't believe me, take it out and look." He could hardly tell if it was a strong headache from a hangover or from being angered by the soldier in front of him. His head felt like it was about to explode, as if a grenade had been thrown in his heart, exploding and causing pain throughout his brain. Mo Ran was an honest kid, and as soon as Ji Heng finished speaking, he reached for his pants pocket. Bai Xiaomi's eyes darted around. Just now, he had acted impulsively, but now that he was calm, he could analyze the situation. Seeing that the person was wearing a black short-sleeve shirt and looked like he had trained, he noted the most important detail: he had the same aura as the company commander. This was a scent that others couldn't sense, but he could. Despite his small stature, those who knew him understood how much he thought. Most likely, he wasn't an enemy. However, since it had come to this, whether he was or not was no longer important. His mind began to brainstorm, thinking of a way to handle it that wouldn't disturb the company commander or the instructor, while also ensuring that this Captain Jiu wouldn't report it. Chapter 407, Inside a Coastal Police Station. He ran away again, he got away again. If it weren't for the lack of cameras, I'd suspect we were acting in a cop and robber movie. When Daming slammed his fist on the table, raising a small cloud of dust that floated in the sunlight. Opposite him, Xiang Ming looked very serious. This was the third time. They had grasped the leads, dispatched people, but always missed at the last moment. Homicides had occurred one after another, and they could seal off the news externally. Internally, the police station was in a state of anxiety, with discussions swirling around. The repeated leaks in an investigation of this level could only indicate one thing: there are problems. The web of the spider is woven gradually from the outside, and in a few days, it will become an impenetrable net. Insects caught in the web find it hard to escape. In the current case, there are undercover agents, police, and even military assistance requested, yet key points are still slipping away. The enemy is not only stubborn, but also cunning. However, this also indicates that they are at their last gasp. Their resistance is fiercer than ever before. Xiang Ming's eyes suddenly tightened as he focused on the network diagram on the wall. His gaze was not on the diagram, but on the prey. While when Daming was at a loss, he had already deployed the next steps of the plan. Chapter 408, Didi. The bus slowed down and stopped at the camp entrance. Lin Tian presented his credentials, and after the guard checked them and confirmed everything was in order, he signed and let them through. Strangely, he smiled slightly. In the past, he served generals in the capital, and now he was serving the piglets, who slept like logs in the central theater. It took 4 hours for the bus to cover the distance to the competition site. The location for the group armies competition had long been announced, chosen to be the most suitable place. However, they couldn't sleep too long. Lin Tian shouted, "Arrived! Get off and stand in the arranged order, we will check in shortly." His voice was loud, and his body, trained to stand straight, responded automatically. They took attendance and signed in. Only when these steps were completed could they receive their entry tickets. The venue was right in front of them, a standard 1,500-meter playground, already occupied by a company that had arrived early. The surrounding facilities were complete, showing signs of having been cleaned. This competition was a group army event, with reporters present and cameras already set up. The bus stopped at the camp entrance, and Lin Tian looked back at the 20 trainees. They formed 2 teams, led by Ling Yun and Wang Xinghao. Chapter 409, I announce that the annual training and competition of the 12th Group Army officially begins. On stage, a major general in a crisp military uniform stood firmly, his voice resonating. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannons echoed. Lin Tian looked up for the first time, facing the group army commander, Wu Zhongying. He was tall, and the gold stars on his shoulder epaulets shone brightly. The presence of the commander indicated the magnitude of the event. On the field, 18 formations were neatly arranged. Each team had 20 members, standing like 18 cold blades straight up in the center of the playground. The air was thick with silence. Wu Zhenaying spoke with a penetrating voice, "Comrades, this competition is not a drill, nor is it a formality. It is a test of our training and preparation over the past year. What I want to see is not verbal vows, but real skills with real weapons. You represent not only yourselves, but also your company, battalion, brigade, and the honor of the entire group army." Finally, he raised his voice dramatically, like thunder, "Show your bloodness. Demonstrate your level. Deliver a qualified answer to the entire army and the nation. Always be prepared." Below, hundreds of soldiers shouted in unison, their voices like thunder, shaking the sky. Chapter 4:10, Company Commander, "Is there something on my face?" "No." "Then why are you looking at me like that?" "Because I think." Lin Tian suddenly stopped and suddenly slapped Wang Xinghao hard on the shoulder. The rest of the words would wait until after the competition. Wang Xinghao stood straight, watching the company commander busily moving around him. He had a premonition that this was his last chance to come in first. During special training, everyone had been filled with the idea of building a strong army by the company commander whispering in their ears. Only he had never been told by Lin Tian how many minutes he should run, or what results to achieve. The company commander didn't dare set goals for him. When the new company commander took office, Wang Xinghao had the strongest reaction. He had followed Qin Jingyi since the recruit company, and in 6 years, soldiers had come and gone. He was the most experienced squad leader in the reconnaissance company. He exchanged youth for results, wrapping himself in strictness, doing his own thing without regret. After the new company commander arrived, he felt rejection, respect, and finally acceptance. He didn't know when it started. But when Lin Tian was uncertain, he would sometimes ask for his opinion. Then came a confrontation between the company commander and the soldiers. Chapter 4:11, What the hell? What kind of devil's stamina is this? The reason why the talented are considered talented is that they possess extraordinary perseverance. This is what the company commander meant: never abandon. Never give up. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, miracles can be created. Shouts rose and fell, and the atmosphere of the playground was boiling. At this moment, the entire focus was on the last half circle. Lin Tian couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up from his seat, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his gaze fixed on the track. He desperately wanted to attach 2 speed wheels to Wang Xinghao's feet, or give him his own legs. Others didn't know, but he did. During training, he had secretly run laps on the Special Operations Camp's playground. Lin Tian had watched his figure pass by countless times. He had never stopped or advised him. On the road to pursuing dreams, even if it meant overcoming difficulties, it was still happiness. Qizun sat next to Lin Tian, his face contorted and his eyes darting, sometimes snorting coldly, sometimes silently praying. He prayed that his soldier could create a miracle. At the same time, a faint respect also rose in his heart. Strong people, whether friends or foes, deserve respect. Almost there, only 200 meters left. 100 meters. Chapter 4:12, A Deathly Silence. Lin Tian and the captain, who was staring at the big screen, stood together below. They held their breath, their knuckles turning white from gripping tightly. In the stands, Lin Tian only focused on Wang Xinghao's figure, not giving anyone else a glance. The thrill of surpassing surged in his mind, making him especially excited at the moment of crossing the finish line. Plus, there was a fly beside him, and he didn't pay attention to what followed, only feeling they were close. Now watching the replay, it was evident that the two of them had nearly crossed the line at the same time to the naked eye. The chief judge turned his head and saw him squinting, staring intently at the fluctuating numbers. From those eyes, it was clear that this was not an easy match. The same was true for the opposite side. The difference between first and second was significant. The armed weight of the group army's 10,000 meters was worthy of a second-class merit. The second most is the third-class merit, and if it goes a bit further, it might just be a commendation. For individuals, this is of utmost importance, and for the company, it is worthy of holding a commendation meeting. Lin Tian stood firmly next to this captain, unwavering. In his mind, two plans were already in motion. The first plan involves a merit medal. If that doesn't work, he will find a way to have the brigade apply for it, as Wang Xinghao absolutely cannot be second. That is his bottom line. Chapter 4:13. This is not an exaggeration. When Lin Tian was here before, he followed along. When he wasn't around, he felt like his soul had left. What do you understand? Bai Xiaomi pouted. The communicator must be with the company commander. Shuangzichen clicked his tongue, shook his head, and sighed. I'm not saying this, but you seem a bit pathological. Don't worry. This illness can be cured. I'll call the big guy to supervise you later. You need to exercise well. As soon as he finished speaking, he patted his thigh and said confidently, today's shooting training is not too demanding. 5 shots, 30 rings. No dropping out. Bai Xiaomi coldly refused. I'm not going. Shuangzichen raised an eyebrow, his voice becoming serious. This is not something you can choose. The company commander entrusted you to us to help you improve. Recently, Shuangzichen had become less averse to these two new recruits. In Class 1, everyone was competitive with Wang Xinghao leading, and he couldn't keep up. Here, he finally regained the feeling of being an older brother. Bai Xiaomi's eyes flickered. He thought he needed to practice because he was too far behind, let alone the military district competition. Even the company competition would be difficult. The environment cultivates talent. And in this company where no one can survive without competing, he had to change. Bai Xiaomi was determined to rise. Chapter 4:14. Wu Zhongying nodded. According to him, this issue should not have arisen. He then glanced at the deputy commander. Feng Weidong had a blank expression, unable to read any information from his face. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Ling Yun swiftly grabbed the target object, a small flag marking team points, and shouted, "Got it." Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Immediately seizing the best opportunity, pull back. Everyone retreat. However, an accident occurred at that moment. A guard suddenly swung a wooden stick. Unexpectedly, another guard raised a wooden stick. The direction was off, and the stick, whistling through the air, headed straight for Lin Tian's head. In that instant, even the camera captured the stick's fierce trajectory. Lin Tian reflexively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a critical hit. Bang! A muffled sound came through the receiver, and the spectators were moved. Lin Tian let out a grunt. His body swaying violently, but managing to withstand it. The guard froze, the wooden stick trembling uncontrollably in his hands. Hitting the head was a strict prohibition. He had almost crossed the line. Lin Tian did not pursue. Now was not the time to show off. Everyone was present, especially the team members behind him. Delaying the mission would be counterproductive. Lin Tian took a deep breath to steady himself. Chapter 4:15. The shoulder wound was aggravated by the friction from the load. And when it came into contact with cold water, the situation worsened. But this person was too resilient. His body temperature dropped much faster than usual. After administering the fever-reducing injection, the high fever quickly subsided, followed by anti-inflammatory medication. Aside from special treatment for the shoulder, there were hardly any major issues elsewhere. If it were someone else, they would have long been taken to the hospital. Now he lay on the bed, simply sleeping. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong called the soldier responsible for the incident over and sternly reprimanded him. Even if higher-ups said it was fine, he, as the battalion commander, couldn't pretend he didn't see it. After all, he had high hopes for this junior. Upon hearing that Lin Tian was taken to the ambulance, he was so scared that he dropped his work and rushed to the hospital. However, when he arrived, He found out that Lin Tian had already been sent back to the unit's medical office. With no other option, he tidied up his work before hurriedly coming to visit. At the entrance of the medical office, the crowd that had been there had long dispersed, leaving only Wang Xinghao waiting outside. 3 hours passed, and the person on the hospital bed finally moved. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Zhao Zilong's anxious face. Oh? The battalion commander has time to visit his little brother today, he said hoarsely, not forgetting to tease. Chapter 4:16, Combined Brigade. The conference room was brightly lit at night. He Yonghua was sitting cross-legged, heavily emphasizing the final results just received from the group army. His smile was so wide it couldn't be contained. Look, look. Our 12th Brigade has taken first place in 6 individual categories, and our team score is far ahead of the second place. What can I say? Young officers leading the way, innovating methods, achieving fruitful results, this is the army the new era demands. The brigade's officers couldn't help but smile, their excitement barely concealed. This was a record that the entire division had never achieved before. It is important to note that after the division was restructured into a brigade, while the equipment improved, the personnel was significantly reduced. The military district competition primarily tests soldiers' individual qualities, aiming to eliminate human factors as much as possible. Therefore, the success of achieving good results this time, in a far-reaching sense, is significant enough to be recorded in the brigade's history. Organizational Department. He Yonghua spoke quickly, immediately sending someone to rush to the awards ceremony overnight. Make sure to take good photos, the soldiers have fought hard, and we must honor their efforts. When they return, let them rest for a day. Chapter 4:17, Attention all officers and soldiers, the award ceremony for the group army competition is about to begin. Please stand. The national anthem was sung. The sound of the national anthem was resounding, and the fluttering flag was reflected in everyone's eyes. There was no unnecessary chatter. The host transitioned directly into the award segment. As each result was announced, applause and cheers followed continuously. First place in the 400-meter obstacle course, Lin Yan. First place in the 10,000-meter armed cross-country, Wang Xinghao. Lin Tian had already taken out the small palm, hand clap, that Zhao Zilong had given him. And each clap was crisp and powerful. He was the loudest in the audience, drawing the attention of countless people. Sitting in his chair, especially when the awards were given to his comrades, his eyes were filled with pride and trust. He almost wanted to announce to the world, that is my soldier. Finally, as the moment to reveal the last award approached, the host's voice filled the room with anticipation. The individual awards have been presented. The final segment of this award ceremony is the presentation of the team awards. All participating teams straightened up, their eyes fixed on the podium. At this moment, it was more anticipated than any individual championship because it represented not just individuals, but the honor of the entire brigade and the whole team. Chapter 4:18, They are here. They are here, the helicopter has landed. Look at me, how's my face, do I look more energetic than before? As for me, look at my marching. No bragging, it's standard enough to go for a parade. The wind and sand hit hard by the helicopter pad. A certain Marine Corps, a row of female soldiers, pretended to casually walk around in circles on the necessary path. Yi Xin, holding a gun, raised an eyebrow, with a hint of disdain in her tone. Is it necessary? TCH. The person next to her rolled their eyes. It's not like you're carrying a sniper rifle for nothing. You just want the instructor to know you're a sniper now, right? Not just a sniper in the female soldier squad, but also a sniper in the reconnaissance battalion. The person next to her echoed. Yishin puffed out her chest and raised her chin, looking quite proud. The roaring sound of the rotor blades suddenly pressed down. The gusts of air made it hard to open one's eyes. The helicopter landed with a deafening roar. As the door opened, a stream of blue military uniforms poured out. They had no ranks, wore masks, and were fully armed. 1, 2, 5. After they formed up for the second time. Noticing their relentless demeanor, the female soldiers sensed something was off. Chapter 4:19, Behind the Brigade Headquarters Gate. A banner hung congratulating the military district for achieving excellent results in the competition. The brigade commander personally walked to the front door, smiling widely, shaking hands with the returning officers and soldiers one by one. The company commanders had already lined up in 2 rows, chests straight, pride evident in their eyes. This was just the appetizer. A commendation meeting would be held tomorrow. They went alone and returned with a heavy box in hand. The dust had not settled, but the glory had returned. Seeing the soldiers' eyes bloodshot, Hyunghwa patted their shoulders and advised them to rest well. The celebration words would be saved for tomorrow. And the company commanders, all smiling, left with their soldiers. Actually, the brigade commander didn't even need to speak, having achieved such results. It wouldn't be too much to send a helicopter to pick them up. But just as the excitement began to fade, Hyunghwa waited left and right. But the person in the car wouldn't come down. Patience could only last 2 minutes before he couldn't hold back. Lin Tian. Do you want me to go up and invite you down? Hurry up, my time is precious. If you keep dragging it out until tomorrow. Hyunghwa angrily waved his hand, snorted coldly, and squeezed out a threat with no strength. Tomorrow I'll take a photo with someone else, and one include you. Chapter 4:20, Sigh, sigh, sigh. This was the countless time by Xiaomi side today. It felt like a stone was pressing down on his chest, heavy and suffocating. He was angry that the squad leader got injured. He had been following the squad leader, as a communications officer for a month. Serving food, wiping tables, doing laundry. Wherever the squad leader went, he went. After work, he didn't go play or rest, but practiced massage techniques alone by flipping through books. He wanted to learn it as soon as possible, so he could help the squad leader stretch after training. All the effort he put into serving was for the squad leader. He was cautious, not daring to make any mistakes. After just a few days apart, the squad leader had gotten himself hurt. The entire company was excited about their excellent results in the competition. Only Bai Xiaomi had a pale expression. In his heart, getting first place was nothing compared to the squad leader's health. However, as a communications officer, he had no right to say anything. He could only remain silent, carefully tending to the squad leader's injury. On the day the squad leader returned, aside from resting, the rest of the time was spent answering calls from various commanders, known and unknown, from all over the country. Bai Xiaomi quietly kept watch for a whole day, remaining silent the entire time. He felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Chapter 4:21, Beep beep beep. A long and short sound, the emergency assembly alarm. The soldiers quickly opened their eyes, and with a clatter, each squad rushed downstairs. 2.5 minutes. They assembled neatly downstairs, breaths visible in the cold air. A line to the left. Look forward. At ease. Attention. Shen Jingyuan stepped forward. Report, comrades of the company, the reconnaissance company should have 80 personnel, all present, please instruct. Lin Tian returned the salute, scanning the soldiers' conditions. Many soldiers' eyes were still dazed, as if they had just been woken up. They stood here, but their souls were still in bed. The cold wind whipped against their faces, making their eyelids tremble, finally waking them up. Lin Tian walked from the front to the back, checking shoelaces. Some were a bit messy in the rush, but still tight. He walked 2 laps with a blank expression, occasionally reaching out to test. They stood stiffly, and their performance was acceptable. 10 minutes passed. Not a single soldier complained, nor was there any impatience on their faces. The moonlight was cold, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and shadows were drawn long. The moonlight was especially bright. He paced back and forth, and the soldiers' gazes followed the company commander. Listening and sensing, A sense of unease grew in his heart. Could it be that the company commander had thought of a new way to test them again today? Chapter 422, Polarized Glasses, Brand Name Goods, They Are Pretty Good. Lin Tian's ears perked up, just as he was about to argue. You dare to come here without greeting? Do you think you don't know whose territory this is? What, you driving? Do you have to pay protection fees? Others don't have to pay. But you have to. I suggest you behave, otherwise, you'll face the consequences. 3 people, 1 on the upper body, 2 on the lower body, firmly held Lin Tian down. No matter how he struggled, they were determined to move him. Damn! I still have soldiers here, I need to keep an eye on them. Can't you show a bit of decency? We're all soldiers of Long Nation, I don't want it to get too ugly. If this continues, I'm really going to get angry. The company commander's voice, clear and distinct, resonated through the rippling water surface to the soldiers' ears. They all stood straight, watching this scene. What are you doing? Where are you taking our company commander? Bai Xiaomi was a poor swimmer, but he actively jumped into the water. Can't swim? That is equivalent to a death sentence. As he popped his head up, he realized the company commander had actually been taken away. Can this be tolerated? Ming Zhe, behind his sunglasses, cast a casual glance at the most rowdy little guy. Soldiers, we're borrowing your company commander for a bit, we'll return him later. Don't worry, we're not going to rob you. Chapter 423, Squad Leader, when did so many army soldiers come to our Marine Corps? Several of them are poor swimmers, it's hilarious, they are getting scolded by those old soldiers. They are way harsher than how you trained us back then, and also. Xi Minqiu covered her mouth and laughed, and they are not allowed to shout, nor allowed to speak loudly, they are so stifled their faces turned red. Li Xin, you were really struggling when you first joined, I don't understand. You swim so well indoors, how come when you hit the sea? It feels like it's going to cost you your life. Xi Minqiu softly explained while pointing her finger, well, I've never been to the sea before, I'm really scared. As everyone knows, it's much harder for female soldiers to stay in the unit than for male soldiers. There are hardly any female soldiers who can remain in a company. You can count them on both hands. And in their class, they were the ones who had the most female soldiers staying in the whole company. Shilu knocked on the window. If you still have so much to say while cleaning your guns, you can go to the sea right now. The female soldiers looked at each other, immediately shutting their mouths and quietly cleaning their guns. It wasn't until mealtime that the squad leader left. And they dared to speak loudly. Wait, did she take gunpowder? Is it that time? No, she's at the middle of the month. I miss the gentle squad leader from when I first joined the team. Isn't that right? What's going on now? Chapter 424. On the beach the soldiers of the reconnaissance company trudged through the sand, their breaths heavy. In the winter temperature of over 10 degrees. Sweat streamed down their cheeks as they painfully ran 5 kilometers on the beach. Running on the beach felt like walking on cotton. Each footstep sank halfway in. And pulling it out to take another step felt like an invisible hand was gradually draining their strength. The harder they gritted their teeth, the faster their energy was consumed. The Marines ran every day, their steps steady, having long developed their own methods. The elite of the reconnaissance company were finally facing a tough challenge. They fell behind by a large margin, and the more they tried, the greater the gap became. By the time they reached the finish line, without needing anyone to penalize them, they started to compete against each other. Shen Jingyuan suddenly raised his chin. Did you see the flag over there? We must reach the flag today, otherwise, the whole squad won't be allowed to eat dinner tonight. Ling Yan's face turned pale, gritting his teeth. This is humiliating. Being left behind by a kilometer, starting today until the end of training, 10 kilometers every day. Zheng Jun said in a deep voice, same here. Huh? Today we get the flag, tomorrow 10 kilometers. One by one, they rushed ahead, the soldiers straining to push forward. Chapter 425, What the heck? That's our company commander. I don't think so. The commander has never smiled at us like that. Right? The commander usually looks at us like we are criminals, never this friendly. The world is unfair. Why is he so gentle with those female soldiers? I heard the female soldiers call him Instructor Tian, for goodness sake. How can the big bad guy have such a name? It's outrageous. Zhuangzichen angrily slapped his thigh. He was once a young man swayed by the commander too. Under the moonlight, that handsome face looked like a deity descending, speaking softly with concern. It hadn't been 2 minutes before they received an extra meal. Since that morning, they had been practicing more under the devil's watch. This unrecognized hardship lasted for 3 whole weeks. Do you know how he got through those 3 weeks? After finally learning everything, he was caught again for a second round. Without comparison it's fine, but with comparison, Zhuangzichen felt like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. What is so special about female soldiers? Why do they deserve preferential treatment? He shouted loudly, his eyes red, and I say. The commander should take them to the training ground now for a special sea training session. Chapter 426. The international shipping lanes are once again in turmoil, with armed pirates frequently appearing, and the regional situation remains tense. Fishermen are reminded to fish within the designated areas and must not enter dangerous waters without permission. The urgent broadcast on the TV news broke the silence. The sound echoed in the corridors of the police station, bringing a wave of unease. In a certain sea police conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. Several thick files lay open on the table, their corners curled from frequent handling. The director stared at the latest report, his brow furrowed, fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. He murmured tiredly, "Another unidentified corpse, how many times is this?" The sea is vast, vast enough to swallow the truth. They had become accustomed to seeing corpses. Some were suicides, some revenge killings, and others were victims of foreign pirate organizations fighting over spoils, even casualties from overseas conflicts. The high seas are presumed free, a breeding ground for criminal organizations. As long as the deceased is not a resident of our country, if a body goes unclaimed after a certain time, it follows standard procedures. But this time it's different. The corpse did not drift silently, it was spotted by fishermen while at sea, and the news spread like wildfire. Chapter 427, In the Days Without Us. You must take good care of yourself. Look at you, even though after leaving us, you've grown taller and tougher. Chikai said with a smile. Before Luo Jipeng could finish his sentence, Lin Tian shot him a look that silenced him. Chikai reached out to hug Lin Tian, who was half a head shorter, tiptoeing to hook his shoulder. Oh, Tian, the days of us sharing a bed are numbered. Lin Tian's face immediately darkened. When I lived with you before, we didn't share a bed. Commander, Bai Xiaomi suddenly poked his head out. You two used to live together. Lin Tian ruffled his hair, turned him upside down, and said, Get in the car first, wait for me. In the transport vehicle, heads stretched out longer than giraffes. The commander's initial mystery gradually faded in their long-term interaction. These few captains and majors looked very familiar with the commander. It seemed like they formed a small circle that others couldn't break into. What is even more intriguing is that when the commander is with them, even their best soldiers are ignored. Isn't that curious? Chapter 428, Squad Leader, do you see something floating on the sea over there? Maybe it's a dead fish or a bird. No way. How could there be such a big bird? The more Cai Shaoshan looked, the more something felt off. Splashing into the sea, the group quickly swam towards the floating object. The sea water wrapped around them, and every stroke brought unease. As they got closer, Cai Shaoshan's breath caught in his throat. Not looking was one thing, but seeing was another. He felt like some kind of witness to death. Floating there was a corpse. A tattered fishing net was tangled around it, and hair floated on the surface. Ling Yun's expression changed, gritting his teeth and quickly accelerating his movements. On the shore, Lin Tian crouched down. He quickly confirmed the time of death. And the condition of the body indicated it was no more than 2 days old. His fingers brushed over the clothing, stopping at the gunpoint position to check for signs of external injuries. Then, carefully flipping the body over, his fingertips touched calluses on the hands. The seawater had made them unrecognizable. But when Lin Tian touched it, his heart sank. This was not the callus from years of holding a gun. It was a hand that had been holding a gun for a long time, with calluses mostly on the thumb and index finger. Yet the corpse before him had thick calluses all over the palm. Chapter 429 Who? Lin Tian, holding the modified AR-15, was elated as he successfully hung the big black wolf. His mood was exceptionally good, and he occasionally whistled. To the outside world, it looked like an ordinary fishing boat. But the people inside had already changed their appearances. Masks covered their faces, quietly blending into the environment. Lu Chen was steering the boat, while Mingzhe spread out the topographic map, whispering directions. Lin Tian's whistling broke some of the oppressive atmosphere, adding a bit of relaxation. Luo Zhipeng chuckled lightly. Whistling and singing, are we on vacation? Lin Tian squinted, this is a vacation. I'm so relaxed my bones feel soft. Every time I patrol in the company, I long for it, hoping for criminals to show up. I don't care if I run into them, I just want my soldiers to encounter some. And what is the result? In the end, we can only get bored enough to rehearse robberies and gun grabs. It's like a military camp cosplay, even after retiring. I could go directly to Hengjian to act. Ha ha ha. Chai Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Tian reached out and pinched his shoulder, little Chai Rui. Are you mocking me? Chai Rui shrugged, showing his teeth and adding a touch of silliness. No, Scythe, I just think your company must be very happy. Chapter 430 Boxes upon boxes, labeled and stacked, were quickly moved onto the boat under the cover of night, silently transported away. This time, the situation was special. They didn't need to clean up the battlefield. Some unknown kind-hearted person cleaned up for them, mainly disguising it as gang conflicts. The remaining matters were none of their concern. They left as they came. The boat slightly swayed, the engine roared, and the night sea wind rushed towards them. Once on board, Lin Tian was still not satisfied. Captain, can you confirm the mission again? Are we really leaving just like this? It hasn't even been long. And it's not even dawn back home. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we're getting up to watch the sunrise. Mingzhe glanced at him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Are you unhappy about going back to train the troops? Or have you grown fond of the freedom of the high seas? Lin Tian grinned. I just want to be with you guys, anything is fine. Oh wow, hissing. Old buddy, open your eyes and let a fairy take him away. As Lin Tian expected, the reaction was extremely enthusiastic. Mingzhe turned his eyes away in disdain. Stop pretending. After a while, he looked at the map and confirmed that they had already entered Chinese waters. Chapter 431 Coming and going in a hurry, leaving no trace. The reconnaissance company got up at 6 in the morning, and observant individuals noticed that the tent set up just 2 days prior had completely vanished without a trace. Even the trash had been taken away. Lin Tian led the team as usual, watching them warm up from a high point. Seeing nothing unusual, he took a round at the cooking team. Hongban, is it the same old routine for breakfast today? No, we have canned food for breakfast today. It'll be consumed in the next day or two. Hong Dawei spoke while stealing glances at Lin Tian's expression, and upon seeing nothing unusual, he dared to continue. Every month there is a canned food consumption day, aimed at keeping the soldiers in eating training. Eating canned food means either self-heating rice or nothing at all. Lin Tian usually jokes and laughs with you, but when it comes to rules, he is straightforward. It is what it is, and he is very principled. Hong Dawei said. In such harsh conditions, we have to ensure the soldiers eat well, otherwise, they won't have the strength. Lin Tian nodded, not taking this slight violation to heart. Training isn't about pushing people to their limits, he isn't that cruel. He sat down, put on an apron, and contributed to breakfast. Doing what he was best at, peeling eggs. Chapter 432. Once a soldier, now a people's policeman, Qin Jingyi could no longer tolerate it. He decided to make a decisive move, taking advantage of their gathering to catch them all in one go. It was a great success, and there were no casualties on our side. This was the best outcome. Even if there were still a few pirates slipping through the cracks, it was enough to deter them. If anyone dared to act rashly again. This bloody lesson was right there as a warning. Lin Tian said, "Let us go see our soldiers, you might not know. But Shuangzichen has become the deputy squad leader of Class 1. Qin Jingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Lin Tian laughed. Really, really? Our flame unit has no weak soldiers. The new recruits this time are also solid, no one fell behind, just a little fewer. But don't worry. Once we go back, I can apply to the brigade headquarters and strive to expand." Lin Tian gestured animatedly while talking to the old company commander about future plans. Full of hope. The hardest days were behind them, and a thriving situation was opening up. The future looked bright, and he said they would make a big effort. Once they returned, they would be able to showcase their talents. Lin Tian had transformed from a small squad leader, who was looked down upon when he first joined the company, to the unique Lin Lian now. Chapter 433. Upon reaching the workplace, the worries turned into stacks of documents and endless arrangements. Soldiers do get holidays during the new year, especially non-commissioned officers, as they are part of the professional system and strictly follow the statutory holidays of Longguo. However, when it comes to the execution level, these holidays and tasks are mixed together, often resulting in another type of busy new year. Deng Bai said, "Our company hasn't been so complicated in previous years. We just had a meal together, watched the Spring Festival Gala, and sent some messages, and that was it. Other overly emotional activities aren't done. They can easily stir the soldiers' emotions, which isn't good for us." Lin Tian looked at him helplessly. He had already written down the projects. Forget it. Leave it for next year. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked up. "Deng Ji, are you going home this year? I've noticed you've stayed on the team for several years now." Deng Bai scratched the back of his neck. "The family has gotten used to it. They say I'm useful here at home, and besides, staying here can give the brothers peace of mind. I'll find an opportunity to go home after the new year." Lin Tian moved slightly. The new year should be a time for reunion, but soldiers are always different. In the army, someone has to stay behind to guard the post. Most conscripts don't even have the opportunity for family visits. Chapter 434. Cai Shaoshan trembled as he raised his hand to salute the brigade commander. Excited, invigorated, and surprised. Third-class merit, third-class merit. Not every soldier is as abnormal as the company commander. His professional level isn't as outstanding as the backbone like Ling Yun Wang Xinghao. Among all the excellent soldiers, being able to earn this military merit medal, he attributed it to luck and the decisive actions of the company commander. If it weren't for Lin Tian pressing down the little pirate gang at that time, they would have never had the chance to earn the medal. Even getting out of there in one piece would have been a problem. You have to understand that those pirates were armed. During the exercise, they only had blank rounds. Moreover, Dragon Country soldiers, in uncertain situations, cannot be the first to fire. Even warnings must start with limbs. If those pirates were desperate and opened fire, a whole squad could be gone. Lin Tian had the courage to go up, take down their leader, and seize the gun, allowing them to charge forward without worries. That's how the subsequent events unfolded. Otherwise, Cai Xiaoxin's military career would have ended at that moment when he pushed open the door. Even this military medal was due to the company commander speaking well for him. Thinking of this, Cai Xiaoxin's eyes turned red. If it weren't for the brigade commander and other leaders being present, he would have really wanted to rush up and give the company commander a bear hug. Chapter 435. They didn't understand the specifics of the situation at that time. They only knew that a sudden mission had arisen during the exercise. They couldn't say much due to confidentiality agreements. However, based on the reconnaissance company's understanding of the company commander over the past 6 months, as long as he was there, things would be handled well, and the worst situations would be maximized for benefits. The company commander was not like many officers who pursued military achievements. Today, all the soldiers learned that Lin Tian was actually a first-class merit awardee. If he had hung this medal on his chest the day he took office, not to mention dissent, they would have supported him every day. But he didn't do that. He conquered them bit by bit, and when it came time to settle accounts, the entire reconnaissance company was willingly brought under his command. Just like now, all the soldiers were thinking about working hard and striving to keep up with the company commander's pace, aiming for good results in the military district competition and annual, quarterly, and monthly assessments. So many things proved that although the company commander was young, he had a strong sense of responsibility. It didn't matter if he couldn't get some things, his soldiers would definitely not suffer. Of course, from the beginning until now, the company commander had never suffered a loss. In a certain jurisdiction of the Western Theater Command, gleaming buildings rose up, with newly completed structures still exuding fresh air. Chapter 436. Like this year, the quota given by the brigade was not wasted at all, it was all reported. Whether it could be approved was the brigade's business. He wouldn't use this to motivate his soldiers. Each ate based on their abilities, without any unnecessary twists and turns. Soon, the sergeants who had gone home to visit family returned. At 6:30 in the morning, it was still pitch black outside. Wang Xinghao had just finished signing on the notebook, and was about to turn around to go back, when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. His body reflexively twisted, and with a quick move, he pinned the person against the door. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Squad leader, it's me. Your dear squad deputy. Shuang Zichen's face was pressed against the door, his features almost distorted, and his voice trembled. He just wanted to joke with the squad leader, but he didn't expect the effect to be so explosive. Wang Xinghao was stunned for a moment, then released his grip. Slightly surprised, what are you doing at the door so early? Shuang Zichen rubbed his shoulders vigorously. Squad leader, didn't you notice? I was waiting for you. Waiting for me for what? I only noticed someone trying to ambush me. Shuang Zichen glared, feeling that his earnest waiting had instantly turned into nothing. Wang Xinghao ignored his complaints, placed the heavy travel bag on the table, and casually unzipped it. Chapter 437. Deng Ge, the people for the pickup are ready. We can go straight over when we get there. Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot from not sleeping all night. Being the team leader was exhausting. Hundreds of people had to be managed for eating, drinking, and sleeping along the way. Most importantly, he now had the title of team leader, but was bearing the burden of a battalion commander. In terms of rank, Lin Tian had to report to Deng Bai. Hearing his calm voice and seeing his somewhat resentful expression, Deng Bai couldn't help but want to laugh. Got it, when you get on the bus later. Sleep in the sleeper car for a while. I'll personally pay for you to upgrade your cabin, okay? Lin Tian pouted, upgrade me to the front of the train. Let me see how the cockpit operates. Well, wait until the next life. I'll be the train conductor, and you can be the co-pilot. Lin Tian adjusted his hat, grinned, and his smile became even brighter in the sunlight. The warm winter sun outside shone on his face. It was gentle and warm. Handsome. Wow. This can't even be described as a Ferrari anymore. The two girls covered their mouths, whispering and discussing, their eyes fixed on him. Not just them. Many people in the waiting room were secretly glancing at that neat figure. Chapter 438. Deng Bai shot him a glare, wanting to scold him, but short of breath. After holding it for a while, he could only say, get lost. On the train, He had vowed to take good care of the soldiers suffering from altitude sickness. Who would have thought that the most affected was actually their instructor, who relied on his words? His cheeks were swollen like he had stuffed 2 buns in them. And just standing there made people want to laugh. The soldiers tried their best to restrain themselves from looking over. The instructor was not someone to be casually teased. Lin Tian was the boldest. To him, being here was no different from going home. It was a bit far from the 588th Regiment, but still in the same theatre. Was it too much to go back to the old unit for a visit? To see old comrades, was that too much? To casually go to the division headquarters and bother the superiors, was that too much? You could say that he was the most excited after receiving the orders. It satisfied both his psychological needs and the blood boiling inside him. He liked this place. Those things are not for you to touch, your supplies are over here. But these things are the same, right? I think the content is the same too. You are new here, take the ones below, the ones above are ours. A dark-skinned sergeant stood in front of the supplies, his tone hard, as if issuing an order. Chapter 439. Jiang Tingfei suddenly understood. What you mean is that our regiment is so outstanding that the higher-ups want to explore more border military possibilities in a short time. Yu Huijin nodded. Routine border defense is about patrolling and guarding the line. This works in safe places with few borders with other countries. But here, it has not been quiet for years. And relying on their Special Operations Regiment is not enough. To be blunt, their Special Operations Regiment has developed well, but it lacks a similar regiment. All resources have been poured into them, bouncing along the overstandard red line. To support the entire defense area, they must take the opportunity to expand their strength. Rotating troops is the most suitable excuse. There is no need to consider international situations. Every country has troop rotations. It's reasonable, normalized, and one to raise external suspicions. A year later, weapons and resources were continuously poured in, and everything fell into place. Knock, knock, 2 knocks came from the door. What are you knocking for? Just come in. Jiang Tingfei waved his hand dismissively, huffing in annoyance. I never closed this door. The rules haven't changed in 2 years, what's with the pretense? A head poked in at the door. Kong Baoruei grinned, stood at attention, and gave a somewhat casual military salute. Report, Company Commander. Hey, good to see you again. Chapter 440. Due to formalities, it was difficult to retaliate in kind, which was quite frustrating. This situation began to ease only after the Special Operations Battalion arrived. Oddly enough, once Jiang Tingfei and the others set up camp, the other side seemed to have their necks squeezed, suddenly becoming much more subdued. Jiang Tingfei raised his teacup and coughed lightly. Let me say a few words briefly. Oh, isn't this supposed to be my job? Yu Huijin immediately teased. How did you get ahead of me? Who is to say we're not on the same team? Jiang Tingfei silenced him with a serious expression. It's a pleasure to welcome Lin Tian to our Special Operations Battalion for learning. If there is anything you don't understand or can't do in the future, we're just next door, don't be shy, he rambled on with a series of formalities. Lin Tian listened with a smile the whole time. Upon returning, he found that Jiang Tingfei had indeed matured quite a bit. In the past, in such situations, he would have gulped down 3 glasses of liquor. But now he could hold a teacup and steadily deliver formal lines. From Major to Lieutenant Colonel, just 1 step away. This small step, however, took Jiang Tingfei 2 whole years. The Special Operations Battalion endured a year of trials before finally shedding the acting label. Lin Tian smiled and raised his glass. All right. I'll toast everyone to kick off a good year. Chapter 441. Oxygen rushed into the soldier's lungs, and he trembled violently, slowly regaining color. The doctor standing beside him had just raised his hand when the soldier had already started inhaling oxygen. The quickness of his actions indicated he was no novice. He must have done this a lot. Lin Tian stood tall, surveying the whole scene. Sunlight poured down from the high-altitude sky, casting a straight shadow of him. His voice cold and hard, like a blade cutting through the air. The border defense gives us 5 days to adapt here. I am giving you 3 days. After 3 days, report to the hospital for a checkup, and formal training will commence. The playground suddenly fell silent, soldiers holding their breath, stopping to listen to him. Some of you are veterans from the Flame Reconnaissance Company, while others are transferred from different companies. Don't worry, everyone will be treated equally. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask my former soldiers, they will answer you. He paused, lowering his voice, for those who can't adapt or have health issues. I won't wait for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze. They stared blankly at the major standing in the beautiful sunlight. His words strikingly harsh. You heard me correctly. Lin Tian repeated. Chapter 442, his mother couldn't help but step forward, gently patting his shoulder, tears finally streaming down. Yufan. Wear more clothes, it's cold, don't catch a chill. Che Yufan smiled and wiped her tears. Clenching his fists, I'm just walking the same path as everyone else, not looking back. The cold wind swept through the family compound's street, carrying the scent of snowflakes and pine resin. A few tall ginkgo trees in the yard swayed slightly in the wind with their bare branches. Che Yufan picked up his luggage and left without hesitation, stepping firmly on his own path. Company commanders and instructors, the 3-day adaptation period is over. Today, we are holding a cadre meeting to report on the soldiers' adaptation and arrange for the next phase of training. There's no need for self-introductions, time is tight. So let's get started. Deng Bai sat in the middle, presiding over the meeting. Our battalion has a total of about 300 people, divided into 3 companies according to the normal border defense battalion structure: Special Operations Company, Combat Company, and Support Company. The Combat Company is the core force, responsible for frontline patrols and defense tasks, and it is also the largest company in our battalion, divided into 3 companies, each with 70 men. Chapter 443, he then turned to Kong Baorawei and said, Squad Leader Kong, continue, we will learn whatever you teach. No one would disagree, we are here to learn. Shen Jingyuan spoke sincerely. They couldn't have come here just to show off their power. More likely, they needed to learn these things, and once he got proficient, he would learn those things too. Kong Baorawei smirked, you're a sensible person, but it seems your soldiers don't quite agree. Shen Jingyuan turned around, nearly exploding with anger. The soldiers wore dark faces, holding cold weapons, their expressions as stiff as if they were at a funeral. He was both angry and frustrated. In front of others, they didn't even pretend. If he remembered correctly, they were the reconnaissance company. Camouflage was their essential course, with those foolish expressions. They wouldn't even be fit for transfer. After retirement, that little severance pay could be easily swindled away. Just as he was about to start lecturing, his gaze swept over the figure in the middle of the camp and playground, and he fell silent. Lin Tian was walking over, holding a target. The heavy target weighed down in his arms, yet he treated it like just another ordinary item. Chapter 444, did he have some hidden connections? Thinking this, he shook his head, it was impossible. Jiang Tingfei shrugged, his voice steadying, don't rush, his future path is still wide open. There's no need to fuss over these things now, let the higher-ups allocate them, and we'll maintain our attitude for now. Yu Huaijin nodded, the worst outcome is not getting assigned to our side. But after graduation, that's where soldiers will fiercely compete. The two exchanged glances, falling silent for a moment. The office was filled only with the sound of papers turning and the howling of the cold February wind outside. Professional calm suppressed the tension, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and orderly. One side was joyful with the Border Defense Battalion's reunion and harmony, while those who had been transferred were truly feeling the pain. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding 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 ding. Ren Yuan looked at the text message on his phone about picking up items, one after another. Impatiently, he grabbed a sack and stuffed everything into it. The person had left, but the delivery address hadn't changed, and the game console hidden on his side hadn't been taken either. Lin Tian said he didn't want it, considering it a farewell gift to be distributed among his soldiers. Ren Yuan couldn't accept it. He believed that his relationships with others were purely simple, devoid of interests, strictly a comradeship. Chapter 445. Hey guys, are we going out or not? Luo Zhipeng grinned, brushing off the dust that had landed on him. How could Lu Laohong have such a temper? How could his partner stand it? After speaking, he tossed a backpack outside. Bang! The sound of it hitting the ground was like it had a rocket attached, whooshing away. Luo Zhipeng stared in shock. Damn, he talks flowery. But his body is so honest. After speaking, he jumped out from the left side. The others followed suit, rushing out in the blink of an eye. Chai Rui also wanted to leave. He wanted to go outside too. Just as he stepped out, he met Lu Laohong's dangerous gaze. "Huh, man. Commander, I miss you." Lin Tian spoke up, his voice filled with undeniable excitement, emotions bursting through the dam. "You don't know, every time I'm sad, I think of our 12th division. I think of coming back to this land. When I can't hold on any longer, I search for your photos online, seeing your profound gaze. An endless strength surges in my heart." Ban Xiaohua slowly leaned back in his chair, looking at the tightly wrapped gift box in front of him. He glanced meaningfully at the major in front of him, whose promotion was faster than a rocket. Chapter 446. What are you doing? If you don't want to eat, put down your bowls and chopsticks. If you're heading out, if you've had enough of good days, then don't live anymore. Anyone who dares to show that expression, all of you get out to find food. The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly turned as cold as ice shards. On Deng Bo's face, there was still a swelling that hadn't faded. Now, he stood in the center of the cafeteria, hands on his hips, right hand waving commandingly. Rice grains still hanging on the edge of the bowl. Just arrived at the plateau, training was tough, and food, clothing, and living conditions were uncomfortable in every aspect. Overcoming. They could only overcome. Countless border soldiers are here to bear this hardship and exhaustion, right? In other words, if it weren't difficult here, they wouldn't be sent here. The issue with air pressure was resolved with equipment, but the cooks were touching these new gadgets for the first time. The rice was cooked, but the taste was lacking. Hong Dawei's previous cooking was simply outstanding. The entire cooking team could open a restaurant anywhere. Chapter 447. Hello, comrade. I would like to ask how to get to this place. At the train station entrance, Che Yufan carried large and small bags. Wearing a mask and dressed in all black, wrapping himself up tightly, he quickly walked towards the station soldier, speaking in a low and urgent voice. The soldier's expression hardened. His tone polite yet cautious. Hello, we are currently on a mission. Che Yufan nodded and quickly added, I know, I mean how should I get to the XXXX army? As he spoke, he slowly took off his mask, trying hard to convey sincerity and urgency with his eyes. He admitted that there was a gambling element involved. He hoped that someone could see through his weakness on this plateau and take him to the station. Right now, he felt very uncomfortable. He was still too naive. For the soon-to-be battalion commander, not being able to find the place was a very embarrassing matter. But now, it had really happened. His physical condition could not guarantee that he would still be a living person when he found the place. To avoid wasting more time, asking for help directly is not embarrassing. Upon hearing the unit number, the soldier's expression changed, and his gaze became serious as he scanned him up and down. Che Yufan simply took off his mask completely, revealing a pale, straining face. Chapter 448, 2 sevens. Reporting, 3 cards. On a makeshift card table made of 4 small stools. The playing cards were piled chaotically. Jiang Tingfei held a king and 2 threes in his hand, lightly tapping the corners of the cards with his fingertips. A smile at the corner of his mouth that he couldn't suppress. The communication soldier Xiaobai's gaze shifted back and forth between the table and Jiang's hand. Looking at the stacked cards on the table and then at the 3 cards remaining in Jiang's hand, this was his last chance to reveal his cards. If what he played was real, after he revealed it, all 32 sevens here would belong to him. But what if it was fake? Then the 2 of them would lose. Xiaobai's throat moved, hesitatingly extending his guilty little hand, hovering over the cards. Jiang Tingfei's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to be calm and said boldly, "Xiaobai, let me kindly remind you, these cards below will be yours once revealed." It was better if he hadn't said that. Once he did, it gave Xiaobai immense confidence. He grinned and his eyes brightened, decisively saying, "Major Jiang, at worst, I'll just sell out our commander once, you can rest assured, I still know what's what." Without waiting to finish, he decisively flipped over 2 cards. Chapter 449, Longguo XX Academy, Class of 201X, Guo Yuanpeng. Reporting in. Guo Yuanpeng's voice broke the silence like a sound from the heavens. The booming voice was a force that erupted from deep within his chest. It was like announcing, "He has returned." Lin Tian suddenly turned his head. His gaze crossed the crowd and met that familiar figure. The sunlight hit Guo Yuanpeng's shoulders, his military uniform sharp, his eyebrows and eyes sharp. He inexplicably remembered the first time he saw this person, the strong and serious squad leader. During the recruit company, it was Guo Yuanpeng who waited for him. Now, it was his turn to wait for the squad leader. Jiang Tingfei, like a chameleon, had his anger suppressed by this reporting call. His mouth broke into a grin. He took 2 big steps forward and pulled in the squad leader, who had been by his side the longest. "Jiang Tingfei, you little brat. How many messages did I send you, and you ignored me? Didn't you say you were coming tomorrow? Why are you suddenly here, launching a surprise attack?" His teeth were showing. Knowing he would come and seeing him in person were 2 different things. They usually didn't contact each other much, knowing both were alive was enough. There was no need for small matters, big men solved their own problems.